A maritime disaster has cast Gu Xiaola onto a mysterious deserted island, where his only companion is a foolishly adorable goddess who can only exclaim 666. As the roars of beasts in the depths of the forest intertwine with the gunfire of pirates, this island conceals terrifying secrets. In this life-or-death trial, how will they start from scratch to construct a survival base? Witness the most authentic account of survival on a deserted island, as we follow the remarkable journey of this hapless duo. Chapter 1. The Survivors. Clad in an orange life jacket, Gu Xiaola, washed ashore by the waves, had yet to awaken. In his dreams, he seemed to have returned to his long-lost hometown. His kind mother had prepared an entire steamer of fluffy buns, steaming and fragrant. Gu Xiaola eagerly took a bite when suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Rogue! Assault! There's a rogue! Help me! This deafening shriek roused Gu Xiaola from his slumber. Shaking his head and rubbing his eyes, he finally comprehended his surroundings. Gone were the familiar structures of home and the comforting smile of his mother instead. He found himself beside an unfamiliar beauty. Ah! Gu Xiaola instinctively leaped to his feet, realizing he had been lying upon a woman, who now glared at him with wide, alarmed eyes, as if she might devour him whole. Could it be? At this thought, Gu Xiaola's gaze inadvertently drifted to the woman's damp, pale yellow short-sleeved shirt, which perfectly showcased her enviable physique. In her agitated state, her body undulated, leaving Gu Xiaola momentarily dumbfounded. You're still staring. The woman shot him another fierce look. Yet, upon seeing Gu Xiaola stand, perhaps fearing her own vulnerability, she quickly rose and retreated a step, eyeing him warily. Wow, she truly is a stunning beauty. Gu Xiaola couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The girl stood about 1.7 meters tall in her early 20s, with long, slender legs accentuated by light blue denim shorts, a delicate waist, and a form that could only be described as extraordinary. With her exquisite features and flowing, lustrous black hair, Gu Xiaola mused that such beauty should undoubtedly grace the screens as a celebrity, or at the very least, as a prominent online influencer. Embarrassed, he offered a sheepish smile. I'm so sorry. I promise it was a misunderstanding. I was dreaming, and I didn't realize I was lying on top of you. Truly, I swear. However, despite Gu Xiaola's earnest assurances, the gorgeous woman's gaze remained icy, evidently unconvinced by his explanation. Fortunately, being stranded on a deserted island limited her options for retaliation. After casting him one last disdainful glance, she turned and strode off in the opposite direction along the beach. Gu Xiaola shrugged, stifling a laugh, and began to observe his surroundings. Sunshine, sand, and palm trees created a picturesque island scene. Alas, this was not the Maldives or Tahiti, but a nameless isle in the vast Indian Ocean. The island appeared substantial, with dense jungles and mountains in its central region. He wondered if humans resided here permanently. Feeling the dampness of his clothes, Gu Xiaola discovered his possessions were scant. Only a Zippo lighter and a Swiss Army knife, which he always carried. Ah, how fortunate I came by boat had I flown. These essentials would have been checked in, leaving me without even basic survival tools. This thought ignited frustration within him. As a programmer in a large domestic internet company, he had not intended to partake in this international trip during the spring festival holiday. He had been selected to join the company's leaders due to a stroke of luck at the year-end lottery, believing it to be an incredible opportunity. Little did he know, the cruise ship would encounter a fire and explosion while traversing the ocean's depths. By the time he received the alarm and reached the deck, all lifeboats had vanished. In a panic, he managed to don a life jacket and leaped into the water, only to hear the thunderous explosion of the ship behind him. As for how he floated to this small island and ended up atop the beautiful woman, he remained utterly oblivious. Yet, having arrived, he resolved to adapt. Growing up in a rural area, Gu Xiaola had learned to maintain an optimistic outlook. Even in adversity, he quickly adjusted his mindset to view the situation with positivity. It seemed he and the stunning beauty were trapped on this enigmatic island. He glanced at her, who had walked quite a distance away, and noticed she had halted, laboriously etching the letters SOS into the sand with her foot, perhaps in hopes of attracting rescuers from the sky. How naive, Gu Xiaola thought. The cruise had just met its fate. He wondered if the captain had sent out a distress signal. They had been swept away by the currents for an unknown duration before arriving here, so to assume a rescue plane would appear was overly optimistic. In Gu Xiaola's view, the immediate priority was survival. Only by enduring could they contemplate their next steps. What is the foremost element of outdoor survival? Water. potable fresh water. While one might endure a time without food, lacking fresh water could prove fatal within 3 days. Parched from drifting at sea for an indeterminate duration, Gu Xiaola scanned the beach and discovered a few scattered coconut trees nearby. Excitedly, he rushed to the trees and found a dozen mature coconuts that had fallen to the ground. Apart from a couple that were clearly spoiled, most appeared edible. He picked one up and skillfully used his Swiss Army knife to create an opening. He embraced it and drank deeply, savoring the sweet, mildly fragrant coconut water. Wow, this is incredible. Gu Xiaola consumed 3 coconuts in quick succession, feeling the debilitating effects of dehydration gradually dissipate. Until he could locate other sources of fresh water, these coconuts were invaluable. With that thought in mind, he removed his shirt and fashioned it into a net, collecting the remaining coconuts from the beach. At the opposite end of the shore, the beauty, having completed 3 large SOS messages, was forced to take a break. Upon noticing Gu Xiaola busy gathering coconuts, she scoffed disdainfully. Humph, such a small-minded peasant, always preoccupied with trivial gains. Yet, despite her derision, she, too, felt the pangs of thirst after drifting at sea for so long. However, her privileged upbringing prevented her from stooping to compete with Gu Xiaola for the scant coconuts. I wonder how long until rescue arrives? She mused, gazing at the endless horizon of the sea. What's that? Are there other survivors? Chapter 2. I can sell it to you. Indeed, a man clad in a life jacket was drifting toward them on the waves. The beauty rushed into the water to assist the seemingly unconscious man. But as she drew near, she was horrified to find that, although his upper body was intact, his legs were almost entirely missing. The man lay motionless, his eyes tightly shut and his complexion ashen. His legs were gruesomely exposed, revealing white bones, while the flesh above had long since vanished. The sight terrified the woman, causing her to tremble uncontrollably as she sat in the water, paralyzed with fear. Stop looking. He's been dead for quite some time. Gu Xiaola, who had approached her unnoticed, reached out to touch the man. Upon receiving no response, he shook his head with a hint of regret and remarked, "He must have been attacked by a shark in the ocean and bled to death." As he spoke, Gu Xiaola grasped the man's life jacket and began to drag him towards the shore. The woman, feeling lost, slowly rose from the water and followed behind. Gu Xiaola pulled the man onto the beach, unfastened his life jacket, and began rummaging through the man's pockets. "What are you doing?" The woman exclaimed loudly. "Why are you disturbing the belongings of the deceased?" "Belongings?" Gu Xiaola replied without looking up, merely shaking his head with a wry smile as he continued his search. Soon, he uncovered a wallet, a pen, a waterproof watch, a waterlogged phone, and surprisingly, a small bag of neatly packaged Snickers chocolate bars. He opened the wallet, finding a stack of cash in US dollars alongside numerous bank cards, indicating that this man had been a successful individual in his homeland. Alas, he now lay a victim of fate on a deserted island. Gu Xiaola discarded the wallet and phone, tossed the pen, watch, and the precious Snickers into a makeshift net fashioned from a shirt, and then began to remove the man's shirt. "You shameless!" The woman shook with anger, pointing her delicate, pale fingers at Gu Xiaola. "Shameless?" He glanced at her, unfazed, and continued his task, muttering, "He can no longer make use of these items. Rather than letting them waste beside him, they are better suited for us, the fortunate survivors. If you find it shameless, then splendid. I had intended to share half the Snickers with you, but it seems I can save that now." As he spoke, Gu Xiaola had donned the man's shirt and set his net of belongings aside, seeking a sturdy branch to begin digging a hole in the soft sand. "What do you intend to do?" The woman inquired, perplexed. "What do you think? I am digging a grave for this gentleman." Gu Xiaola, suddenly finding her questions rather foolish, responded, "A grave? You can't just dispose of his body without his family's consent." The woman stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. "Consent from the family?" Gu Xiaola paused his work, gazing at her as if she were an alien. "What are you staring at?" she asked, taking an involuntary step back, feeling uneasy under his scrutiny. "What am I staring at? I'm pondering the saying that big breasts come with little brains, and there seems to be some truth to it." Gu Xiaola chuckled. "How dare you say that about someone?" She retorted, "Please, we are on a deserted island. My dear lady, do you think we are in a hotel, waiting for his family's permission? The temperature here is sweltering, and within 3 days, this body will begin to decompose. You wouldn't want to be neighbors with a rotting corpse, would you?" His words rendered her speechless. Indeed, in the face of uncertain rescue, guarding a corpse was clearly unrealistic. Before long, Gu Xiaola had excavated a hole approximately 1 meter deep and placed the man's remains within. After covering it with sand, he erected several sturdy branches as markers to ensure it would not be forgotten. The woman, displaying a touch of sentimentality, gathered a few shells and wildflowers to adorn the branches. How foolish to fuss over such trivialities when the man is dead. Gu Xiaola shook his head as he lifted his net of belongings, preparing to leave. Wait, I have a few statements to clarify. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and called out to Gu Xiaola. Statements? What statements? He found her insistence perplexing. Firstly, although we are stranded on the same deserted island, we are both capable adults and must adhere to the law and respect each other's privacy. This means that from now on, we cannot disturb or spy on one another without permission. She cleared her throat and continued. Secondly, I want to make it clear that although I am a woman, I have studied self-defense and yoga. If you think you can impose your will on me in this wilderness, I assure you, you will not have a pleasant outcome. With that, she picked up a dry branch and snapped it forcefully. Thus, with the unfortunate man's grave serving as a boundary, the two occupied their respective halves of the beach, coexisting peacefully for the time being. While the woman awaited rescue with her hastily crafted SOS signals, Gu Xiaola remained acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. With fresh water temporarily secured, his next priority was to supplement their diet with protein and carbohydrates essentially to find food. Though he possessed a small bag of Snickers for emergencies, he was reluctant to consume it. Scanning the beach, he noticed a few hermit crabs and other small creatures, but relying on them for sustenance would be absurd. It seemed he would need to venture into the water. With a glance at the woman, who sat on her side of the beach, gazing at the sky, he mused that despite his unfortunate predicament of being stranded, having such an endearing yet naive beauty as a neighbor was a stroke of luck. Her proud demeanor reassured him that he had little to fear regarding her pilfering his meager possessions. Thus, with newfound confidence, Gu Xiaola waded into the waist-deep water, Swiss Army knife in hand, in search of edible treasures. Fortunately, although the island was remote, its marine resources were bountiful. Before long, he had collected 3 or 4 sizable oysters and several fist-sized sea urchins from the rocks. However, when he returned to his designated section of the beach, eager to feast on his finds, he was taken aback to find a beautiful woman standing awkwardly before his pile of treasures, seemingly waiting for him. It seems you've crossed the line. Gu Xiaola feigned surprise as he set down his harvest. Can I buy one of your coconuts? She asked, eyeing the 10 or so coconuts in his net with a hint of embarrassment. Sell you a coconut? Gu Xiaola assessed her thoughtfully. I could sell you one, but what do you have to offer in exchange? Chapter 3, Barbecue Indeed. This statement momentarily rendered the beautiful woman speechless. What could she possibly offer in exchange? Money? What use would currency have on this deserted island? If it were of any value, Gu Xiaola would not have so casually discarded the wallet of the recently deceased. However, if money were not an option, what could she possibly trade for a coconut? She searched her person but found nothing of significant worth. Observing the woman's discomfort, Gu Xiaola smirked and began to scrutinize her with a mischievous glint in his eye. The woman felt increasingly uneasy under his gaze, unsure of how to shield herself from his leering eyes. Were it not for her current predicament, she would have surely rebuked this lascivious fellow and walked away. Yet, her thirst was unbearable, and as she glanced at the dozen coconuts in Gu Xiaola's net, she could not help but lick her parched lips. I no longer need any money. However, if you are willing to barter something, I might consider sharing a couple of coconuts with you. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiaola whistled and spoke with an air of self-satisfaction. What do you mean by bartering something? Upon hearing this, the woman's wariness heightened. They were stranded on a desolate island, alone together. If this man claimed he did not want money, then what else could he desire? His gaze was filled with ulterior motives. She narrowed her eyes and shot back. Don't think that just because you have coconuts, you can entertain any improper thoughts about me. I assure you, even if I die of thirst or hunger, I will not let you lay a finger on me. Seeing her indignant stance, reminiscent of a virtuous maiden staunchly defending her honor, Gu Xiaola couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Have I revealed my true nature, prompting you to mask it with laughter? The woman glared at him, her indignation palpable. She thought that since she would likely not obtain the coconuts, she might as well take the opportunity to humiliate this lecherous man. Please, do not be so agitated. When did I ever say I wanted anything from you to give you coconuts? Of course, if you prefer that method of negotiation, I personally have no objections. Gu Xiaola found amusement in how easily he had bewildered the beautiful woman. You think you can have your way. But what exactly did you mean by trading something for coconuts? Realizing she might have misunderstood his intentions, a blush crept onto the woman's cheeks, yet she remained puzzled. On this deserted island, What could a delicate lady like her possibly offer in exchange for supplies, if not her body? What I meant by something is simply your name. Gu Xiaola replied with a nonchalant smile. My name? The woman's confusion deepened. Seeing her expression of bewilderment, Gu Xiaola felt a sense of triumph swell within him. A woman of such caliber, if they were in his homeland, would never find herself in a position where she needed to converse with him so intimately. Of course, she could not fathom his satisfaction as an introverted man. He internally suppressed his glee and continued. Indeed, all I seek is your name. You need not overthink it. We are both survivors stranded on this island. If we wish to await rescue, cooperation is essential. Thus, my request for your name is not unreasonable, is it? His words significantly improved the woman's impression of him. Realizing she had initially misjudged him as a lecher, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and confessed, I see now. I misjudged you. My name is Ning Lei. Ning as in tranquility, and Lei as in flower bud. The name suits me, does it not? The coconuts are over there. Please help yourself. She gestured invitingly. Gu Xiaola nodded in gratitude, and Ning Lei hurried to the pile of coconuts, squatting to sift through them. However, this seemingly innocuous action nearly caused Gu Xiaola to choke on his own breath. Clad only in light blue denim shorts, her legs appeared exquisitely toned, and as she squatted, the fabric stretched tightly against her form. Watching her select coconuts from that position, had he not been ravenous, he might have lost control of himself. Yet, as a well-educated man, a voice within him admonished, this is inappropriate. Despite the island's isolation, such behavior is still unacceptable, at least for now. After a considerable time, Ning Lei finally emerged with 2 coconuts she deemed satisfactory, beaming with contentment as she turned to thank Gu Xiaola once more. However, upon meeting his gaze, her smile faltered, and her brows furrowed in anger. Pervert, she exclaimed, before turning on her heel to leave. Pervert? This accusation bewildered Gu Xiaola. Hadn't her demeanor been amiable moments ago? Did she possess the ability to read minds and discern his less than pure intentions? Surely not. That would be extraordinary. But as he glanced down at himself, realization dawned. Indeed, anyone could infer his current thoughts. Call me a pervert if you wish. I am merely indulging in a little harmless gaze on this deserted island. What is there to make a fuss about? Looking does not lead to any consequence. Gu Xiaola grumbled about Ning Lei's lofty demeanor. However, despite his complaints, his immediate concern was to satiate his hunger. Though the sea urchins and oysters he had retrieved from the water were edible, he dared not consume them raw. This was not a city. They were on a deserted island. Eating raw seafood without any medical facilities could prove fatal if he were to suffer from food poisoning. Fortunately, the beach was not far from the woods, and soon Gu Xiaola gathered a considerable amount of dry twigs to create a makeshift bonfire. With a flick of his lighter, a delicate blue flame flickered to life after several attempts. Satisfied, he watched as the twigs crackled and popped, tossing his freshly found oysters and sea urchins into the flames. Soon, the aroma of seafood wafted through the air, and as the oysters opened to reveal their succulent flesh, he could hardly contain his drool. He hastily retrieved the oysters from the fire, but they were scalding hot, and he had to blow on them before he could take a bite. Just then, a loud rumble echoed behind him, clearly the sound of an empty stomach growling. Gu Xiaola turned alertly. Discovering the stunning beauty Ning Lei was clutching the 2 coconuts she had just taken, her eyes fixated on the freshly grilled oysters before Gu Xiaola, swallowing hard. Chapter 4. Oysters. The scene inevitably cast an awkward pall over their atmosphere. Indeed, how could such a captivating woman stand behind him, gazing longingly at the steaming oysters in his hands? Even if Gu Xiaola was oblivious to the nuances of chivalry, it would be rather inconsiderate to indulge himself without regard for her presence. Why you back again, Ning Lei? After a moment of silence, Gu Xiaola reluctantly set down the oyster he was about to eat, a hint of annoyance in his voice. I simply couldn't open these coconuts and thought I might borrow some tools from you. Although her words suggested one thing, Ning Lei's gaze remained glued to the oysters in Gu Xiaola's hands, her intentions unmistakable. Oh, so that's it. Gu Xiaola observed the 2 battered coconuts that Ning Lei had attempted to crack open with a stone, yet remained unyielding. He nodded and reached for them, using his Swiss Army knife to deftly carve out a hole the size of a chopstick, handing it back to her. Starved and desperate, Ning Lei wasted no time in raising a coconut to her lips, drinking deeply without a care for her refined demeanor. After finishing the first, she eagerly accepted the second coconut from Gu Xiaola and drained it just as swiftly. Yet, even after consuming 2 coconuts, Ning Lei lingered, her eyes still fixed on the freshly prepared oysters and sea urchins. It would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't hungry after all that fuss. However, considering that these delicacies had been sourced by Gu Xiaola himself from the sea, it felt somewhat presumptuous to simply ask for some. A sense of hesitation weighed on her. Yet the growling of her stomach made her legs feel as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. Gushala, for his part, did not inquire about her intentions but instead focused on prying open the oysters with his Swiss Army knife, revealing the succulent white flesh within. He also sliced the sea urchins in half, exposing their rich, golden roe. The once semi-liquid roe had solidified into a soft, sponge-like texture after being roasted over the fire. "Are you hungry?" Gushala asked, glancing at Ning Lei, who looked as if she might drool at any moment. Ning Lei silently nodded, her expression betraying her hunger. Although seafood was hardly a novelty for someone of her status, the old adage that hunger makes even the blandest food taste sweet held true. Gazing at the plump oysters and the golden sea urchin roe, she felt that had it not been for her pride, she would have lunged forward to snatch some food. "Since we are companions now, it would be unreasonable for me to feast alone. There are 4 oysters and 6 sea urchins. So let us split them evenly, 2 oysters and 3 sea urchins each. Does that sound fair?" Gushala proposed, amusement flickering in his eyes at Ning Lei's visible struggle with her cravings. Naturally, Ning Lei enthusiastically nodded in agreement to this arrangement. Gushala, in a generous spirit, proceeded to allocate the oysters and sea urchins accordingly, pushing the portion towards Ning Lei before taking his share. Thus, the two of them settled beside the crackling campfire, devouring the delectable morsels. The oysters and sea urchins, mere trifles for 2 hungry young souls, vanished within minutes, leaving them wanting more. Though they did not feel full, a semblance of sustenance had revived their spirits considerably. After carefully wiping her hands with a leaf that had fallen onto the beach, Ning Lei stood up. "Thank you for your hospitality. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, I must inform you that I will keep a record of everything I eat from you. Rest assured, when we are rescued and return to civilization, I shall repay you tenfold." With that, she clapped her delicate hands, turning to return to her designated patch of sand. "Wait, you're keeping tabs? And you'll repay me tenfold? I certainly don't need your money," Gushala thought to himself, bemused. But wait, what did that young lady just say? To avoid misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? It seemed that this heiress still held some reservations about him. It was hardly surprising, given the isolation of this desolate island. Who knew when rescue would arrive? If they took too long, perhaps he would have raised a child on the beach by then. With his legs crossed, a twig serving as a makeshift toothpick between his lips, Gushala reclined on the soft sand, gazing at the azure sky, allowing his mind to drift into daydreams of potential romantic encounters with Ning Lei. Yet, dreams were one thing. The reality was that while it was pleasant to have such a beautiful neighbor, romantic escapades wouldn't sustain him. Survival was paramount until help arrived. Glancing at the dense jungle at the island's center, Gushala speculated that it likely harbored a wealth of food and useful supplies. Having grown up in a mountain village, he was no stranger to the wilderness, and as long as luck was on his side, he could probably survive alone in the mountains for 3 to 5 years without issue. However, for the moment, Gushala preferred to remain on the beach. First, they had just arrived on the island, and venturing recklessly into the jungle would be unwise. Second, staying on the beach would make it easier for rescuers to spot them. Moreover, Gushala estimated that in the coming days, items from the shipwreck might drift ashore, perhaps survivors like that unfortunate fellow, or even vital supplies. Either scenario would be invaluable for both of them. Yet, just as Gushala was strategizing his survival journey on this deserted island, an odd sensation began to stir within him. This feeling puzzled him. After all, oysters were renowned as a potent aphrodisiac, rich in zinc and arginine, an excellent tonic for vitality. Particularly these wild oysters, which had likely matured over many years, would have their effects amplified. With a young man's vigor, the implications of consuming such sustenance were clear. Faced with this embarrassing predicament, Gushala instinctively cast a glance towards Ning Lei, who was still diligently sketching in her corner of the beach. He shook his head. Realizing he could hardly expect this young lady to assist him, she would likely scream pervert and come after him with a stick if she caught sight of his predicament. Sighing, he resolved that relying on others was futile. Gazing out at the boundless sea, he decided it was time for a refreshing dip to clear his mind. Chapter 4. Oysters. This scene inevitably cast an awkward atmosphere between them. Indeed, with such a stunning beauty standing behind him. Gazing longingly at the freshly grilled oysters steaming in his hands, even Gushala, who was not particularly sensitive to the nuances of affection, felt it would be inappropriate to indulge in a feast without consideration. Why are you back, Ning Lei?" After a brief silence, Gushala set down the oyster that was nearly at his lips and asked, somewhat glumly, I simply cannot open these 2 coconuts, and thought I might borrow some tools from you." Despite her words, Ning Lei's gaze remained fixated on the oysters in Gushala's hands, her meaning unmistakable. "Oh, so that is the case," Gushala remarked, glancing at the 2 battered coconuts that Ning Lei had attempted to crack open with stones, still stubbornly closed. He reached out, took them, and swiftly employed his Swiss Army knife to carve a circular hole the width of chopsticks into one. He then handed it back to Ninglei. Starved for quite some time, Ninglei could no longer maintain the decorum of a refined lady. She seized a coconut and began to drink eagerly, draining it in one go. She then took the second coconut from Guxiaola, finishing it off just as quickly. Nevertheless, despite having consumed 2 coconuts, she did not leave. Her eyes still locked on the freshly grilled oysters and sea urchins that Guxiaola had just unveiled. After all the fuss, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not hungry. However, considering that these delicacies were personally harvested by this man from the sea, it felt rather presumptuous to simply ask for some. Yet the grumbling of her stomach rendered her legs heavy as lead, making her reluctant to move. Guxiaola, without inquiring further, began prying open the oysters with his Swiss Army knife, revealing the fragrant white flesh within, while also slicing the large sea urchins in half to expose their golden roe. The roe, which had been cooked to a semi-liquid state by the fire, had now solidified into a soft, elastic texture reminiscent of fluffy cake. "Are you hungry?" Guxiaola asked, glancing at Ninglei, who appeared on the verge of drooling. Ninglei silently nodded, her appetite undeniable. Though such seafood would typically be trivial for someone of her stature, the adage "hunger makes everything taste sweet" rang true. With her stomach empty, she gazed longingly at the oysters and golden sea urchins, knowing that if it were not for her pride as a young lady, she might have lunged forward to snatch them. "Since we are companions now, I have no reason to feast alone. There are 4 oysters and 6 sea urchins, which means we can split them evenly. 2 oysters and 3 sea urchins each. Does that seem fair to you?" Guxiaola said with a hint of amusement as he observed Ninglei, who was nearly driven mad by hunger. Naturally, Ninglei enthusiastically nodded in agreement to this proposed distribution. Guxiaola generously followed through, arranging the oysters and sea urchins as promised and pushing them toward her before taking his share. Thus, the 2 of them sat by the campfire, devouring the seafood with great fervor. The few oysters and sea urchins were no match for their youthful appetites, and in mere minutes, the delicacies had vanished as if swept away by the wind. Although they did not feel fully satisfied, the food had provided a much-needed foundation, and their spirits visibly lifted. After meticulously wiping her hands on leaves that had fallen onto the beach, Ninglei stood up. "Thank you for your hospitality. However, to avoid any misunderstanding, I will keep a record of every morsel I consume from you. Rest assured, I will repay you tenfold once we are rescued and return to civilization." With that, Ninglei patted her delicate hands and turned to return to her own section of the beach. "Wait, keeping a tab? Reimbursing me at 10 times the price? I couldn't care less about your money." Guxiaola thought to himself. Hold on, what did that girl just say? To avoid any misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could I possibly have? It seems this young lady still harbors some suspicion towards me, but it was understandable in this remote place. One could only wonder when the cursed rescue would arrive. If it took long enough, perhaps his child would be running along the beach by then. With his legs crossed and a twig in his mouth serving as a makeshift toothpick, Guxiaola reclined on the soft sand, gazing up at the azure sky, beginning to fantasize about the potential romantic escapades with Ninglei. However, fantasies aside, while it was pleasant to have such a beautiful neighbor, romantic indulgences could not sustain him. Until rescue arrived, survival remained the utmost priority. Guxiaola glanced at the dense jungle at the island's center, pondering that such a vast expanse of foliage must harbor some food and useful resources. Having grown up in a mountain village, he was no stranger to the wilderness. And as long as luck was on his side, surviving alone in the mountains for 3 to 5 years would not be a daunting challenge. Yet for now, Guxiaola was not eager to abandon the beach. Firstly, they had just arrived on this island and knew nothing about the jungle within. It would be imprudent to venture in recklessly. Secondly, staying put on the beach would make it easier for rescuers to spot them. Additionally, Guxiaola surmised that in the coming days, items might drift ashore from the ill-fated cruise ship, perhaps other survivors like that unfortunate fellow, or even invaluable supplies for survival. Regardless, both possibilities were highly precious to Guxiaola and his companion. While Guxiaola was still devising plans for his survival journey on this deserted island, an odd sensation began to stir within him. This feeling puzzled him. Oysters were renowned as a nourishing delicacy for men, rich in zinc and arginine, both excellent for replenishing vitality. Especially these wild oysters, which had likely matured over many years, their effects would surely be amplified. Now, consumed by a vigorous young man like Guxiaola, the consequences were undoubtedly worth considering. Faced with his own embarrassing predicament, Guxiaola instinctively cast a glance at Ninglei, who was still energetically sketching SOS in the sand on her little patch of beach. Shaking his head, he thought it unlikely that this young lady would come to his aid. She would probably scream pervert and brandish a stick at him upon seeing his condition. Alas, relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Gu Xiaola gazed out at the endless expanse of the sea and resolved to take a dip and refresh himself. Gu Xiaola casually entered several combinations of numbers, yet the lock remained utterly unyielding. Frustrated, he scratched his head, contemplating a more forceful approach. However, he reconsidered, realizing that if they were to continue surviving on the island, this suitcase would prove invaluable. It would be rather wasteful to damage it recklessly. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Ning Lei, who was nearby on the beach. At that moment, Ning Lei was furiously squatting on her designated patch of sand, diligently completing her 11th SOS signal in the sand. As she wrote, she muttered under her breath, "Pervert." In a state of full-blown princess syndrome, Ning Lei was entirely oblivious to the awkward figure of the man standing a short distance behind her, dragging a suitcase. Clearing his throat, Gu Xiaola's voice startled Ning Lei, nearly causing her to leap from the ground. "You, what are you sneaking around behind me for? What are your intentions? I warned you. My self-defense techniques and yoga can easily handle a lecher like you," Ning Lei shouted, fearfully waving a twig she had been using to write in the sand. "You. Don't misunderstand. I thought you were asleep, and that's why I took off my clothes to bathe. I simply forgot about the suitcase. I'm not some exhibitionist." Faced with her suspicious glare, Gu Xiaola could only helplessly raise his hands in explanation. "I don't believe you. Do you take me for a naive fool? There are only the two of us on this island. You deliberately not wearing clothes is an obvious ploy to establish a power dynamic over me. Making your next move seemed justified." Ning Lei's words left Gu Xiaola both amused and exasperated. No, you're overthinking it. It was truly a misunderstanding. I approached you solely to discuss opening this suitcase, with absolutely no ulterior motives." To demonstrate his sincerity, Gu Xiaola pushed the black suitcase forward. Ning Lei huffed skeptically, still not entirely convinced, yet her attention was drawn to the suitcase before her, and she scrutinized it intently. "This suitcase is large and heavy, but it's locked with a combination. I don't want to destroy something so useful. So I thought I'd ask if you had any ideas on how to open it." "Louis Vuitton, huh? That's a fine brand. Whenever I travel, I typically have my servants carry this brand's luggage." Upon mentioning this, a sense of pride washed over Ning Lei's face. "Wow, you have servants to carry your bags when you travel?" Gu Xiaola was genuinely surprised by her remark. However, Ning Lei did not continue the conversation but instead approached the suitcase, fiddling with the combination lock. With a click, the lock that had caused Gu Xiaola so much frustration sprang open effortlessly. "Wow, you're incredible," Gu Xiaola exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "It's nothing. Every Louis Vuitton suitcase comes with a spare combination for situations when the owner cannot be located, allowing for a non-destructive opening. However, only employees at the director level or above at Louis Vuitton are privy to this combination." Ning Lei spoke with an air of authority. "So, you're a director at Louis Vuitton?" Though he asked, Gu Xiaola couldn't help but think that this young woman, barely in her 20s, hardly resembled a corporate director. "Pfft, they wish they could have me as their director. This combination was given to my father." Noticing Gu Xiaola's astonishment, Ning Lei smirked slightly, adding, "Now that you know my identity, it's not too late. Just keep your strange inclinations and odd habits to yourself. Once we manage to escape safely, I promise you'll benefit greatly." Seeing her haughty demeanor, Gu Xiaola couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Ning Lei frowned, ready to unleash her anger. "My dear Ning, I suggest you temper your lofty attitude. I don't care which affluent family you hail from, or how many servants catered to your whims, or what luxury cars you rode in. Here, on this deserted island, you are merely a helpless person who relies on me for survival." Gu Xiaola's words nearly incensed Ning Lei, but she found herself at a loss for a retort, merely glaring at him in frustration. Yet, Gu Xiaola had no time to indulge her temper. He squatted down and unzipped the suitcase, inspecting its contents. Upon opening it, he discovered an impressive array of items, men's and women's clothing, suggesting it belonged to a young couple or newlyweds. Even more astonishingly, he found several outfits belonging to nurses, flight attendants, and policewomen. "What is this? Why do they have so many outfits for professional women? Are they filming something?" Ning Lei, standing behind Gu Xiaola, inquired curiously. "Filming what? These are merely costumes for a game," Gu Xiaola replied, his expertise coming into play. "Costumes for a game?" Ning Lei picked up a pink nurse's uniform, only to realize the neckline was scandalously low, while the minuscule skirt seemed barely capable of covering anything. "My lady, with your extensive knowledge, you should know better," Gu Xiaola remarked, observing Ning Lei's flushed face as she gazed at the nurse's outfit. Ning Lei, though somewhat naive, was not entirely ignorant. Upon hearing Gu Xiala's comment, she froze momentarily, then hastily tossed the pink nurse's outfit onto the sand, instinctively brushing her hands as if to rid herself of any dirt from the garment. Uft, don't be so dramatic. If you don't like it, don't throw things around. My lady, I remind you once more, we are on a deserted island, and every resource is invaluable to us. Gu Xiala grumbled, bending down to retrieve the nurse's outfit, carefully brushing off the sand before returning it to the suitcase. You actually like this sort of thing? Ninglei huffed, grumbling as she moved to another part of the beach to continue her writing. What a fuss over nothing. These are all useful items. I bet in a few days, when you have no clean clothes to wear, you'll be wearing them. Gu Xiala muttered under his breath. But as he rummaged through the suitcase, he suddenly exclaimed with delight, fantastic. His outburst startled Ning Lei once more. Turning her head, Gu Xiala discovered that she was joyfully bouncing with a set of diving gear in her hands. Wonderful. With these, I can search for food in the water with much greater freedom. As she spoke, she eagerly opened the outer packaging. This diving set included a mask, a snorkel, and a pair of fins. Remarkably, it also contained a snug wetsuit, which delighted Gu Xiala immensely. With this attire, she could effectively protect her skin from being scraped by the coral and rocks while diving in the coral-laden waters. It seemed the owner of this box was also an aficionado of diving, though she couldn't help but wonder if they had survived as fortuitously as she and her companions had. Shaking off these unnecessary thoughts, Gu Xiala meticulously searched the box and was thrilled to find an intact spool of fishing line. This would prove invaluable to them. Overjoyed, she continued her search but was disappointed not to find a fishing rod or hooks to accompany the line, likely packed away in another suitcase. After rummaging for a while longer without uncovering anything else of worth, Gu Xiala cleared out the useful clothing and small items, discarding the rest to empty the box. Glancing over at Ning Lei, she inquired, Miss, are you certain you don't want these clothes? No way. Such shameful clothing? I would rather die than wear that. Ning Lei huffed in response. Fine then. Gu Xiala organized the clothes, tucking them under her arm, and dragged the box back to her section of the beach, establishing a clear divide between the two once more. After their flurry of activity, Gu Xiala noticed that the sun had begun its descent, casting a warm glow as it sank toward the horizon, while the surroundings gradually dimmed. During the day, the azure sea, blue sky, sandy beach, and crashing waves of this deserted island allowed one to momentarily forget the desolation of the vast ocean. However, as night fell, the silence enveloped them, transforming the once clear waters into an expanse of impenetrable darkness. The relentless sound of the waves instilled a sense of dread, as if countless terrifying entities lurked beneath the surface. Despite her pride, Ning Lei was still just a girl. She had only ever spent nights in five-star hotels, and this was her first experience in such an environment. To claim she was unafraid would be a gross exaggeration. Subconsciously, she glanced at Gu Xiala's camp nearby. Amidst the vast darkness, only his campfire offered a flicker of light, providing her with some semblance of comfort. Truthfully, she yearned to move her sleeping arrangements to his beach, yet approaching him felt akin to inviting danger. This man had displayed unsavory tendencies in broad daylight, and now, in the stillness of night on a deserted island with only the two of them, she feared that her boldness might provoke unwelcome intentions. Though Ning Lei repeatedly reassured herself of her self-defense skills and yoga training, she knew that against Gu Xiala's robust physique, her abilities would likely prove futile. A blush crept across her cheeks at the thought. However, remaining alone in the pitch-black darkness was equally unnerving, compounded by the fact that she had nothing to protect herself with, having only the 20 or so items she had written on the beach during the day and no place to sleep. In stark contrast, Gu Xiala was comfortably enjoying his fortune. He had dried the clothes found in the suitcase by the campfire, neatly folding them back into the box. He had also gathered a considerable amount of dry branches and leaves from the nearby woods, crafting himself a simple bed beside the campfire. Although they were in a subtropical region, the temperature on the island dropped rapidly at night, with the chilly sea breeze feeling almost bone-chilling. Yet, Gu Xiala felt no fear. With the campfire's warmth and the layers of clothing he had found during the day, he reclined comfortably on the beach, contemplating his plans for the next day. If you don't mind, may I come a bit closer to you? Ning Lei approached slowly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Gu Xiala had anticipated that she would feel frightened at night, so he was not surprised. Oh, you want to come over? That is perfectly fine. You don't have to stay so far. You can sleep by my campfire if you wish. He gestured toward the sand opposite his fire. Ning Lei immediately bristled at his suggestion. No, that is not necessary. I'm fine right here. After all, we are strangers. It wouldn't be proper to sleep too close. As she spoke, Ning Lei mimicked his earlier actions, dragging some branches and leaves from the woods and laying them down less than 10 meters away from Gushala, creating her own makeshift bed. Though there was still some distance between them, the flickering light of the fire reassured her. However, being so close to that rogue made her uneasy, and she kept her eyes fixed on Gushala, wary of any inappropriate actions he might take. Yet, Gushala appeared unconcerned, merely glancing at Ning Lei before returning to his own makeshift bed, chewing on a twig as he contemplated tomorrow's plans. Observing his indifference, Ning Lei felt her tension ease slightly, only to be replaced by a surge of irritation. How could he remain so unfazed when such a beautiful woman lay less than 10 meters away? His nonchalance felt like a blatant affront to her beauty. Chapter 8. Disturbing dreams. Regardless of her worries or anger, they had both drifted to this deserted island and were utterly exhausted after a long day. Soon, fatigue overtook Ning Lei, her eyelids growing heavy as she succumbed to sleep, the glow of the campfire blurring before her. Gushala's situation was similar. Despite his strong physique, he too succumbed to fatigue and quickly fell into a deep slumber. When Gushala was awakened by the first rays of piercing sunlight in the morning, he sprang up and glanced at the smoldering campfire, nodding in approval. It seemed the fire had not completely extinguished, and with a bit more firewood, it could reignite. Although he possessed a lighter, it was not a limitless resource. Once the fuel was depleted, replenishing it on this deserted island would be impossible. Realizing this, Gushala hastily added some of the branches he had collected the previous day, and soon the dying embers flared back to life with a crackling sound. Satisfied, he turned to check on Ning Lei, who was still peacefully sleeping nearby. Ah, this young lady is sprawled comfortably on her bed of leaves. They say beauty sleeps, indeed. There is indeed some truth to this statement. Bathed in the morning light, Ning Lei's porcelain-like visage twitched gently, and a droplet, uncertain whether it was a tear or a dewdrop, rested on her long eyelashes, glimmering with an enchanting translucence. Though Gushala dared not approach too closely for fear of disturbing her slumber, the sight of this sleeping beauty left him parched and tongue-tied. The early morning, a time when certain parts of his body were unusually active, made the alluring scene all the more tantalizing. For a fleeting moment, he mused that if such a stunning woman were by his side, living on a deserted island for a lifetime would be a trivial matter. However, this thought vanished as quickly as it came, and he shook his head with a wry smile, banishing such unrealistic notions from his mind. Hailing from a humble mountain village, Gushala had faced ridicule for his modest beginnings ever since he moved to the city for his studies. Through relentless effort, he had carved out a modest niche for himself in the bustling metropolis, but as an ordinary programmer, he could only sigh in silence at the exorbitant cost of living, diligently saving for a down payment on a home. At his current salary, it would take him at least another decade to even contemplate homeownership. He had once dated a girl from a similarly small county, and they had sworn eternal devotion to each other. Yet even the most fervent dreams crumble beneath the weight of stark reality. Less than a year after graduation, the girl who had once promised him her heart had swiftly turned to another's embrace, leaving Gushala, a man in his 20s, still solitary. As for the captivating Ning Lei before him, regardless of whether she truly belonged to a wealthy family, her striking beauty and figure were far beyond the reach of an ordinary wage earner like himself. Perhaps it was fate that a sudden maritime disaster intertwined their destinies. With a bitter smile, Gushala surveyed the surroundings, searching for today's sustenance. However, when his gaze fell upon the center of the beach, he was taken aback. The makeshift tomb he had constructed for the unfortunate soul they had buried yesterday had collapsed, and the surrounding sand was evidently disturbed, revealing a large pit that had been used to conceal a body. What was happening? Gushala's expression grew serious, and unsettling thoughts swirled in his mind. This beach appeared to be anything but safe. He silently cursed under his breath. At that moment, Ning Lei, still deeply asleep on her makeshift bed, turned over and extended a delicate, pale arm toward him, speaking without opening her eyes. "Sister Hong, fetch me some water. I think I might be a bit thirsty after yesterday's salty meal." Gushala was taken aback. "My lady, we are on a deserted island, not in your bedroom. You expect me to bring you water? Should I fetch you a bottle of 36.5-degree beer to wake you up?" This was merely his inner monologue. Although he found Ning Lei's entitled demeanor irksome, her beauty was undeniable. He was not one to fawn over her, but neither was he inclined to be harsh. Instead, he playfully tossed a handful of sand onto her outstretched hand. The grains cascaded onto her arm, rousing her from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes, first glancing around in confusion, then fixing her gaze on Gushala, who wore a mischievous grin. Suddenly, she leaped up, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? Speak. Did you do something while I was asleep?" As she questioned him, she instinctively began to check herself, anxious to ensure that her clothing had not been tampered with. Seeing her distress, Gushala couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you lose something? Why are you so anxious?" After a moment of frantic searching, Ninglei realized her clothing was untouched, which somewhat eased her mind, though she still glared at Guxiala. You needn't concern yourself with me. I was having a perfectly fine sleep, and you had to wake me with sand. Do you not know I was dreaming of my princess room? Surrounded by servants and maids? You've disturbed my sweet dreams. What punishment do you deserve? Faced with her unreasonable complaints, Guxiala merely smiled and gestured toward the distant beach. Dear Miss Ning, it's time to abandon your princess dreams. We are on the verge of confronting a nightmare. A nightmare? What nightmare? Ninglei, utterly perplexed by Guxiala's words, followed his pointing finger and soon realized that the grave they had constructed for the unfortunate soul had been disturbed. What are you doing? Didn't you already take everything useful from him yesterday? Ninglei's confusion turned to alarm as she looked at Guxiala, and suddenly her expression shifted to one of fear. She took a few steps back, her voice trembling as she asked, Are you planning to dig up that man's body? Chapter 9. Beast Guxiala found himself at a loss for words at Ninglei's line of thought. Could she truly envision him as a bloodthirsty fiend? He certainly did not resemble a monster. My dear Miss Ning, while we may be stranded on this island, we are far from starving. There is ample food to be found in the surrounding waters. I have no need to resort to consuming a corpse. Pausing, Guxiala cast another glance at Ninglei. If I had to eat someone, I would certainly prefer fresh, lively meat. Wouldn't you agree? His words sent Ninglei jumping in alarm, brandishing a slender branch she had picked up from the ground. You better not come any closer, or I'll fight you. Yet, in her fervor, the branch snapped with a loud crack. Seeing the beautiful woman before him turn pale with fright, Guxiala could not help but laugh. It wasn't his intention to frighten her. In this desolate island, teasing her was one of the few amusements left to him. After enjoying a good laugh, he waved his hand to reassure her. I was merely making a metaphor. You're far too lovely for me to consider as a meal. Besides, you should know that I did not disturb that gentleman's grave. I only just awakened to find it had been disturbed. Guxiala's explanation offered some solace to Ninglei, but she soon erupted in alarm once more. You didn't dig it up? Then who did? On this island, it is just the two of us. Neither of us has dared to disturb the grave of the unfortunate soul. How could it have opened on its own? Could it be that he is transformed into a zombie and crawled out? As Ninglei spoke these words, her delicate face turned pale with fear, and after swallowing hard, she instinctively moved closer to Guxiala. At that moment, her mind conjured terrifying scenes reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse film, with grotesque, ravenous creatures chasing them across the island. Stop, stop, my dear lady, must we frighten ourselves? Just because the grave has been unearthed, you leap to the conclusion of zombies? Such an imagination you possess. Besides, even if that poor soul were to transform into a flesh-eating zombie, we need not fear. Guxiala's words left Ninglei perplexed, prompting her to ask, why should we not fear? Even if he were a zombie, he would merely be a legless one, dragging himself along with his arms. Do you truly believe he could catch up to bite you? That does make sense. Wait, what are you doing? Ninglei nodded in agreement, but soon noticed that Guxiala had risen and was heading toward the disturbed patch of sand. She hurriedly called after him. I don't care if he has turned into a zombie or something else. I must find out what has happened. Without looking back, Guxiala continued toward the grave. You wait for me. Ninglei was torn between her desire to stay back and her fear of being ambushed by a zombie. So she rushed to follow him. Before long, the two arrived at the disheveled area of sand. Guxiala crouched down to examine it closely, though Ninglei felt trepidation. The bright morning sun and clear skies reassured her that even if that unfortunate soul had transformed into a zombie, he wouldn't dare show himself. Thus, she cautiously crouched behind Guxiala to observe as well. The makeshift grave they had hastily dug the previous day was now completely empty. The body of the legless man had vanished, and the surrounding sand was a chaotic mess, with dark red stains seeping from the grave. This is not good. Guxiala's expression darkened after a moment of observation. What do you mean, not good? Could he really have turned into a zombie? Ninglei gasped at Guxiala's words. All you think about is zombies. This is far more serious than that. Look at the way the sand has been disturbed. It is evident that something from outside has excavated this grave. As Guxiala spoke, he scooped up some of the displaced sand and examined it closely. Then, who could have done this? Ninglei was taken aback. Who? It certainly wasn't a human. Guxiala asserted confidently. Look at these footprints. They clearly indicate that a wild animal has dug up the body and dragged it away. He pointed to a winding trail extending from the grave into the distance, leading into the woods. Ninglei focused her gaze and indeed noticed a chaotic mix of animal tracks alongside the dragging marks. What kind of wild animal could it be? She wondered aloud. It's not a feline. As you can see, these tracks have 5 toes. Felines only have 4. Furthermore, feline tracks are typically oval-shaped, while these clearly show claw shapes, indicating they belong to canines. However, I cannot determine the exact species. Though Gu Xiaola spoke modestly, his insights astonished Ning Lei, who had always underestimated him as a mere nuisance. Now, stranded on this deserted island with Gu Xiaola might prove to be a stroke of fortune. If it's canines, does that mean it's dogs? Could they be strays? Ning Lei's question elicited an exasperated response from Gu Xiaola, who scratched his head. My lady, we are on a truly remote island. Where would stray dogs come from? These canines are likely wolves or hyenas that hunt in packs. They are not to be trifled with. Their diet knows no bounds, and even lions and tigers are not safe when alone, let alone as humans. After Gu Xiaola finished explaining, Ning Lei turned pale with fear. Then why did they only toss out the corpse last night and not attack us? She asked, her voice trembling. The answer is simple, because there was a fire. These wild animals typically fear flames. To think your life was spared. Had you not moved beside me to sleep last night, it might not have just been that body being dragged away. Gu Xiaola's words filled Ning Lei with dread. As she scrutinized the chaotic animal tracks, she realized, as Gu Xiaola had said, that the footprints not only surrounded the grave but also extended toward the area where they had slept, less than 50 meters away. There, the tracks became densely packed, suggesting that those beasts had lingered nearby, contemplating whether to hunt them. Without that campfire, she would likely have already become a meal for those wild creatures. Chapter 10. The young lady's task. What should we do then? Perhaps we should build more campfires tonight. Ning Lei, now devoid of confidence, suggested tentatively. Gu Xiaola shook his head. That won't work. I doubt it would be effective. Based on my childhood experiences in the mountains, wild animals' fear of fire is relative. There is no guarantee that a pack of hungry wolves wouldn't attack us just because of flames. Especially considering we have no idea how much fear these particular canines have for fire. Gu Xiaola's words nearly caused Ning Lei to collapse onto the sand. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, what should we do? We can't just sit here on the beach waiting to be eaten by those beasts. There is no need to be so pessimistic. I'm sure there must be a solution. But first, we need to fill our stomachs, Gu Xiaola replied. His words reminded Ning Lei that, indeed, since the previous afternoon, she had only consumed a few raw oysters and sea urchins, and she was now utterly famished. Yet, staring out at the vast ocean, where could they find food? Wait, what are you doing? Ning Lei suddenly noticed Gu Xiaola had donned the diving suit they had salvaged from the box, complete with a mask, snorkel, and fins. Additionally, he held a makeshift spear fashioned from a tree branch and a Swiss Army knife. I'm going to catch us some food. The coconuts I gathered yesterday should provide us with fresh water for a few days, but our food supply is nearly depleted. I must gather more food immediately. Without waiting for Ning Lei to respond, Gu Xiaola began to walk backward, as it was easier to move in fins. As she gradually waded into the sea. With a splash, she submerged herself in the waist-deep water and soon began to swim deeper. How optimistic he is, even as we face our demise. Observing Gu Xiaola's silhouette in the water, Ning Lei muttered in annoyance before settling down beside Gu Xiaola's campfire. Although it was broad daylight, she remained apprehensive that the beasts that had dragged away the bodies of the victims might reappear on the beach. That wretched Gu Xiaola was still not by her side. If those beasts did show up, her weight of barely 100 pounds would hardly suffice for a mere snack for them, would it? Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola, now submerged at the ocean floor, was indeed thriving in his element. Yesterday he had no swimming goggles, but today he was equipped with snorkeling gear. Naturally adept in the water, he began to leisurely navigate among the coral reefs, marveling at the myriad of vibrant fish, while searching for sustenance rich in calories and protein. Although his spear was somewhat rudimentary, his exceptional fishing skills honed during childhood in the mountain streams soon bore fruit, as he swiftly speared 2 fish weighing about 3 or 4 pounds amidst the coral. Content with his bountiful catch, Gu Xiaola swam back to shore. Upon surfacing, he spotted the stunning Ning Lei, who was angrily poking at the campfire with a stick. Miss, even if you choose not to work, please refrain from causing destruction, Gu Xiaola remarked as he approached, holding the 2 lively fish. Wow, you actually caught fish? I thought you were just boasting. Ning Lei's mood brightened at the sight of the vividly colored fish. Boasting? When have I ever boasted to you? Gu Xiaola shot her a disapproving glance. Who told you I said you couldn't work but only destroy? Which eye of yours saw that? Ning Lei retorted defiantly. Oh, that's splendid. Now go to the shore and use the Swiss Army knife to gut these 2 fish properly, so we can have grilled fish later. Gu Xiaola tossed the wriggling fish at her feet. My goodness, I can't do this, Ning Lei exclaimed, startled, as she jumped back. These fish are so beautiful and adorable. You want me to dissect them? As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, seemingly in prayer. Miss, are you a believer? I'm merely asking you to kill a fish. Not a human. What's there to repent about? Gu Xiaola asked, rolling his eyes. I was baptized by a bishop the moment I was born. I will absolutely not take a life. If not, then give me another task. Ning Lei shot him a glare, still maintaining her prayerful posture. Very well. If you can't kill the fish, then go to the nearby woods and find some sturdy vines for me. Surely that doesn't count as taking a life? Gu Shaola gestured toward the jungle not far from the beach. Go to the woods? There won't be any beasts there, right? Ning Lei asked timidly. The haunting image of the victims' bodies being dragged away still fresh in her mind. Rest assured, those beasts are nocturnal. And all you need to do is gather some vines at the edge of the jungle. Just don't venture too deep, Gu Shaola challenged her. You can't tell me that as a young lady, you can't even accomplish this simple task? His last remark provoked Ning Lei, who had been hesitating about whether to comply. She snatched the Swiss Army knife from Gu Shaola's hands and stormed toward the jungle. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Shaola smiled slightly, thinking her vanity was indeed strong. He picked up the two fish and walked to the beach, quickly preparing them. Having grown up in the mountains, he skillfully cleaned the fish and strung them up with sticks to begin grilling. Unfortunately, being on a deserted island meant they lacked seasonings. However, the fresh fish contained enough salt, and soon the air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled fish. Where's that girl? Why hasn't she returned yet? Gu Shaola glanced toward the jungle, secretly hoping that nothing unfortunate had befallen his neighbor on this deserted island. Could she have truly encountered a beast? With that thought, he stood up, ready to venture into the jungle to find her. Just then, Ning Lei emerged from the woods, panic-stricken, calling out, Gu Shaola, Gu Shaola, there are beasts in the woods. They're chasing me. Upon hearing this, Gu Shaola felt a surge of anxiety. After all, neither of them possessed any decent weapons. Encountering a large carnivorous animal would indeed be perilous. He quickly positioned himself behind Ning Lei, focusing intently on the thicket from which she had fled. Sure enough, shortly after she passed, the underbrush began to rustle ominously. Gu Shaola tightened his grip on the makeshift wooden stick he had picked up from the ground, keeping his eyes trained on the trembling foliage. Chapter 11. The skunk, however, despite his palms growing sweaty from tension, no beast emerged from the bushes. Gu Shaola, unwilling to let his guard down, cautiously approached the thicket and prodded the low shrubs with a stick. To his surprise, a peculiar sound erupted from the bushes, followed by a flurry of rustling, and soon 3 or 4 small black and white creatures emerged. These little creatures bore a resemblance to squirrels, complete with fluffy tails. However, Gu Shaola was certain they were not squirrels. Yes. When I was cutting vines in the jungle, these creatures attacked me. If I hadn't run quickly, I might have been in real danger. Ning Lei exclaimed from behind Gu Shaola, pointing at the small animals. They attacked you? Really? Gu Shaola replied, bemused. The largest of these creatures was barely 30 centimeters long, hardly larger than Ning Lei's foot. Did they truly dare to attack her? Are you certain they initiated the attack, rather than you accidentally encroaching on their territory? Gu Shaola inquired skeptically. Well, I was focused on gathering vines for you. As for whether I intruded on their territory, I cannot say, Ning Lei stammered. Hearing this, Gu Shaola couldn't help but chuckle. What's funny? Hurry up and use that stick to drive them away. Ning Lei, sensing his teasing expression, reverted to her indignant demeanor, puffing out her cheeks in displeasure. Rest assured, these little creatures pose no threat to us. Chapter 9. The beast. Gu Shaola was utterly speechless regarding the thought process of Miss Ning. How could she possibly envision herself as a bloodthirsty fiend, intent on devouring human flesh? Surely, she did not resemble a psychopath to such a degree. I said, my dear Miss Ning, although we find ourselves stranded on this desolate isle, we are far from the brink of starvation. The waters surrounding this island still teem with a variety of edible offerings. Is it truly necessary for me to resort to consuming a corpse? At this juncture, Gu Shaola paused and glanced at Ning Lei, adding, if I were indeed to resort to cannibalism, I would certainly prefer to feast upon fresh, lively flesh. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Shaola's words startled Ning Lei, causing her to leap high into the air, brandishing a twig no thicker than her finger. If you take another step closer, I shall fight you, she exclaimed. However, her vigorous waving of the twig resulted in a sharp crack as it snapped in two. Observing the beautiful woman before him, her face drained of color, Gu Shaola could not help but chuckle softly. He had not intended to frighten her, but in this remote island, the only amusement he found was in teasing this exquisite lady. Once he had his fill of laughter, Gu Shaola waved his hand, signaling to Ning Lei that there was no need for fear. I was merely making an analogy. You are so stunning that I would find it quite difficult to bring myself to consume you. Furthermore, my dear lady, you should first understand that I did not dig up that gentleman's grave yesterday. I only discovered that his tomb had been disturbed after I awoke. Gu Shaola's explanation offered Ning Lei a modicum of reassurance, yet she soon jumped again in terror. You didn't dig it? Then who did? There are only the two of us on this island. and neither of us has touched that unfortunate soul's grave. How could it possibly be opened on its own? Could it be that he has risen as a zombie? As she uttered these words, her delicate face paled in fear, and she instinctively edged closer to Gushala. In her mind, terrifying images reminiscent of a horror film began to form, featuring grotesque zombies in pursuit of the two of them across the island. Stop, my lady. Might we refrain from scaring ourselves unnecessarily? Just because the grave has been disturbed, you leap to the conclusion of zombies? Your imagination is truly boundless. He continued, moreover. Even if that gentleman were to harbor a grudge, transforming into a flesh-eating zombie, we need not be frightened. Gushala's words left Ning Lei perplexed, prompting her to inquire hastily, why shouldn't we be afraid? PSH. Even if he were a zombie, he would merely be a limbless creature, crawling on his arms. Do you truly believe he could catch up to you and bite you? Ning Lei considered this logic, nodding in agreement. Yet she soon noticed Gushala rising and striding towards the disheveled beach where the grave had been disturbed. What are you doing? She called after him, alarmed. I care not whether he has become a zombie or something else entirely. I must ascertain what has transpired. Gushala replied, not looking back as he approached the burial site. Wait for me. Ning Lei, torn between reluctance and fear of being ambushed by a zombie, hurried after him. Before long, the two arrived at the chaotic beach, and Gushala crouched down to examine the site. Although Ning Lei felt trepidation, the bright morning sunshine offered some comfort. Surely, if that gentleman had indeed transformed into a zombie, he would not dare to emerge now. Thus, she cautiously crouched behind Gushala, peering over his shoulder. At that moment, the grave they had hastily dug the previous day lay empty. The body of the unfortunate man had vanished, and the surrounding sand was in disarray, with dark red stains seeping from the grave. This is bad, Gushala remarked, his expression darkening. What's wrong? Has he truly become a zombie? Ning Lei gasped in fear. Zombies are the least of our concerns. Look at the way the sand has been disturbed. This temporary grave has clearly been excavated from the outside. As he spoke, Gushala scooped up some of the displaced sand, inspecting it closely. Who could have done this? Ning Lei asked, taken aback. Who? It was undoubtedly not a human, Gushala asserted with conviction. Observe these footprints. It is evident that some beast has unearthed the body and dragged it away. He pointed to a winding trail leading from the grave into the distant woods. Ning Lei peered closely and saw that indeed. The drag marks were interspersed with a series of wild animal tracks. What sort of beast could it be? She inquired, her voice trembling. It can't be a feline, as these tracks have 5 toes. Felines possess only 4. Moreover, the shapes of these prints suggest they belong to canines. However, I cannot discern the specific breed. Though Gushala spoke modestly, Ning Lei was thoroughly astonished. She had always perceived him as a mere troublemaker, lacking any real capability. Yet now, stranded on this island with him might indeed prove fortuitous. If it is a canine, then it must be a dog? Could they be stray dogs? Ning Lei asked. Her curiosity piqued. Gushala, exasperated, scratched his head. My lady, we are on a truly desolate island. Where would stray dogs come from? These canines must be wolves or hyenas, known for hunting in packs. They are formidable creatures. Nothing is off limits in their diet. Even lions and tigers, if separated from their pride, would be targets for them, let alone as humans. After Gushala's explanation, Ning Lei's face turned pale. Then why, last night? Did they only disturb the corpse and not attack us? She asked, her voice quaking. The answer is simple. We had a fire, Gushala replied. These beasts typically fear flames. It seems your life is quite fortunate. Had you not chosen to sleep beside me last night, it is likely that the only body dragged away would not have belonged to that unfortunate soul. Ning Lei shuddered at Gushala's words, glancing again at the chaotic animal tracks in the sand. Indeed, just as Gushala had stated, the footprints not only surrounded the grave but extended forth to within 50 meters of where they had slept the previous night. There, the tracks became densely clustered, indicating that the beasts had lingered nearby for quite some time, contemplating whether to pursue them as prey. Gushala's words suddenly reminded Ning Lei, causing her to glance back in terror at the disheveled area on the beach not far away, her heart racing with anxiety. What should we do? Right. Weren't we supposed to find something to eat first? Once we are full, you will surely have a plan. Just moments ago, Ning Lei had felt a sense of superiority, but now she was utterly at a loss, staring blankly at Gushala. Indeed, I did say that. And I had already devised a plan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to gather some vines from the jungle. However, your efficiency as a young lady is truly lacking, and it seems I will have to take matters into my own hands this afternoon. Or we may run out of time before nightfall. Gushala's half-finished sentence left Ning Lei perplexed. What was there that could be too late for? What did the vines he had her collect have to do with defending against unknown canine beasts tonight? Yet, Noticing Gu Xiaola's deliberately mysterious demeanor, Ninglei hesitated to pry further, not wanting to appear naive. After all, I have no intention of returning to that jungle alone. How about we go together this afternoon to gather some more vines? Gu Xiaola nodded, then tidied up the leftover food scraps, tossing them far into the water. This action puzzled Ninglei, but before she could inquire, Gu Xiaola explained, the scent from these scraps is likely to attract other animals. And I assume you wouldn't want and welcome guests near our sleeping area tonight, would you? Oh, Ninglei nodded in agreement, though she still held a slight disdain for Gu Xiaola. Deep down, however, she increasingly felt fortunate to be surviving on this island with him. After clearing out the camp's refuse, Gu Xiaola picked up a stone and meticulously sharpened the Swiss Army knife they had been using frequently over the past 2 days. He then led Ninglei into the jungle near the beach. This was Gu Xiaola's first venture into this area, although it lay in a subtropical maritime zone. Its environment somewhat resembled the mountains of his hometown, with towering trees and low shrubs creating a complex jungle ecosystem. Armed only with a modest Swiss Army knife, Gu Xiaola dared not venture too deep, as snakes, insects, and even large carnivorous animals were not uncommon here. If he were alone, it would be manageable. But with the clumsy young lady Ninglei trailing behind, he felt it prudent to be cautious. Fortunately, their goal was simply to gather more vines, so they did not need to travel far. Gu Xiaola climbed a tall tree, cutting down the vines that were entwined around it with the Swiss knife, while Ninglei stood below, gathering and organizing them into bundles. Their cooperation flowed smoothly. But Ninglei still did not comprehend how their efforts related to confronting the wild canines that night. Before long, they had amassed 2 large bundles of vines. Gu Xiaola descended and led Ninglei out of the jungle. Upon returning to the beach, he did not return to the campfire, but instead found 2 adjacent palm trees to stop at. Displaying the tree-climbing skills he had honed in his youth, he swiftly ascended, stopping at a height of over 2 meters, much to Ninglei's astonishment. Hey, why are you climbing so high? Be careful not to fall, Ninglei called out, tilting her head. Don't worry. My greatest childhood passion was climbing trees. I could reach bird eggs. Back then, my family was poor, and I dreamed of having a few bird eggs to eat every day. So this height is nothing to me. With that, Gu Xiaola untangled the vines around him and began weaving them among the tree branches 2 meters above the ground. This left Ninglei bewildered. What on earth was he doing? But soon, she began to discern his intentions. He was clearly weaving something between the trunks with the vines. Is this a hammock? After watching for a while, she finally asked, puzzled. Haha, you guessed it. It seems our young lady is not entirely clueless. Gu Xiaola chuckled, glancing down at Ninglei. However, that glance nearly caused him to lose his balance and fall. Oh, I see. You want us to hide in the trees tonight? Gloating over her ability to deduce Gu Xiaola's plan, she felt a sense of pride. Hey, what is wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Ninglei suddenly noticed that the figure in the tree had slowed his work, his face flushed, and he was stealing glances downwards. Wait, Ninglei realized. Due to the angle you. Enraged, she shouted and picked up a shell from the ground, hurling it toward Gu Xiaola in the tree. Chapter 13. They really came fortunately. Ninglei's aim was poor. The shell struck the trunk beside Gu Xiaola, but did not hit him. I say, young lady, this isn't something I wanted to see. Who told you to position yourself so perfectly? I thought you were showing off intentionally. Gu Xiaola, aware of his earlier lapse, attempted to justify himself. Pa, shameless. Ninglei scolded again, stepping back before stopping to scrutinize the unfinished hammock. However, how am I supposed to get up there? You can climb trees from your childhood in the mountains, but I have never had such skills. Ninglei asked, a frown creasing her brow. Do not worry. This is merely a precaution. I want to make you use it directly. However, if those beasts are unafraid of fire, I will certainly help you climb up. Gu Xiaola assured her while continuing with his task, patting his chest in promise. Though he harbored some mischief, he was still trustworthy. Hearing this, Ninglei felt a flicker of appreciation for Gu Xiaola. After toiling for nearly another hour, Gu Xiaola's grand project was finally complete. Ninglei observed that the hammock he had woven was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 people, though she wondered about its sturdiness and safety. Perhaps Gu Xiaola himself harbored doubts. After constructing the hammock, he leapt onto it, bouncing a few times to test its strength. And only then did he feel assured enough to descend. Do you think we will be able to use this tonight? Ninglei asked hesitantly, gazing at the high hammock. That is hard to say. If fortune favors us, those canine beasts might have feasted on the unfortunate victim's remains yesterday and may not return tonight. Of course, one could take a pessimistic view. These creatures are not merely unsated, but after their initial taste of human flesh, they might very well have included us living beings on their menu. That would spell grave trouble. Gu Xiaola's words left Ninglei momentarily speechless, her tongue flicking out in disbelief. The two of them then adjusted the hammock strung between the trees, ensuring there were no loose knots. Before they returned to the campsite where the campfire flickered. After their labors, dusk had descended, and the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. Gu Xiaola donned his diving suit once more and plunged into the water, soon resurfacing with 2 sizable fish. However, neither of them felt particularly ravenous. So they deliberated and decided to roast one fish for dinner, while the other would be cleaned and skewered on a branch to dry for future sustenance. By the time they finished their meal, the sun had sunk to the horizon, and the light on the deserted island dimmed yet again. Given the events of the previous day, Ning Lei suddenly perceived the once familiar island as an ominous and foreboding place. As if those unknown beasts could leap from the shadows at any moment to pounce upon them. She found herself casting glances at Gu Xiaola, who seemed unfazed. Sitting by the fire as if yesterday's occurrences were of no concern to him, busily binding something to a stick with the fishing line he had found. "What are you doing?" Ning Lei inquired with curiosity. "A spear. I just found some metal scraps attached to the wreckage on the surface of the sea. I've sharpened them and intend to fasten them to this stick for use as a spear. That way, if we encounter any carnivorous creatures, we won't be left defenseless," Gu Xiaola replied, his gaze fixed on his task. "Oh." Ning Lei felt a slight relief at his words. Yet, the fear of the unknown loomed heavy. Even as she sat by the fire, she frequently peered into the darkened woods, apprehensive that a terrifying beast might emerge at any moment. Fortunately, aside from the occasional calls of unidentified birds, the dense jungle remained silent, allowing Ning Lei to hear only the crackling of the firewood. Eventually, weariness overcame her, and she leaned against a nearby palm tree, surrendering to a deep slumber. Time passed in a haze, and she was stirred from her dreams by the sensation of someone touching her. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find Gu Xiaola beside her. He had crept so close that it seemed this mischievous fellow was finally revealing his true nature under the cover of night. Ning Lei's instinct prompted her to scream. But before the word could escape her lips, Gu Xiaola swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Though muffled, she was not one to submit easily. She bit down on his palm, causing his face to contort in pain, yet he held firm, his grip unyielding. Was he attempting to force himself upon her? Ning Lei refused to yield without a struggle. Despite being unable to vocalize her defiance, she squirmed and kicked, managing to leave Gu Xiaola in a state of considerable disarray. Yet he exhibited remarkable resilience, unwilling to relent. This was bad. Was he genuinely intent on proceeding with his intentions? Fear gripped Ning Lei as she considered the possibility that her resistance might only provoke him further. However, at that moment, Gu Xiaola did not advance. Instead, he pointed toward the distance, indicating something of significance. It dawned on Ning Lei, as she followed his gesture, that in the pitch blackness of the nearby beach, pairs of glowing green eyes hovered, moving restlessly within 50 meters of their campfire. The eerie sounds they emitted sent chills down her spine. Could these be the very beasts that had desecrated the remains of the unfortunate souls from the previous night? This realization eclipsed her earlier thoughts of Gu Xiaola's intentions, and she froze in fear, not daring to breathe. Observing her sudden stillness, Gu Xiaola exhaled softly and released his grip on her mouth. What kind of beasts are those?" Ning Lei stammered, her voice trembling. "I can't tell. It's too dark and too far away. But judging by their demeanor, it seems these creatures are headed our way tonight." Gu Xiaola replied in a hushed tone. "What should we do now?" Ning Lei thought to herself that while she knew how to handle a lecherous man, dealing with a pack of wolves was an entirely different matter. Weighing less than 100 pounds, she couldn't fathom a better plan. "Let us remain still and observe. Perhaps the light from our fire will deter them," Gu Xiaola suggested. "But I fear the likelihood of that is dwindling." His words sent a shiver down Ning Lei's spine, yet she could not help but inquire. "Why do you think so?" "Those creatures have been lurking for almost half an hour and have advanced nearly 20 meters closer to us in that time," Gu Xiaola stated coldly. Chapter 14. Climbing trees. Hearing Gu Xiaola's words, Ning Lei felt her hair stand on end. She widened her eyes, confirming that the pairs of glowing green lights were indeed inching nearer to their camp. In that moment, she lost all composure, instinctively grasping Gu Xiaola's shoulder, as if it were her sole anchor in this perilous world. This was dire. The flame seemed no longer a deterrent. Suddenly, Gu Xiaola, who had been crouched beside her, sprang to his feet and pulled Ning Lei, who was trembling on the ground, towards him. "Quick, up the tree," he urged. Ning Lei noticed that the luminous points had accelerated their advance, as if the beasts were now jogging, clearly gearing up to hunt them. Fortunately, the palm tree where Gu Xiaola had constructed the hammock was right beside them. However, the trunk was quite straight, and while Gu Xiaola could manage to climb it during the day, it would be a daunting task for someone as unaccustomed to physical exertion as Ning Lei. Clinging to the trunk with all her might, Ning Lei exerted herself but barely made any progress. Her hands burned with effort, and the moment she loosened her grip, she plummeted back to the ground. At that moment, the green lights had closed to within 30 meters. and now she could discern not just their eyes, but the outlines of their bodies as well. These creatures were about a meter long, their heads reminiscent of dogs. Yet they possessed distinctly large, round ears that stood out prominently. The sandy brown fur was evenly adorned with round brown patches, and the creature's front legs were higher than its hind legs, giving its gait a distinct lopsidedness. Alas, it was indeed a hyena. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and climb the tree. Gushala, having discerned the situation across the way, was struck with alarm as he swiftly embraced Ninglei, who was still rubbing against the tree, and thrust her upwards with all his might. Ouch! Your hands! Don't touch me! Despite the perilous circumstances, Ninglei could not suppress her outburst. However, her cries seemed to embolden the hyenas, who had hesitated momentarily, unsure whether to charge, as they had never hunted humans on this deserted island before. The flickering flames of the fire only added to their uncertainty. Yet, Ninglei's shout revealed to them that these upright beings posed no significant threat. Instantly, several large hyenas began to accelerate towards Gushala and the others' camp. Good heavens! If you don't climb up soon, we're doomed. Gushala, exasperated at Ninglei, who remained clinging to the tree trunk instead of ascending, felt his frustration peak. He had suspected that this young lady might be somewhat inept, but he never imagined she could be reduced to such a state. With no time for further contemplation, he grasped her thighs with both hands and pushed her upwards. Following this, he clung to the trunk himself, using his head to support her backside, pushing and pressing as they scrambled up just before the hulking hyenas reached the base of the tree. You shameless wretch. Now somewhat calmed, Ninglei, seated on the makeshift hammock, let her temper flare again, attempting to slap Gushala. However, he caught her wrist firmly. If I truly intended to be a rogue, I would have done so on the very first day we awoke on this island. There was no need to wait until now, he replied coldly. I know you. The daughter of a wealthy family, are accustomed to being pampered and looked down upon those considered beneath you. But do not forget, we are on an isolated island. Even if you were surrounded by servants and admirers in your normal life, here you are merely a target, a piece of meat in the eyes of those hyenas. Pointing below, he continued, if you feel unsafe with me and believe I have ulterior motives, you are welcome to leave this spot. The beach below holds no one who would dare to take advantage of you. His words ignited a furious blush on Ninglei's cheeks. She longed to retort, but the sight of the hyenas watching them intently rendered her momentarily speechless. Indeed, had Gushala not pushed and prodded her, she would likely have been unable to climb the tree herself. And the fate of not reaching the tree was all too clear. She would have been prey for the pack of hyenas. Meanwhile, as they debated atop the tree, the hyenas that had invaded their camp had largely settled, with 2 or 3 perched below, seemingly monitoring the pair in the tree, while the others rummaged around the campfire in search of food. Before long, the last remaining salted fish, intended for drying, was devoured by the ravenous hyenas. However, such a meager fish could hardly satiate their hunger. With no other food to be found, all the hyenas turned their attention towards the 2 individuals in the tree. Watching the hyenas below licking their lips, Ninglei felt her heart race with terror. At that moment, she had no mind to dwell on her earlier embarrassment at Gushala's words, and quietly inquired, What kind of beast is this? It resembles a dog. Yet it walks with such a limp? That is a hyena, one of the most ferocious beasts on the African savanna. These creatures hunt in packs, striking at any opportunity. They will not hesitate to prey upon humans, or even lions. Gushala said with a grave expression. Is it truly that formidable? Will they attempt to climb up here to attack us? Ninglei asked, her face a mask of anxiety. They will not climb trees. However, they are devious. And it appears we cannot descend until dawn, Gushala sighed, settling back onto his hammock to keep an eye on the hyenas below. True to his prediction, the hyenas, finding themselves unable to reach the 2 in the tree, did not disperse. A few squatted beneath, watching intently, while the others circled the palm trees, seemingly surveying their surroundings. Soon, one particularly large hyena grew impatient. It retreated several meters and then charged towards their hammock with astonishing speed. Just as it leaped, its height was impressive, even if its gait appeared odd. Fortunately, Gushala had constructed the hammock about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Even so, the hyena's gaping maw came perilously close, barely half a meter from them. Ah! Ninglei cried out in fright, her body swaying dangerously as she nearly fell from the hammock. Chapter 15. Trouble Fortunately. Gushala was quick to catch her. Thank you. For the first time since their meeting, Ninglei expressed gratitude to him. Not a problem. Just don't act like a spoiled princess if you're fine. Gushala replied, feigning indifference. Your hand, it's bleeding. At that moment, Ninglei noticed the wound on Gushala's left palm, blood oozing steadily and dripping onto the ground. It's nothing. Just got bitten by a small female dog, he said, frowning slightly. A small female dog? Ning Lei was taken aback, recalling that she had not witnessed Gu Xiaola engage with the hyenas. When had he been bitten? Moreover, how could he discern the gender? It seemed rather peculiar. But she quickly remembered that she had just bitten his hand when he had been covering his mouth. Was she, then, inadvertently calling him a dog, a small female dog, no less? You. I want to stoop to your level. Flustered, Ning Lei turned her face away, no longer wishing to look at Gu Xiaola. Huh, are you angry? It was just a joke. You bit me, and I am not offended. Gu Xiaola chuckled, sensing he had overstepped with his jest and chose to extend an olive branch. You're such a petty man. What is the big deal about being bitten? If it comes to it, I'll let you bite me back. Ning Lei frowned, turning back to face him. You want to bite me? TSK, TSK. Yet. Upon seeing Gu Xiaola's still bleeding hand, her heart softened. With a swift motion, she tore a strip of cloth from her clothing and began to carefully bandage his wound. For the first time, Gu Xiaola realized that beneath the exterior of this seemingly haughty young lady lay a tender and endearing spirit. Chapter 11. The Skunk, however. Even as Gu Xiaola's palms grew clammy with sweat, no wild beast emerged from the thicket. Gu Xiaola dared not be careless. He slowly approached the dense underbrush, extending his stick to prod the low shrubs from which the sound had emanated. Indeed, a peculiar noise erupted from within, followed by a rustling commotion, and astonishingly, 3 or 4 small black and white creatures burrowed out. These animals bore a resemblance to squirrels, with bushy tails trailing behind them. Yet, Gu Xiaola was certain that these creatures were not squirrels, having encountered plenty of them in the mountains of his hometown. Yes. Just when I was cutting vines in the jungle, I was besieged by these creatures. If I hadn't fled quickly, I might have been in serious danger. Ning Lei, who had been hiding behind Gu Xiaola, pointed at the small animals and exclaimed, They attacked you? Gu Xiaola was somewhat speechless. The largest of them barely measured 30 centimeters in length, appearing smaller than Ning Lei's foot. Did these diminutive beings truly dare to assault her? Are you certain they initiated the attack, rather than you inadvertently trespassing upon their territory? Gu Xiaola asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Well, I was solely focused on helping you with the vines. As for whether I encroached on their territory, I have no idea. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaola chuckled. Chuckling? What is so amusing? You should hurry and chase these creatures away with your stick. Witnessing the teasing expression on his face, Ning Lei's temper flared again, and she pouted crossly. Rest assured, these little creatures pose no threat to us. As Gu Xiaola spoke, he struck the ground near the trio of small beings with his stick. The creatures, with their round, glistening eyes, glanced at Gu Xiaola and his companion for a moment before emitting another strange sound and scampering back into the thicket. What kind of beasts are these? Could they have unearthed the remains of that unfortunate soul? Ning Lei exhaled in relief once the small creatures had fled. My lady, have you lost your senses? The combined weight of these 3 creatures likely does not exceed 3 or 4 kilograms. Do you truly believe they could drive away a corpse weighing over 100 pounds? Gu Xiaola shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor as he turned toward the campfire. Then what are they? Are they dangerous? Ning Lei, undeterred, continued to inquire as she followed behind. Though I have never encountered such animals before, I believe these little creatures are the legendary skunks. Skunks? Those foul-smelling creatures that release an unbearable stench? Indeed, they are likely the ones. However, they only utilize that defense mechanism when they feel threatened. It is probable that while you were cutting vines in the jungle, you disturbed their nest, prompting them to emerge. But do not worry. These little ones are timid and pose almost no threat to you, my lady, aside from their malodorous defense. With Gu Xiaola's explanation, Ning Lei's anxiety eased slightly. Yet she resolutely refused to venture into the woods alone to cut vines again. Gu Xiaola, sympathetic to her apprehension, turned with her back toward the bonfire on the beach. Wow, it smells wonderful. Is that the fish you just caught? Observing the 2 sizzling fish, dripping with oil, Ning Lei felt her mouth water. However, maintaining her image as a refined lady, she refrained from rushing to grab one, instead quietly sitting by the fire, resembling a demure lady awaiting her meal. Truly, one can be excessively pretentious. Watching Ning Lei's demeanor, Gu Xiaola felt both amused and exasperated. We are on a deserted island, just the 2 of us. Who are you trying to impress? Not inclined to indulge her whims, he took one of the fish from the fire, placed it onto his makeshift stone plate, and tore off a piece of tender flesh, savoring it. Oh, the fish is perfectly cooked. The skin is crisp and fragrant while the flesh is tender and succulent, bursting with flavor. Gu Xiaola found himself unable to stop, devouring half of the fish in mere moments. Hey, aren't you hungry? If you're not, I might just finish both fish. Gu Xiaola glanced at Ning Lei, who remained motionless, merely swallowing her saliva. Humph. Ning Lei huffed indignantly. wanting to express her discontent at his lack of gentlemanly conduct. Here she was, a refined lady sitting across from him. Yet he shamelessly indulged himself without offering her even a morsel. However, upon seeing Gu Xiaola's demeanor, she realized that gentlemanly conduct was foreign to him. Her words would be in vain, and she would likely face ridicule, so she chose to remain silent. Yet, despite her upbringing instilling a sense of superiority, her stomach betrayed her. Watching Gu Xiaola devour the fish made her insides churn with hunger, even as she felt a surge of frustration. Oh, are you really not hungry? If so, I'll just eat both fish. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xiaola's fish had been reduced to a pile of bones. He cast a mischievous smile at Ning Lei. Go ahead. Stuff yourself. Ning Lei, fuming, stood up, intending to distance herself, seeking solace away from his gluttony. All right. The waters here are abundant with fish. We could easily sustain ourselves for 10 days, or even half a month. Just the two of us. I was merely teasing you. Now hurry and eat. It is perilous to venture into the wild without sufficient calories and protein. Gu Xiaola cleaned his stone plate, placing the second fish upon it and extending it toward Ning Lei. Ning Lei initially resisted, but the tantalizing aroma of the roasted fish proved too tempting to ignore. Ultimately, her pride faltered, and she snatched the stone plate, settling down to eat the fish with her hands. Seeing Ning Lei devour the fish ravenously, Gu Xiaola inquired, My lady, is the fish delicious? MMM, it is indeed delightful. More fragrant than anything I've tasted in the world's most luxurious Michelin-starred restaurants. Ning Lei replied without lifting her gaze. Ah, so you do recognize the fish's deliciousness? Have you forgotten that only moments ago you lamented the plight of these two delightful fish? How is it that you've now forgotten their cuteness while indulging? Gu Xiaola grinned mischievously. You are utterly lacking in gentlemanly decorum. Gu Xiaola, can you promise me? Promise me? All right, I promise you. I absolutely will not speak of this matter. Observing the young lady's hesitance, Gu Xiaola interjected. Fine. You must keep your word. What are you looking at? Ning Lei noticed Gu Xiaola's attention was entirely fixated on the pack of hyenas below. At that moment, although Ning Lei's convenience had ceased, the frenzy of the hyenas showed no sign of abating. Initially, it was just the one-eyed hyena attacking its companions, but soon the others joined in a wild frenzy, biting each other with abandon. A number of the weaker individuals had already sustained serious injuries. What is happening to them? Why are they attacking their own kind? Ning Lei was bewildered by the scene. I'm not entirely sure either. Typically, these hyenas are known for their teamwork. I've never heard of such behavior. However, one thing is certain, their madness is likely directly related to the urine you just released. Gu Xiaola's explanation left Ning Lei somewhat perplexed. Could her urine truly possess such potency that it incited hyenas to turn on one another? By now, the hyenas were embroiled in chaos, with many injured individuals fleeing towards the distant jungle, while the stronger ones pursued them. Ultimately, even the one-eyed hyena, after letting out a mournful howl and casting a fierce glance at them from the tree, fled as well. Really? They've all left just like that? Ning Lei gazed in disbelief at the disheveled beach camp below, questioning. I suspect that hyenas typically rely on scent to identify their hunting grounds. Your urine must have provoked them, awakening their primal instincts, leading to their frenzied attacks on each other, Gu Xiaola speculated. So, human urine has such an effect? Ning Lei remained skeptical. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Regardless, we seem to have navigated this immediate peril, and after such internal strife among the hyenas, they likely need some time to recuperate before seeking us out again. That's ultimately a good thing. So, can we go down now? Ning Lei inquired, eyeing the empty beach below. Although the hammock was rather comfortable, being in such close quarters with Gu Xiaola felt akin to sharing the same bed. If he were to succumb to his primal instincts in the middle of the night, she would have nowhere to escape, becoming akin to a fish on a chopping block. It's best not to. Though they seem to have temporarily departed, hyenas are not lacking in intelligence. If they were to launch a surprise attack, it could become exceedingly dangerous. Gu Xiaola, however, was less apprehensive than Ning Lei. He glanced at his watch. It's already past 2 a.m. In just over 3 hours. Dawn will break, making it safer to descend then. 3 more hours until dawn? Ning Lei felt a twinge of anxiety. With so much time, wouldn't they have ample opportunity for other activities while cramped on the same hammock? Gu Xiaola, perceptive as he was, quickly sensed Ning Lei's concerns. While he enjoyed the intimate proximity, he recognized the importance of maintaining his newly established noble image. He certainly didn't want to be perceived as taking advantage of the situation. Thus, he suggested, how about this? I'll go down first, and you can stay up in the hammock until dawn. Ning Lei had no objections to his proposal. Gu Xiaola carefully descended from the palm tree, returning to his camp to inspect the area. Though the hyenas had wreaked havoc, they had shown little interest in anything other than food, resulting in minimal damage aside from a lost dried fish. After tidying up, he leaned against the tree where Ning Lei was situated and closed his eyes, seeking rest. After a long night of turmoil, even someone as physically fit as Gu Shaola grew weary and soon succumbed to slumber. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he was abruptly awakened by Ning Lei's cries from above. Assuming the hyenas had returned, he sprang up, clutching his makeshift spear and scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The dawn light was breaking, yet there was no sign of hyenas anywhere. Not hyenas. Gu Shaola. Look at the sea. Quickly. It seems a small boat is approaching. Ning Lei exclaimed excitedly from the tree. Gu Shaola was taken aback. What? A boat is coming? Does this mean we might have a chance to escape? However, shielding his eyes from the glare, he peered out to sea and found not a ship, but a diminutive inflatable kayak, bobbing gently on the ocean currents, drifting towards their island. Nevertheless, this was still a significant discovery. Gu Shaola leapt up, tossing aside his spear. Shedding his shirt and clad only in shorts, he dashed into the water, swiftly approaching the kayak. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were indeed people inside. However, likely due to a lack of supplies and having drifted at sea for several days, both individuals appeared quite weak. Without hesitation, Gu Shaola grasped the kayak and pulled it toward the shore with all his might. At that moment, Ning Lei finally managed to climb down from the tree and joined him in the water, and together they exerted tremendous effort to haul the kayak onto the beach. Only then did Gu Shaola turn his attention to the two occupants, astonished to find they were a pair of young girls. The older one appeared to be around 26 or 27, with shoulder-length hair, while the younger one seemed to be even younger than Ning Lei, her youthful face suggesting she was barely 20. Both wore bright orange life jackets, yet due to their prolonged dehydration, their bodies showed clear signs of distress, their eyes lacking vitality. Gu Shaola wasted no time, taking the remaining coconuts and opening two, offering one to each girl. As soon as their lips touched the sweet coconut water, their survival instincts kicked in, and they quickly regained consciousness, finishing every drop. Coconut water proved to be an excellent resource for survival. Not only did it replenish fluids, but the sugars also rapidly transformed into vital electrolytes for the body. Within 10 minutes of drinking, the girls' previously dulled eyes sparkled with life. Though they were still somewhat weak, they had regained enough strength to speak. The older girl, poised and articulate, engaged them in conversation, while the younger one, lively and animated, contributed to the discourse. While neither could rival Ning Lei's beauty, they were certainly striking in their own right. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 12. The hammock in the blink of an eye. That large fish had found its way into Ning Lei's belly. Having not eaten her fill for quite some time, it was evident that she was quite stuffed, emitting several hearty belches. You don't appear to be overweight, yet you certainly have quite the appetite, Gu Shaola remarked with a faint smile, casually handing her a coconut that had already been hollowed out. This time, Ning Lei did not hesitate. She took it directly and took a deep swig, suppressing the pressure in her stomach. Rest assured, once we escape this desolate island, my father will generously reward you with a substantial sum. As long as you can ensure my safety and provide the necessary conditions for our survival, the benefits will undoubtedly be considerable. You will encounter wealth such as you have never seen in your life. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, Ning Lei's airs of a spoiled young lady began to swell once more, and she started painting a rosy picture of their future to Gu Shaola. Amused by her enthusiasm, Gu Shaola refrained from interrupting until she had finished. After adding some firewood to the bonfire, he said, "My dear young lady, perhaps you should hold off on your promises for now. Have you forgotten something? Our current situation is perilous. The canine creatures that dragged away the body of the victim last night will surely return tonight. We don't even know if we will survive until dawn. What good are your promises of riches when we might not live to see tomorrow?" Gu Shaoli's words jolted Ning Lei into a moment of panic as she glanced back at the disheveled area on the beach not far away, her heart racing with anxiety. What should we do? Right? Weren't we supposed to find something to eat? Once we're full, surely you will have a plan. Just moments ago, brimming with confidence, Ning Lei now found herself utterly lost, staring blankly at Gu Shaoli. "Yes, I did mention that," he replied, "but I had already devised a plan long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to fetch some vines in the jungle. However, your efficiency as a young lady leaves much to be desired. It seems I must take matters into my own hands this afternoon, or we may run out of time before nightfall." Gu Shaoli's half-finished statement left Ning Lei perplexed. What do you mean by running out of time? She wondered how the vines she had gathered related to their defense against the unknown canine beasts that lurked nearby. Nevertheless, seeing Gu Shaoli's enigmatic demeanor, she hesitated to probe further, not wanting to expose her own lack of experience. "Since I certainly wouldn't dare return to that jungle alone. How about we go together this afternoon to gather more vines? Gu Xiaola nodded in agreement, having cleaned up the remnants of their meal. He carried the scraps away from the camp and tossed them into the water, a gesture that intrigued Ninglei. What are you doing? She asked, her curiosity piqued. The scent of these food scraps may attract other animals, he explained. I trust you wouldn't want our sleeping area to be frequented by unwanted guests at night. Would you? Oh. Ninglei nodded, somewhat convinced, although she still held a slight disdain for Gu Xiaolu. She began to feel increasingly fortunate to be stranded with him on this island. After managing the camp's refuse, Gu Xiaolu picked up a stone and meticulously sharpened the Swiss Army knife they had been using over the past couple of days. He then led Ninglei into the nearby jungle along the beach. This was Gu Xiaolu's first venture into this area. Although it lay in a subtropical maritime zone, its environment bore some resemblance to the mountains of his hometown, with towering trees and low shrubs creating a complex and uneven jungle ecosystem. Armed only with a small Swiss Army knife, he was wary of venturing too deep into the underbrush, as the presence of snakes, insects, and even large carnivorous animals was not uncommon. Had he been alone, it might have been manageable, but with the clumsy young lady Ninglei trailing behind, Gu Xiaolu felt it prudent to exercise caution. Fortunately, their goal was simply to gather more vines, so they didn't need to venture far. Gu Xiaolu climbed a tall tree and, using the Swiss Army knife, began to cut down the vines that were entwined around its trunk. Ninglei stood below, collecting the pieces he dropped and tying them together, their cooperation proving quite efficient. Yet even now, Ninglei remained unsure how their efforts related to defending against the canine beasts that awaited them. Before long, they had amassed 2 large bundles of vines. Gu Xiaolu jumped down from the tree, and they made their way back through the jungle. Upon returning to the beach, Gu Xiaolu did not return to the bonfire, but instead stopped between 2 closely situated palm trees. He began to showcase his childhood tree climbing skills. To Ninglei's astonishment, he nimbly ascended the tree and paused at a height of over 2 meters. Hey, why are you climbing so high? Be careful not to fall, Ninglei called out, tilting her head in concern. Fear not. As a child, my favorite pastime was climbing trees. I could find bird eggs, and given our family's poverty, having a few eggs to eat was my daily dream, he replied. So this height is nothing to me. With that, Gu Xiaolu untangled the vines he had wrapped around himself and began weaving them among the branches 2 meters above the ground. This spectacle left Ninglei bewildered. What on earth is he doing? She wondered. However, she soon began to understand. Gu Xiaolu was evidently weaving a hammock between the trees. Is this a hammock? After observing for a while, she finally asked in confusion. You guessed it. It seems our esteemed young lady is not entirely lacking in wit. Gu Xiaolu chuckled, glancing down at her. Yet, that one glance nearly caused him to lose his balance and fall. Oh, I see. You intend for us to sleep up in the trees tonight? She exclaimed, feeling a sense of pride for having deciphered his plan. Hey, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Ninglei suddenly noticed that the young man in the tree had slowed his work, his face flushed and breathing heavy, casting furtive glances downward. Wait, what is going on? In that moment, Ninglei realized, due to the angle, that she had inadvertently drawn his attention. You! Enraged, Ninglei shouted, picking up a shell from the ground and throwing it forcefully at Gu Xiaolu in the tree. Chapter 13. Indeed, they have arrived fortunately. Ninglei's aim, though frantic, was rather poor. The shell merely struck the tree trunk beside Gu Xiaolu, failing to hit anyone. My dear young lady, it is not as if I sought to witness this spectacle. Who instructed you to position yourself so advantageously? I presumed you were merely flaunting your prowess. Gu Xiaolu, aware that he had indeed displayed a lack of composure moments ago, nonetheless argued his case with a hint of mischief. Bah, shameless, Ninglei retorted, moving away a short distance before pausing to scrutinize the hammock that Gu Xiaolu had yet to complete. But this hammock is hung so high. How am I supposed to climb up? You, who have been climbing trees since childhood, possess those skills. I, however, do not, Ninglei asked, her brow furrowed with concern. This was not merely a complaint from a pampered young lady. She had indeed never climbed a wall, let alone a tree. Fear not. These items are merely precautionary measures, and I shall not employ them directly. However, should those wild beasts prove unafraid of the flames, I will certainly assist you in ascending, Gu Xiaolu assured her, busily attending to his tasks while thumping his chest in confidence. Despite his mischievous nature, he was still trustworthy. Hearing this, Ninglei felt a flicker of admiration for Gu Xiaolu. After laboring for nearly an hour, Gu Xiaolu's considerable project in the tree was finally completed. Ninglei observed that the hammock he wove was remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 individuals comfortably, though she wondered about its sturdiness. Perhaps Gu Xiaolu shared her apprehension. After securing the hammock, he leaped onto it, bouncing several times to test its strength before descending from the tree with a sense of relief. "Do you believe we shall make use of this contraption tonight?" Ning Lei inquired, glancing up at the elevated hammock with uncertainty. "That is difficult to ascertain, if fortune favors us. Those canine beasts that feasted on the unfortunate victim yesterday may be sated and absent tonight. Conversely, if they remain hungry, having sampled human flesh for the first time, they may very well add us to their menu, which would spell considerable trouble." Gu Xiaola's words sent a shiver down Ning Lei's spine, leaving her momentarily speechless. The two then ensured the hammock was secure, checking for any loose bindings, before returning to the campfire area. After such toil, dusk had approached. With the sun beginning its descent, Gu Xiaola donned his diving suit once more and returned to the water, soon surfacing with 2 large fish. However, neither was particularly hungry. So they decided to roast one for dinner while preparing the other for drying on a branch, to be preserved for future needs. By the time they finished their meal, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a dim pallor over the deserted island once more. Following the unsettling events of the previous night, Ning Lei found the shadowy island to be eerily foreboding, as if the unknown beasts could emerge from the darkness at any moment to attack them. She frequently glanced at Gu Xiaola, who appeared unfazed, sitting by the fire, busily tying something to a stick with the fishing line he had found the previous day. "What are you doing?" Ning Lei inquired curiously. "A spear. I discovered several metal shards clinging to the wreckage of a boat on the surface. I've sharpened them, and am preparing to affix them to a wooden stick for use as a spear. This way, should we encounter any carnivorous creatures, we will not be left defenseless," Gu Xiaola replied, his focus unwavering. Oh, Ning Lei felt somewhat reassured by this revelation. Yet, the human fear of the unknown remained a potent force. Even beside the flickering flames, she frequently cast anxious glances toward the darkened jungle, dreading the emergence of a fearsome beast. Fortunately, apart from the occasional call of an unseen bird, the dense underbrush remained silent, and all she could hear was the crackling of the firewood. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she succumbed to the weight of sleep beside the palm tree adjacent to the fire. She was unaware of how long she had slumbered when she felt someone touching her. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find it was Gu Xiaola, now nestled closely beside her, revealing his true intentions in the cover of night. "Let go." Ning Lei instinctively thought to scream. But before she could utter the word rascal, Gu Xiaola quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Though muffled, Ning Lei refused to remain passive as she bit down hard on his palm. Gu Xiaola winced, his face contorting with pain, yet he did not release her, maintaining his grip on her mouth. Was he truly attempting something so brazen? Ning Lei had no intention of yielding easily, despite her inability to vocalize her protests. She struggled fiercely, leaving Gu Xiaola in a rather disheveled state. Yet, this boy persisted, showing remarkable tenacity in his grip. Oh no. It seemed he was intent on something serious. If I continue to resist, will he resort to something far worse? Ning Lei's heart raced with fear, and she reluctantly ceased her struggles. At that moment, however, Gu Xiaola did not proceed with any further advances. Instead, he pointed into the distance, seemingly indicating that something was amiss. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ning Lei followed the direction of his finger and, to her horror, beheld pairs of glowing green eyes shimmering on the distant beach, less than 50 meters from their campfire, accompanied by strange, eerie howls. Could it be that those were the very beasts that had desecrated the body of the unfortunate victim last night? This terrifying thought caused Ning Lei to forget her earlier concerns about Gu Xiaola, leaving her breathless and wide-eyed in fear. Seeing that Ning Lei had finally ceased her antics, Gu Xiaola exhaled a sigh of relief and released his grip on her mouth. What kind of beasts are they?" Ning Lei asked, her voice trembling. "I cannot discern. They are too distant and the darkness obscures my view. However, judging by their demeanor, they are certainly approaching us tonight." Gu Xiaola replied in a hushed tone. "What shall we do now?" Ning Lei thought, while she knew how to handle a rogue, she could at least tighten her belt against him. Yet, when it came to a pack of true wolves, the only thing she could offer was her meager weight of under 50 kilograms as a potential meal. Gu Xiaola was so infuriated that he almost exclaimed, "If I were truly that kind of person, I would have taken you down on the very first day on the island. There would have been no need to wait until now when I'm the captain." However, in the presence of the Lin sisters, Gu Xiaola felt somewhat embarrassed to express his thoughts so bluntly. Yet, his indignant expression did not escape Lin Rui's notice, and she quickly waved her hand in a gesture of peace, saying, "Xiaolei, I believe your concerns are a bit unnecessary. Gu Xiaola does not strike me as that type of person. Moreover, what I mentioned about everyone obeying the captain's orders comes with the premise that those orders or arrangements are solely for the survival of our team. It is not a license for him to issue commands at will." Of course, these thoughts were only her own unspoken words. Otherwise, she could very well become the lecherous captain that Ning Lei had described. At that moment, Besides the peacekeeper Lin Rui, her sister Lin Jiao was also fervently praising Gu Xiaola. Although Ning Lei was reluctant, she realized that opposing the four-person team single-handedly would be fruitless. Ultimately, she had no choice but to concede. Thus, a temporary team of 3 women and 1 man was formed on this deserted island. Since his school days, Gu Xiaola had only served as a class representative and had never held an official position. After graduating from university, he had merely been a low-ranking employee in a company. Unexpectedly, following this shipwreck, he found himself in a leadership role on this desolate island, accompanied by 3 stunning female teammates. Regardless of the circumstances, no one dislikes holding a position of authority, and Gu Xiaola was no exception. However, gazing out at the vast sea and the 3 enchanting women beside him, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Indeed, if he were alone on this island, relying on his experiences growing up in the mountains, he could likely survive for 3 to 5 years. But now, with 3 additional burdens, he truly felt the weight of responsibility upon him. After some contemplation, Gu Xiaola issued his first command as captain. Ning Lei, this afternoon, search the beach for some shellfish or small fish and shrimp for our dinner. Lin Jiao, Lin Rui, you 2 will head into the nearby jungle to gather more vines so we can expand the hammock in the trees. Okay, Captain. Both Lin Jiao and Lin Rui readily replied without hesitation. Only the young lady, Ning Lei, frowned and suddenly asked, Gu Xiaola, while you assign us tasks, what will you be doing? Surely you won't just be lying around the camp, will you? Ha ha ha. So, Ning Lei, you only know how to oppose me, don't you? Gu Xiaola replied with a feigned air of profundity. Of course, I won't be idle at the camp. I have an important mission ahead, which is to venture deep into the jungle to search for a water source. Searching for a water source? The 3 beauties were momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, considering their current circumstances, while food was not an immediate concern on the beach, finding a water source was critical. They had been relying on the coconuts Gu Xiaola had gathered on the first day, but the number was limited. Although there were still some coconuts remaining on the beach, the trees were almost vertical, making it impossible for Gu Xiaola to climb them. Even if he could manage to ascend, there were not enough coconuts to last for long. Hence, his quest for a water source in the depths of the jungle was indeed imperative. After clarifying their roles, Gu Xiaola grasped his only weapon, a makeshift spear, and exchanged greetings with the ladies before swiftly disappearing into the jungle. Sister, do you think Xiaola can find a water source this time? Lin Jiao asked, watching his retreating figure. Who knows? Let's hope he has good fortune, just like we do, Lin Rui murmured. To be honest, Gu Xiaola himself was not entirely confident about finding a water source. However, given the current situation and his position as the chosen leader, failing to locate a basic necessity like water would be utterly embarrassing. Even if the Lin sisters remained silent, Ning Lei would undoubtedly have her share of complaints. For the sake of silencing her, he was determined to achieve something this afternoon. As Gu Xiaola wielded his makeshift spear, he carefully cleared the vines and foliage obstructing his path, advancing cautiously. The island was neither too large nor too small. At its center lay a small mountain range, surrounded by subtropical vegetation. Inside the jungle, the symphony of insects and the calls of birds created a paradise for numerous animals. It was evident that abundant freshwater resources must be present on the island. Drawing from his childhood experiences in the mountains, Gu Xiaola deduced that a region capable of sustaining so many animals could not possibly lack freshwater. However, the question remained, where was the water? If he wandered aimlessly through the jungle, the chances of finding it were slim. Fortunately, there was an effective shortcut to locating water sources, tracking the paths of other animals. Like humans, most animals prioritize drinking water in addition to feeding. Gu Xiaola cautiously maneuvered through the jungle, hoping to uncover any signs of life. After a while, his perseverance paid off. He discovered a large and a small wild boar after rounding a small hill. Gu Xiaola was instantly exhilarated, though not because he believed he could hunt the boar. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, and no matter how arrogant he was, he could not presume that he could take down a wild boar with a spear that resembled a mere fire poker. What excited him was the predictable behavior of wild boars. Their feeding and drinking habits followed a strict routine. During his childhood, he often accompanied his uncle into the mountains to set traps for wild boars. His uncle, a seasoned hunter, would always place traps along the paths the boars took to eat or drink, significantly increasing the success rate of capturing them. However, there was an incident that nearly cost his uncle's life. One day, when his uncle checked the traps, he found no animals caught, but instead, a bloodied front leg of a wild boar in the trap. Just as he pondered this, a wild boar, missing a front leg, suddenly charged out from the nearby underbrush, revealing its tusks and lunging at his uncle. The creature, unable to free itself from the trap, had bravely bitten off its own leg and lay in wait for the hunter to retrieve the trap. Fortunately, his uncle was agile and quick-witted. With the wild boar slowed by its injury, he managed to draw a sharp hunting knife just in time as the boar charged at him. As the wild boar lunged at him, it simultaneously impaled itself upon the hunting knife buried in its heart. Despite this, Uncle Air suffered significant injuries and had to be carried down the mountain. Since that fateful day, he has refrained from hunting in the mountains. Memories from childhood flooded back to Gushala as he gazed at the large and small wild boars before him, shaking his head with a wry smile. It would be wise to avoid such fiercely aggressive and vengeful creatures. However, he couldn't help but wonder if this mother and her young boar would soon seek water after their meal. Crouching down, Gushala cautiously concealed himself in the underbrush. Over 20 meters away, downwind from the pair to prevent these cunning animals from catching his scent, the two wild boars appeared oblivious to their silent observer, likely due to the scarcity of threats on this deserted island, allowing them to indulge in foraging for something unearthed from the soil. From his distance, Gushala could not discern what they were eating, but it was evident that their appetites were prodigious. As they feasted for nearly 2 hours before sauntering away with satisfied strides, he silently hoped they would seek water next. Following their departure, Gushala stealthily maneuvered through the jungle, trailing the duo. After traversing several hills and wooded areas, he was elated to hear the sound of flowing water. Marvelous. It seemed a water source lay ahead. Once the mother and young boar quenched their thirst, he could fill his own water container. He glanced at the large water bottle in his hand, a find from the small kayak belonging to the Lin sisters, now proving invaluable. As he rounded a ridge, a charming stream came into view, meandering down the mountainside with crystal-clear water. Upon sighting the stream, the wild boars dashed joyfully toward it, one diving in to drink and frolic, creating a delightful chaos in the water. Gushala muttered a silent plea for them to finish and leave. He still needed to collect water. However, at that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. A pack of hyenas suddenly emerged not far from the wild boars. Gushala nearly gasped aloud. Surely, this was the same pack that had visited their camp the previous night. Leading them was the one-eyed hyena he had injured, flanked by 5 or 6 robust adults. While the wild boars were indifferent to Gushala's scent, the mother boar quickly detected the intruders. With her blood-red eyes fixed on the unwelcome guests, she emitted a series of warning grunts. Typically, hyenas would not dare to provoke wild boars. The ferocity of an adult boar is formidable, and even if the hyenas managed to kill one, they would likely suffer casualties. Nevertheless, their target was clearly the small boar hiding behind its mother. While the adult boar was formidable, this young one was merely 12 months old, weighing only 20 to 30 pounds, an ideal morsel. Yet capturing the young boar was not a simple task. The mother stood resolutely in front of her offspring, ready to defend it fiercely. The hyenas, however, were not foolish. Led by the one-eyed leader, they cautiously approached the pair. Despite the mother's repeated snorts of warnings, the hyenas continued their slow advance until the adult boar, provoked, charged at the nearest hyena, bearing its tusks. The hyena, clearly prepared, darted away before the boar could reach it. The boar snapped at empty air, only to hear the desperate cries of its young. Turning, it discovered 2 hyenas attacking its offspring. Enraged, the mother charged at the assailants, who promptly fled, while the boar pursued them. Meanwhile, a few other hyenas attempted to distract the mother and seize the young boar. The adult boar rushed back to defend its offspring, and Gushala watched the riveting scene unfold with rapt attention. This was a spectacle rarely seen even on wildlife documentaries. Unlike the edited versions on television, reality had no such luxury. Both the wild boars and hyenas soon found themselves exhausted after several rounds of confrontation, panting heavily as they stood their ground. The hyena's strategy of distraction had not been particularly effective, having expended considerable energy without successfully luring the adult boar away. However, their attacks were not without consequence. The young boar had sustained several bites and lay by the stream, clearly unable to flee with its mother. Even the adult boar had received several wounds. Blood seeping from deep gashes, though such injuries, while aggravating, would not prove fatal due to its tough skin. Perhaps it was the sight of blood that incited the primal ferocity within the hyenas. After a tense minute of standoff, the one-eyed leader let out a howl and charged. This time, the hyenas aimed their attack at the adult boar. Undaunted, the boar lunged at the first hyena, and the scene turned increasingly bloody, with boar grunts and hyena howls echoing as 2 unfortunate hyenas fell victim to the boar's tusks, while the remaining hyenas fled in terror. The outcome for the wild boar was equally grim, its body marred by numerous deep wounds, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Although the hyenas had retreated, the boar, now driven by rage, continued its pursuit, galloping after them. Wait, they've all fled? Gushala sprang into action. The aftermath of the brutal confrontation remained gruesome. with two barely alive hyenas moaning on the ground. Yet, Gu Xiaola's concern was not for them, but rather for the injured young boar, which now lay by the stream. An invaluable source of sustenance for the surviving team. Chapter 21. Swimming. The wounded young boar clearly sensed that Gu Xiaola harbored ill intentions and emitted cries akin to a pig awaiting slaughter. However, Gu Xiaola had no intention of waiting for the adult boar to return. He raised his spear and swiftly ended the life of the young boar. Without hesitation, he slung the small boar over his shoulder, binding it securely with vine rope, and filled his large water container to the brim before hastily departing. As he walked away, he mused with delight about how his female team members would praise him for his leadership that evening. Would they reward him with a kiss? However, at this moment, Ning Lei's quest for food on the beach was proving to be quite fruitless. She had anticipated that she could gather provisions with the same ease as Gu Xiaolu. But the harsh reality was starkly different. She traversed the familiar stretch of sand nearly 20 times, only managing to collect a few tiny shells and a couple of insignificant hermit crabs, hardly sufficient to satisfy her hunger. These paltry finds were not even worthy of being considered for dinner, let alone broth. Curse you, Gu Xiaola. Why did you assign me this task of foraging by the seaside? You are deliberately putting me to shame. When you arrive, I shall have words with you. Ning Lei muttered indignantly, casting the meager shrimp and crab she had just gathered back into the ocean. What was up with the newcomer, Lin Rui? Why did she immediately throw flirtatious glances at Gu Xiaolu? Had she never seen a man before? And Gu Xiaolu, upon seeing a woman, seemed utterly transfixed. What do I lack compared to Lin Rui? Ning Lei stood at the water's edge, continuing to vent her frustrations. Xiaolei, how goes your search? Have you found anything delectable? Suddenly, Lin Rui's voice startled Ning Lei, making her stick out her tongue in surprise. Thankfully, her voice had not been loud enough to be overheard. Yes, Sister Xiaolei, Lin Rui continued. My sister and I just gathered quite a few vines from the nearby jungle. We thought we would take a break, but then we realized our dinner relies entirely on you. I was worried you might struggle alone, so I came to help. Lin Jiao, Lin Rui's inseparable sister, also bounced into view. I found so little to eat here. I've searched for ages and haven't come across anything substantial. Ning Lei shrugged, admitting her lack of success. Oh dear, does this mean we'll all be going hungry tonight? Lin Jiao pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Lin Rui pulled her sister closer and smiled gently. It's all right. The beach is quite flat, and without any rocks or similar terrain, it isn't easy to find food without venturing into the water. How about we accompany you into the sea to search for food? We might as well swim and bathe while we're at it. What do you say? Into the water? Ning Lei glanced back at the emerald sea, hesitating slightly. It was that she feared the water. She had simply been cautious since arriving on the island. Primarily, she worried that if she entered the water, she might inadvertently expose herself to the lascivious Gu Xiaolu. However, since the Lin sisters had offered their assistance, it felt rude to decline. Yet another dilemma arose. She lacked a swimsuit. The diving suit that Gu Xiaolu had found was hidden away, along with the suitcase, out of fear of unexpected mishaps. The three girls were dressed in beach attire, short tops and shorts, hardly suitable for swimming. Besides, Gu Xiaolu was not present, was he? Why don't we just go without our clothes? Lin Jiao suddenly suggested with a mischievous wink. What do you mean? Ning Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting we swim without any clothes? Yes. This beach is so beautiful and the water so clear. My sister and I planned to bring plenty of bikinis. But we didn't have time to pack when we escaped. It doesn't matter, though. There is no one here. Why not go without swimsuits? Lin Jiao's proposal shocked Ning Lei, who shook her head vigorously. No. What if Gu Xiaolu returns unexpectedly? What then? That guy is already quite the lecher. If he sees us like this, he might get the wrong idea, and we could be in serious trouble. Absolutely not. However, Lin Rui, her sister, seemed to approve of the bold suggestion, smiling knowingly. Really now? My dear Xiaolei, your figure is splendid. Why worry about swimming without a swimsuit? Besides, even if that little band leader returns, what of it? He can only look. We are 3 against 1. He cannot do anything more. Lin Jiao was relentless, chatting away and already tugging at Ning Lei's clothes. Ning Lei found it hard to resist the spirited sisters. After several days without a proper bath, the idea of a refreshing swim was enticing. Thus, she reluctantly joined their impromptu naked swimming party. The 3 girls, youthful and playful, soon forgot their original purpose of foraging for food as they frolicked in the water, enjoying the liberation of washing away the grime of their adventures. The beach became a scene of exuberance as they reveled in their beauty and youth. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaolu remained oblivious to all of this. Fearing the wild boar would catch up to him, he hurried back, carrying the small creature on his back. The jungle's terrain was complicated. Had it not been for his years of experience in the mountains, he might have easily lost his way. Eventually, he emerged, panting, from the thicket, only to find the camp eerily silent and deserted. This puzzled him. He had noticed several freshly cut vines piled up, yet there was no sign of the girls. Had something unfortunate happened? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard the sound of girlish laughter drifting from the nearby water. These spendthrifts. I send them to find food, and they choose to play in the water instead. It appears that as their captain, I must assert my authority, Gu Shaola grumbled, making his way toward the beach. However, he stopped short as he noticed the girls' clothes neatly folded and weighed down by stones. Surely, they didn't have swimsuits? If their clothes were here, then what were they wearing in the water? The thought sent a rush of blood to his cheeks as he caught sight of the three girls, partially obscured by the waves. And he felt an overwhelming urge to blush. Chapter 22. Punishment? Sunshine, sandy shores, palm trees, and the gentle undulation of the waves. Alongside a few girls with exquisite figures occasionally standing, their skin gleaming in the sunlight, captivated Gu Shaolu to an almost entranced state. If there were a paradise on earth, this would surely be it. He foolishly mused, realizing he felt quite akin to Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West, who once peered at fairies bathing by the water's edge. Chapter 16. Has the ship arrived? What? It is inconvenient at any other time. Yet it is precisely at this moment and place that one desires convenience. Miss Ning truly has an exquisite taste in choosing locations, doesn't she? Normally, it would be a trivial matter for her to simply find a patch of grass and resolve the situation independently. However, at this moment, the two of them were ensnared in the branches of a towering tree, and to make matters worse, a pack of ravenous hyenas lurked below, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. How could one possibly find convenience in such a predicament? Gu Shaola felt somewhat troubled. Yet upon observing Ning Lei's unusual expression and her beautiful legs trembling incessantly, he realized that this young lady was indeed not lying. She was genuinely in distress this time. After all, one cannot perish from such a trivial bodily need, can they? Gu Shaola let out a sigh and said, if you don't mind, perhaps you could relieve yourself right here on this hammock? At worst, I shall turn my face away. I swear I shall not steal a glance. Ning Lei was evidently still somewhat apprehensive about Gu Shaoli's vows. However, she found herself unable to resist the discomfort and urgency emanating from him. Reluctantly, she settled for a compromise and said, You should shift your body a bit further away from me. Am I not deserving of your trust? Despite my genuine goodwill, Gu Shaola murmured softly, yet obediently shifted her body to the side of the hammock, distancing herself from Ning Lei. However, a hammock is merely a hammock, and given that it was fashioned from some tree vines, its capacity for separation was limited. Despite her efforts to move away, she could only manage to create a gap of about one person's width between herself and Ning Lei. In essence, the distinction between moving and remaining still was negligible. Nevertheless, this was the utmost extent to which they could separate. Gu Shaola turned her body slightly, peering down at the hyenas. Soon, a cacophony of splashing water echoed nearby, followed by a commotion among the hyenas below. The one-eyed hyena, in particular, became agitated, fiercely pursuing and snapping at its fellow kind. What on earth was happening? Could it be that our young lady's urination has caused some peculiar transformation among the pack of hyenas below? After waiting for nearly a full minute, the sound of water from next door finally ceased. Following a rustling sound of someone getting dressed, Ning Lei spoke in a barely audible whisper. All right, it's done. She turned around. Gu Shaola glanced back and noticed that although this young lady was fully dressed, her cheeks still bore a hint of rosy embarrassment as she met his gaze. It was hardly surprising. Being so close to someone of his humble stature must indeed be quite a source of discomfort for a girl from such a prestigious family. Gu Shaola, can you promise me? Promise me? All right, I promise you, I shall never speak of this matter to anyone. Observing the young lady's hesitant demeanor, Gu Shaola took the initiative to speak. Very well, you must keep your word. She then inquired, What are you looking at? Ning Lei observed that Gu Shaoli's attention was entirely captivated by the pack of hyenas below. Although Ning Lei's own convenience had ceased, the frenzy of the hyenas showed no signs of abating. Initially, it was merely the one-eyed hyena that was tearing into its companions. But now the others had joined in the madness, launching attacks on one another. The group of hyenas bit and clawed at each other, with some of the weaker individuals sustaining significant injuries. What has befallen them? Why resort to biting one's own companions? Ning Lei was equally bewildered by the scene before her. I too was at a loss. It is commonly understood that hyenas are creatures that place great emphasis on teamwork, and such a situation was unprecedented in my experience. However, one thing is certain. Their frenzied behavior must be directly linked to the puddle of urine you just released. Gu Shaoli's explanation left Ning Lei perplexed as well. Could her urine possess such potency that it incited the hyenas to turn upon one another? At this moment, the hyenas below were engulfed in a chaotic melee. Many of the injured began to flee towards the distant thickets, while the remaining few robust individuals also pursued their retreat. Ultimately, even the one-eyed hyena, after emitting a mournful wail, cast a fierce glance at them from the trees before making its own escape. Could it be true that they had all vanished just like that? Ning Lei gazed in disbelief at the beach campsite below, ravaged by the hyenas, and inquired with a hint of confusion. I suppose hyenas typically rely on scent to discern their hunting grounds. Did you provoke them with your urine, igniting their primal instincts, which led them to indiscriminately attack their own kind? Gu Xiaola speculated. Is it possible that human urine possesses such effects? Ning Lei was filled with skepticism. Alas, I am not entirely certain myself. However, regardless of the circumstances, we have managed to surmount the immediate challenges before us. Moreover, after the internal strife among the hyenas throughout the night, it is likely that they will require a period of recuperation before they seek to trouble us again. Ultimately, this is a fortuitous turn of events. Shall we proceed downwards now? Ning Lei gazed at the empty beach below and pondered. Although sleeping in a hammock was indeed quite comfortable, she felt as if she were sharing a bed with Gu Xiaola. Should the night stretch on, and this lecherous fellow succumb to his baser instincts, she feared there would be no escape for her, rendering her nothing more than a fish laid bare upon the chopping block. It is perhaps best to refrain from action. Although these creatures may seem to have temporarily departed, the intelligence of hyenas should not be underestimated. Should they decide to launch a surprise attack, the consequences could be perilous. Gu Xiaola, however, harbored fewer reservations than Ning Lei. He glanced at his watch. After all, it was already past 2 in the morning, and in just over 3 hours, dawn would break, at which point descending from the tree would be considerably more prudent. It will still be a couple of hours before dawn breaks, won't it? Ning Lei felt a twinge of anxiety. With so much time elapsed, what activities could 2 individuals possibly engage in while nestled together on a single hammock? Gu Xiaola was no fool. He immediately discerned Ning Lei's concerns. While he relished the proximity he shared with this young lady, he understood the necessity of preserving the admirable image he had just established, as he certainly did not wish to leave the impression of taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. Thus, Gu Xiaola proposed, how about this? I will descend for a while, and you can remain atop the hammock until dawn before coming down. Naturally, Ning Lei had no objections to his suggestion. With utmost care, Gu Xiaola slowly descended from the palm tree and returned to his camp to assess the situation. Although the hyenas had rummaged through his belongings, they showed little interest in anything beyond food, resulting in only the loss of a dried fish, while the rest remained largely undisturbed. After casually tidying up, he leaned against the tree where Ning Lei was situated and closed his eyes to rest. After a night filled with exertion, even someone with Gu Xiaola's robust constitution found himself utterly fatigued, and soon he succumbed to the embrace of slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed when he was abruptly roused by Ning Lei's cries from above. He believed that the pack of hyenas had returned, and he sprang to his feet, grasping the makeshift spear in his hand, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. At this moment, the dawn light had begun to break. Yet there was no trace of the hyenas to be found. Alas, it seems unfortunate. I have heard that in certain island nations' action films, there are often team leaders who, under the pretext of managing their teams, intentionally create trouble for female members. Could it be that Gu Xiaola intends to impose such corporal punishment upon me? Chapter 23. New attire. Observing the expression of the usually haughty young lady Ning Lei, which was now fraught with anxiety, Gu Xiaola found himself even more delighted. He never anticipated that as a mere captain of a team comprising only 4 members, he would prove to be quite effective. A single utterance rendered the young lady utterly dismayed. It seems the adage that power does not expire holds profound truth. Gu Xiaola cleared his throat, elevating his voice with a tone of inquiry as he said, Ning Lei, I am addressing you. What is this attitude you are displaying? Has the food been obtained or not? Do not be deceived by Gu Xiaola's lack of official experience. He has, after all, been under the governance of officials since childhood. While he may lack experience in managing others, he certainly possesses a wealth of experience in being governed. At long last, an opportunity has presented itself. Observing Ning Lei, who appeared utterly bewildered, I unleashed a barrage of inquiries that left her delicate face flushed with indignation. Having been raised in a sheltered environment, she had been accustomed to a life of comfort and indulgence. Never had she experienced the sharp reprimands one might expect, not even from her own parents, let alone the servants, caregivers, or bodyguards who surrounded her. At this moment, having been scolded by Gu Xiaola, she suddenly burst into tears, sobbing while hastily walking away into the distance. It appears that she is about to depart from their team. Lin Rui and Lin Zhao exchanged glances and quickly pursued her, offering gentle words of consolation. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, What is happening? I haven't said anything about her. Is it merely a matter of raising one's voice slightly to inquire about her affairs? Must she resort to such extremes as contemplating death? Throughout my life, I have been subjected to ridicule not only from others, but also faced countless reprimands from teachers and superiors, the number of which I can scarcely recall. If I possessed such a thin skin as hers, I would likely have succumbed to despair long ago, regardless of how Gu Xiaola feels. He is acutely aware that he has likely provoked Ning Lei this time. Although this young lady possesses a fiery temperament and lacks any real survival skills in the wilderness, rendering her a rather burdensome presence within the team, there is a saying that rings true: beauty is justice. If he were a rough and uncouth man, Gu Xiaola would have likely sent him packing long ago. However, she is a beautiful woman, and her presence holds significant ornamental value within the team. Thus, Gu Xiaola had no choice but to put on a stern face and follow closely behind the Lin sisters. Sure enough, they had not ventured far when they spotted Ning Lei, leaning against a palm tree, weeping profusely. The two sisters, Lin Rue and Lin Jiao, were tirelessly comforting her. Sister Xiaolei, how could you let just a few words from him drive you away? Just consider that Gu Xiaola is merely spouting nonsense. A few words from him will not cost you anything. Indeed, Xiaolei, I believe Gu Xiaola does not intend to make things difficult for you. However, as the newly appointed captain, it is quite natural for him to inquire about the progress of our tasks, is it not? Do not take it too much to heart. Where do you believe you could go if you were to leave us now? Though this deserted island is vast, it offers scant refuge for shelter. I have heard you mention the presence of fierce creatures such as hyenas. It would be exceedingly perilous for a young girl like you to venture alone into the wilderness. The words of the two sisters indeed stirred something within Ning Lei. Indeed, had she not encountered Gu Xiaolu on that fateful day, she would now either be languishing in a corner, utterly exhausted and desperate, or worse, reduced to a mere morsel for that pack of hyenas. Although Gu Xiaolu is insufferable, now is hardly the time to indulge in her own spoiled whims. Even if she were to seek retribution, it must wait until she has secured her own salvation. By that time, wielding money in one hand and a whip in the other, it would be splendid to see that scoundrel Gu Xiaola kneeling before me, receiving a handful of coins accompanied by a lash. How delightful it would be to render him incapable of raising his voice against me again. Upon contemplating this, Ning Lei unexpectedly broke into a smile, startling both Lin Jiao and Lin Rue, who thought to themselves that this young lady's mood shifted rather too swiftly. Just as I was about to persuade her a little more, at that moment, Gu Xiaola panted and caught up. I must ask, Miss Ning, have you had your fill of temper tantrums? I acknowledge that my previous demeanor was less than agreeable. However, I must now draw your attention to the fact that the little wild boar is nearly roasted to perfection. It is now exquisitely crisp on the outside while remaining tender and succulent within. If you feel the urge to weep, I suggest you wait until after you have savored the roasted pork before shedding any tears. If you do not wish to eat, then you may continue to weep. With that, Gu Xiaola turned and walked away. The three girls exchanged glances. What wild boar meat? On this desolate and uninhabited island, can one still indulge in barbecued delights? Indeed, why refrain from partaking? Without sustenance, how could one muster the strength to continue battling that scoundrel Gu Xiaola? Indeed, as Gu Xiaola had anticipated, the three girls clad in garments fashioned from large banana leaves dashed away with astonishing swiftness, surpassing him in no time, and made their way towards the camp, where wisps of smoke curled gracefully into the air. By the time Gu Xiaola returned to the encampment, the three of them were each indulging in a piece of roasted pork, their mouths glistening with grease. It had been quite some time since they had indulged in such a rich, fatty delicacy, and all four of them savored the meal with great enthusiasm. As they feasted, the three girls, driven by curiosity, inquired about the source of their captain's little wild boar. Gu Xiaola, unreserved in her recounting, shared the tale of how she had stealthily tracked a mother boar and her offspring, how she had discovered their drinking stream, and how, amidst the chaos of a fierce skirmish between the wild boar and hyenas, she had cunningly secured the little boar. The three urban-bred girls listened in astonishment, captivated by the adventure that Gu Xiaola had embarked upon in the jungle, a narrative that could easily be woven into an adventurous novel. Among the trio, Lin Rue, the eldest and most astute, refrained from the exuberant outbursts of her sister Lin Jiao, and she did not engage in playful banter with the skeptical Ning Lei. Instead, she quietly nodded in admiration, slicing off a piece of the freshly roasted boar meat and offering it to Gu Xiaola. Captain, we had no idea you endured such challenges and took such risks this afternoon. This piece of wild boar meat is our way of expressing gratitude to you, our sister. It seems that our choice of you as the captain was indeed a wise one. Gu Xiaola accepted the roasted wild boar meat with a shy smile. For as the saying goes, compliments are always welcome. Who wouldn't relish such auspicious words during the new year? Moreover, such words spoken by a stunning beauty like Lin Rue carry even more weight. Beside her, her younger sister Lin Jiao chimed in, "Indeed. I always knew our Captain Xiao possessed the greatest talents. With you by our side, my sister and I are assured that we will neither suffer from thirst nor hunger." Even Ning Lei, who had always been indifferent towards Gu Xiaola, found herself reluctantly raising her hand in agreement. Thus, the first dinner of the quartet concluded in this harmonious atmosphere. However, although the meal was finished, certain matters remained unresolved, namely, the three stunning beauties were still adorned in garments fashioned from banana leaves. Such attire may be tolerable for a short duration, but over time it becomes unbearable. It is both rigid and lacking in breathability, rendering it exceedingly uncomfortable to wear. Chapter 17. A pair of sisters. Ning Lei's words left Gu Xiaolu utterly astonished. What? A boat has arrived? Could it be that they finally have a chance to escape? Yet, shielding his eyes from the sun's glare, he peered out at the sea. Where was the boat? Approaching them was merely a minuscule dinghy, swaying gently with the ocean's currents as it drifted towards their little island. Nonetheless, it was a significant discovery. Gu Xiaolu sprang to his feet, discarding his spear and removing his shirt, clad only in a pair of oversized shorts. As he hastily dashed into the water, swiftly making his way towards the dinghy. As he drew nearer, he realized there were indeed people aboard. However, likely due to a lack of provisions and several days adrift at sea, the two individuals inside appeared quite exhausted. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xiaolu grasped the dinghy and pulled it towards the shore with all his might. At that moment, the young lady Ning Lei finally managed to descend from the tree, rushing into the water to assist Gu Xiaolu. Together, they exerted tremendous effort, ultimately dragging the dinghy onto the sandy beach. It was only then that Gu Xiaolu turned his attention to the two individuals within the dinghy. To his astonishment, they were a pair of young women. The elder appeared to be around 26 or 27, with cascading long hair. The younger one seemed even younger than Ning Lei, her cherubic face suggesting she was no more than 20. Both were clad in bright orange life vests. Yet their bodies showed signs of dehydration from the prolonged lack of water, their eyes devoid of vitality. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaolu retrieved the remaining coconuts. Cracking open two of them, he and Ning Lei each held one to the lips of the sisters. The instinct for survival awakened the girls. And as soon as their lips made contact with the sweet coconut water, they quickly revived from their stupor, draining the coconuts in no time. Truly, coconut water is a boon for those in the wilderness. Not only does it replenish hydration, but its sugars swiftly convert into essential electrolytes for the body. In less than 10 minutes, the sisters' eyes, previously dull, sparkled with life. Though still weak, they had regained enough strength to speak. The elder, poised and articulate, conversed gracefully, while the younger sister was lively and somewhat chatty. Although neither could rival Ning Lei's beauty, they were undoubtedly striking in their own right. Thank you, exclaimed the older girl, as she scrutinized Gu Xiaolu and Ning Lei. Are you also survivors from the ill-fated cruise ship, the Chia? Yes, we are. The younger girl interjected eagerly. I am Lin Jiao, and this is my sister, Lin Rui. Oh, I am Gu Xiaolu, and this is Ning Lei, he replied candidly. We have been on this island for 2 days now. Ah, big brother Xiaolu, you and the beautiful Ning Lei must be a couple, right? Lin Jiao innocently asked, her lack of awareness evident. Her casual inquiry caused Ning Lei to blush fiercely, who quickly interjected, No, that is not the case. We merely encountered each other here on the island and were strangers before. While Ning Lei's words were indeed true, Gu Xiaolu was inexplicably struck by a wave of disappointment. Despite having endured the trials of the island together for 2 days, he realized he was still regarded as nothing more than a stranger in her eyes. He shook his head in self-deprecation. Perhaps Lin Rui, the elder sister, noticed Gu Xiaolu's subtle expression, for she nudged her inquisitive sister with her elbow and remarked, It is truly fortuitous to meet you. We have been adrift at sea for nearly 3 or 4 days without a morsel to eat or drink. Do you happen to have any food here? At this, Lin Rui cast a glance at Gu Xiaolu, her expression tinged with an almost flirtatious undertone. Gu Xiaolu, puzzled by her intentions, soon came to understand. They were stranded on a deserted island, and all means of survival relied on their own resourcefulness, something men were often better equipped for. Lin Rui, clearly experienced in the ways of society, seemed to view Gu Xiaolu as a potential pillar of support for their survival. With this thought, Gu Xiaolu's spirits lifted, dispelling the melancholy brought on by Ning Lei's earlier words. It mattered not if the esteemed young lady did not regard him highly. There were other lovely women who seemed to find him of value. A smile crept across his face as he replied, We did have a dried salted fish, but unfortunately, it was devoured by a pack of hyenas last night. However, the waters surrounding this island teem with various fish. I shall dive in shortly to catch a few. What? There are hyenas on this island? The sisters' expressions shifted, their concern for their survival intensifying. Fear not, those creatures cannot climb trees. As long as we sleep in the hammocks strung high in the trees, we shall be safe. Ning Lei reassured them. Indeed, if worse comes to worst, we can always scare them off with a splash of urine. If you don't believe me, just ask Ning Lei. She is quite experienced in that regard. Gu Xiaola chimed in, already clad in his diving gear. Less chatter, and no one regards you as mute. Ning Lei shot him a sharp glance. Gu Xiaola had no time to bicker. He donned his flippers and stepped backward into the water, plunging beneath the surface. Moments later, he resurfaced, addressing Ning Lei. Ladies, do not remain idle. Please take these two into the jungle and gather some vines. I believe we need to expand our hammock. Hammock? Vines. The sisters, Lin Jiao and Lin Rui, exchanged curious glances with Ning Lei. Yes, indeed. To safeguard against nighttime hyena attacks. We have been sleeping in a hammock suspended high in the trees near the bonfire. Ning Lei explained. However, with your arrival, it will no longer suffice. So we must gather more vines. But do not rush. Take a moment to rest before setting out. After Ning Lei had finished explaining, she added a few more twigs to the bonfire. Suddenly, Lin Rui glanced at her sister, prompting the astute Lin Jiao to smile and say, Ning Lei, where do you usually go for convenience? My sister and I would like to find a restroom. I am concerned that Lin Rui might catch a chill wearing this outfit in the evening, and I wish to remind her to keep warm, especially since her navel is exposed. Gu Xiaola's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly attempted to justify himself. Chapter 25. The Captain of the Night Watch TCH. Ning Lei cast a disdainful glance at him. However, Lin Jiao was quite excited, twirling around her elder sister. I must say, sister, this outfit you chose is truly lovely. It makes me want to pick an outfit from Captain Xiaola's collection as well. Lin Rui quickly interjected, you, a mere college freshman, have lost your mind. Wearing such clothing is absolutely out of the question. At that moment, Lin Rui appeared to transform into her sister's mother, firmly opposing the idea with both coaxing and scaring. Thus, this clothing change debacle came to an end, and Lin Jiao and Ning Lei donned their own sets of clothes once more. After such a series of commotions, everyone felt somewhat weary, and the sun had already dipped below the horizon. It was time to lay down and rest. However, a new dilemma arose. The hammock Gu Xiaola had tied to the palm tree could barely accommodate him and Ning Lei, with the addition of Lin Jiao and her sister. It was evidently insufficient. According to Gu Xiaola's original plan for the afternoon, he intended to return and expand the hammock using some new vines. Yet, due to the prolonged time spent in the jungle and the subsequent roasting of a wild boar by the time they finished dinner, there had been a lengthy debate over the clothing issue. Now, darkness had fallen, and it was clear that expanding the hammock was no longer feasible. Rest assured, we shall sleep on the beach tonight. That pack of hyenas will not attack us, Gu Xiaola stated with utmost certainty. Captain Xiaola, how can you be so sure? Lin Jiao asked with curiosity. Because this afternoon, that wild boar killed 2 of the hyenas by the stream and injured several others. Under these circumstances, I doubt they will have the audacity to disturb us. However, just to be safe, I shall take the night watch tonight, allowing you all to sleep soundly. Gu Xiaola declared, thrusting his makeshift spear heavily into the ground, exuding a heroic demeanor. Well, Captain Xiaola, you are simply too dashing. Our safety tonight rests entirely in your hands. Lin Jiao exclaimed joyfully. Humph, I fear he may be his own thief. Ning Lei chimed in, always contrarian at inopportune moments. All right. Since we have all agreed that Gu Xiaola is our team leader, it is pointless to remain suspicious. Let us instead prepare to allocate sleeping arrangements. Lin Rui remarked, consistently playing the peacemaker. The group ceased their arguments and began discussing the sleeping arrangements. Sleeping directly on the beach could work. But the sand beneath was quite damp, and the temperature on this deserted island would begin to drop at night. While it may not fluctuate as drastically as in a desert, lying directly on the sand could easily lead to catching a cold. Thus, they gathered large banana leaves to spread across the campsite, and with the warmth from the bonfire, it would be sufficiently comfortable for everyone to sleep. Meanwhile, their unfortunate Captain Gu Xiaola could only watch as the 3 beauties giggled and prepared their bedding. Though he wished to assist, he was met with Ning Lei's cold remarks once more, and he remained seated at a distance, spear in hand, resembling a sentry gazing into the distant jungle. Captain, are you truly going to keep vigil all night without sleeping? Lying on these banana leaves, warmed by the bonfire, is simply delightful, Lin Jiao exclaimed, oblivious to the discomfort she caused. That wretched little girl, Lin Jiao, you can enjoy your comfort all you want, but I cannot express my concerns. Ning Lei interjected, attempting to dissuade Lin Jiao from enticing Gu Xiaola over. Sister Xiaola, what are you worried about? There are 3 of us. Even if he does come, I doubt he could handle all 3 of us beauties. The mischievous Lin Jiao's words held double meanings, and Gu Xiaola nearly choked on his own breath from the implication. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Once we are rescued, I shall certainly report you to Mom and Dad. Lin Rui, the elder sister, reprimanded her sister, sensing her words were ill-advised. However, her admonishment unexpectedly cast a pall over the atmosphere, prompting Lin Jiao's smile to vanish as she asked with a quivering voice, Sister, do you think we will ever see Mom and Dad again? Lin Rui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Could she say yes? The vast sea lay before them, and rescue seemed a distant hope. Who knew when they might escape this wretched island? Conversely, to say no would imply a lifetime of isolation from civilization, living out their days like savages in the wilderness. Ning Lei, too, was teary-eyed, shaking her head in uncertainty. Whether in affirmation or denial. Hey, what are you all so worked up about? We have only been stranded on this island for less than 3 days. Yet you are already so pessimistic? Remember, Robinson was stranded for a full 28 years. He did not succumb to despair. Instead, he established his own farm and estate, even taking a wild man named Friday as a servant, ultimately becoming the king of that island before returning to England to live like a gentleman. Gu Xiaola recounted the tale he had read in the library, hoping to uplift their spirits. This tactic proved somewhat effective, as Lin Jiao's eyes widened with curiosity. Captain Xiaola, was Robinson truly that remarkable? However, before Gu Xiaola could respond, Ning Lei quickly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Don't listen to his nonsense. That's just a novel. Not real life. If that English writer Daniel Defoe were on this island, I'm certain he would feel just as desperate as we do. Come on. That story is based on real events. I'm sharing this with you to encourage a more optimistic outlook. Dwelling on despair serves no purpose. Gu Xiaola shot a cold glance at the defiant Ning Lei. Ning Lei was about to retort, but Lin Rui intervened. All right. I believe Captain Xiaola has a point. Unyielding pessimism only brings harm. Let us all settle down and get some rest. We're all tired. With Lin Rui mediating, Gu Xiaola and Ning Lei, the bickering pair, fell silent. The 3 girls comfortably nestled around the bonfire on the banana leaves, while Gu Xiaola, lamentably, sat at a distance, spear in hand, on night watch duty. Before long, the 3 girls succumbed to deep slumber, and as the night deepened, weariness overcame Gu Xiaola as well. His seated body began to sway uncontrollably, and he could no longer resist the urge to doze off. However, at that moment, a gentle hand grasped him. Chapter 26, Fate. This startled Gu Xiaola, who was in a daze. Could there be some mountain spirit or tree monster on this island? But shaking his groggy head, he realized that there were no fairies before him. It was simply Lin Rui, sitting beside him, her almond-shaped eyes filled with concern as they gazed at him. Oh, it's you. You startled me. I thought some wild beast had come. Gu Xiaola's face flushed as he casually picked up a few twigs from the ground and tossed them into the bonfire. Captain, you must be tired as well. How about I take over for a while? We have a lot of work awaiting us tomorrow. Lin Rui said with a gentle smile. No, it's fine. I can manage. At worst, I'll catch up on sleep at the camp tomorrow. You should go rest. It's the middle of the night. If that little brat Ning Lei sees you here, she'll think I have ulterior motives. Gu Xiaola replied with a wry smile. Sighing, he added, Ning Lei seems to be a pampered rich girl, accustomed to having people cater to her whims. It's no wonder her haughty demeanor is so hard to shake off. However, I believe she means no harm. I hope you won't take her too seriously, Captain. As Lin Rui spoke, she leaned slightly toward Gu Xiaola. They were sitting on a piece of dead wood that lay across the ground. As she leaned closer, Gu Xiaola wondered why she was suddenly so near. In the stillness of the night, with the 2 of them, 1 man and 1 woman, sitting so close together, Lin Rui seemed oblivious to his shifting emotions as she continued. In this desolate island, it's just the 4 of us who are fortunate enough to come together. Is this not a form of fate? At that moment, Lin Rui's face was nearly touching Gu Xiaola's chest, making his heart race and his thoughts swirl. He found himself instinctively wanting to lean in and kiss her. Yet, a voice in the back of his mind cautioned him against such an impulsive act. Just then, a sudden scream erupted from the direction where Lin Jiao and Ning Lei were sleeping. Something bit me. The shrill cry jolted Gu Xiaola, who had been on the brink of losing control. Lin Rui, too, wore a look of panic as they both turned their attention to the girls' sleeping area. They saw Lin Jiao hopping around, seemingly trying to shake something out of her clothes, which had also woken Ning Lei, who rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion. What bit you, Jiao? Lin Rui asked, rushing over with concern. I don't know. It was in my clothes. I was sleeping so soundly when suddenly I felt a sharp bite that woke me up. Lin Jiao exclaimed, continuing her frantic jumping. The flickering light of the bonfire illuminated her movements, making it impossible for Gu Xiaola to retain any semblance of sleepiness. Goodness, First, the sister tried to seduce me. And now the little sister was hopping around in front of me. Thankfully, my self-control is strong enough to withstand this. After nearly a minute of jumping, Lin Jiao finally heard a thud as something fell from her clothing. It landed on a banana leaf and scurried away, clearly a living creature. Oh my gosh. What is that? Before they could discern what it was, the three girls scattered in fright. With a swift motion, Gu Xiaola thrust a spear into the creature, eliciting a cold chuckle from him as he examined the impaled creature. It was merely a small crab from the beach. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? He held the crab, skewered on the end of the spear, out to the three girls. Indeed, it was a crab no larger than a baby's fist, still struggling and waving its pincers despite being pierced through. Although this little creature doesn't bite, getting pinched by its claws would certainly sting, Gu Xiaola remarked. His words made Lin Jiao blush, and she stammered, unable to articulate where she had been pinched. Gu Xiaola, respecting her embarrassment, refrained from pressing further. Returning to his place, he placed the unfortunate crab over the fire to roast. Yes, roast it. I must eat its flesh to quell my anger, Lin Jiao exclaimed, her enthusiasm reignited. Gu Xiaola could only shake his head with a smile, thinking how little meat there could be on such a small crab. However, this incident triggered some reflection for Gu Xiaola. The four of them were currently sleeping on the beach, which posed numerous dangers. It was fortunate that a crab was the cause of their commotion this time. What if it had been a venomous snake or a scorpion next time? After all, they were in a tropical region where such creatures were not uncommon. Moreover, what would they do if it started to rain or storm on this deserted island? Being exposed without a roof over their heads was untenable. Building a shelter? It was easier said than done, as they possessed hardly any proper tools. And even if they had materials, they wouldn't know how to utilize them effectively. Gu Xiaola found himself lost in thought, while Gu Xiaola fell silent. The three girls were invigorated by the crab incident. Hey, big sister, when I jumped up after being pinched by that crab, I didn't see you sleeping beside me. I thought you came from Captain Xiaola's side. Lin Jiao teased, her big eyes sparkling mischievously. Her question caught Ning Lei's attention. Why is Lin Rui sleeping so close to Gu Xiaola in the middle of the night? Could there be something going on between them? However, Lin Rui, being a few years older than the others, was not easily flustered by their inquiries. It's nothing. I saw that Captain Xiaola was alone keeping watch and wanted to help him. After all, he is the real backbone of this team. Is that all? Lin Jiao scrutinized her older sister with skepticism. Is it not enough? Captain Gu Xiaola is our officially elected leader. You shouldn't always think ill of him. Lin Rui's cheeks flushed slightly as she defended Gu Xiaola's position. Sure, he is a captain, but whether he is genuine or not is another matter. Lin Jiao huffed, her youthful mischief evident. Chapter 27. Plans for building a shelter. Indeed, I believe what Jiao said makes very good sense. Lin Jia, I know you mean well, but I must remind you that the three of us girls should stick together on this island. He is just one man. Even if we don't intentionally oppose him, we should still be somewhat cautious, right? Ning Lei chimed in, eager to add her perspective. Xiaolei? Have you only known Gu Xiaola for 2 days? How do you act as if you know him so well? Lin Rui asked, taken aback by her statement. I've only known him for 2 days. However, before you two arrived on this island, that guy frequently bullied me, relying on his outdoor survival skills. Ning Lei replied with a slight pause in her tone. While we were away, Captain Xiaola bullied you. Lin Jiao, seemingly having completely forgotten the pain from being pinched by a crab, eagerly pressed on. Sister Xiaola, you must tell us how Captain Xiaola bullied you. Observing the mischievous grin on the girl's face, Ning Lei's cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, and she lowered her head, falling silent. Wait, something's off. Could it be that the two of you had some indescribable incidents on the island before? Lin Jiao's eyes sparkled with mischief, while her elder sister Lin Rui began to worry. If Ning Lei had developed a deeper relationship with Gu Xiaola before they arrived, then the sisters might find themselves at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, after much contemplation, Ning Lei finally spoke. Xiao Jiao, don't talk nonsense. When I said he bullied me, I merely meant that he often used irritating words to humiliate me and disregarded my opinions. That guy, who is all talk and no action, has only stolen a few glances at me. Aside from that, nothing has happened. Ning Lei's explanation eased Lin Rui's concern slightly. However, the little imp Lin Jiao was relentless. Oh, Sister Xiaola, do you perhaps feel that he is too timid to act on anything? Never fear, tomorrow during the day, my sister and I will find an opportunity to leave you two alone in the camp and create a conducive environment for you. How about it? Is half an hour enough for you to consummate your relationship, or shall we extend it to an hour? This little girl rambled on, leaving both Ning Lei and Lin Rui quite stunned. Xiao Jiao, you just graduated high school and entered university? How come you seem to understand these matters better than your elder sister? Lin Rui scolded playfully. Sister, spare me. We are on a deserted island. Even if I have never attracted boys at school, so what? We don't even know how long we will survive. As she spoke, Lin Jiao's eyes turned red with emotion. Sister, if we truly can't leave, I think Xiaola is a decent choice. Of course, apart from him, I fear I have no other options. The unintentional word struck a chord with Ning Lei, who was also deeply moved. Indeed, if they were to spend their lives on this deserted island, they might truly only be able to be with that insufferable Gu Xiaola. Yet, how could such a rough man possibly be her Prince Charming? Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Lin Rui suddenly turned to Ning Lei and asked, Xiaolei, you seldom mention your family background, yet your demeanor and grace suggest you are not from an ordinary family. Since we are unable to sleep tonight, why don't you share a bit about yourself? Lin Rui's question left Ning Lei unsure of how to respond, so she replied softly, there's really not much to say. My parents were seldom around during my childhood. They were always flying between countries for business. The only ones accompanying me at home were the nanny, driver, gardener, and other servants. Later, when I was a bit older, my parents sent me to a prestigious private school in Europe. I would only see them during the winter holidays when we went skiing in Switzerland, and in the summer when we went diving in the Maldives or Tahiti. Eventually, I went to study in the United States. Stop right there. Lin Jiao interrupted Ning Lei. What you've described is not a personal history, but rather a continuous global tour. It's infuriating to compare myself to you. Lin Jiao pouted in frustration. However, Ning Lei sighed and said, perhaps my family condition is indeed better than yours, but so what? I am still trapped on this deserted island, just like you. No amount of money can shield me from Gu Xiaola's antics. With that, Ning Lei turned away, lost in her thoughts. Seeing that Ning Lei had lost interest in continuing the conversation, the Lin sisters fell silent as well, gradually drifting back into slumber. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola remained by the campfire, deep in contemplation about constructing a shelter. The following morning, the Lin sisters and Ning Lei awoke one after another, discovering that their leader, Gu Xiaola, was dozing off. Cradling a makeshift spear, Lin Jiao attempted to play a prank to wake him, but was stopped by her sister Lin Rui. Captain Xiaola, you have done enough for our team. This morning, let us go and find food. Lin Rui's suggestion was immediately met with agreement from the other two. However, lacking Gu Xiaola's skills, they could only search along the coastline for small fish, shrimp, and shellfish, rather than diving into the coral reefs surrounding the island. Initially, they had sought food along the more open and flat stretch of sandy beach in front of their camp, but such smooth sandy shores yielded few larger marine creatures. Instead, larger marine life was more likely to be found in the muddy tidal flats or rocky beaches. Thus, the three girls decided to walk along the edge of the beach towards the direction of the rocks and cliffs. Gu Xiaola, still groggy from sleep, eventually awoke to find the three beautiful girls absent. His first instinct was to glance towards the sea, wondering if they had gone swimming again. However, the azure waters revealed no sign of anyone, only the rhythmic waves rolling in. Disheartened, Gu Xiaola returned to the camp, surveying the materials at their disposal. Aside from the considerable amount of vines the Lin sisters had harvested the previous afternoon, they were left with only the small kayak they had arrived on. Initially, Gu Xiaola had contemplated using the kayak to venture out in search of rescue. However, the kayak was far too small to accommodate all four of them, and even if they managed to squeeze in, it would be impossible to carry sufficient food and fresh water. Venturing out to sea without adequate supplies was tantamount to signing a death warrant. Chapter 19. Seeking water what? Ning Lei opposes? This was entirely unexpected for Gu Xiaola, considering she had already spent 2 days alone with him on the island. Even if no sparks of affection had ignited, there should at least be a semblance of camaraderie. Shouldn't he there? Why then was she standing up against him? The Lin sisters, Lin Rui and Lin Xiao, also cast curious glances at Ning Lei, who felt a bit embarrassed under their scrutinizing gazes. Stammering, she explained, I'm not actually against him being the captain, it's just that the powers you mentioned, Sister Lin, seem a bit excessive. Oh, powers too great? What do you mean, Xiaolei? Lin Rui asked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled. What do I mean? You stated quite clearly that regardless of who becomes captain, we, the team members, must fully comply with the captainess arrangements and orders, right? Yes. What is the issue with that? Of course, there is an issue. If any of us three girls were captain, I wouldn't object. But if it's Gu Xiaolo, I find it inappropriate. What if he harbors ulterior motives towards the three of us and issues commands that could benefit him at our expense? Despite the embarrassment of voicing her concerns, Ning Lei blushed as she laid bare her worries. Wow, Ning Lei, after spending so much time together, you still think of me as that kind of person? Gu Xiaolu was infuriated, ready to retort. If I were truly that kind of person, I would have made my move on the first day on the island, rather than wait until now to become captain. However, with the Lin sisters present, he felt somewhat awkward to voice such thoughts. Nevertheless, his disgruntled expression did not escape Lin Rui's notice, prompting her to wave her hands in a conciliatory manner. Xiaolei, I believe your concerns are somewhat unwarranted. Gu Xiaole doesn't seem like that kind of person at all. Moreover, what I previously mentioned about us fully obeying the captain's orders comes with the premise that those commands are solely for our team's survival. It was unspoken. But Lin Rui understood that to say otherwise would make Gu Xiaolu appear as the lecherous Captain Ning Lei had described. Meanwhile, besides Lin Rui's attempts to smooth things over, her sister Lin Jiao was also fervently praising Gu Xiaolu, despite Ning Lei's reluctance. Being the sole dissenting voice in a group of 4 proved futile, and she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, a team comprising 3 women and 1 man was formed on the desolate island. Since his school days, Gu Xiaolu had only been a class representative and had never held any official position. After graduating from university, he had been a mere employee at an IT company. Little did he expect that after a shipwreck, he would find himself in a leadership role on this deserted island, accompanied by 3 beautiful women as his subordinates. Regardless of the circumstances, no one dislikes holding authority, and Gu Xiaolu was no exception. However, as he gazed at the vast sea and the 3 stunning women beside him, a profound sense of responsibility welled up within him. Indeed, if he were alone, his experience and skills honed from years spent in the mountains would likely suffice to survive for 3 to 5 years on this island. But now, burdened by the presence of 3 dependents, he felt the weight of responsibility heavy upon him. After contemplating, Gu Xiaolu issued his first command as captain, Ning Lei. This afternoon, search for some shellfish or small fish along the beach for our dinner. Lin Jiao and Lin Rui, you 2 continue to gather more vines in the nearby forest to help expand our hammock. Understood, Captain. Lin Jiao and Lin Rui replied without hesitation. Only the young lady Ning Lei frowned and questioned, Gu Xiaolu, while you assign us all to work, what will you be doing? Surely you won't just be lying around at the campsite? Ha ha ha. So this troublesome girl is determined to go against me, is she? Gu Xiaolu feigned a deep smile, replying, I certainly won't be idle at the campsite. I have an important task ahead, seeking a water source deep in the forest. A water source? The 3 beauties were momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. Living by the beach might suffice for food at present, but water was indeed a pressing concern. They had been relying on the coconuts Gu Xiaolu had gathered on the first day. However, the number of coconuts was limited, and while there were still some unpicked on the steep coconut trees, even Gu Xiaolu could not possibly climb them. Moreover, even if he could, relying solely on those few coconuts would hardly sustain them for long. Thus, Gu Xiaoli's plan to venture into the depths of the forest to search for water was undeniably imperative. With clear roles established, Gu Xiaolu grasped his sole weapon, a makeshift spear, and exchanged farewells with the ladies before slipping into the forest. Sis, do you think Xiaolu will find a water source this time? Lin Jiao inquired, watching his retreating figure. Who knows? Let us hope he has good fortune. As we do, Lin Rui murmured. To be candid, Gu Xiaolu himself had no absolute confidence in locating a water source. Nevertheless, given the circumstances and his position as the team's elected captain, failing to find even the most basic necessity of life would be utterly embarrassing. Even if the Lin sisters did not voice their discontent, Ning Lei would undoubtedly not hold back her complaints. For the sake of silencing her, he resolved to achieve something worthwhile that afternoon. As Gu Xiaolu maneuvered through the underbrush, clearing away the vines that obstructed his path, he reflected on the island. This small island was neither too large nor too small. At its heart lay a modest mountain range, surrounded by subtropical jungles. The sounds of insects and the chirping of birds echoed within the forest, indicating it was a haven for many animals. Surely, there must be abundant freshwater resources on the island. Drawing from his childhood experiences in the mountains, Gu Xiaolu deduced that an area capable of supporting so many animals could not possibly lack fresh water. Yet, the challenge remained, where was the water? Wandering aimlessly through the jungle would yield nothing. Not only would an afternoon be insufficient, but it might take days without success. However, there were effective methods to expedite the search for water, one of which involved tracking the survival patterns of other animals. Like humans, most animals prioritize drinking water alongside food. Gu Xiaolu cautiously navigated the jungle, turning left and right, hoping for a discovery. Effort bore fruit. As he stumbled upon 2 wild boars, a large one and a smaller one, after rounding a small hill. Chapter 20. The fisherman gains. Gu Xiaolu suddenly felt a surge of excitement, though it was not because he believed he could hunt wild boars. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, even Gu Xiaolu, in his arrogance, could not think that with a spear resembling a firewood stick, he could slay a wild boar. What delighted him was the highly predictable habits of wild boars. Their feeding and drinking times were remarkably regular. In his childhood, He often accompanied his second uncle into the mountains to set traps for wild boars. His uncle, an experienced hunter, would always place the traps along the paths that the boars frequented for food or water, greatly enhancing the chances of a successful catch. However, there was an incident that nearly cost his uncle his life. One day, after checking the traps, his uncle found one that had not caught any beasts but had ensnared a bloody foreleg of a wild boar. Just as his uncle was puzzled, a wild boar, missing a foreleg, suddenly sprang from the nearby bushes. With its tusks bared, it charged at his uncle. The beast, trapped by the leg, had bitten it off in a fit of desperation and lay in wait for the hunter. Fortunately, his uncle was quick on his feet, coupled with the boar's reduced speed. He drew his sharp hunting knife just in time, plunging it into the creature's heart as it lunged at him. Even so, his uncle sustained significant injuries and had to be carried down the mountain. Ever since that day, he had refrained from hunting in the mountains. As childhood memories flooded back, Gushala looked at the wild boar pair before him and shook his head with a wry smile. It was wise to avoid provoking such fierce and vengeful creatures. However, he pondered whether this mother and baby boar would soon seek water after their meal. He crouched down, carefully concealing himself in the underbrush over 20 meters away, ensuring that these cunning animals could not catch his scent. Clearly, the two wild boars were unaware of being stealthily followed, perhaps due to the rarity of threats on this deserted island, allowing them to enjoy their feast on something freshly unearthed from the soil. From his distance, Gushala could not discern what they were eating, only knowing they had an impressive appetite, consuming for nearly 2 hours before swaggering away, satisfied and swaying their behinds. He silently wished for their safe departure to a water source. Gushala stealthily followed, maneuvering through the jungle in their wake. After traversing several hills and patches of forest, he was elated to hear the sound of flowing water. How wonderful! It seemed there was surely a water source ahead. The next step would be to wait for the mother and baby boar to quench their thirst, allowing him to gather water. He glanced at the large water bottle in his hand, discovered in the small boat belonging to the Lin sisters, which was now about to prove its worth. Indeed, as he rounded a hill, a gently meandering stream appeared, its waters crystal clear. The moment the wild boars spotted the stream, they dashed over, with one diving in to drink and play, making a mess of the water. Gushala inwardly cursed, wishing for them to finish quickly so he could collect water. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded. A pack of hyenas appeared not far from the wild boars. Goodness! Gushala nearly gasped aloud. Were these not the same hyenas that had visited their camp last night? Leading the pack was the very hyena he had blinded in one eye, followed by 5 or 6 robust adults. While the wild boars were oblivious to Gushala's scent, the mother boar quickly detected the intruders. She fixed her blood-red eyes on the unwelcome guests, issuing warning snorts. Under normal circumstances, hyenas would shy away from attacking wild boars. For an adult boar is a formidable opponent, and any victory would come at the cost of several hyenas' lives. However, this time, the hyenas appeared intent on the vulnerable baby boar hiding behind its mother. Though the adult boar was a fearsome adversary, the young one was merely a few months old, weighing no more than 30 pounds, an ideal meal. Yet capturing the baby boar would not be easy. The mother stood resolutely in front of her offspring, ready to fight any intruder. The hyenas, however, were cunning. Led by the one-eyed hyena, they slowly crept closer to the boar family. Despite the mother boar's furious growls, the hyenas advanced deliberately until the adult boar, provoked, charged at the nearest hyena, bearing its tusks. But the hyena, clearly prepared, turned and fled just in time. The boar's teeth snapped at nothing but air, only to hear its young one cry out in distress. Turning back, it saw 2 hyenas attacking its offspring. Enraged, the mother boar charged at the 2 hyenas, who quickly retreated. The boar pursued them fiercely. Meanwhile, other hyenas attempted to distract the mother, aiming for the baby boar, prompting the mother to rush back again. Gushala found the spectacle utterly captivating. Such a scene was rarely witnessed, even on a nature documentary. Unlike the edited versions on television, however, reality did not permit such cuts. The stamina of these wild animals was limited, and soon both the boars and hyenas found themselves panting heavily, exhausted from the skirmish, locked in a stalemate. The hyena's strategy to lure the boar away had not succeeded, having squandered much energy without drawing the adult boar away. Yet the hyena's attacks had not been in vain. The baby boar bore several wounds and lay by the stream, unable to flee with its mother. Even the adult boar had sustained injuries, blood dripping from multiple bites. However, the thick hide of an adult boar meant these minor wounds would merely serve to enrage it further. Perhaps the blood flowing from the wild boar awakened the inherent ferocity in the hyenas. After a minute of standoff, the one-eyed leader let out a howl and charged. This time, the target of the pack's assault was the adult boar. The boar, undeterred, charged at the first hyena. and the scene erupted into chaos. Boar roars mingled with hyena yelps, blood splattering everywhere. Ultimately, 2 unfortunate hyenas fell victim to the boar's tusks, while the remainder fled in disarray. At this moment, the general manager Wei, who had been observing from behind, sensed that the situation was amiss. With a furrowed brow, he approached Qin Wei and inquired, "What is happening here? Are you incapable of managing such a trivial matter? You have left our esteemed colleague, General Manager Chong, in a state of hunger. Can you bear the weight of this responsibility?" Qin Wei, visibly distressed, replied, "Manager Wei, it is not my fault. It is that brat Gu Xiaola who refuses to allow us to join their team." "Oh, is that so?" Manager Wei paused, glancing at Gu Xiaola and then at the 3 stunning women behind him. Suddenly, a smile transformed his demeanor as he remarked, Xiaola, this is where you are mistaken. Despite any past grievances we may have had within the company, those are internal matters. Now we face the ruthless forces of nature together. What strength can you muster alone? With just these ladies? If you unite with us, I am confident that no challenge is insurmountable. Moreover, our superior, General Manager Chong, is just behind us. If he suffers hunger because of you, can you truly shoulder that burden? Manager Wei believed that his grandiloquent rhetoric would surely dazzle Gu Xiaola. To his astonishment, Gu Xiaola merely smiled faintly and retorted, "Bear the burden? Not a chance. Xiaola, what is this attitude? I must remind you that I am still your supervisor at Diding Networks, and I am issuing you a command in that capacity." Manager Wei exclaimed, flustered, "What? You think you can command me as if we were still in the office at Diding Networks? This is a deserted island, and we do not even know when we will escape. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me with office theatrics? I suggest you conserve your energy to find food and water." Gu Xiaola chuckled, showing no respect for Manager Wei, who had once wielded authority over him. "You think you're tough just because you're on this island with a few lovely ladies? Have you noticed Director Huang from Human Resources over there? Even in this desolate place, with a mere word, we could terminate your employment. You ought to be aware that the job market is exceedingly grim this year. With your limited credentials, you may find it difficult to secure a new position in the city before running out of funds for rent. Thus, I advise you one last time, do not play with fire." As soon as Manager Wei finished speaking, Qin Wei chimed in, "Yes. Don't think that just because you arrived here first and have a few beautiful women by your side, you are in a position of strength. We have Manager Wei, Manager Chong, and Director Huang with us. If you wish to quit, there will be no turning back." "Huh? Regretful pills? I would genuinely like to take one, but not for any other reason than regretting ever joining your company, which brainwashes its employees with the notion that a 996 work schedule is a blessing." Gu Xiaola shot back, "Qin Wei, do not think I am unaware of your connections. You are merely the brother-in-law of Director Bai from the Operations Department, allowing you to evade responsibility while we, the unconnected, bear the brunt of the fallout. However, after all I have endured, I have come to a realization. Even if I must return home to till the soil, I shall not serve you wretches. You are free to play as you wish." Upon hearing this, the 3 beautiful women behind him nearly applauded, with Ning Lei stepping forward to declare, "Diding Networks? Humph, is that truly a grand establishment? Xiaola, do not heed their threats. Once we escape, I will acquire their company and appoint you as the general manager." Gu Xiaola merely smiled, thinking, "My dear lady, we do not even know when we will escape." At this point, it was clear to both Qin Wei and Manager Wei, as well as the others, that Gu Xiaola's group was not inclined to welcome them. Although they were outnumbered by 4 men, both Manager Wei and Manager Chong were overweight middle-aged men, while Gu Xiaola was a fit young man, clearly not to be trifled with. Should a confrontation arise, they would not easily emerge unscathed. After a brief consultation, it was the middle-aged woman, the Human Resources Director Huang, who approached with a smile to negotiate. "You must be Gu Xiaola. I am the Human Resources Director. Although you may be reluctant to associate with us, we are, after all, from the same company. How about this? The island is vast, and surely we can coexist peacefully?" Her words were diplomatically crafted. After all, Gu Xiaola, no matter how tempestuous, could not possibly claim the entire island. Gu Xiaola, not one to be unreasonable, simply nodded coldly. "Director Huang, your proposal is acceptable. I have no interest in interfering with how you choose to survive on this island, provided you do not disturb our camp." "That is agreeable," she replied. "However, our lifeboat ran aground upon reaching this island, and we barely escaped to shore. Most of our supplies were lost, and we hope you can provide us with some assistance, such as food and water." As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the food roasting over Gu Xiaola's campfire, and she swallowed hard. "Oh, your lifeboat sank? Were there many supplies on board?" Gu Xiaola, initially disinclined to engage further, suddenly brightened with curiosity. "Indeed, our lifeboat did sink, and there were indeed supplies such as fresh water and compressed biscuits. However, we were in such a hurry to escape that we could not retrieve them. Oh. And there was also a toolbox and a first aid kit. But alas, they are now lying at the bottom of the sea, the Human Resources Director's side. Casting another longing glance at the seafood roasting behind Gu Xiaola. Oh, Gu Xiaola nodded, then turned to the three women. Please fetch some roasted food for Director Huang. And also divide one of the wild boar legs I cured yesterday among them. Upon hearing this, the three women immediately protested. Gu Xiaola, have you lost your mind? We worked tirelessly to obtain this food, and you wish to give away half of it so easily? Ning Lei was the first to voice her dissent. Exactly. What Sister Lei said is spot on. We just gathered this food this morning after much effort. If you want to be the good guy, you can do it on your own. We shall not give you these provisions. Lin Jiao pouted, expressing her discontent. However, her elder sister, Lin Rue, who was slightly older and more mature, gestured for the two of them to refrain from yelling. Instead, she approached Gu Xiaola and quietly inquired, Captain, are you intending to exchange food for the location of their sunken lifeboat? Gu Xiaola nodded in appreciation and replied softly. It is not merely about trading for the lifeboat's location. I wish to hastily disperse these gentlemen. Do you not think their presence before us is decidedly unfavorable? Lin Rue concurred and signaled Ning Lei and Lin Jiao to follow Gu Xiaola's instructions and procure the food. Although the two young girls were reluctant, they understood that Lin Rue and Gu Xiaola's prolonged whispering indicated that the matter was more significant than mere folly on Gu Xiaola's part. Thus, they begrudgingly agreed to relinquish half of the provisions to Gu Xiaola. Meanwhile, the team leaders, including Chong and Wei from the Dieting Network Company, along with their sycophant Qin Wei, were practically drooling at the sight of the seafood wrapped in banana leaves, freshly grilled to perfection. Scallops, sea urchins, oysters, and several oversized conchs exuded an enticing aroma, driving them to madness after days of subsisting solely on compressed biscuits at sea. However, Gu Xiaola did not immediately distribute the food. Instead, she coldly stated, I am willing to give you this food, but you must agree to two conditions. Two conditions? The senior executives exchanged puzzled glances, each waiting for the others to respond, ultimately looking back at Gu Xiaola with uncertainty. They thought to themselves, we are nearly destitute. What conditions could you possibly impose on us? Gu Xiaola, perceiving their bewilderment, merely smiled and said, these conditions are not difficult to fulfill. First, I require you to disclose the precise location where your lifeboat sank outside the island. Second, I ask that after consuming these provisions, you promptly vacate this beach. The island is vast, with ample unoccupied areas, whether you continue along the coastline or venture into the jungles and mountains at the island's center. It would surely be preferable to crowding together with us, making it challenging for everyone to find sustenance. Can you agree to these two conditions? Gu Xiaola continued, shaking the banana leaves encasing the food to ensure they could see it clearly. After a brief exchange of glances and hushed whispers among the executives, the middle-aged female HR director, her face beaming with a smile, finally said, your conditions seem entirely reasonable. The location of the sunken lifeboat is easily identifiable. Just to our left at the 10 o'clock position. If you are a capable swimmer, you should be able to see it within approximately 2 kilometers. As for your second condition, rest assured, we shall depart immediately after consuming these provisions. This small beach cannot accommodate so many of us together. Seeing that they had acquiesced, Gu Xiaola honored her word and handed over the banana leaves filled with food. The group joyously scurried to the sandy area nearby, settling down to feast. In that moment, these usually dignified corporate leaders cast aside all pretenses, eagerly grabbing food and stuffing it into their mouths. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola and her companions returned to their camp to begin their own meal. Captain, you aren't genuinely planning to search for their sunken lifeboat, are you? Lin Jiao, the most inquisitive among them, asked as they ate. Of course. What reason would I have to grant them food otherwise? You heard them mention that the lifeboat contains not only a toolbox but also a highly valuable medical kit. If we intend to reside on this island long term, acquiring these items is essential, Gu Xiaola replied, swallowing a freshly grilled oyster. I wonder, Captain, have you considered whether they will speak the truth? I find it somewhat dubious. Lin Rue remarked after a moment of contemplation. You raise a valid point. However, given the current circumstances, I believe deceiving us would bear no advantage for them. After all, we are the only two groups of survivors on this island. Antagonizing us would make their situation even more precarious. Moreover, even if they were to lie, I must verify the information personally. These supplies are of utmost importance to us, Gu Xiaola stated, prying open another oyster and consuming the tender meat. I've heard oysters are reputed to be a man's fuel station and a woman's beauty salon. Are you not concerned about any adverse reactions from consuming them in such a manner? Lin Jiao teased, observing Gu Xiaola devour one oyster after another. Yet, Her playful banter was met with disapproving stares from her sister Lin Rui and Ning Lei, their expressions silently questioning how she managed to graduate high school with such knowledge. Unfazed, Lin Jiao defiantly replied, "What is the big deal? We often discuss such matters among our female classmates." The thought of young girls engaging in such conversations nearly caused Gu Xiaola to lose his composure, prompting him to interject, "Ladies, shall we refrain from this topic? This afternoon, after those individuals leave, I plan to dive in the area they mentioned to search for the toolbox and medical kit. However, I am concerned they might harbor ill intentions toward you girls upon my departure, so it would be prudent to devise a strategy for your protection. What is there to fear? They are merely two portly middle-aged men and a scrawny programmer. I am not intimidated," Lin Jiao declared nonchalantly. However, her sister Lin Rui suggested with caution, "Before you leave, perhaps you should leave your Swiss Army knife behind. It would serve us better for protection here at camp, as it is of little use in the water." Gu Xiaola nodded in agreement and turned to Ning Lei, who had remained silent. "My lady, during our time alone on the island, you have boasted about your self-defense techniques and yoga skills. Now is the time to demonstrate your prowess. Your sisters will be relying on your protection." Ning Lei knew Gu Xiaola was teasing her, yet she found it difficult to retort, having already made her claims. While Gu Xiaola's camp strategized for the afternoon's endeavors, the team from Dieting Network Company was not idle either. A few individuals swiftly devoured the food provided by Gu Xiaola, leaving little behind. Although they did not feel completely satiated, the mere presence of food in their stomachs bolstered their confidence considerably. Damn it. This Gu Xiaola really has no sense of propriety. How dare he disrespect our General Wei? I must find an opportunity to deal with him. Qin Wei, eager to impress the other executives, muttered angrily, "Hey, Xiao Qin, lower your voice. We don't want them to overhear us," General Wei cautioned, shaking his head. "And what if they do? I was merely weak from hunger earlier. Now that I've eaten, I'm not afraid of him. Besides, there are 4 of us big men here. Why should we fear just one?" Qin Wei retorted dismissively. "Xiao Qin, we cannot speak so lightly. Although we outnumber him, we are all leaders from reputable companies, not thugs looking for a fight. Just look at Gu Xiaola. He is built like a tank. I've heard he grew up in the mountains. Do you think we stand a chance against him?" General Wei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Xiaola in the distance. Qin Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, with his slight frame, he surmised that even 3 of him combined would likely be no match for Gu Xiaola. Even if he were to team up with the portly General Wei and General Chang, the odds would still be against them. Are we just going to let this slide? I can't shake off the feeling of injustice. Why should a mere country bumpkin command us, the elite? And now we have to yield this beach to him? Qin Wei exclaimed. Before he could continue, General Chang, who had been silent, suddenly smiled enigmatically and said, "Who says we must heed his demands? Eliminating him doesn't necessarily require brute force. That would be the act of a fool. We are cultured individuals, and surely we can devise a more clever solution." Chapter 32, a counterstrike. General Chang's words left the others momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, General Chang? Do you have a plan to eliminate Gu Xiaola?" General Wei inquired immediately. This matter largely hinges on our Human Resources Director, Director Huang," General Chang replied with a slight smile, turning to the middle-aged woman beside him. This remark reminded Qin Wei, "Oh right, Director Huang, I forgot to ask, why did you reveal the location of our lifeboat's wreck to that scoundrel Gu Xiaola? Even if we were to let the supplies sink, there was no need to give them an advantage." In response to Qin Wei's question, Director Huang merely smiled faintly and did not provide an answer. Instead, General Wei smacked Qin Wei on the head, exclaiming, "You fool. Have you forgotten how our office director, Oldly, met his demise?" With this reminder, the others suddenly understood. Yes, when their lifeboat had run aground and sunk, there were not just 6 of them, but 7. One of them was Oldly, the office director. Unfortunately for him, that area happened to harbor a great white shark over 3 meters long. Oldly had inadvertently cut himself on a coral reef, and the sin of blood had drawn the shark, which promptly dragged him into the depths of the ocean. The memory sent chills down their spines, and they realized they had swum faster than ever before. Brilliant. If we can lure Gu Xiaola to that area with the shark, we won't even have to lift a finger. He will become shark bait. As for the camp he has painstakingly established, along with those 3 beautiful women. What a splendid plan. Qin Wei couldn't help but break into laughter. "Keep your voice down. If they hear you, he won't go." General Chang shot him a glare, then continued. "To lower their guard, we will leave the speech as agreed, but we need not stray far. We can linger nearby. Let us wait a bit longer. If Gu Xiaola doesn't return, we will simply appear to take over his camp and women." "You're right, General Chang. Damn it. That guy truly thinks this island is his domain. Just now, I couldn't help but notice those 3 beauties in his camp. My desires are stirred. Ugh. You men are all the same. Nothing but trouble. scoffed the young woman with an influencer-esque face, spitting on the ground. Shally, are you jealous? Don't worry. No matter how many beauties there are, you are my favorite. General Chang chuckled, but Shally pushed his hand away, playfully scolding him. All right, let us go. We'll see if Gu Xiaola takes the bait. Director Huang stood up and addressed the group. The others rose as well, casting one last glance at Gu Xiaola's camp before departing slowly. Gu Xiaola, of course, noticed their movements. He exchanged glances with his female companions, nodded to them, and began to pack up their gear, donning the prepared wetsuits and masks, securing ropes woven from vines around their bodies, and grasping a makeshift spear. Be vigilant around those people. I have a feeling they harbor ill intentions. Gu Xiaola warned his team before departing. Don't worry, Captain. If those guys dare approach, we'll make sure they regret it. The youngest, Lin Jiao, declared boldly. Gu Xiaola only smiled faintly, thinking, silly girl, do you believe this is just a game? If these individuals truly mean harm, you three girls could be in grave danger. Regardless of his concerns, Gu Xiaola was resolute in acquiring the supplies from the lifeboat. With determination, he waved farewell to his teammates and stepped backward into the surging sea, quickly disappearing from view. Sister, do you think Captain Xiaola will manage to retrieve the toolbox and supplies? Lin Jiao asked, her voice tinged with worry. That is uncertain, compared to the toolbox and supplies. I'm more concerned for the captain's safety, Lin Rui replied, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing Lin Rui's concern for Gu Xiaola's safety, Ning Lei felt a wave of panic wash over her. Perplexed as to why she was so worried about someone so crude and frequently lecherous towards her. While the girls were preoccupied with their worries, Gu Xiaola had already swum far into the ocean, gliding effortlessly in a state of snorkeling. Although his hometown lacked large rivers, he had grown up catching fish and turtles in the mountain streams, and his swimming skills were commendable. With the aid of the fins on his feet, he propelled himself through the water with ease. Before long, he arrived at the spot where Director Huang had mentioned the lifeboat had sunk. This location was about 2 to 3 kilometers from his deserted island, and the distance between the coral and the water surface here was considerably greater than in the surrounding waters of the island. It was not unusual for larger marine creatures to inhabit such waters. Chapter 22. Punishment? Sunlight, sandy beaches, swaying palm trees, and the azure waves of the sea. Alongside a few exquisitely formed girls, whose skin glowed almost blindingly white when they stood up amidst the waves, captivated Gu Xiaola, leaving him utterly entranced. If there were a paradise on earth, it would surely resemble this scene. Gu Xiaola foolishly mused, suddenly feeling akin to Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West, who once sneakily spied on a few spider spirits bathing. He could almost recall the classic line, "This weather is too hot. Allow me, old pig, to join you in a wash." At that moment, he found himself not only reluctant to scold them as he had previously contemplated, but would gladly stand on the beach, gazing at them until the end of time. Alas, beauty is often fleeting. Just as Gu Xiaola stood on the shore, lost in a dreamlike reverie, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Oh no, the lecher is back. He's spying on us. This was followed by a chorus of startled exclamations from the three girls, who promptly submerged themselves in the water, leaving only their heads visible above the surface. Captain Xiaola, we are bathing. You must not peek, shouted the youngest, Lin Jiao. Though she was the youngest, her personality was the most vivacious. The other two, Ning Lei and Lin Rui, blushed deeply, remaining silent and still in the water, fearful of being seen by Gu Xiaola from afar. Humph, I just returned and, seeing no one in camp, was concerned for your safety, hence my search. Gu Xiaola feigned indignation. You can bathe, but do remember to prioritize safety. He tossed out a few insincere remarks before casting a lingering glance at the girls and reluctantly departing the beach to return to the campsite. While he longed to return for another look, he suppressed the thought in favor of maintaining the noble image of a captain, turning instead to dissect the small wild boar he had procured from the jungle with his Swiss Army knife. Although he had never been a butcher, his experiences accompanying his uncle into the mountains had equipped him well for handling wild game. In no time, he had cleaned the 30-pound boar thoroughly. He skewered the clean boar with branches and placed it atop the bonfire, where the flames licked hungrily at the meat, producing a crackling sound and soon wafting the rich aroma of roasted animal fat into the air. Their meals had predominantly consisted of seafood in recent days, which, according to modern dietary standards, was quite healthy, low in cholesterol, carbohydrates, and fats. However, for Gu Xiaola and his companions, who lived in the wild, such sustenance was essential for energy. Thus, this little boar certainly represented a nourishing feast for them. To avoid wastage, Gu Xiaola also cut off 2 hind legs, generously coating them with salt harvested from seawater, binding them tightly with fishing line to create cured ham, to prevent other animals from pilfering it. He even climbed a palm tree to hang it securely. Naturally, taking advantage of the opportunity to suspend the ham, he stealthily peered down towards the sea. Discovering that the three girls still remained in the water, too timid to emerge. Humph. Let us see if you can avoid coming out forever, Gushala thought, harboring unvoiced frustrations. Unbeknownst to him, his three teammates were grappling with a dilemma of their own, although Gushala had returned to camp. The campsite was just a short distance from the beach. If they simply emerged from the water to dress, they would undoubtedly be seen by their lecherous captain. Yet, remaining submerged in the sea until nightfall was hardly a viable option. It was Linjiao, the cleverest of the trio, who suggested, "Sisters, lingering in the water like this isn't practical. Why don't we swim a bit farther out, circle around, and then come ashore? That way, Captain Shallow won't see us." Her proposal was met with agreement from Ning Lei and Lin Rue, although it seemed they had overlooked several other considerations. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola continued to stoke the bonfire, persistently adding firewood. While the boar was small, it was still pork, which does not cook easily. Although the exterior was fragrant and crispy, the meat within remained rather firm, necessitating his constant rotation of the roasting meat. Where have those three girls disappeared to? Gu Xiaola stood and gazed out at the empty expanse of the sea, the undulating waves revealing no signs of life. Curious, he noted that their clothes were still neatly arranged on the beach, not far from the camp. Why are those silly girls running around without clothes? Even on a deserted island, that seems overly audacious. He suddenly recalled an island in Greece, known for its nudist beaches, where it seemed that everyone was devoid of clothing, and those who wore anything appeared more out of place. Did these three girls wish to transform their little island into something similar? I wouldn't mind at all, but should they invite me to join their nudist escapade? Would I agree or agree? Just as Gu Xiaola sat by the bonfire, lost in his fanciful thoughts, a chorus of laughter pulled him back to reality. "Wow, Captain Xiaola. What deliciousness are you preparing? We could smell it from afar," spoke the youngest, Lin Jiao, followed closely by her sister Lin Rue and the refined Ning Lei. Hearing the voices, Gu Xiaola instinctively glanced toward the beach where the girls' clothes lay, still neatly stacked. Could it be that they truly intended to? But upon rubbing his eyes, he realized that the scene was far from his initial imaginative interpretation. The three girls had somehow procured several large banana leaves to shield their bodies, leaving Gu Xiaola feeling foolish for his earlier excitement. Observing the unmistakable disappointment on Gu Xiaola's face, Lin Jiao chuckled. "See, I told you, Captain Xiaola would be disappointed to see us dressed like this." "Humph. I knew this lecherous fellow wouldn't have any good intentions." Ning Lei chimed in, pouting playfully. Only the older Lin Rue smiled at Gu Xiaola without uttering a word. "Humph. If you can manage to wear those banana leaves forever, I'll just wait until the weather cools and the leaves turn dry and yellow, then see how you'll cover yourselves." Despite being slightly embarrassed by their teasing, Gu Xiaola had grown accustomed to their banter. With a nonchalant expression, he replied, "Or whatever you like. It's none of my concern." The middle-aged woman spoke while casting a knowing glance at the few individuals behind her. Although Mr. Chong and Mr. Wei were perplexed as to how Gu Xiaola had managed to escape from the jaws of the great white shark, they understood the current situation. Their original plans had undeniably fallen through. They exchanged awkward laughter, supporting the recently risen, slender figure of Qin Wei, and departed in small groups from Gu Xiaola's camp. As they gradually receded from view, Gu Xiaola suddenly plopped down onto the ground, her muscles convulsing and trembling. The three girls looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend how their once formidable leader had now transformed into such a state. They hurried over, expressing their concern and inquiring about her well-being. "I'm fine. Just overly tense underwater, which drained my energy. Now that I've relaxed, I'm experiencing some discomfort," Gu Xiaola replied, her voice quivering slightly. Lin Rue promptly brought over a kettle of hot water that had been boiling over the campfire. Gu Xiaola took a slow sip, feeling a modicum of relief wash over her. "Captain Xiaola, did you really encounter that great white shark?" Lin Jiao asked, her voice laced with trepidation. "Yes, indeed. There was a great white shark, and it seemed to have had a taste for humans, as it immediately went into attack mode upon seeing me," Gu Xiaola recounted, taking another sip of the warm water, her heart still pounding from the encounter. "So how did you manage to escape?" Ning Lei could no longer contain her curiosity. "Well, I suppose luck was on my side. There was a sizable group of jellyfish nearby. As the shark charged at me, I swam desperately towards them. Those pink jellyfish were laden with venomous stingers, and thankfully, I was wearing a wetsuit. Otherwise, even if I had evaded the shark, I could have succumbed to paralysis from the jellyfish venom and drowned," Gu Xiaola explained, her voice filled with lingering fear. Evidently, the shark recognized the jellyfish and dared not approach too closely, which allowed me to escape. "It's unfortunate that I couldn't retrieve any supplies from the sunken ship." She lamented with a hint of regret. "Captain, I believe your safe return is more precious than anything else, Lin Rui said sincerely. Indeed, Captain Xiaola. Had you not shown up unexpectedly, the leaders from your company might have already turned against us, the young Lin Jiao added, still shaken by the thought. Suddenly, Gu Xiaola seemed to recall something. By the way, Lin Jiao, when you leapt into my arms earlier, didn't you mention something about the three of us accompanying you? Accompany you for what? You didn't clarify. Facing Gu Xiaola's mischievous grin, the clever Lin Jiao responded with a playful smile. Yes, I did say that. We sisters will accompany you tonight too. Fish for sharks? Before Gu Xiaola could indulge in delightful fantasies, Lin Jiao's follow-up, to stargaze, silly, brought her back to the realization that her journey to become the master of this deserted island was still a long one. After a brief respite, Gu Xiaola felt the muscle spasms from her earlier exertion in the water had significantly eased. She began to reassess their current situation. Although she and the three girls were in a relatively advantageous position, the lack of basic tools rendered their survival quite challenging. Fortunately, food on this beach was not overly scarce, but the issue of potable water loomed large. The few coconuts they had gathered were nearly depleted. The only known source of fresh water was the small river Gu Xiaola had discovered deep in the jungle yesterday. However, the jungle was fraught with peril. Even someone like Gu Xiaola, raised in the mountains, felt trepidation entering it. It was unrealistic to send the girls to fetch water. So he decided that he alone would venture into the jungle while the girls remained on the beach to gather food. Yet, now there was the added complication of the group from his former company, who, although he had just frightened them off, could easily reappear. Oh, this is truly difficult. Gu Xiaola sighed heavily. Under such circumstances, obtaining the toolbox from the sunken ship became even more critical, yet the ever-watchful shark posed a significant threat. His last escape had been a stroke of luck, and without a solid plan, he had no courage to confront the shark again. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the cured ham hanging from a tree, crafted from wild boar meat. A bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. While Gu Xiaola and his group were still contemplating their next move, another group of inhabitants on the deserted island discovered a suitable place to rest a few kilometers away at the jungle's edge. After much effort, they managed to light a fire and, imitating Gu Xiaola's group, spread large banana leaves on the ground before sitting down. Damn, that Gu Xiaola is quite lucky, Qin Wei exclaimed while rubbing his ribs, which had just taken a fall. Indeed, how could such a massive shark not have claimed his life? Now we are more alert, making it even harder for them to plot against us. Mr. Wei nodded in agreement. Old Wei, Xiao Qin, there is no need for your concerns. As the saying goes, it's not the thief's cunning we fear, but rather their persistence. I refuse to believe they can remain united for long. Gu Xiaola and those girls won't last more than a few days. Old Chong interjected. However, our primary focus now should be on survival. If Gu Xiaola can manage quite well with those girls, I am confident that we, as upper-level elites, will fare even better. His words boosted the morale of the group. Seeing their spirits lift, Old Shang cleared his throat and continued, as the saying goes, a snake cannot slither without a head, nor can a bird fly without one. Since our team has formed, we naturally need a leadership structure. In my opinion, I shall be the captain, the absolute leader overseeing all matters. Manager Wei will serve as my vice captain, responsible for daily operations, while Director Huang from Human Resources will act as our psychological advisor, calming everyone's spirits. As for Xiaoli, she will be my personal assistant, primarily attending to my needs. Does this division of labor seem agreeable to everyone? Apart from Qin Wei and the somewhat balding programmer, Old Ma, the remaining three readily agreed. However, Qin Wei and the programmer exchanged glances before finally speaking up. Old Chong, while your assignment of roles is acceptable, I would like to know who is responsible for sourcing food and water. Old Chong paused momentarily, then laughed and replied, Why, it's you and Old Ma, of course. You two are young and strong, so I entrust the task of finding food and water entirely to you. Don't let us leaders down. Chapter 23. New attire observing the typically haughty young lady Ning Lei, who now bore an expression of palpable anxiety. Gu Xiaolu felt an unexpected surge of delight. He had not anticipated that his role as the captain of a mere quartet would prove so effective. With a single inquiry, he had managed to frighten the young lady into such a state. It seemed that the adage about power not being rendered obsolete was indeed a profound truth. Clearing his throat, Gu Xiaolu elevated his voice. Adopting a tone of reproach, Ning Lei, I am addressing you. What is this attitude? Have you procured the food or not? Despite never having held a position of authority himself, he had certainly experienced his fair share of being managed throughout his life. Although lacking in managerial experience, he was well versed in the ways of being managed. At last, he found an opportunity to question Ning Lei, whose expression was a chaotic blend of indignation and disbelief. her face flushed with frustration, for she had been raised in an environment of privilege and pampering. Not only had her servants and bodyguards never raised their voices at her, but even her own parents had never scolded her. Overcome by Gu Xiaoli's sharp words, she burst into tears and hastily retreated, seemingly intent on abandoning their team. Lin Rui and Lin Jiao exchanged worried glances before rushing after her to offer words of comfort. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoli stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? I merely raised my voice to inquire about something. Is it truly necessary for her to react this way? Throughout my life, I have faced far harsher criticisms from teachers and leaders, and I can hardly remember them all. If I had such thin skin, I might have already taken a leap off a building. Regardless of Gu Xiaoli's thoughts, he realized he had likely irked Ning Lei. Although she possessed a fiery temperament and lacked any survival skills in the wilderness, she held a significant role as a beautiful figure within the group. As the saying goes, beauty equates to justice. If he were dealing with a rough man, Gu Xiaoli might have already dismissed him. Thus, he begrudgingly trailed after the Lin sisters, only to find Ning Lei weeping against a palm tree, while the sisters comforted her. Little Lei, how could you let him get to you with just a few words? Just think of Gu Xiaoli as merely talking nonsense. A few words from him won't cost you anything. Lin Jiao encouraged. Indeed, little Lei, Gu Xiaoli did not intend to provoke you. As the newly appointed captain, it's only natural for him to inquire about our task completion, isn't it? Don't take it to heart. Where would you go if you leave us? This deserted island is vast, yet it lacks any safe haven. And with those ferocious hyenas lurking about, it would be exceedingly perilous for a girl like you to be alone in the wild. The sister's words struck a chord within Ning Lei. Indeed, had she not encountered Gu Xiaoli on this very first day, she might have found herself either famished and exhausted in some corner or a mere snack for the pack of hyenas. Although she found Gu Xiaoli insufferable, this was not the time to indulge her temper. If she were to settle the score, it would have to wait until she was safe. At that moment, she envisioned herself holding money in one hand and a whip in the other, compelling Gu Xiaoli to kneel before her while she showered him with cash and a lash. How delightful that would be. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile broke through her tears, startling Lin Jiao and Lin Rui. Was this young lady's mood shifting too rapidly? Just as they were about to offer further encouragement, Gu Xiaoli appeared, panting as he approached. Ning Lei, have you calmed down enough? I admit my earlier tone was poor, but I must remind you that the little wild boar is nearly roasted. It is now perfectly cooked. If you wish to cry, save it for after we have feasted on the delicious pork. If you would rather not eat, then continue your weeping. With that, Gu Xiaoli turned and headed back. The three girls exchanged bewildered glances. What wild boar? Is it possible to have barbecue on this deserted island? Why not eat? Without food, we won't have the strength to continue battling that rascal Gu Xiaoli. And indeed, as Gu Xiaoli had anticipated, the three girls, clad in garments fashioned from large banana leaves, sprinted past him like rabbits, racing toward the camp where wisps of smoke curled into the air. By the time Gu Xiaoli returned to the campsite, the three young ladies were already devouring roasted boar, their faces glistening with grease. It seemed they had not tasted such rich fare in quite some time, and all four of them relished the meal. As they ate, the girls grew curious about their captain's adventure in acquiring the boar. Gu Xiaoli recounted the tale of how he stealthily tracked a mother wild boar and her offspring, discovered their watering hole, and seized the opportunity while the larger boar was preoccupied with a pack of hyenas. The three urban girls listened with rapt attention, astonished by the adventure that could easily be spun into a thrilling narrative. Among them, Lin Rui, the eldest and most astute, did not react like her sister Lin Jiao, who exclaimed in excitement, nor did she engage in a verbal sparring match with Ning Lei. Instead, she nodded internally and handed a piece of freshly roasted boar to Gu Xiaoli. Captain, I had no idea how much effort and risk you undertook this afternoon. Please accept this piece of boar as our sister's token of gratitude. Clearly, we made the right choice in selecting you as our captain. As Gu Xiaoli accepted the offering, a shy smile crept across his face. Compliments, after all, were universally cherished, especially when bestowed by a beauty like Lin Rui. Lin Jiao chimed in, indeed. I always knew our Captain Xiaoli was the most capable. As long as we are with you, we will never go hungry. Even Ning Lei, who typically harbored disdain for Gu Xiaoli, found herself begrudgingly raising her hand in agreement. Thus, the first dinner of the quartet concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, while the meal had been enjoyed, one matter remained unresolved. The three lovely ladies were still clad in their banana leaf garments. While tolerable for a short while, such attire would soon become uncomfortable, as it was both stiff and lacking in breathability. He cunningly used this excuse to lure me alone onto this vast sea. A solitary man and woman on such a small raft. If he truly harbored ill intentions, I would have nowhere to escape. Contemplating this, Ning Lei began to search the raft for anything that could serve as a means of defense, but alas, her search yielded nothing. Humph. If this scoundrel truly intended to take advantage of me here, I would rather capsize the raft and plunge us both into the water to feed the sharks than let him benefit from my predicament. Meanwhile, Gushala, wholly engrossed in the wild boar leg submerged in the water, remained blissfully unaware that the young lady beside him had begun to prepare for a potential confrontation. He found it peculiar that the enticing wild boar leg had been thrashing in the water for so long without attracting the great white shark. Instead, it had drawn numerous colorful fish from the coral reefs, all nibbling eagerly at the meat. Suddenly, a massive shadow glided beneath the surface. It was it, the great white shark. Gushala felt a surge of tension and gently tapped Ning Lei beside him, intending to calm her and prevent any noise that might startle the creature. However, in her heightened state of alertness, Ning Lei misinterpreted his gesture, believing that he could no longer contain his primal urges and was about to attack her. Terrified, she swung her petite fist at Gushala, shouting, "I'll kill you. You filthy rogue. I'll put an end to you." The unexpected outburst left Gushala momentarily stunned. What was wrong with this young lady? However, with the great white shark now present, there was no time to indulge Ning Lei's hysteria. He quickly pulled her close, securing her in his embrace with one arm while covering her mouth with his hand to stifle her cries. Ning Lei, convinced that Gushala was about to force himself on her, struggled to break free. Unfortunately, her self-defense techniques and yoga skills were utterly useless on such a small raft, and her slight frame was no match for Gushala's robust grip. This was dire. Was it to be that my first experience as a distinguished heiress would occur on this wretched raft? Ning Lei suddenly recalled the adage, life is like a strong current. If one cannot resist, then one must learn to embrace it. Resigned, she closed her eyes. Chapter 36. Crisis. Unbeknownst to Gushala, who was intently focused on the movements below, he had no idea of the turmoil within Ning Lei's mind. He suddenly noticed that the lively Ning Lei, who had been as animated as a fish out of water, had gone still. Had he been too forceful, rendering her breathless? Lowering his gaze, he discovered Ning Lei's beautiful eyes tightly shut, her long lashes quivering, her charming face contorted with tension. Her upper body quaked in fear, a sight that left Gushala momentarily at a loss. In that moment, he truly understood the notion that beauty is justice. Despite her spoiled temperament and occasional self-deprecation, she was a natural beauty, like a flawlessly crafted doll, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. Were it not for the looming threat of the great white shark beneath them, he might have succumbed to the desire to kiss her. Suddenly, their raft jolted violently. The beast was hooked. Initially, Ning Lei, who had anticipated Gushala's imminent assault, sensed something was amiss and opened her eyes. She followed his gaze downward and saw that the 3-meter-long great white shark had clamped its jaws around the wild boar leg Gushala had lowered, beginning to thrash violently. "Oh my God, we must flee," Ning Lei gasped, her face pale. Such a creature she had only seen in the large glass tanks of aquariums, and never one this size. Now, so close, she felt the hairs on her body rise in alarm. Just moments ago, she had been concerned about her safety from Gushala. Now, she would gladly accept any violation rather than remain on this raft while a great shark dined. "Don't move." Gushala gestured with his hand, signaling her to remain silent. Meanwhile, their small raft rocked perilously as the great white shark tugged on the wild boar leg, threatening to overturn them at any moment. Yet Gushala held firmly onto the vine he had used to secure the leg, which had a large metal hook fashioned from scrap metal embedded in it, effectively a makeshift shark hook. Although uncertain of its efficacy, he reasoned that such a sharp metal piece would surely cause the shark distress if swallowed. Indeed, as the shark gnawed at the boar leg, it suddenly felt the hook snagging at its mouth. Infuriated, the great white shark thrashed violently in an attempt to free itself from the metal, unaware that the more it struggled, the deeper the hook would embed itself. Instead of escaping the hook, it only succeeded in driving the sharp metal further into its flesh, inciting a frenzy of rage. Having hunted in these waters for years, the shark had never encountered such an ordeal. In its fury, it tugged at the vine attaching the wild boar leg, careening wildly through the water. Gushala and Ning Lei, holding onto the vine, found themselves in dire straits. The simple raft made of 5 logs became a mere leaf tossed about in a storm, sending the two of them clinging tightly to the raft in terror. "Gushala, think of something. At this rate, we're doomed," Ning Lei cried out in panic. Gushala remained silent, fully aware that this was a necessary part of their shark fishing endeavor. Although he had never caught a shark before, he was no stranger to fishing in rivers and streams. He knew that regardless of the size of the fish, be it a mere 5 pounds or a formidable shark, the process required skillful maneuvering. The key was to tire out the fish, allowing it to lose strength before reeling it in, much like flying a kite. Gu Xiaola vividly remembered a skilled fisherman from his village, Old Wang, who had once caught a massive grass carp weighing nearly 100 pounds. That day, he and 3 friends had spent nearly 2 hours on the shore, skillfully tiring the fish before bringing it to land. Yet, the great white shark before them likely weighed not just 100 pounds, but perhaps even 200. How long could they possibly tire a shark out on this tiny raft? He had no idea. Fortunately, the great white shark was too preoccupied with its pain to realize it was making a desperate bid for freedom. Chapter 24. Keep warm new clothes? The youngest, Lin Jiao, widened her eyes upon hearing this. Although she was aware of her captain's considerable abilities, she could hardly fathom how Gu Xiaola could procure new garments in such a desolate wilderness. Her sister, Lin Rui, remained silent, but her gaze also flickered with a hint of skepticism. Why don't you believe me? Gu Xiaola, noticing the sister's doubtful expressions, pointed to Ning Lei beside her. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Lin Jiao immediately bounded over to inquire. Sister Lei, Captain Xiaola isn't deceiving us, is she? Does she really have new clothes for us here? Ning Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she knew that the new clothes Gu Xiaola referred to were merely the uniforms she had found in that large suitcase. They were indeed there, but I think it's best if we don't wear them. Ning Lei's response left Lin Jiao momentarily stunned. Why would we want to wear new clothes? Lin Rui also questioned with confusion. It's better if you don't ask. I just feel we shouldn't wear them. Ning Lei sighed, clearly troubled. Oh, so you don't intend to wear them? If you don't want to wear them, then forget it. Gu Xiaola shrugged, nonchalantly shaking her head as she tidied up the remnants of their meal. Of course we should wear them. Why not? Lin Jiao insisted. Captain Xiaola, please bring those clothes out now. If Sister Lei wants to wear them, my sister and I will. As she spoke, she eagerly snatched the task from Gu Xiaola, laughing cheerfully. All right, I'll go find those outfits for you. With that, Gu Xiaola departed the camp and ventured into the nearby woods. That large suitcase had always been treated as a treasure, hidden near a large tree close to the camp. The reason for this was not distrust in Ning Lei, but rather the current lack of personnel. Often, the camp was deserted. If their belongings were stolen or damaged by wild animals, it would be a disaster. Soon, Gu Xiaola returned from the woods, carrying the suitcase and walking slowly back to the camp. The Lin sisters were seeing it for the first time and gathered curiously around. Humph, scavenging the belongings of the unfortunate. Ning Lei's haughty demeanor resurfaced, dismissively snorting. However, Gu Xiaola was too indifferent to engage in a verbal spar with her, especially since 2 sisters already regarded her with admiration. With a click, the suitcase was opened, and Gu Xiaola began to pull out the garments, displaying them before the Lin sisters. These clothes look rather strange, don't they? Lin Jiao, being the youngest and inexperienced with such attire, inquired with confusion. Her elder sister, Lin Rui, who was a few years older, quickly understood, her cheeks flushing as she asked, Captain Gu, is this the only type of clothing available? There is nothing more conventional? No, that's all there is. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves, Gu Xiaola replied, lifting the suitcase to show them. Indeed, there were no other garments within, and the designs were rather bold and revealing. However, it was no surprise. One wouldn't typically wear such clothing in public. But now, stranded on a deserted island, these were the only options available. Unlike Gu Xiaola, who was more rugged, the 3 girls couldn't simply wear a pair of shorts and call it a day. The 3 girls exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to make a decision. It was understandable that they were hesitant given the delicate nature of their current situation, 1 man and 3 women. Besides the Lin sisters, the rest were essentially strangers. And Gu Xiaola was particularly noteworthy. How about this? I'll wear something from the uniforms, and you 2 can wear my old clothes instead. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Rui proposed. Lin Jiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her sister's intent. Their earlier conversation had indicated that securing Gu Xiaola's favor was their greatest asset. If she were to wear something more revealing, it would hardly matter. Sister Lin, you need to think this through. Dressing like that in front of that lecherous Gu Xiaola is quite risky. Ning Lei interjected, blushing as she opposed the idea. In truth, she was conflicted. Part of her didn't want Lin Rui to dress that way for fear of Gu Xiaola taking advantage, while another part worried that if Lin Rui dressed provocatively, Gu Xiaola would pay even less attention to her. Of course, the latter reason was something she was reluctant to admit. She was feeling jealous of Lin Rui's closeness to Gu Xiaola. It's fine. I have faith in our captain. I know he is not that kind of person. Lin Rui smiled lightly at Gu Xiaola, dismissing Ning Lei's concerns. What can I say? Gu Xiaola could only feign seriousness and nod. Indeed, since you have chosen me as your captain, you should trust me completely. Not only would I not look at you in such revealing clothing, but even if you were to go without clothes, I wouldn't spare a glance. His last statement was met with a chorus of disapproving sounds from Lin Jiao and Ning Lei, regardless of Ning Lei's objections. Lin Rui patiently sifted through the few provocative uniforms and ultimately chose a relatively modest female officer's uniform. She took it and entered the nearby thicket to change. Before long, Lin Rui returned to the camp, and the others were taken aback. She had donned a sleeveless camouflage tank top, paired with military-style shorts. However, unlike typical military attire, the tank top was surprisingly short, fully exposing Lin Rui's slender waist. The stark contrast of the camouflage colors provided a striking visual impact. Though Lin Rui was naturally beautiful, her stature was not as tall as Ning Lei's, making her appear slightly shorter. Yet, this outfit accentuated her petite figure and highlighted her curves. Gu Xiaola was momentarily rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on Lin Rui. Captain, just because Lin Jia has changed into this outfit doesn't mean you can stare at her with such covetous eyes. Ning Lei interjected, her jealousy boiling over as she cleared her throat to remind him. Oh, you misunderstand. I'm merely concerned that Lin Rui might catch a chill in this outfit. After all, her belly button is exposed. Gu Xiaola's face flushed red as he hurried to explain himself. Chapter 25. The Night Watch Captain with a disdainful glance. Ning Lei shot a look at him. However, Lin Jiao was quite excited, circling around her elder sister. I must say, sister, this outfit you chose is truly splendid. Now I feel tempted to select a piece from Captain Xiao Lu's collection myself. Lin Rui promptly interjected. You, a mere college freshman, have lost your mind. Wearing such attire is entirely out of the question. Absolutely not. At that moment, Lin Rui seemed to transform into a maternal figure, sternly admonishing her sister with both coaxing and scolding. Thus, this episode of wardrobe change came to a close, with Lin Jiao and Ning Lei returning to their respective outfits. After a series of such antics, everyone felt somewhat fatigued, and the sun had already dipped below the horizon, signaling it was time to rest. Yet, a new dilemma arose. It turned out that the hammock tied to the palm tree by Gu Xiaolu, while barely accommodating him and Ning Lei, was now insufficient for the additional pair of Lin sisters. According to Gu Xiaoli's original plan for the afternoon, he intended to return and expand the existing hammock with some new vines. However, due to his prolonged delay in the jungle and subsequent efforts to roast a wild boar, they had spent considerable time debating the matter of clothing. As a result, darkness had fallen, making the expansion of the hammock impractical. Fear not. Tonight we shall sleep on the beach. Those hyenas will not dare to attack us, Gu Xiaola stated with great certainty. Captain Xiaolu, how can you be so sure? Lin Jiao queried curiously. This afternoon, a couple of those hyenas were dispatched by a large wild boar, and several others were injured. Under such circumstances, I doubt they will have the audacity to disturb us. However, to be on the safe side, I shall take the first watch tonight, allowing you all to sleep soundly, Gu Xiaolu declared as he thrust his makeshift spear firmly into the ground, exuding a heroic air. Wow, Captain Xiaolu, you are simply magnificent. So, our safety tonight rests entirely in your capable hands. Lin Jiao exclaimed with delight. Humph, I fear he might be guarding against himself. Ning Lei chimed in, ever the contrarian. All right. Since we have all agreed that Gu Xiaolu is our team leader, it would be pointless to harbor suspicion. Let us prepare to allocate sleeping arrangements, Lin Rui interjected, continuing her role as peacemaker. With that, the debate halted, and they began to contemplate their sleeping arrangements. Sleeping directly on the beach was not completely infeasible. However, the sand beneath was quite damp, and the temperature on this deserted island would soon drop at night. While it may not be as extreme as the temperature fluctuations of a desert, lying directly on the sand could easily lead to catching a chill. Thus, they gathered numerous large banana leaves, laying them across the campsite, and with the warmth of the campfire, they would be comfortable enough to sleep. Meanwhile, their unfortunate captain, Gu Xiaolu, could only watch as the three beauties giggled while setting up their bedding. Although he wished to lend a hand, Ning Lei's skeptical remarks kept him at a distance, forcing him to stand guard like a sentinel, spear in hand, gazing out toward the distant jungle. Captain, are you truly going to keep watch all night without resting? One of the girls asked. Lying on these banana leaves with the warm campfire is simply delightful. That insufferable little brat, Lin Jiao. She insists on flaunting her comfort to Gu Xiaolu, yet she hesitates to voice her own contentment, he thought. Our danger level will drastically increase tonight. Perhaps the hyenas won't come, but marauding rogues might. Ning Lei quickly interjected, hoping to dissuade Lin Jiao from tempting Gu Xiaolu closer. Little Lei, what are you afraid of? There are three of us. Even if he does come, I doubt he has the stamina to contend with three beauties. Lin Jiao's playful remark was laden with double entendre, nearly causing Gu Xiaolu to choke on his own breath. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? He retorted. Once we are rescued, just wait until I report your antics to Mom and Dad. Sister Lin Rue sensed that her sister's comment may have crossed a line and quickly admonished. That was out of line, little sister. Yet, her words inadvertently drew sorrowful expressions from the others. The smile faded from Lin Zhao's face, her voice trembling as she asked, Sister, do you think we will ever see Mom and Dad again? Her question left Lin Rue momentarily at a loss for words. Could she say yes? The vast ocean loomed before them, with rescue seeming a distant dream. Heaven only knew how long it would take for them to escape this wretched island. To say no would amount to telling them they were destined to live a life akin to savages, forever isolated from civilization in this remote wilderness. Ninglei, too, felt tears welling in her eyes, shaking her head in uncertainty, unsure whether to affirm or deny. Hey, what are you all so gloomy about? We've only been stranded on this island for less than 3 days. Are you already so pessimistic? Remember, Robinson Crusoe was marooned for a full 28 years. He didn't succumb to despair. Instead, he built a farm and a homestead, even taking a wild man named Friday as a servant, ultimately becoming the king of that island before returning to England to live a gentleman's life. We've only been here a few days, and you're already whining. How do you expect to be rescued? Yu Shaolu asserted, recalling the plot of Robinson Crusoe that he had read in the library. This tactic proved effective. Lin Zhao's eyes widened with curiosity. Captain Shaolu, was Robinson really that impressive? However, before he could respond, Ninglei interjected, Don't listen to his exaggerations. That's just a novel, not reality. If that British author, Daniel Defoe, were placed on this island, I guarantee he would feel just as despondent as we do. Come on, that story is based on true events. Gu Shaolu shot back. I'm sharing this tale to encourage you to maintain a positive outlook. What good does wallowing in despair do? Ninglei was about to retort, but Lin Rue intervened. All right. I believe Captain Shaolu has a point. Excessive pessimism serves no purpose. Let us not argue. We are all tired, so let us turn in early. With Lin Rue acting as mediator, the bickering between Gu Shaolu and Ninglei came to an end. The 3 girls comfortably nestled around the campfire on the banana leaves, while Gu Shaolu, unfortunately, remained seated apart, spear in hand, fulfilling his duty as the night watchman. Before long, the 3 girls succumbed to slumber, and as the night deepened, Gu Shaolu too felt the weight of fatigue pulling at him, his body beginning to sway as drowsiness overcame him. Just then, a soft hand grasped his. Regardless of the playful banter among the 3 girls and Gu Shaolu, their camaraderie was rooted in a strong belief in his character. In stark contrast, the 4 men who later joined them included 2 middle-aged executives with protruding bellies, clearly lecherous, one with a sharp, monkey-like visage that hinted at his dubious nature, and another who was noticeably balding. If the 3 sisters ventured into the water for a bath while Gu Shaolu wandered off, it would be akin to lambs entering a den of wolves, vulnerable to their predation. Indeed, as Sister Shaolu wisely pointed out, Captain Shaolu must remain within our sight. This way, we need not fear any vile men attempting to ambush us. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Zhao quickly voiced her suggestion, which Gu Shaolu wholeheartedly endorsed. However, Ninglei immediately countered, stating, No, that's simply one do. Our intention is to prevent those lecherous men from peeping. Your plan might shield others from sight, but it undoubtedly offers an advantage to Gu Shaolu. To which Gu Shaolu shook his head and replied, Then what do you propose? You want me to ensure your safety while simultaneously fearing that I might steal a glance? That is quite the challenge. How about this? Captain Shaolu will position himself with his back to the sea, and when we girls go into the water, you must not turn around until we are all submerged. Of course, when we finish bathing and return to shore, you can turn back around. What do you think? Lin Rue suggested as a compromise. That one work. I still have my reservations about him. What if he suddenly turns around while we are entering or exiting the water? We would be at a severe disadvantage. Ninglei still disagreed. That is easily remedied. We can blindfold him. The clever Lin Zhao swiftly tore a strip of cloth from her clothing and playfully covered Gu Shaolu's eyes. However, whether it was intentional or not, the fabric was slightly translucent, allowing Gu Shaolu to discern some distant shapes against the light, though he chose to remain silent about it. All right, now everyone can rest easy, right? Lin Zhao beamed with satisfaction at her solution. Although Ninglei still harbored some doubts, she had initiated the bathing idea and could not continue to protest, so she ultimately fell silent. Thus, Gu Shaolu sat at the campsite while the 3 girls quietly made their way to the water's edge, gently loosening their garments and stepping into the sea. Despite being blindfolded, Gu Shaolu was still overwhelmed by the distant, enchanting view, causing his nose to bleed profusely, though he dared not reveal this due to his esteemed image as captain. The 3 girls were not naive. Regardless of whether Gu Shaolu could truly see or not, they all dove into the water like fish. Sister Shaolu, you're amazing. Fishing for sharks with Captain Shaolu. I truly envy you. Lin Zhao, submerged in the water, cheerfully inquired. Ah, it was primarily Gu Xiaola's doing. You may laugh, but I was so frightened on that raft that I nearly lost control. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a rush to bathe, Ning Lei replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, so that is how it was. By the way, do you think our Captain Xiaola might have sneakily removed that cloth strip to peek at us while we entered the water? Lin Jiao mischievously glanced at Gu Xiaola, who remained motionless at the campsite. I say, you little imp, your tone suggests you hope for him to steal a glance at us. Ning Lei splashed water at Lin Jiao, who squealed and darted away. I actually think our captain is quite decent. He is certainly far more upright than the men I've encountered before. Lin Rui interjected, disagreeing with the two. Eh, Sister Xiao Rui, from your words. It seems you have quite the understanding of men? Ning Lei paused in her pursuit of Lin Jiao, curiously asked. Haha, you may not know this, but my elder sister, Lin Rui, is renowned for her beauty, with countless suitors in our neighborhood. People frequently come to our door with flowers. My parents can hardly chase them away. Lin Jiao boasted with pride. Well, I didn't realize, Sister Xiao Rui, that you are a romance expert. Ning Lei exclaimed in admiration. Don't listen to that silly girl. I've merely had a few fleeting romances. However, compared to those men who think only with their lower halves, Gu Xiaola is actually rather respectable. If it were any other man, he would have already considered himself a king living in paradise, surrounded by such stunning beauties on this secluded island. Uft, he wishes. Ning Lei scoffed vehemently, hearing the girls frolicking in the water. Gu Xiaola removed the cloth from his eyes, realizing there was little to see. He called out to them, I believe everything is quite safe. I'll go find some food to prevent us from going hungry tonight. He then left the campsite, strolling along the sandy beach toward the rocky area in the distance, where an abundance of seafood awaited. After all, he was not far from the campsite, and even if those men were to ambush him, he would have ample time to return for assistance. Gu Xiaola's foraging skills evidently surpassed those of the girls, as he soon gathered a fair amount of oysters and sea urchins. However, just then, he suddenly heard Lin Jiao's voice calling from the direction of the campsite. Oh no, could it be that Qin Wei and his gang have returned? Without a moment to lose, Gu Xiaola sprinted back toward the campsite, clutching the seafood he had just collected. The distance was short, and in under 2 minutes, he returned to the sandy beach where their campsite was located. He first scanned the surface of the water where the girls had bathed, only to find it eerily empty. Had they been abducted by Qin Wei and his crew? That unsettling thought flickered through his mind. Yet, upon glancing at the campsite, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out the 3 girls had already returned, and Lin Jiao's earlier cry had emanated from within the campsite, not due to an attack, but rather because they were experimenting with their clothing. He tiptoed closer, clutching the seafood, and halted to discover that Lin Jiao and Ning Lei had changed out of their clothes. Lin Jiao now donned a sailor-style uniform from a certain island nation, and though she was petite and adorable, her outfit paled in comparison to Ning Lei's, who stood beside her. Chapter 27. The plan to build a house indeed. I find Xiao Zhao's words to be quite reasonable. Sister Lin, I know your intentions are good, but I must remind you that the 3 of us girls on this island should stand united, while he is but a man. Even if we do not deliberately oppose him, we ought to exercise a modicum of caution, don't you think? Hearing Lin Jiao's remarks, Ning Lei immediately chimed in. Xiao Lei, you and Gu Xiaola have only known each other for 2 days, haven't you? Why do you act as if you know him so well? Lin Rui, taken aback by her comment, inquired. I have only known him for 2 days, but before you all arrived on this island, that fellow often took advantage of his outdoor survival skills to bully me, Ning Lei stated emphatically. While we were away, Captain Xiaola bullied you. Lin Jiao seemed to have completely forgotten the pain of being pinched by a crab, her eyes wide with curiosity as she pressed for details. Sister Xiao Lei, you must tell us how Captain Xiao Lu tormented you. Observing the mischievous grin on that little rascal's face, Ning Lei's cheeks flushed a bright red, and she fell silent, lowering her gaze. Wait, something's off. Could it be that you two had some indescribable encounters on the island before? Lin Jiao's eyes sparkled with mischief, while her older sister Lin Rui began to feel a twinge of concern. If Ning Lei had already established an overly friendly relationship with Gu Xiaola before they arrived, wouldn't they be at a disadvantage? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Lei finally spoke up. Xiao Jiao, don't say such things. When I say he bullies me, I only mean that he often uses irritating words to mock me and shows little respect for my opinions, nothing more. That kind of man, with a lecherous heart but cowardly demeanor, has merely stolen a glance or two at me. Aside from that, nothing has transpired between us. Ning Lei's explanation alleviated Lin Rui's concern somewhat. However, the little imp Lin Jiao was relentless. Oh, Sister Xiao Lei, are you still dissatisfied with him for being too timid to take action? No worries. Tomorrow during the day, my sister and I will find an opportunity to leave. allowing you two to be alone in the camp. How about that? Is half an hour enough time for you to consummate your relationship? Or shall we extend it to an hour? This little girl chattered incessantly, leaving both Ning Lei and Lin Rui somewhat dumbfounded. I say, Xiao Jiao, you just graduated high school and got into university, right? How come you seem to understand these matters better than I do? Lin Rui questioned, half in jest. Have you perhaps had some interactions with male classmates? Lin Rui adopted a stern expression, reverting to her older sister's authoritative tone. Sister, spare me. We're on a deserted island. Even if I had admirers at school, what does it matter? We don't know how long we can survive here. Just then, Lin Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister, if we truly cannot leave, I think Xiao Lu is a decent choice for a companion. Of course, apart from him, I fear I have no other options. Unintentionally, Ning Lei was deeply moved by this sentiment. Indeed, if they were to spend their lives on this deserted island, it seemed they would have no choice but to endure the company of that insufferable Gu Xiaolu. Yet, how could someone so crude possibly become my Prince Charming? As the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, Lin Rui suddenly turned to Ning Lei and asked, Xiao Lei, you seldom mention your family background. However, observing your demeanor, it is evident you are not the daughter of an ordinary household. Since we are unable to sleep on this late night, why not share a bit about yourself? Ning Lei felt somewhat at a loss for words in response to Lin Rui's inquiry, and could only reply softly, there isn't much to say. My parents were never around while I was growing up. They were always traveling domestically and internationally for business. The only company I had were the nanny, the chauffeur, the gardener, and various servants. As I grew older, my parents sent me to a prestigious private school in Europe, where I spent winter holidays skiing in Switzerland and summer vacations diving in the Maldives or Tahiti. Eventually, I moved to America for university, and so on. Stop right there. Lin Jiao interjected, what you're describing is not a personal experience, but rather a perpetual global tour. Oh my. It's truly a case of comparison leads to despair. I've only ever traveled this far with my sister, and it just had to coincide with this unfortunate shipwreck. Lin Jiao pouted in frustration. Perhaps my family's circumstances are indeed better than yours, Ning Lei sighed. But so what? We are all equally trapped on this isolated island. And no amount of wealth can spare us from Gu Xiao Li's tyranny, can it? After saying this, Ning Lei turned away, lost in her own melancholy. Seeing that Ning Lei had lost interest in the conversation, the Lin sisters fell silent, and the three gradually drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola remained by the campfire, still pondering the matter of constructing a shelter. The following morning, the Lin sisters and Ning Lei awoke in succession, only to discover their captain Gu Xiaolu dozing with the makeshift spear cradled in his arms. Lin Jiao wanted to play a prank to wake him, but was pulled back by her sister Lin Rui. Captain Xiaolu has already done enough for our team. Today, let us girls go out to find food, Lin Rui suggested, which was met with immediate agreement from the other two. However, without Gu Xiaoli's skills to free dive in the coral reefs surrounding the island, they could only search along the coastline for small fish, shrimp, and shellfish on the sandy shores or mudflats. Initially, they had only scoured the relatively open and flat stretch of beach in front of their camp. But such fine sandy shores yielded few larger marine creatures. In contrast, the muddy tidal flats or rocky beaches were more promising for finding substantial seafood. Thus, the three girls decided to walk along the edge of the beach, stepping into the surf as they made their way towards the rocky cliffs in the distance. Gu Xiaolu, still groggy from sleep, eventually awoke and noticed that the three beauties from the camp had vanished. His first instinct was to glance toward the ocean, wondering if they had ventured into the water for a swim. However, the azure waves revealed no signs of life, and with a sense of loss, Gu Xiaolu returned to the camp to assess the materials they had at their disposal. Aside from the considerable amount of vines the Lin sisters had gathered the previous afternoon, all that remained was the small boat they had arrived on. Initially, Gu Xiaolu had considered using this boat to venture out to sea in search of rescue. Moreover, if the act of murder is executed with such precision and cleanliness, leaving no evidence or incriminating traces behind, even when the rescue team arrives, they would likely remain oblivious to the true events that transpired. Lao Chang's words sent a chill down Lao Wei's spine. My intention in sharing this with you is merely to ensure you are adequately prepared. I have a strong suspicion that Qin Wei and Lao Ma will not be easily swayed by our manipulations, and should we reach a critical juncture, we might find ourselves in a precarious position. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lao Chang's eyes. On the other end of the island, the intrigues of the camp did not affect Gu Xiaolu and his companions. At this moment, the four of them, 3 women and 1 man, were gathered around a campfire, grilling seafood. Anyone passing by would mistakenly believe that a wealthy heir was hosting a barbecue with a few charming models on the beach. Gu Xiaolu, shirtless and clad only in a pair of shorts, deftly turned a large lobster, weighing over 3 pounds, on a metal stick he had found on the lifeboat. Today was indeed his lucky day, as he had stumbled upon such a large lobster among the coral reefs when he had just gone for a swim. Such a colossal creature would fetch at least 1,000 yuan back home, a luxury he could scarcely afford as a programmer. Yet, here, he had embraced his freedom and indulged in the experience, especially with 3 beautiful companions by his side. The dinner consisted of a lavish lobster feast, causing the 3 girls to be exceedingly excited as they grilled their seafood and engaged in cheerful conversation. Although Gu Xiaola was preoccupied with the lobster, his eyes occasionally darted toward the lovely ladies beside him. Lin Rui and Lin Jiao, dressed in a military uniform and a school uniform respectively, seemed unconcerned by Gu Xiaola's furtive glances, while Ning Lei appeared somewhat shy, occasionally covering her chest with her hands, worried about Gu Xiaola's gaze. I must say, Captain Xiaola, encountering you on this island feels remarkably fortuitous for my sister and me. Not only does it guarantee our sustenance, but we also have the luxury of feasting on lobster. Lin Jiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pulled a few cooked scallops from the fire, blowing on them before consuming them despite the heat. Ah, it's nothing extraordinary. In fact, we are quite fortunate. The waters surrounding this island are rich in marine life due to the coral reefs. If there were no reefs or corals, finding food would be exceedingly difficult, Gu Xiaola remarked, sprinkling coarse salt, which he had sun-dried with seawater, over the lobster as he continued to turn it. The once translucent flesh of the lobster gradually darkened with the heat, morphing into a creamy white solid. Captain Xiaola, is the lobster ready? I can hardly wait to taste it. Lin Jiao queried eagerly, her mouth watering at the sight of the lobster. Don't laugh at me, but I've never eaten lobster back home, she confessed after swallowing an oyster and gazing longingly at the creamy lobster meat. Who says you haven't? I took you to enjoy spicy crawfish on weekends. Lin Rui replied with a chuckle. Come on, those were merely spicy crawfish. There's no comparison to this magnificent lobster. Lin Jiao retorted, casting a glance at her sister before turning her gaze toward Gu Xiaola. What kind of lobster is this? This question momentarily stumped Gu Xiaola, who hails from the mountains and is not near the sea. In truth, he was too embarrassed to admit that he couldn't afford to eat such lobsters back home, let alone be well informed about them. This is a majestic lobster, Ning Lei interjected, who had been quietly listening, her voice light but confident. This variety is widely distributed in the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean in Southeast Asia. The meat is firm and has an excellent texture, typically priced over 600 yuan per 500 grams in restaurants. Wow, Sister Lei, no wonder you're the daughter of a wealthy family. You know so much. Lin Jiao exclaimed in admiration. If what you say is true, this 34-pound lobster must be worth over 2,000 yuan. No, it's worth much more. What I mentioned earlier pertains to those farmed near the shore. Truly wild lobsters like this one have become exceedingly rare. Occasionally, a trawler might catch one, but it fetches astronomical prices. My father mentioned he has only eaten a wild lobster over 4 pounds once, which was said to cost around 300,000 yuan. How much? 300,000 yuan. Gu Xiaola gasped, nearly dropping the lobster into the fire. That's enough to buy a house in our small county town. He glanced at the lobster in his hand, murmuring, isn't this a bit extravagant? Extravagant? Nonsense. Ning Lei snatched the metal stick with the lobster from Gu Xiaola's hands, using a banana leaf to grip its shell. With a decisive crack, she broke the lobster's shell open, exposing the large, creamy white flesh inside. She dug a sizable piece out and stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming, wow, so delicious, so fresh. She savored the lobster meat, licking her fingers clean and nodding in satisfaction. Gu Xiaola stared in disbelief at her boldness, finally snapping back to reality as he exclaimed, Ning Lei, you owe me for the cost of my future bride's house. Chapter 41. Internal strife pay for your future bride's house? Gu Xiaola's remark amused Ning Lei, who then handed large pieces of lobster meat to Lin Jiao and Lin Rui before smiling gently. As long as you ensure my safety and survival on this island. When we get out, I'll not only buy you a house in the county, but even a villa. With that, Ning Lei popped another generous piece of lobster into her mouth. Really a villa? Gu Xiaola pondered, considering how large a villa she could afford for him. Meanwhile, the 3 girls were delightfully engaged in devouring the lobster. Hey, save some for me. Gu Xiaola realized he had been outmaneuvered, losing interest in the potential villa as he joined the fray for the lobster. Half an hour later, the 4 of them lay sprawled on the banana leaves of the camp, their bellies full. The sky had darkened, and the deserted island once again plunged into darkness. However, with the company of 2 more people, the camp felt less frightening than in previous days. They lay on the beach, gazing up at the starry sky. Chapter 28. The treehouse construction plan today. Ning Lei and her 2 companions found themselves quite fortunate. After traversing nearly 5 or 6 kilometers, They arrived at an area scattered with various rocky formations. Although walking through this rugged terrain proved to be quite challenging, such shallow waters often teemed with marine life. Before long, the trio managed to collect a significant haul of scallops, sea urchins, and other seafood. Lin Jiao, emboldened by the moment, even caught several crabs the size of a fist, nestled within the crevices of the rocks, making their outing a resounding success. The three girls were elated. Let us see if Guxiala dares to call me a useless young lady again, Ning Lei declared proudly. Indeed, we used to rely on Captain Xiaola for our meals, making it seem as though we were merely loafers. This time, let him experience the taste of dependence. Lin Jiao chimed in enthusiastically. Xiao Jiao, if you don't understand what eating soft rice means, please refrain from using it carelessly, her elder sister, Lin Rui, admonished, her cheeks flushing. Oh, I certainly know what it means. My mistake. Guxiala isn't even qualified to eat soft rice yet. Why is that? Ning Lei inquired, puzzled. Why? Because eating soft rice implies not only relying on us women for sustenance, but also providing corresponding services in bed. Lin Jiao's remark left Ning Lei blushing fiercely, prompting Lin Rui to deliver a playful reprimand to her younger sister. You cheeky girl, how dare you speak so recklessly? Lin Jiao, clutching her head, begged for mercy. All right, I won't say anything more. However, I am genuinely curious. If one day we three girls and one boy were to survive on this island long term, do you think Guxiala's stamina would suffice? He looks robust, but I fear he may be all show and no substance. Her words elicited laughter from the other two girls, and even Ning Lei joined in, playfully chastising the indiscreet young lady. The trio continued to jest and frolic as they made their way back to camp. Although their path was filled with playful banter, they soon returned to the vicinity of their campsite. Hey, what is Guxiala up to? Lin Jiao exclaimed, pointing to several palm trees beside the camp. Indeed. What is that fellow doing? The other two women echoed, equally curious. They observed their captain, Guxiala, crouched among the branches of the palm trees, busily entangled in some task. Was he expanding the hammock? But wait, had he managed to hoist the small dinghy belonging to the Lin sisters as well? It appeared he had disassembled the dinghy and was stretching the entire black rubber sheet above the hammock. Captain Xiaola, what are you doing? Lin Jiao hurriedly approached him. Her curiosity piqued. Oh, you're back. Just in time. I'm constructing our treehouse. You can help me below by passing some materials. Guxiala replied, glancing down at the three girls with a smile. A treehouse? The three girls below were somewhat bewildered, having only heard of makeshift shelters for wilderness survival. They had never encountered the notion of a treehouse, which seemed to belong more to the realms of Western fantasy literature, where elves or fairies might reside. Captain, is this treehouse sturdy? Lin Jiao questioned, echoing the thoughts of Ning Lei and Lin Rui. However, Guxiala was evidently too engrossed in his work to entertain the inquiries of these curious girls. Quick, bring me more vines. There are still many places that need securing, he called out. Thus, the three girls set aside their seafood and joined Guxiala in his endeavor, and the four of them busily collaborated on the treehouse project. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, Guxiala's treehouse was finally completed. To refer to it as a treehouse was indeed a stretch. It could better be described as an expansive hammock with a roof. Guxiala had merely enlarged the original hammock and used the small dinghy's black rubber to cover the top. But the material from the dinghy was insufficient to provide full coverage, leaving many areas exposed to the elements. Captain Xiaola, are you serious? This thing is full of gaps. And you dare call it a treehouse? To me, it's nothing more than a large hammock with a roof. Lin Jiao scoffed, voicing what Ning Lei and Lin Rui silently agreed upon. Nonetheless, Guxiala's enthusiasm remained unshaken by the girls' critiques. Instead, he optimistically responded, Isn't this just a prototype? Achieving this level is our utmost limit. We lack tools and cannot process wood. We had no choice but to improvise a rudimentary treehouse. At least it's better than lying on the beach, where crabs, snakes, and scorpions might crawl into our clothes. Upon hearing this, the girls' expression shifted. Indeed, while sleeping on the beach might seem simpler, the dangers were significant. If bitten by venomous creatures, they would have to strip off their clothes, undoubtedly providing an unwelcome visual feast for the lascivious Captain Xiaola. However, this concern paled in comparison to the paramount importance of ensuring their safety. All right. I should congratulate our Captain Guxiala for making yet another significant contribution to our team. However, we haven't been idle either. We, the three sisters, have gathered a good amount of seafood this morning. Together with the leftover wild boar from yesterday, it should suffice for our meal today, right? Lin Rui remarked, as she began placing the freshly gathered seafood onto the campfire for roasting. The other two girls quickly joined her to assist, and soon the aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air around their campsite. Yet, As Gu Xiaola watched them, he fell once more into deep contemplation. What was he pondering? They were still lacking many essential tools for survival in the wild. Not to mention, they did not even have a pot for cooking. Without it, their dietary options were limited to grilled foods, which, while suitable temporarily, could pose gastrointestinal issues for all four of them in the long run. Gu Xiaola found himself in a quandary. How could one procure a pot in such a wilderness? Allow me to enlighten you. This is a desolate island. And the unyielding rule here is that the mightiest shall have the final say. Despite Qin Wei's lean frame resembling that of a monkey, he undeniably possesses more vigor than the middle-aged men, Lao Chong and Lao Wei, who have succumbed to the effects of a sedentary lifestyle, coupled with Lao Ma, who, though he bears the telltale signs of a programmer with thinning hair, evidently boasts the best physical condition among the four men. The duo swiftly turned the tide at the campsite. At this moment, Lao Wei, who had just been struck by Lao Ma's punch, stubbornly rose from the sand, cursing as he attempted to confront Lao Ma once more. However, the outcome was predictable. Lao Ma had no alternative tactics, delivering another powerful blow. Lao Wei fell once again, clearly unable to rise for some time. Blood streamed from his nose, and he clutched it in agony, appearing to have sustained a broken nasal bone. Witnessing his only ally in such a dire state, Lao Chong promptly abandoned any resistance, waving his hands in concession, stating, I believe there are some issues with our previous personnel arrangements. Let us reassign roles. This matter shall be entrusted to Director Huang from Human Resources. What do you all think? Originally intending to confront Lao Chang further, Qin Wei, seeing Lao Chang's capitulation, scoffed and set aside his weapon. Directing his gaze towards the panicking middle-aged woman nearby, Director Huang, do speak. You are in charge of personnel at the company, and I trust everyone here would be willing to adhere to your directives. Director Huang, clearly taken aback by the recent display of violence, took a moment to regain her composure before responding. Oh, since you all have such confidence in me, I shall redefine our campsite's role distribution. Qin Wei is young and robust, making him perfectly suited to be our campsite captain, while Comrade Lao Ma is equally fit for the position of vice captain. I shall continue in my role as the mental health advisor for the camp. Does anyone have any objections? At this point, who could possibly object? Yet, the newly appointed Qin Wei suddenly smiled. Director Huang, I believe you neglected to mention one more individual, our former assistant to Lao Chang, Shaoli. Given that I am now the campsite captain, Shaoli should also be my personal assistant. Don't you agree? As he spoke, he glanced at the frightened influencer Shaoli, who was hiding behind Lao Chang. Come here. From now on, you will take care of my personal needs. Although I cannot indulge you with luxury items as Lao Chang might, at least on this deserted island, I can ensure you have enough to eat. Shaoli seemed to be in her 20s, and the current situation clearly exceeded her comprehension. Her role in the company was merely that of a secretary to the marketing director, Lao Chang, with their relationship being somewhat ambiguous, a fact not lost on her colleagues. Her participation in this team-building trip was entirely due to Lao Chang's influence. Who could have anticipated that what was supposed to be an extravagant cruise would devolve into such chaos, compelling her to serve as personal assistant to Qin Wei, a man she typically disregarded in the office? Director Chong, I refuse. I refuse to be Qin Wei's assistant. Shaoli implored, casting a desperate glance at the now upright Lao Chong, her voice barely above a whisper. Do not be afraid. Serving as an assistant is merely contributing to our company's team-building efforts. You mustn't be so choosy. Lao Chang's face turned a shade of crimson, filled with indignation. This was nothing short of a betrayal. Yet, the circumstances dictated compliance. To voice dissent would surely result in further violence. The seasoned veteran of the workplace swiftly assessed the situation and, without hesitation, pushed his assistant Shaoli towards Qin Wei. Shaoli is still young and naive. Captain Qin, please do not hold her actions against her. Qin Wei, a man who had long coveted Shaoli's beauty from afar, now found himself in a position once reserved for the marketing director alone. Rest assured, Shaoli, you shall not suffer in my company, he declared, extending his bony arm to encircle her slender waist. Though Shaoli felt utterly uncomfortable, she understood that her fate was no longer in her hands. Soon, the six-member campsite returned to a semblance of normalcy, with Shaoli now ensconced in Qin Wei's embrace, while Lao Chong and Lao Wei, who were meant to be in positions of authority, complied obediently by the campfire, preparing seafood for the group. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Xiaola and his companions were oblivious to this shift in power dynamics. At that moment, he was busy installing a ladder for their treehouse hammock. With the addition of 2 new members to their camp, both inexperienced climbers, it was essential to avoid the previous ordeal when Ning Lei had to be coaxed up the tree. Thus, Gu Xiaola fashioned a rope ladder from vines, akin to those found in a helicopter, facilitating easier access for everyone. With the assistance of 3 stunning women, the ladder was completed in no time. After securing it, Gu Xiaola tested it with a firm tug, satisfied with its sturdiness. He gestured invitingly, signaling the ladies that they could ascend to the treehouse. Ning Lei and the Lin sisters exchanged glances, silently grateful that they had selected the right leader. Driven by her curiosity, Lin Jiao was the first to climb up, followed by Ning Lei and then her sister Lin Rui. Observing the 3 beauties settled in the tree, Gu Xiaola hesitated, uncertain if he should join them. After all, he had kept watch beneath the tree the previous night, and having reinforced the hammock, it could comfortably accommodate 4 people. Captain Xiaola. The spirited Lin Jiao poked her head out of the treehouse, beaming at him. What's the matter? Aren't you coming up to sleep with us? Chapter 43. Each with their own motives faced with such a tantalizing invitation, Gu Xiaola had no reason to refuse. All right, I shall join you, he replied eagerly, swiftly climbing the rope ladder. Wait. Just as he reached the midpoint of the trunk, another head emerged from the treehouse, Ning Lei's. She regarded Gu Xiaola with a cold smile. You know, Gu Xiaola, as our campsite leader, it should be perfectly acceptable for you to sleep in the treehouse. However, considering that the rest of us are girls and you're the sole man, I can't help but feel that this situation is rather inappropriate. Inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Gu Xiaola lowered his head in contemplation and suddenly chuckled. Oh, I understand your concerns. But rest assured, my stamina is quite robust, even if you are 3. I am unafraid. Bah. Ning Lei spat disdainfully. You may not fear us, but we are certainly wary. Who is worried about that? We are concerned about what ill intentions you might harbor in the dead of night. At that moment, Lin Rui also poked her head out. Xiao Lei. I think your worries are a bit excessive. We all know what kind of person Captain Xiaola has been these past few days. You are being rather petty in your suspicions. Indeed, I also believe Captain Xiaola is an honorable gentleman. If you, Sister Xiao Lei, are still uneasy, then how about this? When we sleep, let Captain Xiaola take the outermost position on the hammock, and I will serve as a barrier next to him. You and my elder sister can sleep inside. How does that sound? Lin Jiao proposed cheerfully. No way. That simply won't do. If anyone should be on the outside, it should be me. Lin Rui waved her hand decisively. Ha ha ha. This is music to Gu Xiaola's ears, as these sisters are eager to snuggle up close to him. Though ostensibly for protection, it amusingly feels like a contest for his affection. No, I still can't rest easy. What if this guy truly has unsavory intentions at night and takes advantage of our slumber to commit misdeeds? Ning Lei shook her head in disapproval once more. Goodness. Young lady, do you even comprehend what you are saying? We are sleeping on a hammock. Even if I had any malicious designs, any slight movement would surely alert you. Gu Xiaola could no longer contain his laughter. Ning Lei paused, suddenly realizing that he had a point. All right, how about this? You can join us. But only if you swear an oath, vowing not to engage in any lewd behavior towards us 3. Then we shall allow you to sleep. She concluded with lingering skepticism. Good grief. Gu Xiaola felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Does this girl have something against me? She is targeting me relentlessly. Just wait until I find the right moment. I will teach her a lesson. However, these thoughts remained unspoken. He reluctantly replied, Fine, fine. I swear that if I, Gu Xiaola, were to initiate any lewd actions towards you 3 young ladies, I shall remain a lifelong bachelor. Eh? A rogue is a rogue. Is there even a distinction between active and passive? Ning Lei inquired, puzzled. Of course there is. What if, in the dead of night, 1 or 2 of you are irresistibly drawn to my charming demeanor and youthful appeal, and develop improper intentions towards me? That would hardly be my fault. Gu Xiaola's explanation elicited laughter from the 3 girls, and amidst the mirth, Lin Jiao called out, Come up, you little heartthrob. Thus, the sleeping arrangements for the night were finally settled. The 4 of them lay on the hammock, with Gu Xiaola guarding the entrance of the treehouse, Lin Rui next to him, and Lin Jiao and Ning Lei nestled inside. Although Gu Xiaola had previously shared a hammock with Ning Lei, that time had been fraught with danger, surrounded by a pack of hyenas. They had been terrified, with no thoughts for anything else. But this time was different. 2 beautiful young women were present. The crackling campfire below cast a warm glow, and the distant sound of the waves created a romantic atmosphere. Alas, the hammock made of tree vines felt as soft as a spider's web. Any slight movement would reverberate throughout. Gu Xiaola glanced at the 3 stunning beauties beside him and could only smile wryly. Naturally, Gu Xiaola was not the only one lost in thought. The 3 girls each harbored their own musings. The youngest, Lin Jiao, was both curious and excited, wondering if there would be any amusing developments that night. Meanwhile, Ning Lei remained vigilant, though she also thought that it was fortunate Lin Rui had volunteered to take the outer position. Should Gu Xiaola entertain any ill intentions, surely the experienced Lin Rui could prevent him from pursuing Lin Jiao and herself. Yet, As she pondered this, a pang of jealousy unexpectedly gripped her heart. Was she feeling envious of Lin Rui? Ninglei quickly chided herself for overthinking. If Lin Rui could win Gu Xiaola's affection, she would no longer have to worry about being exposed or spied upon. She should be pleased, not jealous. Despite her self-deception, the thought of Lin Rui being so close to Gu Xiaola stirred a discomfort in her heart. As for Lin Rui, who lay closest to Gu Xiaola and thus faced the greatest risk, her mind was also in turmoil. Based on her understanding of men, it was rare for a male to maintain composure in such circumstances. Yet this was a hammock. Not only could one not do anything, but even a simple roll would be felt by the others. If Gu Xiaola were to make a move, should she resist slightly or reveal her identity and subdue him? These thoughts swirled chaotically in Lin Rui's mind. Among the four, the most conflicted was undoubtedly Gu Xiaola. His heart was a tempest of emotions, as a mere worker bee. Even in the matchmaking market, few older unmarried women would spare him a second glance. Stealing glances at the three girls, he noted they all seemed to drift off to sleep almost immediately, their carefree natures granting them high-quality rest. Gu Xiaola couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. However, he was not oblivious to the fact that the three girls were pretending to sleep, particularly Ninglei, whose tightly shut eyes and tense features indicated she was far from relaxed. If he so much as moved, she would be the first to leap up and strike him. Sighing, he thought to himself, having the opportunity to sleep alongside these three beauties was already a blessing from a past life. He ought not to ask for more. With that, Gu Xiaola turned away, presenting his back to them, and soon began to snore softly. Chapter 44. What is he here for? Gu Xiaola's behavior left the three girls utterly dumbfounded. With such enchanting beauties beside him, one would expect him to be restless, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Humph. This boy must be pretending. Did he plan to wait until we were sound asleep before making his move? All three girls simultaneously entertained this thought. However, as time passed, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, and finally an hour, Gu Xiaola, far from exhibiting any restlessness, had instead succumbed to a deep slumber, his snores resonating throughout the vicinity. Eventually, the youngest among them, Lin Jiao, could no longer contain her curiosity and nudged her sister, Lin Rui, inquiring, "Sister, what do you think of a man like Gu Xiaola?" Lin Rui herself was perplexed. It was her first encounter with a man so adept at controlling himself. Had her own allure diminished to the point where she could no longer captivate someone like Gu Xiaola? Just as Lin Rui pondered how to articulate her thoughts on him, Ninglei, nestled in the innermost part of their circle, suddenly interjected, "What man? He is no better than a beast." In truth, Gu Xiaola was not pretending to be asleep. He was indulging in a most delightful dream. Since arriving on the deserted island, he had never experienced such restful slumber. In his dream, he found himself back in his hometown, reuniting with his long-missed parents, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful and virtuous girl, introduced as his fiancée to his delighted elders. However, as he turned to introduce her, he was startled to discover that the girl was none other than the mischievous Ninglei. At this moment, the dream abruptly shattered, and Gu Xiaola awoke, realizing he had lost track of time. The horizon was already tinged with dawn's light, signaling the approach of daybreak. He glanced at the three girls beside him, each sleeping more soundly than he. Yet, the enchanting scene before him was one he deemed inappropriate to linger upon, fearing he might act upon impulses he could not comprehend. With deliberate caution, he extricated himself from the hammock and descended the palm tree via the rope ladder. Upon opening the toolbox he had salvaged the previous day, he began his industrious tasks. By the time the three girls awoke, they discovered their leader already occupied beneath the tree, hammering away with a small mallet. "Captain, what are you up to?" Lin Jiao inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "I am crafting fishing hooks. I found some needles in the toolbox that can be bent into shape for the hooks," he explained. "Fishing hooks? Captain, do you intend to fish?" Lin Jiao pressed further. "Indeed, but not for myself. They are for you three to use. I realize that relying solely on my diving for food is somewhat burdensome and exhausting. Once I finish these hooks and combine them with the fishing lines I previously discovered, you will be able to fish from the raft nearby." As he spoke, Gu Xiaola continued his work on the hooks. At that moment, the girls had descended from the palm tree and surrounded Gu Xiaola, chattering excitedly. "Captain Xiaola, while your idea is commendable, fishing requires bait. Do we have any bait?" Lin Jiao tilted her head in query. "Bait? In this vast ocean? Can we possibly lack for bait? You can find scallops, oysters, and even hermit crabs on the beach. Their flesh can serve as excellent bait." By now, Gu Xiaola had completed the final hook and secured them to the fishing lines. "See, they are all ready. You may now take them and set out to fish." He gestured invitingly. The three girls exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Ninglei who stepped forward to accept the fishing line and hooks. "Let us go. We must prove that we are not merely idle." With that declaration, the Lin sisters had no choice but to comply, each equipped with fishing gear. They made their way to the spot where the raft had been secured the previous day and climbed aboard. Watching their clumsy antics brought a smirk to Gu Xiaola's face. Although he was their captain, he recognized the importance of teamwork. Should anything happen to him, these girls would need skills to survive without him. His intention to teach them some survival techniques stemmed from a genuine concern for their well-being. However, the look on Ning Lei's face suggested she misinterpreted his good intentions. Yet, he chose not to explain. After all, being misunderstood was not a new experience for him. As the girls ventured out to fish, Gu Xiaola picked up a machete from the toolbox and approached several coconut trees on the beach. With a series of resounding thuds, a tree thick as a thigh toppled, sending dozens of coconuts crashing onto the sand. Gu Xiaola wiped the perspiration from his brow and glanced at the fallen coconuts, the reason behind his labor. However, he was acutely aware that this act was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The coconut trees on the beach were finite, and if he continued, they would soon find themselves without fresh water. Gu Xiaola contemplated re-entering the jungle to seek fresh water from the nearby stream, but an ominous premonition loomed over him. He recalled the wild boar he had slain near the stream and wondered if the vengeful mother boar would still be lurking there, seeking retribution. Such creatures were known for their fierce vengeance and would likely remain in the vicinity. Moreover, there was the pack of hyenas. He had previously injured one, and he could only speculate what had transpired since. If he ventured recklessly into the jungle, he might encounter both threats. It was prudent to refrain from taking such risks. Gu Xiaola gathered the fallen coconuts into a net he had fashioned from vines, moved the toppled tree aside, and cast his gaze toward the sea. He observed the three girls approximately 100 meters offshore, animatedly shouting, indicating their fishing endeavor was filled with joy. Just as Gu Xiaola contemplated his next course of action, a plump figure appeared awkwardly within his view. Old Chong? Gu Xiaola instantly recognized this disheveled individual as one of the senior executives from his company who had arrived on the island 2 days prior. What could he possibly want now? Gu Xiaola furrowed his brow, watching his former superior approach in a state of disarray. General Chong? What brings you here? Gu Xiaola feigned politeness, though a hint of wariness crept into his gaze. This once mighty leader, who had always looked down upon others in the office, now appeared utterly destitute. His designer suit was tattered and filthy, and his formerly immaculate hair was now a disheveled mess. The erratic eating patterns of recent days had left his eyes vacant and lacking vitality, and he seemed to be in a state of utter dishevelment. Haha, Xiaola. I've come to discuss a matter with you. Chapter 30. 2 conditions. What is your attitude, Xiaolu? I must warn you that I am still an employee of the Teng Network. As your supervisor, I command you. Mr. Wei exclaimed, visibly flustered. What? You think you can command me as your supervisor? Mr. Wei, do you believe we are still in the office of the Teng Network? We are on a deserted island, and we have no idea when we can leave. Do you really think you can intimidate me with your office tactics? I suggest you conserve your energy to find food and water, Gu Xiaola replied with a laugh, showing no respect for Mr. Wei, who had previously held power over him. Do you think just because you're here, you have gained some authority? Have you not noticed Director Huang from Human Resources over there? Even on this deserted island, with just one word from us, you could lose your job. You should be aware that the job market is quite grim this year. With your limited experience and qualifications, if you wish to stay in the city, you might run out of money for rent before you find a new job. So, I advise you one last time, do not play with fire. Mr. Wei's words barely left his lips when Qin Wei chimed in. Yes. Don't think that just because you arrived on this island first and have a few beauties around you, you're impressive. Mr. Wei, Mr. Chong, and Director Huang from HR are all here. If you don't want to continue, there will be no turning back. Turning back? Hearing this, Gu Xiaola smiled slightly. I would love to have a way to turn back, but not for any regret about being here. Rather, I regret ever joining a company that brainwashes its employees into believing that 996 work hours are a blessing. And Qin Wei, don't think I don't know who you are. You were just the brother-in-law of Director Bai from the operations department. That's why you can lounge around in our department without doing any real work, while we, the ones without connections, take the blame for the problems. However, after going through all this, I've come to realize that even if I have to go home and farm, I will not serve people like you anymore. You all can do as you please. After Gu Xiaolu finished speaking, the 3 beautiful women behind him nearly burst into applause, with Ning Lei stepping forward to say, "The Teng Network? Humph, is it really that significant? Gu Xiaolu, you need to heed their threats. Once we escape, I'll acquire their company and make you the general manager." Gu Xiaolu merely smiled at this, thinking to himself, my dear lady, who knows when we will be out of here? You're making quite a lofty promise. At that moment, it became clear to Qin Wei, Mr. Wei, and the others that Gu Xiaolu and his group were not welcoming them. Though they had numerical superiority and were all men, Mr. Wei and Mr. Chong were both middle-aged and overweight, while Gu Xiaolu was fit and muscular, making him formidable. If a fight broke out, they might not gain much advantage. After a brief discussion, the middle-aged woman, Director Huang from Human Resources, approached with a smile to negotiate with Gu Xiaolu and his group. You must be Gu Xiaolu, right? I am Director Huang from your company SHR. Although you may not wish to associate with us, we are still from the same company. After all, how about this? The island is vast, and we can coexist peacefully. Her words were artfully crafted, appealing to reason. Indeed, no matter how temperamental Gu Xiaolu might be, he couldn't possibly claim the entire island for himself. Of course, Gu Xiaolu was not unreasonable. He merely nodded coldly. Director Huang, your suggestion is acceptable. How you choose to survive on this island is your own affair. But I hope you will not disturb our camp. That's not a problem. However, our lifeboat ran aground when we approached the island. We barely escaped from the lifeboat and swam to shore, so we didn't manage to salvage most of our supplies. We hope you can assist us with some food and water, Director Huang said, glancing at the food roasting over the fire in Gu Xiaolu's camp, swallowing hard. Oh, your lifeboat sank? Were there many supplies aboard? Gu Xiaolu, initially disinterested in conversing, suddenly perked up with interest. Indeed, our lifeboat did sink. And there were some supplies, such as fresh water and compressed biscuits. Unfortunately, we were in such a hurry to escape that we couldn't retrieve them. Oh. There was also a toolbox and a first aid kit on that lifeboat. It's a shame they are now at the bottom of the sea. Director Huang sighed, casting another longing glance at the seafood roasting behind Gu Xiaolu. Oh, Gu Xiaolu nodded and turned to the three women. Go fetch some of the roasted food for Director Huang, and also share one of the wild boar legs I cured yesterday. Upon hearing this, the three girls immediately protested. Are you crazy, Gu Xiaolu? We worked hard to gather this food, and you want to give away half of it just like that? Ning Lei was the first to voice her disagreement. Yes, what Sister Lei said is absolutely right. We caught this food after walking far this morning. If you want to be the good guy, you can do it on your own. We won't give any of this food away, Lin Zhao added, pouting. However, the eldest, Lin Rui, more mature and composed, raised her hand to quiet them. She approached Gu Xiaolu and whispered, Captain, are you trying to trade food for their lifeboat's location? Gu Xiaolu nodded in appreciation and replied softly, not just for the lifeboat's location. I want to hurry and drive these people away. Don't you think their presence here is not beneficial for us? Lin Rui nodded in agreement and turned back to signal Ning Lei and Lin Jiao to follow Gu Xiaoli's instructions. Though the two younger girls were reluctant, they observed the serious discussion between Lin Rui and Gu Xiaolu, realizing this was not a simple matter, and reluctantly agreed to provide half of the food to Gu Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Mr. Chong, Mr. Wei, and their sycophant Qin Wei looked on in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out as they watched Gu Xiaolu unwrap the seafood wrapped in banana leaves, their mouths watering. Scallops, sea urchins, oysters, and several large conchs were steaming and fragrant, driving them, who had lived on compressed biscuits for days, nearly mad with hunger. Gu Xiaolu rose to see him off, and as he turned around, he noticed that his three beautiful teammates had already returned to the camp, though their expressions were decidedly displeased. In particular, Ning Lei stared at the departing Lao Chang for a considerable time before coldly inquiring, what was that fellow here for? Chapter 46. Interrogation. Gu Xiaolu was not particularly surprised by their attitude. After all, these individuals had left a rather unfavorable impression on the three girls since their very first day on this deserted island. He smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing. We just discussed some matters concerning their camp. He also expressed a desire to bring 2 people to join ours. What? Join our camp? Did you agree? Lin Jia was the first to lose her composure. No. I told him that our camp's resources are quite limited, and we simply cannot support new members at this time. Hence, he left. Gu Xiaolu did not wish to divulge too much to them, as some matters would serve no purpose in their knowledge and could potentially lead to unnecessary complications. Is that all you've been discussing for so long? Ning Lei asked skeptically. Her eyes narrowed in disbelief. Of course, that's all. Gu Xiaolu spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Humph. I clearly saw that portly leader-like fellow leave with several coconuts. Those coconuts weren't from you, were they? The sharp-eyed Lin Jiao suddenly inquired. All right. Gu Xiaolu felt a wave of frustration. These 3 girls were indeed not easily deceived. He had thought their fishing expedition would keep them occupied, but it seemed his every move had been under scrutiny. Oh, well, you see, the people from their camp haven't found anything to drink for over a day. Although we can't accept them into our camp, we can't just stand by and watch them perish from thirst, can we? I felled a coconut tree and gathered a dozen large coconuts to share with a few of them from their camp. As the leader of our camp, I surely have the right to do this, don't I? Gu Xiaolu spoke nonchalantly. Is that so? Just like that? Ning Lei's doe-like eyes fixated on Gu Xiaola, her demeanor radiating disbelief. Why yes, of course. Gu Xiaola stammered, feeling unnerved under her unwavering gaze. Indeed, I don't believe you. If it were truly that simple, then tell us. What is this? Ning Lei suddenly pointed at a colorful little box on the ground of the camp and demanded. Upon seeing the box, Gu Xiaola felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Good heavens! He had been so preoccupied with seeing Lao Chang off that he had completely forgotten to hide that gift. With it blatantly displayed in the camp, it was no wonder that the fiery Ning Lei was pressing him for answers. Now, this was akin to smearing yellow mud on one's pants. What was originally not a big deal had become a significant embarrassment. Tell me, what is this? Is it something that man bribed you with? Did he exchange this for the coconuts? What do you need this for? Do you have some ulterior motive regarding the three of us? Seeing Gu Xiaola's stammering responses, Ning Lei pressed on relentlessly. These inquiries indeed left Gu Xiaola at a loss for words. If he were to affirm their implications, it would not be entirely accurate. Conversely, to deny them would also not be wholly truthful. Just as he floundered in his awkwardness, Lin Rui stepped in to diffuse the tension, saying, all right. As our leader, Gu Xiaola has given a few coconuts to those from another camp. There is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. As for that box, it could simply be a gesture of goodwill from them. I see no issue with it. Lin Rui's words provided Gu Xiaola with an escape route, and he eagerly affirmed. Precisely. Not a single thing wrong with that. The reason Lao Chang gifted me that box was to express his gratitude for the coconuts I gave him. To be honest, I have no idea what is inside that box. I only kept it because the packaging looked quite appealing. As for the contents, I truly have no clue. Unless, Ning Lei, you can tell me what it is? Faced with Gu Xiaola's feigned ignorance, Ning Lei found herself at a loss for a response. She certainly could not divulge that the contents were protective devices meant to prevent pregnancy, as that would imply her extensive experience in such matters. Fine. Gu Xiaola. You can play the fool, but mark my words. If I discover any collusion between you and those rascals from the other camp, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Ning Lei could only throw out these rather tepid threats to save face. Gu Xiaola, however, merely smiled in response. Then shifted the topic. Could you refrain from interrogating me? As the leader of our camp, I issued a command to go fishing this morning. How did you fare? This question struck a chord with the girls. Lin Jiao proudly lifted a string of fish skewered on branches, exclaiming, Look, our catch this morning was quite impressive. Gu Xiaola examined the catch closely. The string bore fish of various sizes, some so small they hardly had any meat, and a few oddly shaped specimens that did not appear appetizing in the least. He shook his head. I must say, ladies, when you go fishing next time, could you please pay attention? Fish that are small and skinny should not be brought back. Also, when you set out to sea, try to find deeper waters. That will increase the likelihood of catching larger fish. Gu Xiaola's remarks sparked Ning Lei's dissatisfaction. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Who are we to be picky? Our fishing endeavors are certainly more commendable than some individuals who conspire with outsiders to exchange precious coconuts for personal gain. Gu Xiaola had long grown accustomed to Ning Lei's snarky remarks and chose to ignore them entirely. He led Lin Jiao to the seaside, selected a few of the more substantial fish, and returned the odd ones back to the ocean. After tidying up the remaining fish, he strung them together and prepared to grill them. Having worked hard for an entire morning, everyone was somewhat hungry, and even Ning Lei lacked the energy to argue. The group each held a sizable fish as they began grilling over the crackling fire. Gu Xiaola, last night while we were chatting, you only mentioned that you grew up in the mountains. You didn't share anything else. Why not continue today? Asked the youngest, Lin Jiao, who was somewhat at a loose end. What is there to say? Every year, there are millions of people like me who come from rural areas to work in cities. I am merely one among many. Chapter 31, Strategy 2 Conditions. The senior executives of the large Vine Network company exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion as they ultimately turned their gaze toward Gu Xiaola. They silently thought, what can we offer when we are practically devoid of resources? Gu Xiaola understood their sentiments and merely smiled, saying, in fact, these conditions are not difficult to fulfill. First, I require you to inform me of the precise area where your lifeboat sank beyond the island. Second, I ask that after you finish these provisions, you promptly depart from this beach. The island is vast. Whether you choose to continue circling the coastline or venture into the dense jungles and mountains at the center, there are ample unoccupied areas that would be far better than crowding in our camp, making it difficult for everyone to find sustenance and encroaching upon each other's living space. Can you agree to these two conditions? As she spoke, Gu Xiaola shook the banana leaves wrapped around the food to ensure they could see it clearly. After a brief exchange of glances and whispers among her former colleagues, the middle-aged woman who served as the human resources director finally responded with a beaming smile. I find your conditions entirely reasonable. The location of the lifeboat is quite easy to locate. It's just to the left of us at the 10 o'clock position. If you are a good swimmer, you should be able to see it after swimming approximately 2 kilometers. As for your second condition, rest assured. Once we finish these provisions and regain our strength, we will leave immediately. After all, this beach is too small to accommodate so many of us together. Seeing that they had agreed, Gushala kept her promise and handed them the bundle of food wrapped in banana leaves. The group joyfully hurried to the sandy area nearby, sitting down to eat without a care for their usual decorum and elegance. At that moment, these typically refined executives were entirely absorbed in the act of hastily stuffing food into their mouths. Meanwhile, Gushala and her 3 companions returned to their camp to begin their own meal. Captain, are you really planning to search for their sunken lifeboat? Lin Jiao, the most curious among them, asked eagerly while they ate. Of course. Otherwise, why would I give them food? You all heard them mention that the lifeboat contains not only a toolbox, but also a highly valuable medical kit. If we intend to stay on this island for an extended period, we must acquire those supplies. Gushala declared, swallowing a freshly grilled oyster. I must ask, Captain, have you considered whether they will be truthful with you? I have a nagging feeling something is amiss. Lin Rue pondered after a moment of silence. True, your concerns are not without merit. However, in our current situation, I believe it would not benefit them to deceive us. After all, we are the only 2 groups of survivors on this island. Antagonizing us would make their situation even more precarious. Moreover, even if they lied, I must verify the truth personally. These supplies are crucial for us. Gushala replied, prying open another oyster and consuming its tender flesh. I've heard that oysters are said to be a man's fuel station and a woman's beauty salon. Aren't you worried about any adverse reactions? Lin Jiao teased, observing Gushala devour the oysters. However, her comment was swiftly met with disapproving glares from her sister Lin Rue and Ning Lei, their expressions silently questioning how she had managed to graduate high school with such knowledge. Unfazed, Lin Jiao defiantly retorted, "What's wrong with that? My female classmates often discuss such topics." The thought of young women discussing such matters nearly caused Gushala to lose his composure, prompting him to interject, "Ladies, let us refrain from discussing this any further, shall we? Later this afternoon, after those individuals leave, I intend to dive in the area they mentioned to search for the toolbox and medical kit. However, I am concerned they may harbor ill intentions toward you once I depart, so please devise a plan to protect yourselves. What is there to fear? They are just a couple of portly middle-aged men and a scrawny programmer. I'm not afraid of them." Lin Jiao replied nonchalantly. Nevertheless, her sister Lin Rue suggested with a hint of caution, "Before you leave, perhaps you should leave your Swiss Army knife behind. It won't be of use in the water, and it would be better to keep it here for our protection." Gushala nodded in agreement, then turned to Ning Lei, who had been silent. "My lady, during our time alone on the island, you've boasted about your self-defense skills and yoga. Now is your chance to demonstrate your prowess. You 2 are counting on you for protection." Ning Lei, fully aware that Gushala was teasing her, found it difficult to retort, especially after having made such claims. Meanwhile, as Gushala's camp prepared for the afternoon's expedition, the executives from the Vine Network Company were not idle. They devoured the food Gushala had provided with fervor, though they were not fully satiated. However, their bellies were no longer empty, and they spoke with considerably more confidence. "Damn it, that Gushala really has no respect. How dare he undermine our President Wei?" Qin Wei seethed, eager to assert himself in front of the other executives. "Keep your voice down, little Qin. We don't want them to overhear," President Wei cautioned, shaking his head. "What of it? Earlier, I was merely hungry and felt weak, but now that I've eaten, I'm not afraid of him. Besides, we have 4 strong men here. Why should we fear one person?" Qin Wei scoffed. "Little Qin, we shouldn't underestimate the situation. While we may have the numbers, we are all leaders from reputable companies, not thugs. Look at Gushala. He is quite muscular. I've heard he grew up in the mountains. Do you really think we can take him down?" President Wei remarked, glancing at Gushala in the distance. His words momentarily left Qin Wei speechless. Indeed, considering his own small stature, he realized that even 3 of him combined would likely not match Gushala's strength. Even with the addition of the corpulent President Wei and General Chang, their odds of victory seemed slim. So what are we to do? The most crucial point is that Gushala, that rascal, somehow managed to transfer the toolbox from our lifeboat to their camp. Within the toolbox were axes and machetes, tools he effortlessly employed to fell a coconut tree, thereby acquiring the coconuts above. This rendered the issue of freshwater trivial for his group. Lao Chang's words immediately shocked the others in the camp. "What? Gushala obtained the toolbox from our lifeboat? Impossible. That area of the sunken ship is home to a great white shark. Indeed, could this rascal have actually defeated the shark?" Several expressed their disbelief. In response, Lao Chang merely smiled lightly. Whether Gu Xiaola vanquished the shark, I cannot say, but the toolbox has indeed fallen into his hands. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Just moments ago, I saw him wielding the machete from our lifeboat's toolbox. There can be no mistake. Moreover, he somehow acquired several sets of risky uniforms, dressing those 3 young ladies in them. Damn it, this kid knows how to have fun. As he spoke, Lao Chang's face betrayed a mix of envy and jealousy. That lifeboat is ours. That toolbox should rightfully belong to us, so why should it be used by Gu Xiaola, that impoverished brat? Qin Wei slammed his thigh in frustration, cursing vehemently. Indeed, Captain Qin, I find your reasoning sound. Even if Gu Xiaola salvaged the lifeboat's items, they should be returned to us. How could he keep them for personal use? We ought to demand the toolbox back from them. Although Lao Wei still had a rag stuffed in his nose, his murmurs did not hinder him from inciting the situation further. The remaining 2 women voiced their support for Captain Qin's just demand for the toolbox. In an instant, the camp was filled with righteous indignation, and Qin Wei eagerly contemplated heading to Gu Xiaola's camp at once. Qin Wei, think carefully. Gu Xiaola is not to be trifled with. Have you forgotten how he tossed you out the other day? Old Ma, who had remained silent until now, suddenly poured cold water on the situation. His words brought Qin Wei back to reality. Yes. Initially, they thought Gu Xiaola would meet his demise at the jaws of the great white shark, intending to seize his camp and women, only to be unceremoniously thrown several meters away by Gu Xiaola. In terms of combat prowess, he and Old Ma could contend with Lao Chang and Lao Wei. But facing Gu Xiaola would be a formidable challenge. Qin Wei blinked, tilting his head to look at Lao Chang. Lao Chang, don't you have a second idea? Chapter 48. The boar trap. In response, Lao Chang appeared well prepared, offering a faint smile as he replied, yes. The second option is to venture into the jungle in search of fresh water. However, this method carries its own significant risks, as this region belongs to the subtropical zone, and one can expect an abundance of venomous snakes and insects within the jungle, not to mention larger carnivorous beasts. Lao Chang's words caused a bead of sweat to form on Qin Wei's forehead. Indeed, entering such a tropical jungle without adequate preparation and equipment could be tantamount to courting death. Yet, remaining on the beach would ultimately lead to dehydration. And as the camp leader, he could not simply abdicate responsibility and leave the task to others. Otherwise, the camp members would lose faith in him. However, avoiding the jungle would inevitably lead to conflict with Gu Xiaola's camp, and considering their strength, the odds did not appear favorable. After much contemplation, Qin Wei finally gritted his teeth and declared, after breakfast, everyone prepare yourselves. This afternoon, Old Ma, Lao Chang, and I will head into the jungle to find water. Upon hearing this, Lao Chang's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, thinking, kid, don't let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, I'll make your end quite unpleasant. Qin Wei's camp faced a dilemma, but the situation for Gu Xiaola's group was not significantly better. Although they now possessed tools to fell coconuts for fresh water, this was merely a temporary solution. Given the consumption rate of coconuts, even if they cut down every coconut tree on the beach, it would not sustain them for long. Thus, they too needed to enter the jungle in search of water. Fortunately, Gu Xiaola had extensive experience living in the mountains during his last venture into the jungle. He marked several trails, making this trip to gather water somewhat familiar. However, a major issue remained. No matter how capable Gu Xiaola was, he was still just one person, and the amount of water he could carry was limited. Therefore, to gather a sufficient supply of water, he needed to bring along more individuals, unaware of the dangers. The young girl Lin Jiao eagerly volunteered to enter the jungle, but her suggestion was met with unanimous opposition. The jungle was fraught with complexities. Gu Xiaola could barely ensure his own safety, let alone contend with a liability like her, which would significantly increase the risk. Lin Rui, her older sister, also requested to accompany Gu Xiaola into the jungle, and after some consideration, Gu Xiaola agreed. Thus, it was settled. Lin Rui would follow Gu Xiaola into the jungle to gather water, while Lin Jiao and Ning Lei would guard the treasures they currently possessed. In recent days, their camp had accumulated some provisions, such as sun-dried fish and a piece of preserved ham that had remained untouched. However, these foodstuffs were not Gu Xiaola's primary concern. Even if they were stolen by Qin Wei's camp or consumed by wild beasts, it was of little consequence, as they could be replaced. What truly worried him were the toolboxes he had painstakingly retrieved from the seafloor. These were essential to his survival, and without them, he would have no means of procuring resources on this deserted island. To prevent Qin Wei's camp from seizing the tools while he was away, Gu Xiaola cleverly concealed the toolboxes in nearby trees, making them difficult to locate, and even if found, their retrieval would be challenging without Gu Xiaola's agility. Assured that his tools were secure, Gu Xiaola left 2 simple spears for Ning Lei and Lin Jiao for self-defense. After Lin Rue expressed her concerns with a few last-minute reminders, the two once again ventured into the jungle. Unlike their previous expedition, this time Gu Xiaolo was armed not merely with a Swiss army knife, but carried a large machete on his back and held a spear fashioned from metal and wood in hand. Lin Rue also took up a small axe for protection. Having previously traversed this path, Gu Xiaolo led Lin Rue along the markers he had established, making their way toward the water source. Though this sounds straightforward, the subtropical jungle was densely populated with rapidly growing vegetation, and many of the markers Gu Xiaolo had made were now nearly indistinguishable. Thankfully, Gu Xiaolo retained a vague recollection of the general direction of the water source, preventing them from straying too far off course. Chapter 32. The counterattack. Mr. Chang's words left the others momentarily stunned. What? Mr. Chang, do you have a clever way to eliminate that Gu Xiaolo? Mr. Wei immediately inquired. He chuckled softly. This matter relies entirely on our director Huang from Human Resources. Mr. Chang smiled slightly, glancing at the middle-aged woman beside him. His words reminded Qin Wei, who then asked, by the way, Director Huang, why did you so readily divulge the location of our lifeboat to that scoundrel Gu Xiaolo? Even if those supplies sink to the ocean floor, there was no need to let them fall into his hands. In response to Qin Wei's question, Director Huang merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. It was Mr. Wei who gave Qin Wei a heavy thump on the head. Fool, have you forgotten how our office director, Old Li, met his demise? With this reminder, the group suddenly realized their oversight. Indeed, when their lifeboat ran aground and sank, it was not just the 6 of them, but 7, including Old Li, the office director. Unfortunately for him, that area of water housed a great white shark exceeding 3 meters in length. Old Li accidentally cut himself on some coral in the water, and the scent of blood drew the shark, which swiftly dragged him into the depths of the ocean. The remaining individuals swam with such speed they nearly broke world records. How splendid! If we lure that Gu Xiaolo into the waters inhabited by the great white sharks, we needn't lift a finger. He will serve as shark bait. As for the camp he painstakingly established, and those 3 beautiful women. Huh, how delightful. Qin Wei couldn't help but laugh heartily. Keep your voice down. They might hear us, and that brat won't come. The scheming Mr. Chang shot him a glare before continuing. To lower their guard, we will leave this beach as agreed. Of course, we need not go far. We can just loiter nearby. Let's wait a while longer. If that Gu Xiaolo doesn't return, we can simply appear and seize his camp and women. You're right, Mr. Chang. That brat truly believes this isolated island is his kingdom. Just moments ago, I noticed the 3 beauties in his camp, and my desires stirred. Ugh, you men are all worthless. The girl with the social media influencer's face sitting beside Mr. Chang spat disdainfully. Xiaoli, are you jealous? Mr. Chang teased. Rest assured, no matter how many beauties there are, you are my favorite. He chuckled. But Xiaoli playfully pushed his hand away, feigning annoyance. All right, enough. We should leave. Let's see if Gu Xiaolo takes the bait. Director Huang stood up first. Addressing the group, they all rose, casting one last glance at Gu Xiaoli's camp not far away before slowly departing. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaolo had noticed their movements. He exchanged glances with his female companions, nodded, and began to pack their gear. They donned their prepared diving suits and masks, securing themselves with ropes woven from vines and grasping makeshift spears. Be sure to keep an eye on that group. I have a feeling they harbor ill intentions. Gu Xiaolo earnestly cautioned them before leaving. Don't worry, Captain. If those guys dare to approach, we won't let them leave unscathed. The youngest, Lin Jiao, declared confidently. Gu Xiaolo merely smiled faintly, thinking, silly girl, do you believe this is just a game? If these people truly mean harm, you 3 girls could be in grave danger. Yet, regardless of his concerns, Gu Xiaolo was determined to secure the supplies from the lifeboat. Resolute, he waved goodbye to his teammates and stepped backward into the rolling waves, quickly disappearing beneath the surface. Sister, do you think Captain Xiaolu will be able to retrieve the toolbox and other supplies? Lin Jiao asked, her worry evident. Hard to say. Compared to the toolbox and supplies, I'm more concerned about the captain's safety, Lin Rue replied, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. Strangely, upon hearing Lin Rue's concern for Gu Xiaoli's safety, Ning Lei felt a wave of unease wash over her. Even she could not grasp why she was so worried about someone so crude, who often peered at her. As the girls fretted, Gu Xiaolo had already swum far out, effortlessly gliding through the water while snorkeling. Though his hometown lacked large rivers, he had been catching fish in the small streams of the mountains since childhood, so his swimming skills were quite adept. Equipped with flippers, he moved through the water with ease. Before long, he arrived at the spot where Director Huang had mentioned the lifeboat had sunk. This location was 2 to 3 kilometers from the deserted island, and the distance between the coral and the water's surface was significantly greater than that around the island. Thus, The presence of large aquatic creatures in these waters was entirely normal. As Gu Xiaola submerged, he observed carefully and soon spotted the lifeboat resting at a depth of about 20 meters. This lifeboat was notably larger than the small inflatable boat the Lin sisters had arrived in, clearly designed to help survivors endure longer at sea. Therefore, the presence of toolboxes and medical kits was entirely expected. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaola plunged downward, kicking his legs to propel himself towards the sunken vessel. However, just as he descended less than 10 meters, a massive shadow swept overhead. Startled, Gu Xiaolu instinctively looked up, only to be met with a sight that caused his mouth to drop open, gulping in several mouthfuls of seawater. The shadow belonged to a colossal great white shark exceeding 3 meters in length. It glided through the water like a small submarine, patrolling its domain, surveying every intruder in its territory. Gu Xiaolu was terrified. He would not dare to engage in a struggle with such a formidable creature, even if he had several lifetimes' worth of courage. No wonder they were so generous in revealing the location of the sunken vessel. This terrifying presence was the reason. But there was no time for regret now. The great white shark, having circled around, suddenly seemed to catch a scent. In an instant, it charged toward the submerged Gu Xiaolu. At that moment, Ning Lei and the others were unaware of the peril Gu Xiaolu faced. Their own situation was dire, as the 4 men and 2 women, who should have departed long ago, had unexpectedly returned to their camp. He had no time to contemplate further, and threw the makeshift spear, crafted from metal fragments and a wooden stick, directly towards the wild boar. Initially, he had not anticipated inflicting serious harm on the beast, well aware of the wild boar's tough skin and thick flesh, which had been perpetually rubbed against trees exuding oily sap. Consequently, the already resilient hide of the boar was further fortified by a layer of thick resin armor. Even if he wielded a spear made from scraps, it would be challenging to cause any real damage unless it struck a vital spot, much like his uncle's old musket back home would struggle to do. Yet, perhaps fate had intervened, or perhaps it was simply the boar's destined end, for Gu Xiaola's spear struck with uncanny precision, piercing directly into the boar's ear. Despite the boar's formidable defenses, certain vulnerabilities existed, notably around its eyes and ears. This time, Gu Xiaola's spear found its way into the boar's ear canal. And though it was merely a sharpened piece of metal affixed to a stick, it nonetheless penetrated deeply into the boar's fragile ear tissue, with a small portion even breaching its brain. The boar let out a horrific scream but did not succumb immediately. The intense agony drove it into a frenzy, attacking everything within reach. Unfortunately, the 3 individuals before it were all within its assault range. The first victim was Old Chong, who was struck severely on the thigh by the boar's tusk, resulting in a massive gash in his trousers. The pain pushed him to his physical limits, and he managed to leap an astonishing 45 meters away, narrowly escaping disaster. Qin Wei and Old Ma, positioned in front of Old Chong, fared little better. They were both knocked over by the frenzied boar, which, in its madness, did not continue its assault after colliding with them, but rather bolted deeper into the jungle, leaving behind the sound of vegetation snapping under its weight. Soon, the boar's presence faded into the depths of the forest. Gu Xiaola, watching the direction in which the boar had vanished, felt a chill of apprehension. Had his aim been just slightly off, he and Lin Rue might have found themselves in a predicament no better than that of the 3 individuals. Nevertheless, they had successfully navigated the immediate threat of the wild boar. Regrettably, the 3 who had been drinking water by the stream moments ago were now sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Gu Xiaola examined their wounds and found no life-threatening injuries, though they would undoubtedly endure considerable discomfort for the next few days. What Gu Xiaola failed to notice was that his seemingly lucky spear throw had astonished everyone present. To them, it appeared as if a divine intervention had occurred. Lin Rue, still covering her mouth with her small hand, gazed wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene, astonished that such a robust wild boar had been repelled by this unassuming young man wielding a makeshift spear. Such prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Not only Lin Rue, but the other 3 were equally astonished upon realizing it was Gu Xiaola who had driven off the boar. Qin Wei privately felt a wave of relief that he had not pursued any intentions against the opposite camp. Just based on Gu Xiaola's ability to repel the boar with a single spear, it would have been child's play for him to eliminate Qin Wei and his companions. Old Chang and Old Ma were equally impressed, acknowledging that this young man was indeed a hidden gem. Of course, Gu Xiaola was oblivious to their thoughts. After tending to the wounds of the 3, he assisted Old Chang in washing his thigh injury in the creek. Fortunately, due to Old Chang's good nutrition, the tusk had merely grazed the surface of his thigh without causing significant bleeding. After cleaning the wound, Gu Xiaola bandaged it with scraps of clothing, while Qin Wei and Old Ma were luckier still, having only sustained some bruises and scrapes. It was at this moment that Lin Rue regained her composure and joined in to assist the wounded. Soon, the three were unsteadily back on their feet. Xiaola, do you think your spear could have killed that wild boar? Qinwei asked, still shaken. It's hard to say. But regardless of whether my throw could have killed the boar, I do not recommend that we linger here. I have reason to believe there is a pack of hungry hyenas nearby that could appear at any moment. Gu Xiaola replied nonchalantly. What? A pack of hyenas? Oh my goodness. Qinwei felt a sudden warmth in his pants. Chapter 50, Wild Seasonings. Not only Qinwei, but the others were equally alarmed. A single wild boar had nearly led to their demise, and now, with the fate of that boar uncertain, the threat of a pack of hungry hyenas loomed. This jungle was utterly terrifying. The trio exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear in the other's eyes. All right, let us quickly fill our water bottles and thank Gu Xiaola. Then we must flee, they exclaimed, hastily gathering their belongings. Despite old Chang's injured thigh, it did not dampen his instinct to escape. The three raced towards the edge of the jungle, as if in a competition. Gu Xiaola found their frantic flight somewhat amusing. But when he turned to look at Lin Rui, he noticed her pale face and anxious expression. Xiaola, should we hurry and leave too? She asked, her voice trembling. Not yet. Let us fill our water bottles first, he replied calmly, methodically opening his water bottles and filling them from the creek. Lin Rui, watching his unhurried demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. If the wild boar was still alive and returned, or if that pack of hungry hyenas suddenly appeared, she believed Gu Xiaola could escape without issue. But she, on the other hand, could not. Hey, Lin Rui, why aren't you filling your water bottle? Gu Xiaola urged. If you take too long, we might really encounter those hyenas. His words jolted her into action, and she quickly crouched down to fill her own bottles. Xiaola, how can you remain so calm? Aren't you afraid of those hyenas, or the boar? Lin Rui asked, regaining some composure. Afraid? Of course. If I weren't, I wouldn't have built a tree house in the palm trees, would I? It was the beasts that forced me into it. Gu Xiaola replied while rinsing the bottles. Then why aren't you anxious at all? Lin Rui was puzzled. Oh, I just feel that the boar has been here waiting for us for several days. With it around, the hyenas are unlikely to make an appearance. Therefore, I believe this creek is relatively safe for the time being. However, Gu Xiaola's response startled Lin Rui even more. How did he seem to know that the wild boar would be lying in wait by the creek? Isn't this astonishing? You can even discern the thoughts of wild beasts? At this moment, Lin Rui's feelings towards Gu Xiaola had shifted from surprise to admiration. Observing Lin Rui's look of astonishment, Gu Xiaola could somewhat fathom her inner thoughts. It is not that I am exceptionally skilled. Rather, I possess a deeper understanding of the habits of these creatures. The wild boar we consumed the other day was its young, and given the vengeful nature of these beasts, it is hardly surprising that they lurk here, awaiting the arrival of their foes. So that is how it is. Lin Rui nodded in agreement. Soon, both had filled the several water bottles hanging around their necks and were ready to depart. Oh, what is this? Gu Xiaola suddenly noticed several small trees and walked over. Lin Rui, perplexed by his discovery, followed suit. She saw that Gu Xiaola was scrutinizing a few short trees with particularly broad leaves, which were adorned with numerous tiny green berries. These berries, no larger than 5 millimeters in diameter, appeared densely packed, almost overwhelming to the eye. Gu Xiaola forcefully plucked a small berry and brought it to his nose to inhale. Huh, remarkable. I never expected to find these on this deserted island. Gu Xiaola said with a smile and a nod. What is it, Captain? Lin Rui inquired curiously. Pepper. This is pepper. It is one of the most vital seasonings in human society. Pepper? That cannot be. Although I may lack wilderness survival experience, I frequently cook in the kitchen. And isn't pepper black? Lin Rui questioned, puzzled. Indeed, that is the color of fully mature and dried pepper. Before it ripens, it is green. Here, smell for yourself. Gu Xiaola offered his finger, which had crushed the berry, to Lin Rui's nose. Inhale. Lin Rui took a deep breath, and indeed, a powerful scent of pepper surged into her nostrils. Wow, it truly is pepper. How wonderful. Now we can have seasoning for our roasted food. Lin Rui exclaimed joyfully, nearly jumping in delight. Although they were not lacking in food, the monotony of their salt-seasoned meals would soon bore their taste buds. With the addition of pepper, their meals would undoubtedly become more flavorful. Let us gather some to take back. And I believe there are other beneficial wild plants in this jungle that we can look out for on our way back. Gu Xiaola remarked as he continued to pluck the pepper, with Lin Rui quickly joining to assist. Meanwhile, outside the jungle at the campsite, Lin Jiao and Ning Lei were fishing while idly gazing at the distant sea, passing the time. Sister Xiaolei, may I ask you something? Lin Jiao said mysteriously as she set down her fishing line. Just ask. Why the secrecy? Ning Lei shot her a glance. All right, here goes. Do you have feelings for our camp's captain Gu Xiaola? The little girl Lin Jiao asked with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Humph, how could I possibly like him? Ning Lei seemed somewhat bored by the question. Is that so? Well, that's splendid. It means I have one less formidable competitor. Lin Jiao exhaled as if relieved. What? What competitor? You little brat, how old are you? Just starting college and already thinking about finding a man? Ning Lei furrowed her brow, casting a dark look at her. Humph. What is wrong with that? I am already an adult. Aren't there plenty of early relationships at my high school? Lin Jiao pouted, adopting a defiant posture. You are indeed an adult, and dating is your personal freedom. However, why must it be someone like Gu Xiaola? I just feel it's not quite right. Ning Lei shook her head, still expressing her disapproval. What is wrong with Captain Gu Xiaola? What is so bad about him? He is incredibly capable. Aren't the three of us surviving on this deserted island thanks to him? He is quite handsome too. Lin Jiao's comments astonished Ning Lei, who had not expected this recent high school graduate to be contemplating such serious matters. But Gu Xiaola is indeed skilled. Yet those skills may only be of use in this desolate wilderness. It is not that I look down on him. But someone like him would likely be just another exploited citizen in a bustling city. At best, he could be likened to a chive, with little chance of achieving anything significant in life. Ning Lei shook her head. Ah, but Sister Xiaolei, the issue is that this is indeed a deserted island. You may be right. Outside, he might be just a chive, but here, he possesses the attributes of a king. And those individuals you speak of who thrive in bustling cities are probably the true chives now. Lin Jiao's words left Ning Lei momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had to concede that while those at the opposing camp might fare better than Gu Xiaolei outside, within this setting, they might not even qualify as chives. Noticing Ning Lei's silence, Lin Jiao continued in a murmur. Actually, even if I wanted Captain Gu Xiaola, it is not as though I must have him. Even if you, Sister Xiaolei, do not compete with me, I fear I may not stand a chance against my sister. Her words left Ning Lei utterly shocked. What? Lin Rui indeed harbors feelings for Gu Xiaola? No wonder she was so eager to accompany him to fetch water this afternoon. Who knows what might have transpired in the jungle? As this thought crossed her mind, Ning Lei felt a surge of jealousy, her eyes almost sparking with envy. Chapter 51. The Python, however. This time, Ning Lei had completely misjudged Gu Xiaola and Lin Rui. In such a perilous tropical jungle, contemplating romantic matters was far from their minds. The mere thought of the carnivorous animals or venomous snakes lurking nearby was enough to raise goosebumps all over. At this moment, Gu Xiaola and Lin Rui, laden with bottles of fresh water and a significant haul of green pepper berries, did not dare linger near the creek for long. They swiftly retraced their steps, following the markers they had previously established. While they had approached lightly, their return journey was considerably weighted down, impeding their speed. As before, Gu Xiaola led the way with a machete, while Lin Rui followed closely behind, wielding a small axe. Suddenly, Gu Xiaola raised a hand, signaling Lin Rui to halt. After numerous drills, Lin Rui had developed a tacit understanding with him. Upon seeing his hand gesture, she immediately crouched down and moved closer, whispering, "What's the matter? Is there something amiss?" Gu Xiaola scanned the surroundings carefully, taking a while before responding in a low voice. "It's not clear yet, but I sense there might be a large wild beast nearby." Lin Rui widened her watery eyes, scanning the area for a considerable time. But apart from the calls of unknown birds above and the chirping of various insects in the grass, there was no other sound. How could Gu Xiaola deduce the presence of a large beast nearby? Chapter 34. Fishing for sharks before Gu Xiaola's delightful reverie could reach its conclusion, Lin Jiao's playful remark, "I'll accompany you to Stargaze, you fool," jolted him back to the stark reality that his journey towards mastering life on this desolate island was far from over. After a period of rest, Gu Xiaola felt a significant alleviation of the muscle cramps he had incurred from his vigorous underwater endeavors. He began to reassess their current situation. Although he and the three young women found themselves in a relatively advantageous position, their survival remained precarious due to the absence of essential tools. Fortunately, the beach provided a decent supply of food, yet the scarcity of fresh water loomed as a pressing challenge. The few coconuts they had initially collected were nearly depleted. The only known source of fresh water was a small river Gu Xiaola had discovered deep within the jungle. However, the dangers lurking in the underbrush were numerous. Even a child raised in the mountains like Gu Xiaola felt trepidation venturing in. It was clearly impractical to send the girls to fetch water, leaving him as the sole provider for this task, while the others remained on the beach to gather food. To complicate matters, the remnants of his former company had also appeared on the island, and though he had recently frightened them off, he could not guarantee they would not return. Alas, the challenges he faced were formidable. In light of these circumstances, retrieving the toolbox from the sunken ship became increasingly vital. Yet, the ominous presence of a large shark kept a watchful eye on that location. Gu Xiaola had narrowly escaped during his last encounter, and without a foolproof plan. He lacked the courage to confront the creature again. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the wild boar ham hanging from a tree, and a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Meanwhile, a different group of inhabitants on the island had found a suitable resting spot a few kilometers away at the edge of the jungle. After considerable effort, they managed to ignite a campfire and laid out large banana leaves on the ground to sit upon. Damn it, that Gushala is incredibly fortunate, Qin Wei grumbled while nursing his bruised ribs from a recent fall. Indeed, how could such a massive shark have failed to take his life? Now, their caution was heightened. Any future attempts to target them would be far more challenging. That General Wei cannot stop shaking his head, remarked another. Old Wei, little Qin, you need not worry, declared the self-assured Lao Chang. As the saying goes, it is not the thief's stealth that concerns us, but his intent. I refuse to believe they can remain united indefinitely. Gushala and those girls cannot thrive for long. However, what is paramount for us now is how to survive here. If that Gushala can manage with those girls, then surely we, as elite professionals, will fare even better. Lao Chang's words bolstered the confidence of his companions. Noticing the uplifted spirits, Lao Chang cleared his throat and continued. It is said that a snake cannot slither without a head, nor a bird fly without one. Now that our team has formed, a leadership structure is inevitable. My personal opinion is that I shall serve as the captain, the absolute leader overseeing all matters, while Manager Wei will be my deputy, responsible for the distribution of daily tasks. Director Huang from Human Resources will act as our psychological counselor, soothing the group's emotions, and Little Li will be my personal assistant, attending to my daily needs. Does anyone have any objections to this allocation of roles? Aside from Qin Wei and the quiet, slightly balding programmer Lao Ma, the remaining three readily acquiesced. However, Qin Wei and Lao Ma exchanged glances, unable to suppress their curiosity. Lao Chang, Qin Wei began, while your distribution of roles seems fine, I must inquire, who will be responsible for sourcing food and water? Lao Chang paused, a smile creeping onto his face. Isn't it you and Lao Ma? You two are young and strong, perfectly suited for the task of foraging for food and water. I place my full trust in you to not disappoint those of us in leadership. Lao Chang's declaration nearly sent Qin Wei into a fit of rage. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. There are only 6 of us, and you've appointed 3 leaders and 1 assistant. You expect me and Lao Ma to toil away finding food and water for you? On what grounds? Though he felt a strong urge to confront Lao Chang, he hesitated, uncertain of Lao Ma's thoughts, and merely nodded in reluctant agreement. Thus, their makeshift team of 6 was formed, though compared to Gushala's group, theirs was evidently more top-heavy. Little Qin, Lao Ma, you two should head into the jungle or along the beach to see what you can find for dinner. We have yet to secure our evening meal. Lao Wei commanded, clearly pleased with his deputy title. Do not concern yourselves with the camp. Lao Chang and I will oversee the situation. Focus on your essential tasks. Blast these fools, Qin Wei muttered again under his breath. He noticed the equally oppressed Lao Ma remained silent, leaving him no choice but to comply. The two cautiously ventured into the jungle. Meanwhile, Gushala had begun to busy himself. After a lengthy search around the jungle perimeter, he finally located several round pieces of driftwood, which he painstakingly transported back to the campsite. The 3 girls were utterly baffled by their leader's actions, yet Gushala offered no explanation. Instead, he instructed them to help him stabilize the round logs while he retrieved vine ropes to bind them together. Gushala, are you constructing a raft? Ning Lei inquired after observing for a while. Indeed, I had no idea our young lady was so astute. Gushala replied, somewhat surprised. A raft? Captain, do you truly intend to venture out to sea on such a flimsy craft? It would surely fall apart with a single wave. Lin Jiao expressed her concern. No, I do not plan to use this raft to sail out to sea. Rather, I intend to utilize it to salvage the sunken lifeboat, Gushala clarified, prompting a moment of astonishment among the group. Their leader had lost his mind. A great white shark lurked nearby, and he sought to retrieve the sunken vessel? Was he courting disaster? Noticing their bewildered expressions, Gushala smiled gently. Fear not. This time, I do not intend to confront the great white shark head-on. After I finish constructing this raft, my plan is to first fish for sharks. Chapter 35. Lured out to sea? Shark fishing? Several young ladies were taken aback by Gushala's audacious proposal. I said, Captain Shala, while I can certainly empathize with your plight of being surrounded by our trio of exquisite beauties, it hardly necessitates such a perilous endeavor as shark fishing, does it? If all else fails, my sister and I can simply climb a tree to sleep tonight, leaving you and Sister Shala below. I reckon that should provide you ample time. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Jiao, now quite familiar with Gushala and Ning Lei, once again unabashedly assumed the role of the seasoned veteran. Her words turned Gushala and Ning Lei's faces crimson, instantly enveloping the campsite in an awkward atmosphere. Rest assured, My sister, and I will certainly not peek. Lin Jiao added with a teasing grin, observing the two in distress. You little rascal, just wait until I catch you, Ning Lei exclaimed in a fit of anger, raising her fist to strike Lin Jiao, who swiftly darted away, initiating a playful chase around the sandy perimeter of the campsite. Stop, stop, stop. You still have a serious matter to attend to, Gu Xiaola interjected, raising her hand to signal them to halt. My proposal to fish for sharks has been meticulously considered. It is not an act of desperation. I am preparing to set sail on this wooden raft, Gu Xiaola declared. But how can you fish for sharks with such a rudimentary raft, and without a fishing rod? Lin Rui, being the more composed of the group, promptly raised pertinent questions. I have contemplated these issues and believe they can be surmounted. However, the sole dilemma remains. I cannot manage this alone. So I require one of you three to accompany me and assist in this endeavor. Assisting in shark fishing? Is that truly a viable plan? The trio exchanged glances, weighing the situation. Ultimately, it was Lin Rui who spoke up. Then let me go. Although my swimming skills are not exceptional, I should manage fine while wearing a life jacket. No, her swimming skills are unacceptable. What if we need to dive underwater? A life jacket will not suffice. Gu Xiaola immediately shook her head in opposition. Then I shall go. Ning Lei hesitated momentarily before asserting her decision. Miss, can you swim? Gu Xiaola inquired, eyeing her with some skepticism. Of course. I visit the Maldives or Tahiti at least once a year. Do you doubt my ability to swim? Ning Lei retorted, slightly embarrassed under Gu Xiaola's scrutiny. Yet during our time on the island, I have yet to witness you diving for food. Well, in the initial days after our arrival, I was utterly exhausted, without food or drink, lacking my usual diving gear, and certainly without sunscreen. Most importantly, I had to remain vigilant of you, you insidious character. How could I possibly focus on diving? Ning Lei's retort nearly elicited laughter from the others. Lin Jiao, in particular, doubled over in amusement, saying, Sister Lei, your temper is quite formidable. Do you truly consider this place a resort? Given the harsh conditions, we should strive to adapt. Nonetheless, having an additional person on the raft significantly bolstered Gu Xiaola's plan to fish for sharks. After a brief discussion regarding their course of action, the group united in pushing the makeshift raft, constructed from 5 logs, into the sea. Gu Xiaola reminded the Lin sisters to prioritize safety before embarking on the raft with Ning Lei. Although the raft lacked propulsion, they had salvaged the paddles from the inflatable boat the Lin sisters arrived in. While those paddles were of little use in the open sea, their destination was not far. And within 20 minutes of paddling, they arrived at the location where the lifeboat had sunk. Ning Lei, feeling anxious, glanced at the crystal-clear water beneath them and asked, Where are the great white sharks? I don't see them. Gu Xiaola scanned the surroundings, failing to spot any sign of the creature. It's likely hiding, waiting for its prey. When we dive in, it will surely reveal itself, Gu Xiaola replied, tossing the wild boar leg, which she had tied with vines on the shore, into the water. Will that truly work? Ning Lei questioned, still uncertain. Who knows? I've never fished for sharks before, Gu Xiaola admitted, her gaze fixed on the wild boar leg submerged in the water. Suddenly, Ning Lei felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. What great white shark? What toolbox and medical kit? Are these merely excuses Gu Xiaola concocted to lure me out into this vast ocean, alone with him on this little raft? If he harbored any ill intentions, I would have nowhere to escape. With this thought in mind, Ning Lei began searching the raft for anything that could serve as a means of defense, but her search yielded nothing of use. Humph. If this scoundrel truly aims to take advantage of me here, I would rather capsize the raft and plunge into the water with everyone to feed the sharks than let him have his way. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiaola, completely absorbed in observing the wild boar leg in the water, Ning Lei had begun to prepare herself against him. Gu Xiaola, puzzled, wondered why the enticing wild boar leg had yet to attract the great white shark. Instead, it had drawn an array of colorful fish from the coral reefs, all eagerly nibbling at the meat. Suddenly, a massive shadow glided beneath the surface. It's here, the great white shark. Gu Xiaola felt a surge of adrenaline. He gently tapped Ning Lei beside him, intending to reassure her and stifle any noise that might startle the creature. However, in her heightened state of vigilance, Ning Lei misinterpreted his gesture as an indication of his carnal desires, prompting her to unleash a flurry of punches at him. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You scoundrel, she shouted, her fists flying. Gu Xiaola, bewildered, thought, is this young lady suddenly losing her sanity? But with the great white shark now present, there was no time for distractions. He quickly pulled Ning Lei close, securing her in his embrace while covering her mouth to prevent further outbursts. Ning Lei, believing Gu Xiaola to be a rogue attempting to impose his will upon her, struggled to break free. Yet, the self-defense techniques she had boasted about earlier, along with yoga practices, proved futile on the small raft. Her petite frame was easily restrained by Gu Xiaola's strong arms, leaving her with no chance of escape. Oh no, must my first experience as a highborn heiress occur on this rickety raft? She lamented internally. The massive green anaconda, with its lengthy body, swiftly coiled around the little monkey, its girth comparable to that of an adult's thigh. Despite being unable to lift its head, the serpent's crimson tongue flickered incessantly, accompanied by a chilling hiss. At that moment, a mere slight constriction from the anaconda could shatter the bones of the small creature. However, this was the very opportunity Gu Xiaola had been patiently awaiting. Like a nimble monkey, he ascended the tall tree with agile leaps. Just as the anaconda prepared to crush the little monkey, he seized the hilt of a large machete embedded in the serpent's neck and leapt from the tree. Chapter 53. Regurgitation. With Gu Xiaola's powerful leap and his weight of over 140 jin, a resounding thud echoed as the machete, firmly lodged in the anaconda's neck, fell decisively. The serpent's head, the size of a human face, tumbled down to the ground below. The massive body that had ensnared the little monkey began to spurt blood, writhing and convulsing violently. The clever little monkey seized the moment, extricating its trapped leg and leaping to a distant branch, observing the struggling serpent below. The resilience of such reptiles is indeed remarkable, even after losing its head. The anaconda continued to writhe on the tree trunk for some time before gradually succumbing to its injuries and falling to the ground with a thud. Is it dead? Lin Rue, trembling with disbelief, approached Gu Xiaola and whispered. It should be. After all, it is a vertebrate. I've never heard of such creatures living without a head. Gu Xiaola wiped the serpent's blood from his face, expressing his disdain. Are you really planning to bring this massive serpent back for meat? Lin Rue shuddered at the thought of the anaconda chasing the little monkey just moments before. Why not? Snake meat is rich in proteins and contains various amino acids essential for the human body. A snake of this size is rarely seen in even the largest wild game restaurants in the country. As he spoke, Gu Xiaola found a thick, dead branch on the ground and began wrapping the still-twitching body of the anaconda around it. To prevent it from slipping off, he secured it with several loops of vine. Once satisfied with his handiwork, Gu Xiaola smiled at his prize. Let us head back to the camp, he declared, dragging the branch with the anaconda and Lin Rue as they made their way back. However, as they walked, they sensed something was amiss. The little monkey had been hopping between branches, following closely behind them. Hey, Captain, do you think that little monkey is following us? Lin Rue noticed too. Yes, I see it, but I doubt it means any harm, Gu Xiaola replied, shaking his head in confusion over the monkey's behavior. Unable to decipher the situation, they continued dragging the anaconda's carcass forward, while the little monkey persistently stayed on their heels. Whenever they paused to approach it, the monkey would dart away. Yet, if they continued walking, it would promptly follow again. After several rounds of this playful chase, Gu Xiaola and Lin Rue found themselves too exhausted to continue the antics. If it wants to follow, let it. Gu Xiaola sighed, glancing back at the little creature showing its teeth in a playful manner. At the seaside camp, Ning Lei and Lin Jiao anxiously awaited their return. Sister Xiaola, do you think Captain Xiaola and my sister have encountered some trouble? They've been gone for quite a while. Lin Jiao expressed her concerns. Surely not. Captain Gu often boasts about his prowess in the mountains. A trip to the jungle for water shouldn't pose any significant danger. Ning Lei reassured her, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. Oh, I actually hope that my sister and Captain Xiaola are involved in some thrilling escapade. Lin Jiao suddenly sighed. Wait, weren't you trying to compete with your sister for Captain Xiaola's attention? Why are you now hoping for some romantic drama? Ning Lei questioned, perplexed. If they really are caught up in some romantic adventure that caused their delay, at least it means they're safe. If they encountered real danger, then I would have to compete with a ghost for Captain Xiaola. Lin Jiao explained with a somewhat morose expression. Ning Lei found Lin Jiao's reasoning amusing, yet felt it inappropriate to comment further. After all, it was merely a situation where two sisters shared a man, which had no bearing on her own life. As a distinguished young woman from a prestigious family, she certainly had no intention of associating with someone like Gu Xiaola. Yet, her anxious gaze frequently darted toward the jungle, betraying her true feelings. Look, it's Captain Xiaola and my sister. They've returned. Lin Jiao suddenly exclaimed, rushing toward the jungle as she spotted them. Ning Lei followed her gaze and soon saw Gu Xiaola and Lin Rue emerging from the thicket, laboriously dragging something behind them. Upon noticing the camp, they waved in greeting. What has Gu Xiaola brought back this time? Ning Lei approached with curiosity, only to discover that it was a headless anaconda wrapped around a tree trunk. Captain Xiaola, you're incredible. Not only did you find fresh water in the jungle, but you also caught a huge snake for food. Lin Jiao clapped her hands in excitement, resembling a giddy young girl. And that's not all. Lin Rue chimed in, pulling a handful of green berries from her pocket. What are these? They're wild pepper. Now we can enjoy meals beyond just salt-roasted food. Lin Rui's revelation brought joy to Ning Lei, who glanced at the silent Gu Xiaola with newfound admiration. It seemed he was indeed not merely boasting. His skills in the wild were impressive. As the girls gathered around the anaconda's carcass, excitedly discussing their plans for a snake stew that evening, a sudden chattering broke the air. "Oh, that little creature hasn't left yet." Lin Rui turned to see the little monkey still perched on a branch at the jungle's edge. "How adorable. Sister, did this little monkey follow you here?" Lin Jiao, naturally drawn to such creatures, asked with curiosity. "It has indeed followed us all the way, but as soon as we approached it, it scampered away. So don't think about keeping it as a pet." Lin Rui shook her head. "Really?" Lin Jiao said, slightly disappointed. "All right, let's not dwell on the pet situation. On this deserted island, our priority is to ensure our survival. Now, help me skin this anaconda." Chapter 36. Crisis. Engrossed in observing the commotion below, Gu Xiaola remained oblivious to the intricate psychological shifts of the young lady in his embrace. Suddenly, he noted that Ning Lei, who had been as lively as a fish out of water just moments ago, had become eerily still. Had he inadvertently applied too much pressure, rendering her breathless? When he glanced down, he found her beautiful eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes quivering with tension. Her adorable face, contorted in anxiety, reflected her unease. Meanwhile, her upper body quaked with fear, prompting Gu Xiaola to momentarily lose his composure. In that instant, he truly understood the phrase "beauty is justice." Despite her spoiled demeanor, often berating him, the sight of such an exquisite natural beauty, resembling a perfectly crafted doll, was irresistible. Were it not for the looming threat of the great white shark beneath their raft, he might have been compelled to kiss her. Suddenly, their raft jolted violently. The creature had taken the bait. Initially, Ning Lei, who had anticipated Gu Xiaola's reckless actions, sensed something was amiss and opened her eyes. Upon seeing Gu Xiaola intently focused on the water below, she followed his gaze and discovered that a massive great white shark, over 3 meters long, had clamped its jaws around the wild boar leg he had cast into the water, tugging fiercely at it. "My goodness! We must flee!" Ning Lei exclaimed, her face paling. She had only seen such a creature confined within the glass walls of an aquarium, and never one of this magnitude. Now, so close. She felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Just moments ago, she had been concerned about Gu Xiaola's intentions. Now, she would gladly accept any perceived transgression rather than share a raft with a voracious shark. "Stay still." Gu Xiaola gestured for her to remain silent. Their small wooden raft was swaying perilously as the shark thrashed about, threatening to capsize them at any moment. Yet, Gu Xiaola gripped the vine firmly, having embedded a massive curved hook fashioned from metal shards into the wild boar leg, serving as their makeshift shark hook. While its efficacy remained uncertain, he believed that such a sharp metal piece would be enough to inflict considerable pain if the shark swallowed it. True to his expectations, as the shark bit down on the leg, it suddenly seemed to be snagged by something. In a fit of rage, the great white shark violently thrashed, attempting to dislodge the metal that had ensnared it. However, being a creature of limited intelligence, it failed to comprehend that the more it struggled, the deeper the hook would embed itself in its flesh. Instead of freeing itself, the fierce tugging drove the sharp metal further into its mouth. And the shark roared in agony. Having hunted in these waters for years, it had never experienced such a setback. Enraged, the shark began to pull on the vine tethered to the wild boar leg, careening through the water with reckless abandon. Gu Xiaola and Ning Lei, clinging to the vine, found themselves in dire straits. The simple raft constructed from 5 logs was tossed about like a leaf in a tempest, leaving the pair terrified and clinging tightly to its surface. "Gu Xiaola, you must think of something. At this rate, we won't survive," Ning Lei cried out in terror. Gu Xiaola remained silent, acutely aware that this was a necessary phase in their shark fishing endeavor. Though he had never fished for sharks before, he was well versed in angling for fish in rivers and streams. He recognized that whether one was reeling in a shark or even a fish exceeding 5 pounds, finesse was essential to avoid straightening the hook or snapping the rod. It required a delicate balance, akin to flying a kite, where one would have to continuously let out and reel in line to exhaust the fish's energy before reeling it in. He vividly recalled an expert fisherman, Grandpa Wang from his village, who once caught a nearly 100-pound grass carp in a reservoir. That day, the old man and his 3 fishing companions spent almost 2 hours on the shore managing to tire out that enormous fish before finally landing it. However, the great white shark before them was likely not just 100 pounds, it could very well exceed 200. Thus, Gu Xiaola had no inkling of how long they would be engaged in this struggle on their small raft. Fortunately, the shark, feeling the pain in its mouth, was thrashing about without a clear direction, remaining in the vicinity of the deserted island rather than dragging them into the depths of the ocean. Nonetheless, the experience was terrifying. The small raft creaked ominously under the immense force, as if it might splinter at any moment. Ning Lei's face had turned ghostly pale, and Gu Xiaola even detected a pungent odor in the air, one he recognized all too well. It was the same scent that had scared off a pack of hyenas the night they had shared a hammock. This girl had been so frightened that she had wet herself. Chuckling inwardly, Gu Xiaola's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. After all, should the raft be torn apart by this aquatic behemoth, both he and Ning Lei would likely fall prey to the shark's relentless assault. Fortunately, despite its modest size, the raft had been constructed sturdily enough to withstand the shark's violent pulls, remaining intact even as it was dragged nearly 50 meters east, then 100 meters south. The shark, attempting to dive deeper, found it increasingly difficult to drag them under due to the buoyancy of their raft. After nearly half an hour of back-and-forth struggle, the great white shark began to show signs of fatigue, its ferocity waning considerably. Gu Xiaola cautiously straightened up and tugged at the vine tied to the raft. Unexpectedly, this provoked the shark once again, which had been seeking a brief respite, and it erupted into another chaotic frenzy. This time, however, in its fury, the shark veered toward the coral reef area near the island. Gu Xiaola had noticed during his first dive that this region was teeming with vibrant coral, providing a rich habitat for various small marine creatures. Yet, the environment was not suited for large predatory fish like the great white shark. As one observes Ning Lei's interaction with Gu Xiaolu, it becomes evident that despite his initial defiance, he is moved when confronted with the sight of such a small creature imploring him. Gu Xiaolu hesitated for a moment but ultimately picked up a banana leaf to wrap the corpse of the mother monkey. He proceeded to the shore, placing it gently into the crystalline waters, meticulously washing away the viscous fluids and blood. Throughout this, the small monkey followed closely behind Gu Xiaolu, neither vocalizing nor leaping, simply gazing silently at the lifeless body of its mother. Soon, the ocean cleansed the remains of the mother monkey. Although her limbs were severely distorted, her original form was still discernible. Gu Xiaola laid the banana leaf encasing the mother monkey before the little one, which immediately lunged forward, embracing the corpse tightly and weeping profusely. This poignant scene left the 3 women and 1 man present deeply moved. Lin Jiao, with shallow eye sockets, was already in tears, while Lin Rui wept bitterly, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Even Ning Lei, the proud and composed young lady, felt her eyes redden, her voice trembling as she asked, Gu Xiaolu, do you think this little monkey will be able to survive? Gu Xiaolu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he maintained his composure, responding softly, I believe this experience may very well empower this little creature to become a ruler of this jungle someday. After clinging to her mother's remains for a considerable time, the little monkey gradually released its grasp and approached Gu Xiaolu, performing various gestures that were difficult to interpret. What do you think it wants? Lin Jiao inquired, wiping her nose. Gu Xiaolu pondered the small monkey's animated movements for a while before replying. I believe it wishes for us to give its mother a proper farewell. Ning Lei was taken aback. Farewell? How do we do that? Shouldn't we dig a grave for her? Gu Xiaolu shook his head, explaining that for these small animals, witnessing their companions buried underground is likely a distressing sight. Furthermore, considering the presence of numerous carnivorous animals on the island, he reminded her of the unfortunate fate of the legless brother they had encountered on their first day. Ning Lei shivered at the recollection, realizing the grimness of the situation. Then how do we send off this monkey mother? She asked, her voice wavering. Gu Xiaolu turned to her and simply said, a sea burial. Chapter 55, Snake Soup, a sea burial? The 3 girls were momentarily stunned. They had only heard of sea burials for human ashes, but never for an entire monkey carcass. Gu Xiaolu, undeterred by their astonishment, walked over to the coconut tree he had felled earlier that day. Utilizing tools from his kit, he worked diligently for nearly an hour, crafting a small raft from wooden planks approximately half a meter square. With a sense of ceremony, he placed the wrapped body of the mother monkey upon it, then gently pushed the makeshift raft into the sea. The little monkey watched intently with its wide, innocent eyes, remaining silent until it witnessed its mother's raft gradually drifting into the vast ocean, at which point it let out a few sorrowful cries. All right. The sea burial is complete. Ladies, our emotional spectacle is nearly at an end. We have yet to prepare our snake soup for tonight, Gu Xiaolu announced, gesturing toward the large snake carcass still hanging from the tree. Snake soup? Ning Lei, who had just begun to regain her composure, suddenly felt a wave of nausea surge from her stomach to her throat, prompting her to retch violently against the rocky shore once more. Oh, you're going to be sick? Does that mean you want to eat? Gu Xiaolu turned to the Lin sisters. Ugh, was the immediate response from both, as they joined Ning Lei in a chorus of retching. The sight was amusing. Those who understood the cause of their distress recognized it was the foul stench of the large python. While others might mistakenly believe Gushala had a knack for turning them all into quivering messes, Gushala chuckled at the scene, relishing the small mischief he had enjoyed at their expense, before turning his attention back to the little monkey, which continued to gaze at the swaying raft in the water. "Would you care for some?" he asked the little creature. After a moment of contemplation, the monkey began to chatter excitedly, gesticulating animatedly, seemingly indicating a desire for the snake. Meanwhile, at another campsite, Qinwei and his companions were not faring any better. Although the three who had ventured into the jungle had finally located fresh water, they were now tormented by a vengeful wild boar lurking nearby. The camp's former leader, Old Chang, had sustained a long gash on his thigh from the boar's tusks. Though Gushala had managed to staunch the bleeding, the pain remained intense. Leaning against the camp's structure, he grimaced and groaned, irritated by the incessant noise. Qinwei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Chang, you've been a leader in our company for quite some time. During meetings, you always preach about resilience and moral integrity, yet now you're wailing over a minor injury?" Old Chang silently cursed, thinking, "Well, it's not you who has hurt. You think just because you say it doesn't hurt, it makes it so? I have a genuine gash here." Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, as he recognized that the current leadership was not in his hands. "Indeed, Captain Qin, you speak wisely," Old Chang conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Qinwei then turned his attention to Old Ma, asking, "Do you think that Gu Xiaolo is even human?" The way he hurled that spear and struck the wild boar was extraordinary. He severely injured such a large creature with a single throw. Old Ma took a sip of the fresh water they had gathered and nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. It's not just impressive, it borders on the absurd. We should avoid provoking that camp. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance against him." Qinwei nodded in agreement, adding, "At least we have resolved the critical issue of accessing fresh water. Despite the dangers of the jungle, it does provide a stable source. I hereby announce that once Old Chang and Old Wei recover somewhat, each day one person will be assigned to fetch water from the stream. No objections, I trust?" While his words were phrased as a question, the tone unmistakably conveyed a directive. Old Chang and Old Wei exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had just tasted bitter melon, resigned to their fate yet unable to voice their dissent. Chapter 37. The Spoils. Upon hearing her younger sister's words, Lin Rui's expression shifted noticeably. In truth, she had contemplated this matter earlier. Therefore, when Gu Xiaolo asked who could venture out to sea, she had immediately volunteered to accompany them. However, her swimming skills were somewhat lacking, and she would merely become a burden to Gu Xiaolo. Consequently, she could only watch helplessly as Ning Lei and Gu Xiaolo set out to sea together. Fortunately, their raft was quite small, so if they truly needed to perform any tasks on the open ocean, it would likely be quite cumbersome. Her mischievous younger sister, Lin Jiao, was grinning widely as she observed the change in Lin Rui's expression. Suddenly, as if she had gleaned Lin Rui's thoughts, she exclaimed, "Sister, don't underestimate the size of the raft. I've heard from Sister Xiao Lei that her yoga skills are exceptional." With that, the cheeky girl sighed dramatically, appearing as if she had more to say. "How absurd. What nonsense occupies your mind all day?" Lin Rui raised her fist as if to strike her, but Lin Jiao giggled and darted away. However, she quickly halted, for she spotted Gu Xiaolo and Ning Lei paddling vigorously towards the shore on their raft. Lin Rui shouted, "Let us hurry and lend them a hand." She and Lin Jiao hurried into the water and swam towards Gu Xiaolo's raft. From a distance, they could not see clearly, but upon approaching, they discovered several small boxes on the raft and, to their astonishment, a massive shark measuring over 3 meters was tied to the edge of the raft. The two sisters were taken aback, but upon closer inspection, they noticed numerous wounds on the shark, with one of its eyes reduced to a bloody cavity, oozing crimson. Lin Jiao stared in disbelief. Could it be that Gu Xiaolo was truly extraordinary, capable of retrieving supplies from the sunken lifeboat and slaying that enormous shark? It was simply unfathomable. Seeing the fatigue etched on Gu Xiaolo and Ning Lei's faces, the sisters refrained from questioning them directly. Instead, they grasped the vines tied to the raft and pulled it from the shallow water to the beach. Once Gu Xiaolo and Ning Lei disembarked, they secured the raft with the vines before cautiously retrieving the boxes from it and bringing them back to the campsite. As soon as they reached the campsite, Gu Xiaolo and Ning Lei collapsed onto the banana leaves, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Lin Rui took out the remaining coconuts and shared 2 with them. They accepted graciously and began sipping from the coconuts. After a while, they finally caught their breath. "I must say, Captain Xiaolo, your feats are remarkable. Not only did you retrieve the supplies, but you also took down that shark," Lin Jiao exclaimed, her curiosity prompting her to rush back to inspect the shark's carcass tied to the raft. "Ah, don't mention it. That shark nearly cost us our lives." Gu Xiaolo wiped the remnants of coconut water from her lips and sighed. It turned out that they had been dragged into a shallow area teeming with coral reefs by the great white shark, just as Gushala had anticipated. The shark's massive size became its Achilles heel among the sharp coral. The coral inflicted countless wounds upon the shark, and in its agony, it grew increasingly ferocious, crashing violently against the rocks, leading to its own demise. Ultimately, it became stranded among the coral, unable to move due to excessive blood loss. At this moment, Gushala, still reeling from being tossed about on the raft, seized the opportunity. She grabbed her makeshift spear, fashioned from a tree trunk and metal scraps, and delivered a lethal strike to one of the shark's eyes. Although she had never fought a shark before, her experience fishing in the mountain streams had honed her aim. The spear pierced through the shark's eye and reached its brain, thus bringing down the formidable sea creature. Afterward, the situation became considerably simpler. With the underwater threat eliminated, Gushala was able to dive down to the location of the sunken lifeboat. Just as the middle-aged woman, Director Huang, had indicated, the large lifeboat contained numerous tools and well-sealed provisions, including several boxes of food and fresh water. Gushala gradually retrieved them onto the raft before paddling back to the deserted island with Ning Lei. Wow, so you don't even know what else is in those boxes? Open one and let us all have a look. Lin Jiao excitedly approached one of the boxes, fiddling with it until she managed to pry it open. Since the boxes were meant for shipwreck survivors, they were well waterproofed, and the contents remained dry. As soon as she opened it, she gasped in delight. It contained an entire half-box of compressed biscuits. It appeared that the other half had already been consumed by Gushala's former company leaders at sea. Nonetheless, even half a box of biscuits was a treasure for them, although they were not lacking in food in the wilderness. Most of their intake consisted of animal fats and proteins, and they were sorely missing these carbohydrates. Eagerly, Lin Jiao reached for a bag of biscuits, intending to open it. Not yet. We can't touch them now. Gushala promptly intervened. Bah, what a miser. There are plenty of bags left. Besides, I'm not trying to hoard. I just want to share with everyone. Lin Jiao protested, but Gushala shook her head, stating, these items have a long shelf life. Although we currently have enough food, we cannot predict what challenges lie ahead, so we must refrain from consuming these easily preserved items for now. Fine. If you want tea, let me eat. Then I want tea. Lin Jiao pouted, slightly miffed as she turned to another box. Upon opening it, she found half a box of mineral water. Anticipating this, Lin Jiao did not display excessive joy, but Gushala was thrilled. It was not merely the addition of fresh water that excited her. The plastic bottles were incredibly useful for their survival. The next two boxes contained one filled with basic tools, such as knives, hammers, axes, and nails, while the other was the coveted medical kit. Although none of the four were currently afflicted with injuries or ailments, illness was inevitable when consuming grains. The kit contained simple antibiotics and pain relief medications, which could prove life-saving in critical moments. After sorting through these boxes, Gushala generously offered several bottles of mineral water for the ladies to enjoy. The little girl truly dares to speak her mind. As soon as the words left her lips, a thick silence enveloped the camp, leaving the other two girls and the lone boy momentarily speechless. The ladies felt a wave of embarrassment while the gentleman's face flushed crimson, and for quite some time, no one dared to engage in that topic again. However, despite the silence, Gushala was earnestly contemplating the girl's suggestion in her heart. If Ning Lei were to pay the down payment for her, should she accept it? While they were discussing trivial matters, Gushala had already skewered the snake meat with a few twigs and placed it over the fire, continuously sprinkling salt over it. Captain Shala, aren't you supposed to be making snake soup? This is just grilled snake meat. Lin Jiao, realizing she had perhaps overstepped, took the initiative to change the subject. Listen to him bragging. Our camp doesn't even have a pot. How can we make soup? Ning Lei huffed indignantly. Ah, you folks are unaware. The mountain man has his ingenious methods. Gushala smiled faintly and turned to venture into the nearby thicket. In no time, she re-emerged with a toolbox salvaged from the lifeboat. Originally meant to store bottled water and compressed biscuits, it had now been emptied by Gushala, who hung it over the bonfire and poured in a generous amount of clean water. Wait, are you really going to use that toolbox as a pot? Lin Rui questioned, disbelief evident in her voice. Why not? This toolbox is made of pure stainless steel and is waterproof. It certainly won't leak. I've considered it thoroughly. We've been consuming grilled food that is rather hard and difficult to digest. While it's fine occasionally, prolonged consumption could lead to gastrointestinal issues. Thus, after much contemplation, I concluded that we could use this toolbox as our cooking pot. Look at the quality of this pot. As she spoke, Gushala tapped the toolbox's exterior, producing a crisp sound. The three girls exchanged glances, and after a moment, Lin Jiao remarked, it seems we made a brilliant choice in selecting Brother Shala as our captain. He is so considerate. Indeed, a great leader for our camp. Lin Rue chimed in with a grin. This time, my little Jiao has finally spoken wisely. I concur with her opinion. With Captain Shala around, we have hope for survival until rescue arrives. Even Ning Lei, who often engaged in banter, could not help but secretly admire Gu Xiaola's meticulousness. Having received such flattering praise from the lovely ladies, Gu Xiaola felt as if he were reaching the zenith of his life. He wiped his soot-stained face with a smile, saying, No, please don't just praise me. Everyone has contributed. All right, the snake soup is nearly ready. Everyone should taste it. As he spoke, Gu Xiaola tossed the green pepper fruits he had found that afternoon into the pot and served each girl a portion. Although they lacked bowls, Gu Xiaola ingeniously provided each of them with a half coconut shell to use as a makeshift bowl. Ah, it smells so good. Lin Jiao inhaled deeply, praising before even tasting. Wait until you try it before making judgments. Gu Xiaola also filled his own bowl, nodding in satisfaction at the floating pieces of white snake meat. Delicious. This snake meat is truly delectable, Lin Rue exclaimed, savoring a piece of the meat. Though Ning Lei remained silent, after tasting a small piece of the snake meat, her eyes sparkled, and she eagerly gulped down a generous mouthful of the soup. Wow, this broth is spicy, fragrant, and the meat is tender and delightful. Truly a rare delicacy. Seeing the three girls relish their meal brought a smile to Gu Xiaola's face. His boldness in making the snake soup was largely thanks to the wild pepper he had found earlier. Without it, the snake's inherent odor would have been unbearable. Just as he took a couple of sips of the soup, a sudden chattering sound caught his attention. The group soon discovered that the little monkey, which had vanished after the sea burial of its mother that afternoon, had returned. It sat beside Gu Xiaola, baring its teeth and extending its furry paw towards the pot over the bonfire, clearly indicating, I want some too. Chapter 57. The arrival of heavy rain. The sight of the fluffy little monkey nearly made everyone burst into laughter. Gu Xiaola, aware that monkeys in various scenic spots often approach tourists for food and even snatch belongings if denied, had never encountered such behavior personally. Moreover, the little monkey seemed unfazed by the humans around it, likely considering them friends after its experiences that afternoon. Are you sure you want to eat this? Gu Xiaola gestured toward the pot of snake soup. The monkey, in a frenzy, chattered and clawed at its ears. All right, a guest is a guest. Besides, with someone here who has been enjoying my hospitality without paying a deposit, what's one more little monkey? Gu Xiaola muttered, scooping a coconut shell of snake soup for the monkey, earning an exasperated glare from Ning Lei. Be careful, it's hot. Gu Xiaola cautioned as he placed the soup in front of the monkey. Unfortunately, animals, no matter how clever, cannot fully comprehend human language. Upon seeing the steaming soup before it, the little monkey eagerly reached into the coconut shell, grabbing a piece of white snake meat, despite the heat causing it to squeal. The monkey swallowed the meat after a few vigorous chews and immediately went for another piece. Wow, who would have guessed? This little creature may be small, but it has quite the appetite. After drinking 3 bowls of snake soup, Lin Jiao felt somewhat full and shifted her attention entirely to the furry little creature. The monkey, with its golden fur and dark stripes on its back, paired with its big, watery eyes and round head, appeared exceptionally adorable. Summoning her courage, Lin Jiao attempted to reach out and pet it, but Lin Rue quickly intervened, saying, Don't touch it. It's best to avoid close contact with wild animals. You never know when it might turn aggressive. Plus, monkeys can carry rabies. Seriously, do you think such a cute little monkey could have rabies? Lin Jiao asked, still a bit unconvinced. Who knows? What if it does? We aren't in the city, and there are no hospitals here. If you contract rabies, you would just have to wait for your fate. Lin Rue continued to frighten her younger sister. Chapter 38. An ambush? A bath? Lin Rue was taken aback for a moment, but upon reflection, it made sense. After a prolonged struggle against the great white shark on the sea, she and Gu Xiaola had exerted considerable effort to paddle the raft back to the deserted island. They must have been drenched in sweat by now. It was only natural that she would desire a bath. However, Gu Xiaola merely smiled faintly, fully aware that Ning Lei's urgency to wash was primarily due to her recent fright from the shark, which had left her in a rather embarrassing predicament. Now that some time had passed, her pants would surely have dried, but the lingering odor would undoubtedly remain. As a young lady of privilege, Ning Lei had her share of peculiar habits, one of which was her obsession with cleanliness. Yet, having spent so long on the raft, she had not found the opportunity to mention it to Gu Xiaola. Hey, Captain Xiaola, did you hear that? Our sister Lei is preparing for a bath. My sister and I have worked hard pulling the raft back to shore. We're all sweaty too. We're planning to join her for a wash. So, shouldn't someone take the initiative? Lin Jiao, evidently still harboring resentment over Gu Xiaola's earlier refusal to share his compressed biscuits, shot him a sidelong glance. Take the initiative? What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should get in the water and scrub you down? Gu Xiaola, who was never one to be outdone in a verbal exchange, retorted promptly. Bah, you wish. If I were to gouge out your eyes, then perhaps I would let you scrub me. What do you think? Lin Jiao shot back without hesitation. Gouging out eyes. Gu Xiaola blinked in surprise, shaking his head. Let us skip that idea. Lin Jiao was about to fire another retort at Gu Xiaola when Lin Rue interjected. Stop, stop, stop. Can we please cease this discussion about baths? Captain Xiaola. Jiao might be a bit blunt, but we three girls genuinely wish to bathe, so could you kindly step away for a moment? Naturally. Gu Xiaola could not outright say they could bathe while he stood by and watched. Although he was tempted to do so, he felt the need to maintain his image. He could only nod in agreement and prepare to leave the camp for a stroll in the nearby jungle. However, just as he stood up, he was called back by Ninglei. Miss, what do you want? He asked, feigning seriousness. Do you truly wish for my company in the bath? Bah, Ruijia. Jiaomei, I believe that while we three bathe, Gu Xiaola cannot wander too far. Let us not forget that there are other men on this deserted island. Ninglei's words immediately reminded the Lin sisters of the potential danger. Indeed, after the arrival of that group of men, the situation had become precarious. Regardless of the playful banter exchanged among the three girls and Gu Xiaola, they held a firm belief in his character. However, the four men who had come later included two middle-aged executives with bulging bellies, one who looked shifty and another who was balding. If the three sisters were to bathe while Gu Xiaola wandered off, they would be vulnerable to those men's advances. Yes, yes, yes. Sister Lei is absolutely right. Captain Xiaola cannot leave our sight. Lin Jiao quickly chimed in with her suggestion. Gu Xiaola, clearly in full agreement with this notion, nodded. Nevertheless, Ninglei promptly objected. No, that won't do. Our purpose is to prevent those lecherous men from spying. With your plan, I'm not sure if other men will see us. But it will certainly give Gu Xiaola an advantage. Gu Xiaola shook his head in response. So what should we do? You want me to ensure your safety while fearing I might peek? That is quite the conundrum. How about this? Captain Xiaola will turn his back to the sea while you girls bathe. Once you're in the water, I'll turn back around. Of course, when you're finished and coming ashore, you'll have to signal me before I turn back. Lin Rue proposed this compromise. No, I'm still somewhat uneasy about him. What if he suddenly turns around while we're getting in or out? We would be the ones suffering. Ninglei remained unconvinced. Easy fix. We'll just blindfold him. The clever Lin Jiao quickly tore off a strip of cloth from her clothing and playfully covered Gu Xiaola's eyes. However, whether it was intentional or not, the cloth was somewhat translucent, allowing Gu Xiaola to vaguely discern distant shapes through the light, though he chose not to reveal this. All right, now everyone can be at ease. Lin Jiao proclaimed, satisfied with her solution. Ninglei, though still a bit apprehensive, realized that since it was her idea to bathe, she could not continue to voice her concerns. Thus, the matter was settled. With that, Gu Xiaola remained seated in the camp, while the three girls quietly approached the shoreline, loosening their garments and wading into the water. Though his eyes were covered, Gu Xiaola found himself overwhelmed by the enchanting sight beyond, causing blood to rush to his nose. Yet, he restrained himself from expressing his feelings out of respect for his role as captain. The girls, despite their uncertainty about whether Gu Xiaola could truly see, eagerly dove into the sea like fish. Sister Lei, you're amazing. You got to fish for sharks with Captain Xiaola. I envy you. Lin Jiao giggled from her submerged position. It was mostly Gu Xiaola's doing. Don't laugh at me, but I was so frightened on the raft that I nearly lost control. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to bathe. Ninglei replied with a blush. Oh, so that is what happened? By the way, do you think Captain Xiaola might have sneaked a peek at us while we were getting in the water? Lin Jiao teased, casting a glance at Gu Xiaola, who remained motionless at the camp. I feel like you're hoping he would peek. Ninglei splashed water at Lin Jiao in playful annoyance, startling her into a squeal as she retreated. I actually think our captain is quite decent, especially compared to the men I've encountered before. He is far more principled. Lin Rue disagreed with their banter. Sister Rue, you seem to know quite a bit about men. Ninglei, having ceased her pursuit of Lin Jiao, inquired curiously. You don't know? My older sister, Lin Rue, is quite the catch. I can't even count the number of suitors around our neighborhood who are smitten with her. The three girls were only just beginning to comprehend the terrifying power of nature as they huddled together in the dark treehouse, enduring the relentless onslaught of wind and rain that battered the fragile structure. Do not fret. I have secured hammocks like this many times at home. Such storms cannot easily dismantle them. In the darkness, Gu Xiaola ignited a small piece of wood with a lighter. Strangely, rather than bursting into flames, it emitted a dim red glow akin to that of incense, casting a flicker of light within the confined space of the treehouse. One must not underestimate this faint illumination. Even a glimmer of light in darkness can instill hope and tranquility within the heart, significantly alleviating the girl's anxious spirits. Curiously, since Guxiala had ignited the wood, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Though subtle, it was refreshing and comforting. "What is that delightful scent?" Lin Jiao inquired softly. "It is sandalwood, which I stumbled upon this afternoon with your sister in the forest. I had picked it up out of sheer curiosity, never anticipating it would come in handy so soon." Guxiala replied. Lin Rui was taken aback. Throughout the afternoon she had been consumed by fear, entirely oblivious to when and where Guxiala had found the sandalwood. Clearly, she had underestimated him. Now, with the light and the soothing aroma, the girl's emotions stabilized. Listening to the tumult of wind and rain outside, Ning Lei furrowed her brow and asked, "Guxiala, how long do you think the rain will last?" "How long? I cannot say for certain. However, judging by the absence of stars and the oppressive clouds, this rain is unlikely to cease any time soon. It will probably continue until midnight or even dawn. But worry not. I researched the weather before coming here. This area is notorious for rain in the evenings, clearing by morning. Otherwise, I would not have hurried to convert our hammock into a treehouse." Upon hearing this, the girls silently admired Guxiala's foresight. "But why didn't you build the roof on the hammock from the beginning?" Ning Lei pressed, still somewhat unconvinced. "At first, I had no small inflatable boat then. How could I have constructed a roof? Do you think it's as simple as the novels portray, where one can just slap together some branches and leaves? Such roofs might shield from sunlight, but in weather like this, it is far better to seek shelter." Ning Lei huffed, feeling somewhat thwarted. Then, as if struck by a thought, she asked, "What about the little monkey, Huang Jin? In such heavy rain, it won't catch a cold, will it?" Her words prompted the Lin sisters to peer anxiously down from the treehouse, but outside was an impenetrable darkness. "Oh no," as Sister Xiao Lei said, "in this deluge, the dear little Huang Jin will surely be drenched. It might even fall ill." Lin Jiao lamented with a quiver in her voice. "Do not worry. I believe wild animals possess stronger survival instincts than we do." Despite her own uncertainty, Lin Rui offered this reassurance to her sister and Ning Lei. Hearing this, Guxiala, who had deliberately distanced himself from the girls, smiled softly. "Oh, you need not fret about that little creature. Why not worry about Huang Jin? It is also a part of our camp. Not everyone is as heartless as you." Ning Lei immediately seized the opportunity to tease Guxiala. "I say to let you all rest easy for good reason. Look at this." As he spoke, Guxiala held up a fluffy little creature to the soft glow of the sandalwood. "Oh, isn't that Huang Jin?" the girls exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, it is," Guxiala replied, smugly. "While you were fretting below, it scurried up the tree and nestled in my arms. You need not worry about it." Guxiala smirked. Initially, Ning Lei intended to bicker further, but seeing the little monkey safe and sound, she lost her desire to continue the quarrel. "Huang Jin, come here, quick." Lin Jiao gently beckoned to the monkey in Guxiala's hands. The little creature blinked under the dim light, its eyes sparkling like black jewels, observing the three girls without moving. "Hey, Huang Jin, stay away from that mean uncle and come to your three sisters." Ning Lei chimed in, referring to Guxiala as the mean uncle. "Oh, I am the mean uncle, and you are the good sisters? How does that hierarchy work?" Guxiala grinned, placing the little monkey on the hammock. In a flash, it darted over to Lin Jiao and her companions. The girls were overjoyed, taking turns to pet and massage the little monkey, which reclined contentedly in their embrace, basking in the affection that Guxiala envied. Yet, at that moment, he had little time to indulge in jealousy. His gaze drifted to the torrential rain outside, and he pondered, "I wonder how my group of company leaders is faring in their camp right now." Chapter 59. Borrowing medicine as it happened. Guxiala's concerns were well-founded. The group was indeed in disarray, caught unawares by the torrential downpour. "Captain Qin, what should we do now? If we let everyone get soaked, they'll all fall ill," exclaimed the middle-aged woman, Director Huang, wiping rain from her face as she shouted at Qin Wei. At that moment, the once confident Qin Wei found himself utterly flummoxed, surveying the chaotic scene of his team, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, Deputy Leader Lao Ma pointed toward a nearby rocky outcrop by the sea. "I recall there's a crevice beneath those rocks where we might be able to take shelter from the rain. Let us hurry in." Although uncertain of its reliability, it was the only option they had. The 6 of them, 2 women and 4 men, quickly gathered essential belongings from their camp and followed Lao Ma into the rocky crevice that resembled a cave. Upon entering, they realized that while the rocks provided some cover, the enclosure was not entirely sealed. Rain still trickled in, albeit less than if they were outside. Even so, it was preferable to standing in the downpour. However, it did not take long for those already drenched to begin shivering. "Cold, so cold," Director Huang exclaimed, her teeth chattering. Soon, the influencer Xiaoli and manager Wei were also trembling from the chill. Unfortunately, the damp environment meant that any wood suitable for kindling had become soaked, rendering it impossible to ignite a fire. Qin Wei had no choice but to rally his companions to rub their palms against their bodies to generate a modicum of warmth. Qin Wei, this is untenable. If this continues, they'll all fall ill. Old Ma furrowed his brow and remarked. But what can we do? It's already fortunate that we aren't getting drenched in the rain. If only we had built a shelter like Gu Xiaola and the others, Qin Wei lamented, slapping his thigh. Indeed, but it's too late for regrets now. 3 out of the 6 are complaining of the cold. Before long, Director Huang has developed a high fever and is beginning to convulse. If this persists, it could lead to dire consequences. Old Ma gently touched Director Huang's forehead. Old Ma, as the deputy leader of the camp, what do you think we should do now? Qin Wei appeared somewhat at a loss. This question left Old Ma momentarily speechless. However, Lao Chang interjected, I have an idea. Oh, Lao Chang, what is it? Speak quickly. Qin Wei's eyes brightened with curiosity. Director Huang cannot maintain this fever. If she doesn't improve by tomorrow morning, we will have to resort to medication. Isn't that stating the obvious? Do we even have any medicine? If we had it, I wouldn't be exerting myself this much. Qin Wei shot Lao Chang a withering glare, but the old fellow remained undeterred, smiling slightly as he continued. We may not have medicine, but don't forget that Gu Xiaola has some. I saw this morning that he salvaged several toolboxes from our lifeboat. If I recall correctly, those boxes are well-sealed metal containers, so the medicine should still be usable. We must procure it from Gu Xiaola. Procure it from Gu Xiaola? Qin Wei paused, pondering. Do you think he would actually give it to us? He went to great lengths to obtain that medicine from the great white shark. Do you think we can just waltz in and take it? It's not that simple. Or do you suggest we outright steal it from him? I advise you to abandon that thought. Lao Chang, however, remained optimistic. That's not the case. If a direct approach won't work, we can devise another plan. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the shivering influencer, Xiaoli. What do you mean? Qin Wei asked, puzzled. I propose that our lovely Xiaoli approaches him to borrow some medicine. You want Xiaoli to borrow medicine? Have you lost your mind in the rain, Lao Chang? While Xiaoli is indeed beautiful, Gu Xiaola is hardly lacking in female company. Sending her to beg him for medicine is absurd. Qin Wei shook his head dismissively. Though he harbored an unspoken thought, Xiaoli is now mine. Why should I send my woman to Gu Xiaola for medicine? Qin Wei, you are unaware. From my observations over the past few days, although Gu Xiaola is surrounded by beauties, I assure you, if Xiaoli employs a few charms, he will willingly lend us the medicine from his toolbox. Are you certain? That has 3 stunning beauties. Despite Lao Chang's confidence, Qin Wei muttered to himself. Still skeptical, could it be that there truly exists a cat that won't chase after fish? He then glanced at the influencer, Xiaoli, contemplating whether such a significant sacrifice was truly necessary. The stormy night had finally passed. Just as Gu Xiaola had predicted, as dawn broke, the torrential rain ceased, and the desolate island of Yushui regained its tranquility. However, the beach where the original camp had been set up was a complete mess. The bonfire, banana leaves, and other items had been scattered by the fierce winds. Gu Xiaola stretched lazily, peering out of the treehouse to find the sun just rising above the horizon. He turned to glance at the 3 girls nestled together in the corner, half reclined and half resting, with Lin Jiao cradling the little monkey named Huangjing. They were all blissfully asleep, and Gu Xiaola did not wish to disturb them. He quietly descended from the treehouse, shaking his head at the disorderly beach, reflecting on the challenges of surviving on this deserted island. Today, tidying up the camp would keep him occupied. As he began collecting the scattered items and utensils on the beach, he was relieved to find that the crucial toolboxes had been hidden away in the thicket and were not lost to the storm. I need to rebuild the bonfire. And those banana leaves beneath the treehouse have vanished. I must address that as well. And what about today as food? This is quite overwhelming. Gu Xiaola mused to himself as he worked. Just then, a figure approached from the other side of the beach, a woman. Gu Xiaola rubbed his eyes. Realizing he was not mistaken, the approaching woman was none other than the influencer, Xiaoli, from Lao Chang's camp. Chapter 60. We mind Xiaoli was renowned as the belle of Gu Xiaola's company, which was why she served as the personal assistant to Lao Chang, the director of the marketing department. Gu Xiaola had never paid her much attention. He believed that how women utilized their wiles to gain status and wealth in society was their prerogative, as long as it was lawful. However, he remembered Lao Chang mentioning that his leadership position in the camp had been usurped by Qin Wei, and even Xiaoli had been taken from him. What could be the reason for her visit to their camp at this time? As Gu Xiaola pondered this, Xiaoli approached and immediately spotted him working. Xiaolu, Captain Xiaolu, she called out, adjusting her tousled hair and adopting a confident expression that she believed would captivate men. "Ah, Xiaoli, what brings you here so early? Do you need something?" Gu Xiaola feigned surprise. "Are you able to talk right now?" Xiaoli surveyed her surroundings and glanced at the treehouse above. "Feel free to speak." "There's nothing inconvenient about it." Gu Xiaola paused his tasks to respond. Noticing Gu Xiaola's completely dry clothes, Xiaoli first inquired, "Did you all spend the night in that treehouse? Was it leak-proof? And where are your 3 beautiful teammates? Why are you, the captain, doing all the work?" "They're probably still sleeping because they stayed up too late last night. And as for captain or not, I'm a man. I don't mind doing a bit more work," Gu Xiaola casually replied, unaware that his words were misinterpreted by Xiaoli. "What do you mean by staying up too late?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's demeanor shifted, and she scrutinized Gu Xiaola from head to toe. "Huh, who would have thought? Who would have thought?" Xiaoli covered her mouth in a playful manner, blushing. "They just enjoyed themselves too much. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 40. Financial loss. Old Ma, who had been preoccupied with the beach, slowly lifted his head upon hearing these words, staring at Qin Wei with a peculiar expression. "Revolted? What do you mean?" The odd look on Old Ma's face made Qin Wei feel quite uncomfortable, prompting him to respond with an awkward chuckle. What else could I mean? It's just that I think the 2 of us are young and strong. Why should we be governed by those 2 portly fellows? In the past, when we were at the company, they were the leaders, and we were merely the subordinates, so we had to accept their control. But here, on this deserted island, who knows when rescue will arrive? Look at Gu Xiaola, for instance. Isn't it just because he is strong and has some experience surviving in the wilderness that he is faring so well? He has 3 lovely ladies by his side, practically living like a king. I reckon if the 2 of us join forces, dealing with Lao Wei and Lao Chang should be a piece of cake. We could even establish a captain and vice captain, and have that little flirt, Xiaoli, assist us in our personal lives. What do you think?" After Qin Wei finished speaking, Old Ma lowered his head in contemplation without immediately responding, instead stamping his foot heavily on the sand. Qin Wei was taken aback, unsure of what he meant by that. Meanwhile, as they conspired to seize power, Lao Wei and Lao Chang were engaged in conversation at their camp. "Do you think Qin Wei and Old Ma will be content working under us?" Lao Chang whispered to Lao Wei, taking advantage of the moment when the middle-aged woman, Director Huang, and his assistant, Xiaoli, stepped aside. "Chang, what do you mean by that?" Lao Wei replied, momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting they might dare to go rogue like Gu Xiaola and disregard us leaders from the company?" "Humph. I'm more concerned that it might not be as simple as just going solo. Listen, Lao Wei, we've known each other for a long time. So I'll be frank with you. This is no longer a company, nor is it a civilized society bound by law. To be blunt, if someone were to be killed on this island, there would be no repercussions. Isn't he worried about being held accountable when rescue finally arrives?" Lao Wei asked, bewildered. "Humph. Accountability? Given the current situation, we don't even know when rescue will come. Moreover, if the act is carried out cleanly, leaving no evidence or traces, even when the rescue team arrives, they would have no way of uncovering what truly transpired." Lao Chang's words sent a chill down Lao Wei's spine. "I share this with you so that you can be prepared. I have a feeling that Qin Wei and Old Ma won't easily submit to our manipulation. If it comes to a critical moment, we might have to." As he spoke, a hint of malice glimmered in Lao Chang's eyes. On the opposite end of the island, the machinations occurring at Lao Wei's camp did not affect Gu Xiaola and his companions. At that moment, the 4 of them, 3 women and 1 man, were gathered around a bonfire, grilling seafood. Any passerby would likely mistake this scene for a wealthy heir hosting a barbecue with several young models on the beach. Gu Xiaola, bare-chested and clad only in a pair of shorts, wielded a metal rod, found on the lifeboat, upon which a massive lobster, weighing over 3 pounds, was skewered and sizzling over the flames. Today was indeed a stroke of luck for him. He had stumbled upon such a large lobster while diving among the coral reefs. In the domestic market, such a specimen would fetch at least 1,000 yuan, far beyond what his meager programmer's salary would allow him to indulge in. However, here, liberated from societal constraints, and with 3 attractive women by his side, he felt free to embrace this newfound existence. Dinner consisted of a lobster feast, and the 3 young women were exceedingly excited, chatting merrily while grilling their seafood. Though Gu Xiaola was focused on turning the lobster on the rod, his gaze would occasionally dart toward the beautiful women beside him. Sisters Lin Rui and Lin Jiao, one in a military uniform and the other in a schoolgirl outfit, seemed unconcerned by Gu Xiaola's occasional glances. Only Ning Lei appeared somewhat shy. While she grilled her seafood, she would intermittently cover her chest, fearful of Gu Xiaola's attention. "I must say, Captain Xiaola, encountering you on this island feels like a stroke of great fortune for us sisters. Not only does it ensure our sustenance, but we even get to enjoy luxurious seafood like lobster." Lin Jiao exclaimed, pulling out several grilled scallops from the fire, blowing on them before eagerly consuming one. Oh, it's really nothing. In fact, we are quite fortunate. This island is surrounded by coral reefs rich in marine resources. If there were no reefs or corals, finding food would be much more challenging, Guxiala remarked as he sprinkled coarse salt, prepared with seawater, onto the lobster, continuing to turn it over the fire. The once translucent, jelly-like flesh of the lobster gradually darkened, transforming into a creamy white solid. Captain Xiaola, is this lobster done? I can hardly wait to eat. Lin Jiao, with an eager smile, inquired. I must confess, I've never eaten lobster back home. Who says you haven't? Which weekend have I not taken you to Guajia for spicy crayfish? Lin Rui chimed in with a laugh. Cut it out. The crayfish you took me for were the spicy ones. Where would I find such a large lobster? What species is this lobster you're grilling, Captain Xiaola? Lin Jiao asked, casting an admiring glance at Guxiala after rolling her eyes at her sister. That's a tough question, Guxiala stammered, as he came from the mountains and was unfamiliar with the sea. Besides, he was reluctant to admit that he could never afford such lobsters back home. This is a beautiful lobster, Ning Lei, who had been silently clutching her chest, interjected. This type of lobster is widely distributed in the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean in Southeast Asia. The meat is firm and tender, and in restaurants, it typically sells for over 600 yuan per 500 grams. Wow, Sister Lei, no wonder you're a well-bred young lady. You seem to know so much about these things. So, if what you say is true, wouldn't this 3 or 4 pound lobster be worth over 2,000 yuan? Lin Jiao asked, her eyes filled with admiration. No, even more. Even Lin Rui, who had always been protective of Guxiala, was evidently angered this time, indignantly stating her discontent. However, that Xiaoli was no naive saint. She had encountered such confrontations countless times. Upon noticing that all 3 girls had their sights set on her, she displayed neither fear nor embarrassment. Instead, she coldly smiled, casually tossing her hair, and remarked, Who are you calling rotten fish and shrimp? What's wrong, sisters? Unable to handle your men at home. You get anxious when someone competes with you? Don't say I didn't warn you. Where were you before this? Wishing to be a mistress while maintaining a facade of virtue? You want to rely on Guxiala for your existence and still remain pure? Do you truly believe this is the outside world, where a horde of sycophants are waiting to be your backup? Xiaoli's retort instantly shattered the previously tense atmosphere. The 3 girls erupted in fury, swiftly climbing down from the treehouse, rolling up their sleeves, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Guxiala hurriedly sought to mediate. Unfortunately, as the nominal captain with no real authority, he found himself in an awkward position. None of the 3 stunning teammates were inclined to listen to him. Each one was howling like little she-wolves, eager to clash with Xiaoli. Yet, Xiaoli remained unfazed amidst the onslaught of the 3 girls. It was not her first rodeo. She had been cornered by the wives of wealthy men in public on multiple occasions, considering that Ning Rui and her companions lacked any real fighting experience. Even if they had been 2 or 3 robust women, she would still stand her ground without fear. Her combat experience was remarkably extensive. She continuously provoked the trio with her words while retreating behind Guxiala, using his broad shoulders as a shield. With lightning speed, she launched a surprise attack, snatching a handful of hair from the closest girl, Lin Jiao. Sister, this wretched woman is pulling my hair. Despite Lin Jiao's boisterous demeanor, she was, in reality, a studious and well-behaved girl at school, with little experience in actual confrontations. Now, having suffered such a significant loss, she could only wail in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Lin Rui, being a few years older than her sister, couldn't stand idly by as she witnessed Lin Jiao's plight. Enraged, she charged forward, intending to slap the girls opposite her. However, Xiaoli cunningly dodged behind Guxiala, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she called out, Captain Gu, save me. Help me. Guxiala found himself caught in an incredibly awkward position. Should he assist Xiaoli? Absolutely not. But how could he condone his 3 beautiful teammates attacking a single girl? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, Xiaoli seized the opportunity while Lin Rui was preoccupied with breaching Guxiala's natural barrier. She swiftly retaliated, delivering a sharp scratch to Lin Rui's delicate face. This was the last straw for the sisters. Infuriated, they shouted, Guxiala, get out of the way. If you don't move, we'll take you down too. Ning Rui, the only one among them who had yet to suffer a loss, realized it was her moment to showcase the self-defense techniques she often boasted about. In an instant, she lunged to Guxiala's side, grasping Xiaoli by the front of her clothing. Before Xiaoli could react, Ning Rui executed a judo throw. Given Xiaoli's lighter weight and Ning Rui's familiarity with street fighting tactics, she was unprepared for the judo technique. Xiaoli soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before landing heavily on the sandy beach nearly 4 meters away. Though the sand was soft after the rain, the impact still left her winded. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to speak. Sister Xiao, you're amazing. Lin Jiao was the first to spring up in jubilant celebration. Xiao, that was brilliant. That's how you handle a shameless woman trying to steal our man. Lin Rui praised, giving a thumbs up. Ning Rui, hearing her friend's accolades, beamed with pride. Humph. Let this little vixen know that the women of our camp are not to be trifled with. She thinks she can take Guxiala from us? Not a chance. From now on, every time that little hussy shows up, I'll teach her a lesson. However, after saying this, Ning Rui felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed as though the three of them were all vying for Guxiala's affection, fighting against other women attempting to steal him away. But the words had been spoken, and there was no taking them back. Frustrated, she glanced at Guxiala, the only male participant in this conflict. At that moment, Guxiala found himself in the most awkward position of all. He stood there, wishing to check on Xiaoli to see if she was hurt. But upon witnessing the fierce stance of the three sisters, he realized that if he approached, they would surely tear him apart. Fortunately, after lying on the beach for a moment, Xiaoli slowly got up, pointing a finger at Ning Rui. You'll pay for this, you wretched woman. I will have my revenge. With that, she disregarded the matter of borrowing medicine and limped away from Guxiala and his camp. Guxiala looked at her pitiful retreating figure, wanting to offer her some medicine, but upon glancing back at the three fierce tigresses behind him, he hesitated and swallowed his words. Only after Xiaoli had walked far away did Guxiala helplessly spread his hands, gesturing at the chaos in their camp. All right. We've shouted. We've fought. Have we not stirred enough trouble, my three beautiful ladies? Don't say I didn't warn you. We still have a mountain of work left to do. Work? Guxiala, clarify what you mean. Was it really just to borrow medicine? Ning Rui shot him a sidelong glance, her eyebrows raised in suspicion. Chapter 62, Taking the Initiative. Upon hearing this, Guxiala frowned. Oh great, this matter is not over, is it? Guxiala felt a surge of displeasure. As the leader of the camp, he had made the greatest contributions, yet he received no respect from these girls. Especially Ning Rui. It was only natural for anyone to feel a flare of anger under such circumstances. He kicked an object on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, I believe I have explained myself quite clearly. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Chapter 41. Internal strife. Are you compensating me for the house to marry a wife? Guxiala's words brought a smile to Ning Lei's face. After handing 2 large pieces of lobster meat to Lin Jiao and Lin Rui, she gently replied, as long as you can guarantee my safety and survival on this island. Once we leave, don't just think of buying me a house in the small county town. A villa would be perfectly acceptable. With that, Ning Lei stuffed another generous piece of lobster into her mouth. Are you really going to buy me a villa? Guxiala pondered for a moment, then raised her head, intending to discuss with Ning Lei the size of the villa she could be afforded, but the 3 girls were already eagerly devouring the lobster, completely engrossed in their feast. Hey, save some for me, you little rascals. Realizing she had fallen into their trap, Guxiala momentarily forgot about the villa and marriage, diving into the competition for the lobster. Half an hour later, the 4 of them were fully satisfied, sprawled lazily on the banana leaves of their campsite. The sky had darkened, and the deserted island was once again enveloped in darkness. However, with 2 more people in their camp and growing familiarity, the atmosphere was far less terrifying than it had been in the previous days. They lay on the beach, gazing up at the starry sky. Being far from human civilization, the area was remarkably unpolluted, allowing for a clarity that made constellations visible that were often obscured in urban settings. Xiaolagij, tell us about yourself, Lin Jiao asked curiously, her bright eyes sparkling after a moment of silence. Her question stirred both Lin Rui and Ning Lei, who realized they had been living together in the same camp without knowing anything about their leader. Me? Guxiala hesitated, then shook her head with a wry smile. What is there to say? I grew up in the mountains, and my parents spent a lot of money to send me to university. Unfortunately, I lacked talent after graduation. I became just a small programmer, unable to provide them with a better life or even fulfill their simple wish of having a grandchild. Her words brought a heavy silence among the 3 girls. They understood without needing further explanation that Guxiala was just one of many who had migrated from rural areas to the city. Hey, Xiaolagij, hypothetically speaking, if you had to choose one of us to be your wife, who would you pick? Lin Jiao blurted out, her unexpected question instantly altering the atmosphere in the camp, creating a blend of awkwardness and subtle flirtation. Indeed, amidst the picturesque tropical island ambience, it could have been a perfect retreat for couples, were it not for the surrounding desolation. Lin Jiao's comment left Lin Rui and Ning Lei blushing, momentarily at a loss for words. Guxiala looked at the 3 stunning beauties beside her, feeling as if she had stepped into a reality show where a host of lovely contestants awaited her choice. However, unlike the women on television, Ning Lei's grace and charm were unmatched, her status as a wealthy heiress rendering her peers pale in comparison. To break the tension, Gu Xiaola cleared her throat. Well, Lin Jiao, it seems you're implying that my choice would allow someone to marry me. However, I'm not greedy. If I were to choose, I would leave the decision to you. As long as one of you could accompany me peacefully into the next life, that would suffice. Gu Xiaola chuckled. A rare moment devoid of sarcasm. Lin Rui and Lin Jiao exchanged glances without speaking. It was Ning Lei, who had been quiet until now, who broke the silence. You may jest, but don't include me. I already have a fiancé. What? You have a fiancé? Lin Jiao's interest was piqued. Yes. It's not surprising. Our families have many business collaborations, so this marriage was arranged when we were young. As she spoke, Ning Lei gazed into the dark expanse of the sea, lost in thought. Noticing Ning Lei's mood seemed to dim, Lin Jiao, ever the gossip, teased Sister Xiaolei. I know. Your fiancé must be the type of domineering CEO from those romance novels, handsome, aloof, and indifferent to wealth. Bah. Gu Xiaola scoffed at her remark. Ning Lei smiled lightly at Lin Jiao's imagination. My dear little Jiao, I advise you to read fewer of those romance novels or idol dramas. In reality, marriage among wealthy families is not as fantastical as you think. It's merely a matter of cold, hard interests. Fortunately, my fiancé is close to my age, and we attended the same school, so I suppose you could say we are childhood sweethearts. Wow, that sounds so blissful. Growing up with the man destined to be your lifelong partner. Lin Jiao exclaimed in admiration. Blissful? Knowing from childhood that I would marry him. I feel no real emotion about it, Ning Lei remarked with a wry smile. Gu Xiaola rolled her eyes, silently thinking how the privileged children of wealthy families often fail to appreciate their good fortune. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on another beach, Lao Chang and Lao Wei were sternly watching Qin Wei and Lao Ma return from their search for food. I say, Xiao Qin, Lao Ma. You two have been long-standing employees of the company, and both General Chang and I have always trusted you. That's why we entrusted you with the important task of finding food. But look at the results. After so long, you've only brought back a few small scallops, oysters, and a couple of crabs smaller than Xiaoli's fist. Is this enough for the 6 of us? As Lao Wei finished speaking, General Chang waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Oh, Wei, you can't blame them entirely. After all, we just arrived on this island, and none of us are familiar with the surroundings. You should be a bit more lenient with Xiao Qin and Lao Ma. The two had clearly conspired beforehand, one playing the good cop, while the other took on the bad cop, balancing the approach to prevent a backlash from the two below. However, their strategy was lost on Qin Wei and Lao Ma, who remained unfazed. Qin Wei smirked coldly. I say, Wei Chang, may we address you in that manner just once more? Hearing the underlying tone in his words, Lao Chang's expression shifted. Xiao Qin, what do you mean by that? At that moment, in a nearby camp, the Lin sisters delivered the fever-reducing medicine they had brought to Qin Wei and his group. Although Xiaoli wanted to curse them upon their arrival, she was dissuaded by Qin Wei and Lao Ma. Everyone understood that the camp led by Gu Xiaolu was far more formidable than their own, making it unnecessary to let petty jealousies between women disrupt their harmony. On their way back to their camp after successfully completing the task, the Lin sisters began to whisper among themselves. Sister, you mentioned wanting to take the initiative and win over our Captain Gu Xiaolu, but you first spoke of this on your very first day on the island. Days have passed, yet I see no action from you. Are the romantic tactics you boast about merely bluster? Lin Jiao asked, tilting her head inquisitively. Faced with her younger sister's skeptical gaze, Lin Rui's expression grew solemn. She sighed softly and replied, I can't shake the feeling that Captain Gu Xiaolu may already have someone special in his heart. This uncertainty makes me hesitate to invest more effort in pursuing him. Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Jiao felt a blush creep across her cheeks. Captain Xiaolu has someone in his heart? Sister, could it be that his goddess is me? Oh dear, he's still quite young. While I do find him admirable, your words have made me feel somewhat bashful. Lin Rui playfully smacked her sister's head and retorted, What are you thinking? Do you really believe Gu Xiaolu would take an interest in you? Don't flatter yourself. I am referring to Ning Lei. Startled by the playful hit, Lin Jiao feigned pain as she rubbed her head. Sister Xiaolei? Surely not. She has always viewed Gu Xiaolu with disdain, and their encounters are fraught with arguments. How could there possibly be any chemistry between them? Lin Rui smiled slightly and responded, Why not? Haven't you heard the saying about lovable adversaries? The dynamics of affection between men and women can often be quite unpredictable. Indeed, sister. You make a valid point. There was a boy at our school who constantly played pranks on a girl, and we later discovered he had long harbored secret feelings for her but was too shy to express them, resorting instead to such antics to grab her attention. However, Sister Ning Lei is already engaged. Even if Captain Xiao Lu has feelings for her, compared to her wealthy fiancé, he stands no chance, Lin Jiao mused, massaging her head in confusion. True, I merely have a hunch, but regardless, having a man like Gu Xiao Lu as our ally is our best guarantee for survival in this predicament. Therefore, I will not give up on him, Lin Rui said, gently twirling her hair with a smile. Go for it, sister. I will wholeheartedly support you. If you cannot win him over, then with my youthful charm, I am certain we can ensnare Captain Gu Xiaolu in our grasp, Lin Jiao exclaimed, waving her little fist in enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Xiaolu had become the primary target for the Lin sisters. Even if he were aware, it would hold little significance, as his foremost concern was the survival of himself and his team on the island. Currently, food and fresh water were not pressing issues. But that did not mean they could rest easy. First, they had no idea when rescue would arrive, should the wait extend too long. The food resources along the nearby beaches would likely dwindle, leading them into dire straits. Despite the vast ocean before them, their fishing range was confined to the coral reef areas near the beach. The natural growth rate of wild fish could hardly keep pace with the consumption of their group, which explained why human population growth surged from primitive to agricultural societies. Only then did large-scale crop cultivation and domestication of livestock ensure a stable food supply. Relying solely on primitive hunting or foraging would likely sustain only a handful of individuals on an entire island. Secondly, there was the threat posed by wild animals. Although Gu Xiaolu and his companions had only been on the island for a few days, they had already encountered several large wild creatures. Hyenas, wild boars, anacondas, and sharks. Each of these could annihilate them with ease. Unlike invincible protagonists from stories, they could not single-handedly confront such beasts. Humanity's dominion over the earth stems not from physical prowess but from intelligence. At that moment, Gu Xiaolu leaned against a palm tree, contemplating strategies to face the impending crises. As for the first threat, solutions were not entirely absent. They could venture deeper into the island's interior to seek new food sources. In essence, this meant hunting smaller animals, which would provide more energy-dense fat compared to fish or shellfish. However, the risks of plunging into the jungle were considerable. He had only ventured into the jungle twice, and even at its fringes, he had already encountered hyenas and wild boars. The unknown depths of the tropical rainforest could harbor unimaginable dangers. If they were to avoid directly penetrating the jungle's heart, they would have to traverse the island's perimeter along the beach. Yet, it was evident that less than 10 kilometers ahead, the flat sandy beach would give way to a rugged hill composed of jagged rocks. Though Gu Xiaolu had not approached closely, it was clear from a distance that the rocky hill was nearly devoid of vegetation, a stark, barren landscape. Climbing that hill would surely present a formidable challenge. To continue along the beach toward another part of the island, they would need to scale the cliffs and rocks. What lay beyond was a mystery, perhaps a treasure trove of resources or a harsh, inhospitable environment. Gu Xiaolu contemplated deeply, chewing on a small twig. Meanwhile, Ning Lei had nearly tidied up the chaotic camp, recovering most of the lost items. The campfire had been rebuilt, and a layer of banana leaves spread around to prevent them from sitting on the sandy ground. Observing the diligent figure of the once hot-tempered young lady, Gu Xiaolu could not help but nod in approval. If she could temper her temper, she might indeed make a good wife and mother. As he watched Ning Lei arranging the banana leaves, he swallowed hard, thinking, with that figure, if my mother saw her, she would surely adore her. Gu Xiaolu found himself daydreaming while covertly stealing glances at Ning Lei. Chapter 42. Together? Is the allocation of duties unreasonable? In what way? Both Mr. Chang and I hold leadership positions within the company, and it is only natural that we assume the role of leaders on this deserted island as well. Is there any issue with that? Old Wei attempted to assert his authority, reminiscent of his behavior in the office, to intimidate those before him. However, unbeknownst to him, the quiet programmer, Old Ma, suddenly approached and delivered a powerful punch. Old Wei felt darkness envelop him, exclaiming, "My goodness," before collapsing heavily onto the beach. "Hey, why are you still resorting to violence?" Old Chang and the middle-aged woman, Director Huang, immediately reprimanded Old Ma, while the frightened influencer, Xiao Li, hurriedly sought refuge behind Old Chang. Violence. I could go as far as murder. Meanwhile, Qin Wei picked up a wooden stick from the ground and swung it directly at Old Chang's protruding belly. Although it was cushioned by a layer of fat, the impact with the rigid stick still caused discomfort. Old Chang winced, clutching his belly, his face turning pale as he crouched down. "So, do you still believe you are entitled to leadership?" Qin Wei approached Old Chang, grinning as he asked, "You two plump pigs, you've bullied us in the office, and we tolerated it. Now, on this deserted island, you still wish to dominate us? Let me enlighten you. Here, on this island, The rule is simple. Might makes right. Despite Qin Wei's slender appearance resembling that of a monkey, he was undeniably stronger than the middle-aged, out-of-shape Old Chang and Old Wei, especially with the added strength of Old Ma. Although Old Ma was somewhat balding, he was evidently the fittest among the four men. And together they swiftly reversed the dynamics of the camp. At that moment, Old Wei, who had just been struck by Old Ma, was still unwilling to concede. He struggled to rise from the sand, cursing as he attempted to confront Old Ma again. The outcome was predictable. Old Ma, with no other tricks up his sleeve, delivered another overwhelming blow. Old Wei fell once more, this time unable to rise quickly, blood streaming from his nose, suggesting a potential fracture of his nasal bones. Witnessing the brutality inflicted upon his sole ally, Old Chang promptly abandoned any notion of resistance, waving his hands in submission, saying, I believe our original personnel arrangement had some issues and discrepancies. Let's reappoint the positions. Let us leave this matter to Director Huang from Human Resources to arrange. Does that sound agreeable? Qin Wei, who had initially intended to strike Old Chang again, observed the latter's abrupt change of demeanor and, with a scoff, lowered his stick. Redirecting his gaze towards the visibly shaken middle-aged woman, Director Huang, please speak. You are in charge of personnel in the company, and I trust everyone here would be willing to follow your allocations and arrangements. Director Huang, clearly taken aback by the recent altercation, took some time to gather her thoughts before responding. Since everyone has such faith in me, I will reorganize our camp's personnel distribution. Qin Wei is young and vigorous, perfectly suited to be our camp leader. Comrade Old Ma is also well suited for the role of vice leader, while I will continue my responsibilities as the psychological counselor of the camp. Does anyone have any objections? At this point, who could dare voice any dissent? Just then, the newly appointed Qin Wei suddenly smiled. Director Huang, I believe you overlooked one detail. The former personal assistant to Mr. Chang, Xiaoli. Since I am now the camp leader, she should rightfully become my personal life assistant. Don't you all agree? Saying this, Qin Wei glanced at the terrified influencer, Xiaoli, who was cowering behind Old Chang. Come here. From now on, you will take care of my daily needs. Although I cannot shower you with luxury gifts like Mr. Chang, at least I can ensure you will have enough to eat on this deserted island. Xiaoli, appearing to be in her early 20s, found herself in a situation that exceeded her comprehension. Previously, she had served as the secretary to the market director, Old Chang, and their relationship had been somewhat ambiguous, something that the entire company was aware of. Her participation in this corporate team-building trip was entirely due to Old Chang's influence. Who could have imagined that the romantic and lavish cruise she envisioned would turn into this, forcing her to become a personal assistant to Qin Wei, whom she had never even regarded in the office. Mr. Chang, I do not wish to be Qin Wei's assistant, Xiaoli implored, casting a desperate glance at Old Chang, who had just regained his composure. Do not be afraid. Serving as an assistant is still contributing to our company's team-building efforts. You mustn't be picky. Old Chang's face turned a deep shade of purple from frustration. It felt as though his affection was being wrested away before his eyes. However, circumstances were beyond his control. To resist would surely lead to further violence. This seasoned veteran of the corporate world quickly assessed the unfavorable situation and, without hesitation, pushed Xiaoli towards Qin Wei. Xiaoli is still young and inexperienced. Captain Qin, please do not hold it against her. Qin Wei, a ravenous wolf in sheep's clothing, had long coveted Xiao Li's beauty in the office, although he was merely a lowly employee, and she had never acknowledged him. Now, however, on this deserted island, the privileges once reserved for the market director were now within his grasp. Rest assured, Xiaoli, you will not regret following me, he said, extending his bony arm to encircle her slender waist. Though Xiaoli felt immensely uncomfortable, she understood that her fate was no longer within her control. Soon, the six-person camp returned to a semblance of normalcy, with Xiaoli, who had once been close to Old Chang, now ensconced in Qin Wei's embrace. Meanwhile, Old Chang and Old Wei, who were supposed to be in leadership positions, obediently prepared seafood over the campfire for everyone. Of course, this power shift was entirely unnoticed by Gu Xiaola and his companions, who were busy installing a ladder for their treehouse hammock. With the addition of 2 more individuals to their camp, both of whom were less adept at climbing trees, it was impractical to rely on the same tactics used when Ning Lei ascended for the first time, which involved pushing and scaring her up. Thus, Gu Xiaola fashioned a rope ladder from vines woven around the tree trunk, akin to those found in helicopters, making it much easier for everyone to ascend and descend. With the assistance of 3 beautiful women, the rope ladder was swiftly completed. After securing it firmly, Gu Xiaola tested its strength by pulling on it, and satisfied, gestured for the ladies to ascend to the treehouse. By the way, Sister Xiaolei, could you teach me the trick you used to reprimand that little enchantress this morning? I'm worried that in the future, if someone tries to steal my man, I won't be able to hold my ground. Lin Jiao's words instantly amused Ning Lei. Dear Jiao, how old are you? You're already thinking about fighting over men with other women? Isn't that a bit premature? Premature? I beg to differ. Some of my female classmates have already fought over a boy's glance back in middle school. Now that I've graduated high school, is it really too early? However, Sister Xiaolei, let me tell you, I was utterly taken aback. I always thought our situation was quite dire. Little did I know, upon visiting the opposing camp, I realized that compared to them, our place is practically paradise. Lin Jiao's remarks piqued the interest of Ning Lei and Gu Xiaola. What is it like over there? Ning Lei inquired curiously. What is it like? It's worse than beggars on the street. The storm yesterday completely obliterated their camp. The 6 of them spent the night huddled in a damp and cold rocky cave by the beach. One middle-aged woman, soaked in the rain, is still running a high fever. If we hadn't brought her medicine, she might have been in grave danger. When we arrived, they were preparing breakfast. To my disbelief, they had only gathered a few clams and small crabs from the shore, and they were so starved they rushed to eat them before they were even cooked. It's nothing like the feasts we enjoy here daily. No wonder that little enchantress tried to seduce our captain this morning. If I were her, I wouldn't leave either. After Lin Jiao finished, Gu Xiaola gently cleared her throat. Some people are simply unaware of their blessings. With that, she tossed a few marinated fish onto the campfire, which sizzled and crackled in response. As the aroma of roasting fish wafted through the air, Ning Lei fell into a contemplative silence. Yes, the comfort of their camp, with ample food and protection from the elements, was largely due to Gu Xiaola. Reflecting on it, perhaps having her take a few more glances at her was not such a loss after all. Lin Rui glanced at Gu Xiaola and suddenly asked, Captain, could you outline today's plans after we finish breakfast? Gu Xiaola nodded. No need to wait until breakfast is over. I can tell you now. I plan to venture into the jungle again today. Into the jungle? The 3 girls were taken aback. It was fraught with peril. Observing their puzzled expressions, Gu Xiaola smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. I merely intend to scout the area and gather some mushrooms. Gather mushrooms? The 3 girls were astonished. Was it worth the risk of entering the jungle just for some mushrooms? Given the current supply of fresh water and food, why take such a significant risk? However, Gu Xiaola sensed their apprehension and smiled gently. You needn't fret. I will be well prepared this time. We've been consuming primarily meat for the past few days, which has been adequate for now, but in the long run, we might lack essential vitamins. After last night's rain, I believe many mushrooms will have sprouted in the jungle. I can collect some fresh ones to make soup, and any excess can be dried for future use to prevent deficiencies. Gu Xiaola's rationale was indeed sound. Although the girls remained silent, they admired their captain's foresight. Then I will accompany you. Lin Rui eagerly volunteered. We can gather more mushrooms together. As soon as she spoke, Lin Jiao chimed in. I want to go too. I've always heard the nursery rhyme about the little girl gathering mushrooms, but I've never had the chance to actually do it. I don't want to miss this wonderful opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ning Lei's expression turned troubled. Deep down, she also wished not to be left alone at the camp. Firstly, she feared that the people from the opposing camp might cause trouble or steal, and she wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Secondly, she worried about the sudden appearance of wild beasts. However, unlike the Lin sisters, she had always been somewhat at odds with Gu Xiaola. With both sisters wanting to join her in the jungle, she felt embarrassed to ask to be included. Gu Xiaola noticed Ning Lei's hesitation and waved her hand. It's best if none of you accompany me this time. The jungle, freshly drenched by rain, will have active venomous snakes and insects. Your clothing is too light. Your limbs are vulnerable to their attacks. Additionally, my experience in mushroom foraging is limited to my hometown's mountains. I have no knowledge of the distribution of mushrooms in this subtropical jungle, and I may have to venture far. Having you 2 along might hinder my movements. Once Gu Xiaola finished her reasoning, the Lin sisters had no retort. Lin Jiao could only grumble about her desire to be the little mushroom gatherer. Gu Xiaola chuckled inwardly, thinking to herself that it was uncertain who would gather mushrooms in the end. Having reassured her team members, Gu Xiaola began preparing for her afternoon expedition into the jungle. She rummaged through her travel bag for a pair of long pants, secured them with fishing line, and equipped herself with her ever-present Swiss Army knife. Strapping on her large machete and coiling some vine ropes around her body, she hurriedly bid farewell to the 3 beautiful girls at her camp and plunged into the jungle. Watching Gu Xiaola's retreating figure, Lin Rui was lost in thought. Sister, what are you pondering? Lin Jiao asked curiously. Why do you think Gu Xiaola doesn't want us to accompany him into the jungle? Lin Rui countered with a question. Why? He just stated it clearly, right? He fears we might encounter danger and that we might disrupt his plans. Lin Jiao replied, somewhat confused. That's merely an excuse. Gu Xiaola just doesn't want Ning Lei to feel lonely or endangered at the camp. Clearly, he cares about her, Lin Rui said with a faint smile, though it was tinged with an indescribable melancholy. Meanwhile, several kilometers away at their camp, Qinwei wore a furrowed brow as he surveyed his camp members. Although Director Huang from Human Resources appeared much better after taking the medicine and his fever had subsided, the storm from last night had exposed various issues within their camp. The foremost problem was that they lacked even a basic shelter from the wind and rain. Whenever a storm struck, they were forced to seek refuge in the crevices between the rocks. Furthermore, after several days of relying solely on small fish and shrimp for sustenance, it was evident that their nutrition was lacking. With rescue uncertain and potentially far off, it seemed improbable that they could endure for another 10 days to 2 weeks under such circumstances. Chapter 43. Each with their own thoughts faced with such an enticing request. Gu Xiaola had no reason to refuse. All right, I'm coming up, he replied eagerly, swiftly ascending the rope ladder. Wait a moment. Just as Gu Xiaola reached the midpoint of the tree trunk, another head unexpectedly poked out from the treehouse. It was that troublesome girl, Ning Lei, with a mocking smile. She regarded Gu Xiaola. I must say, Gu Xiaola, as the captain of our camp, it shouldn't be an issue for you to come up here to sleep. However, considering that the rest of us are girls, and you are the only man, I can't help but feel that this situation is somewhat inappropriate. Inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Gu Xiaola pondered for a moment before breaking into a grin. Oh, I see what you're worried about. But rest assured, my stamina is robust. Even if you were 3, I wouldn't be afraid. Uft. Ning Lei spat at him. You may not be afraid, but we certainly are. Who's worried about that? We're concerned about what might happen if you develop any ill intentions in the middle of the night. At that moment, Lin Rui also leaned out. Xiaolei, I think your concerns are a bit excessive. We all know what kind of person Captain Xiaola has been these past few days. Your suspicions seem rather unfounded. Indeed. I also believe Captain Xiaola is a man of integrity. If Xiaolei is still worried, how about this? When we go to sleep, let Captain Xiaola rest on the outermost part of the hammock, and I will serve as a defensive barrier next to him. You and my older sister can sleep inside. Would that be acceptable? Lin Zhao cheerfully suggested. Absolutely not. If anyone should be on the outside, it should be me. Lin Rui insisted, waving her hand. Gu Xiaola couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. These sisters were vying to sleep next to him. Though ostensibly to guard against him, it felt more like they were competing for his company. No way, I'm still uneasy. What if this guy really does have some sordid thoughts at night, and takes advantage of those of us who are asleep? Ning Lei shook her head firmly, expressing her dissent. Come on, miss, do you even understand what you're saying? We're sleeping in a hammock. Even if I had any ulterior motives, with the slightest movement, you would all surely notice. Gu Xiaola couldn't contain himself any longer. Ning Lei paused, suddenly realizing that he had a point. However, she stammered. How about this? You can come up, but you need to swear an oath, vowing not to act inappropriately towards us 3. Only then will we allow you to sleep here. Seriously? Gu Xiaola felt as if 1,000 llamas were galloping through his mind. You troublesome girl. Do you have it out for me? Always targeting me. Just wait until I find an opportunity, I will make sure to teach you a lesson. However, he could only voice his thoughts internally and reluctantly said, Fine, fine. I swear, if I ever engage in any lewd behavior towards you 3 girls, I will remain single for life. Hey? A rogue is still a rogue. Is there even a distinction between active and passive? Ning Lei asked, perplexed. Of course. What if in the middle of the night, 1 or 2 of you are irresistibly drawn to my charming demeanor and handsome appearance, and you develop some improper intentions towards me? That would hardly be my fault. Yu Xiaola's explanation elicited laughter from the 3 girls. Amid the giggles, Lin Jiao called out. Come up, little heartthrob. Thus, the sleeping arrangement for the night was settled. The 4 of them nestled in the hammock, with Gu Xiaola guarding the entrance of the treehouse. Lin Rui beside him, followed by Lin Jiao and Ning Lei inside. Although Gu Xiaola had previously shared a hammock with Ning Lei, that time had been fraught with danger. Surrounded by a pack of hyenas, they had been terrified, leaving no room for other thoughts. This time, however, was different. 2 beautiful young girls accompanied them. Beneath them crackled the campfire, and the distant sound of waves added a poetic and romantic ambience. Alas, the hammock made of tree vines was as soft and delicate as a spider's web, responding to even the slightest movement. Gu Xiaola gazed at the 3 lovely girls beside him and could only smile wryly. Of course, Gu Xiaola was not the only one lost in thought. The 3 girls harbored their own secret musings. The youngest, Lin Jiao, was a mix of curiosity and excitement, wondering if there would be any excitement that night. Meanwhile, Ning Lei remained vigilant, though she thought to herself that it was fortunate Lin Rui had volunteered to be on the outside. If Gu Xiaola did have any unsavory intentions, surely the experienced Lin Rui could handle him and prevent him from bothering Lin Jiao and herself. Yet, as she contemplated this, a twinge of jealousy surged within her. Was she envious of Lin Rui? Ning Lei quickly chided herself for overthinking. If Lin Rui could win over Gu Xiaola, she would no longer have to worry about inadvertently exposing herself or being spied upon in his presence. She should be delighted, rather than jealous. Yet, despite her self-deception, the thought of Lin Rui now so close to Gu Xiaola left a discomforting feeling in her heart. As for Lin Rui, nestled closest to Gu Xiaola and facing the greatest risk, her emotions were equally tangled. By her understanding of men, it was rare for any man to be able to remain composed in such close quarters. However, this was a hammock. Even the slightest shift would be felt by the other three. If Gu Xiaola were to, should she resist, or should she assert herself and take control? These thoughts left Lin Rui in a state of turmoil. Amidst all this, Gu Xiaola was the most conflicted. As a mere office worker and coder, he had long been accustomed to the indifference of others, with few showing interest even in the dating market. He secretly opened his eyes and noticed that the three girls seemed to have succumbed to sleep, nearly motionless after lying down for just a minute. Those without a care in the world certainly had high-quality sleep. Gu Xiaola couldn't help but mutter to himself in exasperation. Yet, he was not oblivious. He could see that all three girls were feigning sleep, especially Ning Lei, whose tightly closed eyes and tense features betrayed her vigilance. At this moment, the appearance of the little creature was nothing short of a salvation for Gu Xiaola. As expected, with the cacophony of chirping sounds, the attention of the venomous snake perched on the branch was clearly diverted as it began to tilt its head towards the source of the noise. The monkey, affectionately named Huang Jin, stood on a branch less than 3 meters away from the snake, incessantly chattering and making a myriad of comical faces, clearly mocking the serpent. After flicking its forked tongue, the snake abruptly turned its head, shifting its focus towards the little monkey. However, just as it did so, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air, and the triangular head of the snake swiftly fell from its neck. With a flourish, Gu Xiaola sheathed his knife and glanced at the crimson stains on the blade before addressing the monkey. Huang Jin, your distraction was commendable. The little monkey seemed to understand his praise, chattering excitedly and hopping around on the branch, evidently delighted by Gu Xiaola's compliment. With you by my side in this jungle, I feel much more at ease. Gu Xiaola waved his hand, leading the little monkey further into the depths of the forest. With the monkey's companionship, Gu Xiaola could confidently traverse the terrain and observe the ground conditions, as the monkey's familiarity with the jungle and its keen senses far surpassed his own. As the duo ventured deeper into the jungle, Gu Xiaola's earlier predictions proved accurate. The rain-soaked forest had indeed sprouted an abundance of mushrooms overnight. These fungi varied in size and color, some vibrant and others merely shades of gray or white. Drawing from his experiences of foraging for mushrooms back home, Gu Xiaola was cautious not to touch any brightly colored varieties, yet even the seemingly colorless ones could not be guaranteed as non-toxic. Thus, he only dared to collect a few familiar species, such as morels, matsutake, porcini, and chicken of the woods, all of which were considered highly valuable back in his hometown. After every heavy rainfall, neighbors would flock to the mountains with their families to gather mushrooms, which relied on symbiotic relationships with the roots of towering trees for growth, making them impossible to cultivate artificially and resulting in a limited supply and ever-increasing prices. After all, urban dwellers had a penchant for such delicacies. Gu Xiaola's tuition fees for university had been supported by his mother's laborious foraging for mushrooms and wild vegetables, which she carried in a large basket up and down the mountains. Having amassed a sizable collection of wild, edible fungi in a short time, Gu Xiaola couldn't help but reflect on the backs of his parents, who, though not old, had been bent from years of hard labor. He sighed deeply, pondering whether news of his shipwreck had reached them. How heartbroken they must be. For their sake, I must survive. He vowed. Wait for me, Mom and Dad. I will not let your sacrifices be in vain. After bolstering his spirits with a few self-affirming thoughts, Gu Xiaola resumed his mushroom gathering with newfound confidence, unwittingly drawing closer to the small stream where he had previously fetched water. Deep down, he harbored trepidations regarding the stream, having previously killed a wild boar's piglet there and severely injured its mother with a spear. He wondered if the boar was alive or dead now. He also recalled the pack of hyenas he had encountered upon his arrival on the island, particularly the leader, which he had blinded in one eye. They often roamed near this stream. Thus, the stream represented a potential danger for him. Yet since he was already there, Gu Xiaola resolved to collect more fresh water before returning. As Gu Xiaola and Huang Jin approached the stream, the afternoon waterway was eerily quiet, save for the gentle sound of flowing water. They concealed themselves behind a thicket, and to his surprise, the little monkey seemed to comprehend Gu Xiaola's posture, remaining silent and still by his side. After observing from about 20 meters away, Gu Xiaola's instincts prickled. Something feels amiss here. This place, usually bustling with life, is uncharacteristically silent. If there were no carnivores, this should be a haven for herbivores to quench their thirst. Such an absence of noise must indicate an unusual circumstance. He scanned the surroundings but found nothing out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, his cautious nature prevented him from approaching the stream too recklessly. At that moment, Huang Jin unexpectedly leapt from the bushes, chattering excitedly as it dashed towards a rock by the stream. Huang Jin, don't go over there. It's dangerous. Gu Xiaola could no longer remain hidden and shouted after the monkey. The little creature, however, seemed oblivious to Gu Xiaola's warning, racing towards the rock. Frustrated, Gu Xiaola cursed under his breath. This creature is truly foolish. It cannot be compared to a human. Yet, just as Huang Jin reached within 5 meters of the rock, it suddenly halted, chattering incessantly, as if the stone held some significant meaning. Gu Xiaola was perplexed. It was merely a rock. What was so extraordinary about it? Perhaps sensing Gu Xiaola's delayed reaction, Huang Jin grew anxious, picking up a small stone from the ground and hurling it with force at the larger rock. With a sharp crack, the small stone struck the rock, and to Gu Xiaola's astonishment, the stone shifted slightly, revealing a pair of yellow and black eyes. It was a crocodile. Gu Xiaola nearly jumped out of his skin. This creature had disguised itself remarkably well, covered in mud and debris, appearing at a distance to be just another rock by the stream. Had Huang Jin not alerted him, he would have never guessed that the seemingly motionless rock was actually a crocodile lying in wait. At that moment, the crocodile, likely realizing its cover had been blown, crawled out from the water's edge, and Gu Xiaola was not just taken aback by its camouflage, but also by its sheer size. The creature, fully revealed, was at least 6 or 7 meters long, its massive head reminiscent of an ancient, colossal dinosaur. What is this? The largest crocodile on Earth, the saltwater crocodile. The term flashed through Gu Xiaola's mind. The saltwater crocodile is the largest of the 23 crocodilian species, with adults exceeding 7 meters in length, and the highest recorded length an astounding 10 meters. Though the crocodile before him was not quite 10 meters, its size was still capable of devouring 1 or 2 humans with ease. Gu Xiaola gulped, instinctively stepping back. Chapter 44. What is he here for? Gu Xiaola's behavior left the 3 girls utterly bewildered. With such 3 exquisite beauties by his side, one would expect him to be restless, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Humph, this lad must be feigning ignorance. Could it be that he intends to make his move once we are all fast asleep? The 3 girls simultaneously entertained this notion. However, as time elapsed, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, and finally the hour, Gu Xiaola not only remained still, but seemed to sink deeper into slumber, his snores echoing through the air. At last, the youngest, Lin Jiao, could no longer resist poking her sister, Lin Rue, beside her. Sister, what do you think is going on with a man like Gu Xiaola? Lin Rue, too, felt perplexed, having never encountered a man so adept at controlling himself. Had her allure diminished to the point where she could no longer captivate someone like Gu Xiaola? Just as Lin Rue pondered how to articulate her thoughts on him, the girl nestled in the innermost part, Ning Lei, suddenly murmured, "What man? He is worse than a beast." In truth, Gu Xiaola was not pretending to be asleep. He was enjoying a peaceful slumber, perhaps the most restful sleep he had experienced since arriving on the deserted island. In his dreams, he found himself back in his hometown, reunited with his long-missed parents, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful and virtuous girl, whom he introduced as his future bride. His parents were overjoyed, clapping their hands in delight. However, when he turned to introduce her, he abruptly realized that the girl he had brought home was none other than Ning Lei, the one who constantly caused him trouble. The dream shattered, and Gu Xiaola awoke, only to find that he had lost track of time. Dawn was beginning to break on the horizon. He glanced at the 3 girls beside him, each one sleeping more soundly than he was. Yet, the sight of such enchanting beauty was too tempting to linger upon. For Gu Xiaola was uncertain of the actions he might take if he continued to gaze. He gently shifted his body and rose from the hammock, descending the palm tree via the rope ladder. Opening the toolbox he had acquired the previous day, he began to busy himself with various tasks. When the 3 girls finally awoke, they discovered their leader diligently hammering away at something beneath the tree. "Captain, what are you doing?" Lin Jiao inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "I am crafting fish hooks. I found some needles in the toolbox, which are perfect for bending into hooks," Gu Xiaola replied while working. "Fish hooks? Captain, do you intend to go fishing?" Lin Jiao asked again. "Indeed, but it is not for me to fish. It is for you all. I have considered that relying solely on my diving for food is rather cumbersome and exhausting. Once I finish these hooks, along with the fishing lines I previously discovered, you can fish from the raft nearby," he explained while continuing his task. By this time, the girls had descended the palm tree and surrounded Gu Xiaola, chattering excitedly. Captain Xiaola, your idea is commendable, but fishing requires bait, doesn't it? Do we have any? Lin Zhao tilted her head and questioned. Bait? On the shores of this ocean. How could we lack bait? You can find scallops, oysters, and even hermit crabs on the beach. The meat from these creatures makes excellent bait. By now, Gu Xiaola had completed the last hook and tied them to the fishing line. Look, it's all ready. You can take these out to fish now, he gestured grandly. The three girls exchanged glances, and it was Ning Lei who boldly took the fishing line and hooks. Let us go. We shall set forth. Lest some individuals continue to gossip about us being mere idle eaters. With that, the Lin sisters had no choice but to join Ning Lei. The three of them gathered their fishing gear and made their way to the spot where they had tied the raft the day before, untied it, and climbed aboard. Gu Xiaola chuckled at their clumsy antics. Although he was their leader, he recognized the importance of teamwork if these girls relied solely on him for survival. They would be at a loss should he encounter trouble. Thus, he aimed to equip them with essential survival skills for their own well-being. Yet, observing Ning Lei's reaction, he could tell she had misconstrued his good intentions. He couldn't be bothered to explain, as he was accustomed to being misunderstood. Watching the three girls venture out to fish, Gu Xiaola picked up the machete he had found in the toolbox and strolled toward a few coconut trees lining the beach. With a flurry of flying wood chips, a tree as thick as his thigh fell with a crash, sending dozens of coconuts tumbling onto the sand. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed the coconuts, his motive for felling the tree. However, he realized that his actions were akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The coconut trees on the beach were limited, and soon they would face a water shortage if he continued this way. Gu Xiaola had contemplated re-entering the jungle to search for fresh water at the nearby stream, but an unsettling premonition lingered. Would the mother wild boar, seeking revenge for the smaller one he had slain, be lurking nearby? Such matters were uncertain. Wild boars were known for their vengeful nature and were unlikely to abandon their territory easily. Moreover, the pack of hyenas, especially the one whose eye he had blinded, could be lurking, seeking retribution. If he ventured into the jungle recklessly, he risked encountering both foes, and it seemed wiser to avoid such perilous risks. Gathering the fallen coconuts into a net he had woven from vines, he pushed the downed tree aside and glanced at the sea. He noticed the three girls approximately 100 meters from the shore, shouting in delight. Although he could not hear their words, it was evident they were enjoying their fishing excursion. Just as Gu Xiaola contemplated his next course of action, a plump figure appeared awkwardly within his view. Old Chong? Gu Xiaola recognized the figure immediately. It was the executive from his company who had arrived at the island just 2 days prior. What was he doing back here? Did he have some ulterior motive? Gu Xiaola's brow furrowed as he observed his former superior approaching in a disheveled state. Chapter 45, Seeking Refuge. Mr. Chong. What an unexpected honor to see you. Gu Xiaola spoke courteously, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of wariness as they scanned him. The once haughty leader, who had always looked down upon others in the company, was now experiencing a dramatic fall from grace. His designer suit was tattered and grimy, and his hair, once meticulously styled, now lay in disarray upon his head. The recent days of alternating between hunger and feasting had left his gaze vacant and devoid of vitality, rendering him a shadow of his former self. Hiki, Xiaola, I actually came to discuss a matter with you, Mr. Chang said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he unceremoniously took a seat opposite Gu Xiaola. Oh, our company's esteemed marketing director seeks assistance from a mere programmer like me? I'm quite curious as to what this matter could be, Gu Xiaola inquired with a subtle smile. Well, it's nothing of great significance, just a minor issue. However, before we delve into that, I have a small token of goodwill to present to you, Mr. Chong stated, causing Gu Xiaola to raise an eyebrow in surprise. What could he possibly have as a gift? After rummaging through his jacket pocket for a while, Mr. Chong finally produced a colorful little box. This is just a small gesture from me, dear brother. Life here is quite different from the big cities, and given the abundance of beautiful women around you, I thought this might be something you would find quite useful. As Gu Xiaola took the box into his hands, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was a set of insurance capsules for enhancing intimate experiences. Staring at the gaudy packaging, he was at a loss for words, realizing that Mr. Chang genuinely believed he was living a life of indulgence with those three alluring women. Hiki, we are men after all, and such items are essential for navigating the world. This place is akin to a deserted island, where conditions are rather primitive. Furthermore, it's challenging enough for adults to survive here, let alone the prospect of raising a child. So, these items I've brought you are indeed quite practical, Mr. Chong continued, his words leaving Gu Xiaola feeling somewhat awkward. Should he clarify that his relationship with the three female team members was far from what Mr. Chong imagined? Yet, admitting to any semblance of a romantic connection felt too embarrassing. He simply forced a smile and accepted the gift with a hint of reluctance. Mr. Chong, since we are familiar with each other, please feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for such formality, Gu Xiaola said, reflecting his youth and relatively limited experience in the social world. Recognizing Mr. Chang's politeness and gift, he felt it would be rude to dismiss him outright. Thus he politely probed further. Since you've encouraged me, I shall be forthright. You see, our group at the company has formed a camp team, much like yours, Mr. Chang began, his expression brightening as he lowered his voice. Originally, the leadership of this camp was meant to be shared between me and your former manager, Old Wei. However, unexpectedly, those two, Qin Wei and Old Ma, decided to rebel against us, even resorting to violence. While I managed to fend for myself, Old Wei was struck by Old Ma, breaking his nose, and he is still bleeding. Gu Shaola was taken aback, surprised to learn that within that small 6-person camp, there was a drama akin to palace intrigue. The thought of Old Wei, who had often displayed arrogance in front of him, now reduced to a state of disarray, nearly brought a smile to Gu Shaola's lips. However, he quickly suppressed it, understanding that this was not an appropriate reaction. He bit his lip and asked, and then what happened? Then, alas, these two were utterly outrageous. Not only did they usurp the leadership from Old Wei and me, but they also took my assistant, Xiaoli, who had been by my side for years. You know Xiaoli. She has been my assistant at the company all this time. And now those ruffians dare to demand that she sleeps with them at night. Such behavior is nothing short of beastly. Although Old Wei and I were furious, we couldn't match their strength, so we had to swallow our anger. Now, Qin Wei and Old Ma are tyrannizing the camp, while we are left to scavenge for food and water. Is this reasonable? Faced with Mr. Chang's impassioned lament, Gu Shaola found himself caught between amusement and sympathy. He managed a wry smile and asked, So, what does Mr. Chang wish from me? While I sympathize with your plight, it is ultimately a matter concerning your camp, and I cannot interfere, he added. Mr. Chang waved his hand dismissively. Xiaola, you misunderstand. I am not asking you to intervene. I merely hope that Old Wei, Xiaoli, and I can join your camp. Rest assured, we will follow your lead and will not assume any airs of authority. What do you think? What? Gu Xiaola's brows knitted together in disbelief. Mr. Chang wanted to bring his whole entourage to their camp? I'm sorry, Mr. Chang. Our camp is not operating smoothly, and we are struggling with supplies. It's already quite challenging to provide for the 4 of us. So I simply cannot accommodate additional survivors. To Gu Xiaola's surprise, Mr. Chang did not appear taken aback. After a brief display of disappointment, he nodded in understanding and said, Hee, I understand your difficulties. I didn't come insisting on joining your camp, since there is no room. I have one more request. Please refrain from involving yourself in any disputes within our camp. How does that sound? Mr. Chang's shift in tone caught Gu Xiaola off guard. Yet, he did not hesitate to respond. Rest assured, Mr. Chang, although we are on a deserted island, I am a person who seeks to avoid conflict. As long as no one poses a threat to me or my camp, I will not engage in your disputes. Satisfied with Gu Xiaola's assurance, Mr. Chang nodded appreciatively and exchanged a few more pleasantries before preparing to take his leave. However, Gu Xiaola stopped him, saying, Mr. Chang, please wait a moment. At this moment, the Old Wei, having swallowed several mouthfuls of river water, was utterly devoid of any strength to resist. He could only weakly call out for help as his head broke the surface. Save me, please. Unfortunately, this was the last sound he could muster. A large crocodile seized his body, causing a splash before both man and beast suddenly vanished beneath the water's surface. In an instant, apart from the faint ripples left behind, there were no traces of either humans or animals to be found. It was only at this juncture that Lao Chang fully regained his senses. However, his reaction was not to rescue Old Wei, despite the fact that Wei was his most trusted companion on the deserted island. Lao Chang's sole thought was to escape this cursed jungle as quickly as possible. To him, Wei had already become a corpse. The idea of risking his life to save a dead man was entirely contrary to Lao Chang's principles. Unbeknownst to the tragedy unfolding in the jungle, Gu Xiaola, sitting in their camp, was acutely aware that unless they eliminated the large crocodile by the water source, their journey on the deserted island would inevitably end in tragedy. Yet, despite the eloquence of her thoughts, how could they possibly eliminate such a massive creature? History had seen infamous man-eating crocodiles, and locals had even mobilized military forces to hunt them down, taking a long time to finally slay those beasts. Now, with the limited resources at their camp, how could they hope to vanquish such a prehistoric behemoth? Gu Xiaola gazed out at the distant sea, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she stood up. Captain Xiaola, where are you going? Lin Jiao inquired curiously. I plan to revisit the sunken lifeboat and salvage some more items. Gu Xiaola replied. Tell the others that I will return shortly. With that, she retrieved her treasured diving suit, goggles, and flippers. Seeing the captain's gear, Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask, You're going back to the sunken ship? Haven't you already taken everything useful from there? Gu Xiaola shook her head and responded, "No. I suddenly remembered there are some things I still need inside. Stay here and keep watch over the camp." With that, she strode into the water without looking back. Having just finished lunch, Lin Rui and Ning Lei were restless and had taken to their raft to fish once more. Thus, only the young Lin Jiao remained in the camp, watching as Gu Xiaola disappeared beneath the surface. What is Captain Xiaola mysteriously doing at that distant shipwreck? She mused to herself. Leaving me, a delicate maiden, to guard the camp without any regard. How unchivalrous. I was hoping for a moment alone with her to spark something special. It seems that hope is dashed. As she lamented, she glanced at the little monkey, Golden, in her arms. The little creature seemed to understand her words, chattering away, perhaps in sympathy or mockery. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola had swum quite far, reaching the spot where they had previously vanquished the great white shark. This location was at least 3 kilometers from their island beach, where the lifeboat they had arrived on lay submerged. Although the shark had been eliminated, the proximity to the open sea meant the potential presence of other sharks or large predatory fish. Thus, Gu Xiaola proceeded cautiously, meticulously scanning the depths for any signs of danger. After confirming that the area was safe, she took a deep breath and submerged herself in the ocean. At the same time, less than 5 kilometers from Gu Xiaola's camp, Qin Wei, along with Lao Ma and the internet celebrity Xiaoli, were constructing a new camp. This time, they intended to make it more robust, gathering numerous branches and wood at the jungle's edge. Despite lacking many tools, they were determined to build a sturdy shelter. Among the three, Qin Wei was slight and frail, lacking much strength. Xiaoli was even less capable, leaving Lao Ma, the programmer, as their only reliable laborer. As for the recently feverish middle-aged woman, Director Huang, she could only weakly cheer them on from the sidelines. After nearly 2 hours of effort, their shelter had merely begun to take shape. However, all three were drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, Qin Wei exclaimed, "Damn it, where are Old Sheng and Old Wei? I sent them to fetch water, yet they have been gone for so long. Knowing we are parched from work, why aren't they hurrying back?" Lao Ma, putting down a bundle of branches, wiped his sweat and slowly remarked, "Could something have happened? Remember the last time we went for water, we encountered a wild boar. If it weren't for Gu Xiaola's timely arrival, we might not have made it out." Lao Ma's words tightened the knot in Qin Wei's stomach. Indeed, the tropical jungle was rife with dangers, and it would not be surprising if something unfortunate had befallen Lao Cheng and Old Wei. Just as he thought this, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the jungle. Qin Wei and Lao Ma quickly dropped their branches, grabbing 2 stout sticks, their bodies tense in anticipation of a large beast emerging from the foliage. However, the figure that emerged was not a fearsome creature but a disheveled Lao Chong, his clothes caked in mud and his face and hands marred with evident injuries. "No, something's wrong. Old Wei, Old Wei." Lao Chong gasped, running and shouting. "What happened to Old Wei?" Qin Wei demanded, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. "Speak clearly. Old Wei. He was eaten by a crocodile." Chapter 70. Moving? In the afternoon, Ning Lei and Lin Rui's fishing expedition had yielded little success, having caught only 3 barely edible fish after nearly 2 hours on the water. However, Lin Rui's intention in taking Ning Lei out was not solely for fishing. She aimed to gauge Ning Lei's feelings towards Gu Xiaola. If the young lady remained as haughty as ever, Lin Rui could feel free to pursue her own interests with Gu Xiaola. As anticipated, when Lin Rui subtly inquired about Ning Lei's thoughts on Gu Xiaola, the young heiress promptly unleashed her entitled attitude, complaining about being bossed around by Gu Xiaola after being stranded on the deserted island. To her, it seemed Gu Xiaola possessed no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Although Lin Rui recognized some of Ning Lei's remarks were meant to provoke, she felt somewhat reassured. The 2 lovely ladies leisurely paddled their raft back to shore, only to find that Gu Xiaola was absent from the camp, leaving Lin Jiao to sulk and complain to the little monkey, Golden. "Where is Captain Xiaola?" Lin Rui wondered aloud, perplexed. As they had completed most of their tasks for the day, he said he was going back to the sunken ship to salvage some useful items, Lin Jiao replied, pouting in discontent. "Gu Xiaola always conducts himself in such an enigmatic manner, never greeting us, which is quite disrespectful to the women in our camp." Ning Lei set down the 3 fish she was holding and plopped herself onto a banana leaf. "I believe Xiaola must have his reasons for acting this way. After all, he has never let us down, has he?" Lin Rui smiled faintly. After a while, Gu Xiaola, clad in a diving suit, finally returned to the shore, this time carrying several metal bars measuring about half a meter in length and roughly the width of his palm. "Captain, what do you intend to do with those?" Lin Jiao approached him, puzzled. "Of course they have a purpose, but the task is rather perilous, so I cannot disclose it just yet," Gu Xiaola replied, shedding his diving suit and tidying up the metal bars. Lin Rui and Lin Jiao exchanged glances, completely oblivious to Xiaola's intentions. The astute Ning Lei, however, eyed the metal bars with suspicion and suddenly asked, "You aren't planning to use those to kill that giant crocodile, are you?" Gu Xiaola was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this lady, who frequently bickered with him, would understand him so well. He glanced at Ning Lei's low-cut shirt and smiled slightly. Indeed, it seems the notion that big chests mean little brains is sometimes unfounded. Our Miss Ning certainly possesses considerable intellect, not to mention she fought alongside me to drive off those hyenas. Unfortunately, his remark caused Ning Lei to blush deeply, as everyone present knew that it was her sudden outburst that had frightened the hyenas away that night. Gu Xiaola's mention of the past left her feeling quite embarrassed. She indignantly covered her modest top and retorted, "Pervert," before turning to leave. Although Ning Lei walked away, the curious Lin Jiao asked, "Captain Xiaola, how do those metal bars kill a crocodile? While the ends are relatively sharp, you can't possibly stab it directly in a vital spot, can you?" Gu Xiaola chuckled, "Stab directly? I'm not that foolish. I plan to let it do the stabbing itself." Let it do the stabbing itself? Lin Jiao and Lin Rui were even more baffled. Ignoring their confusion, Gu Xiaola began rubbing the metal bars against the rocks, sharpening their edges further. Meanwhile, at another camp, several survivors anxiously observed their leader, Qin Wei. Just moments ago, a grim report from Lao Chang had cast a heavy shadow over their hearts. Although they had faced numerous challenges since arriving on this deserted island, they had not yet suffered significant casualties. Now, however, they had lost an adult man, which was understandably alarming. Qin Wei, feeling utterly lost, grappled with the realization that the only source of fresh water was guarded by a formidable crocodile. How would they manage their water supply in the future? With their meager numbers, it was unlikely they could hunt the crocodile. They would likely end up as its next meal instead. Just as he was feeling despondent, Lao Chang spoke again. "Captain Qin, our best option is to relocate closer to Gu Xiaola's camp. Regardless of how difficult he may be, he certainly won't eat us like the crocodile would. They have plenty of coconut trees. If we set up camp on that beach, we could last at least a month without venturing into the jungle for water. Better than dying of thirst here, wouldn't you agree?" Lao Chang's suggestion resonated with the others in the camp. The middle-aged woman, Supervisor Huang, and the internet celebrity, Xiao Li, both voiced their strong support, while Lao Ma remained silent but seemed to agree. Qin Wei frowned, thinking, "It's easy for you to suggest moving back. I got thrown around by Xiaola after merely bumping into his woman, and my tailbone still aches. Would they readily accept us back near their camp?" However, seeing his companions in favor of relocating, the captain felt compelled to agree and nodded. "All right, let's pack up and prepare to move." As the sun began to dip below the horizon, smoke began to rise from Gu Xiaola's camp. The 3 women and 1 man gathered around a bonfire, sharing their dinner. Having consumed grilled food for some time, the girls began to experience varying degrees of gastrointestinal discomfort, with Lin Jiao suffering from stomach pains. Fortunately, the first aid kit he had salvaged from the lifeboat contained some common medications to alleviate the pain. Their camp now boasted a makeshift pot fashioned from a toolbox. Tonight, they simmered the fresh fish they had caught earlier in the day, although they lacked seasoning like cooking wine or ginger to mask the fishy smell. The freshness of the catch ensured that their flavor remained intact. However, Gu Xiaola frowned as he gazed at the fish flesh in his coconut bowl. "Captain Xiaola, what's wrong?" Lin Rui inquired with concern. "Are you still pondering how to eliminate that crocodile?" Gu Xiaola shook his head. "No. I'm just thinking how wonderful it would be to have a large pot of white rice to accompany this simmered fish. With such fresh fish, I could easily devour 3 large bowls of rice." Lin Jiao echoed his sentiment. "Indeed. Back in the school cafeteria, I always complained about the lack of meat and avoided rice. Now that we're here, I've realized that having only meat without rice is quite a struggle." Ning Lei savored the delicious fish soup and remarked, "Even the finest cuisine requires balance. For instance, at the Michelin-starred restaurants I frequent, the timing and order of dishes are strictly regulated. If they simply served everything at once, the flavors would overshadow each other, and there's a great deal of skill involved." Intrigued by this, Lin Jiao asked, "Sister Xiaolei, your family must be wealthy if you often dine at Michelin restaurants, right?" "Unfortunately, I've never been to one." "What exactly are they like?" "It seems they serve every type of cuisine." Feigning modesty, Ning Lei smiled. "Actually, Michelin isn't a specific restaurant or chain. It's the most authoritative restaurant rating standard globally. It's similar to how we refer to 5-star hotels. It doesn't point to one specific hotel. So, as you said, as long as a restaurant meets certain criteria regarding ambience, taste, and quality, they may receive a Michelin star rating. However, their standards are quite stringent. I believe there are no more than 5 Michelin restaurants in our country." Her words irked Gu Xiaola, prompting him to interject. "What's so impressive about that? I prefer indulging in skewers at roadside stalls." To me, those places taste far better than whatever Michelin has to offer. Humph, bumpkin, I'm done wasting my breath on you. Ninglei shot Gu Xiaola a fierce glare, and I could hardly be bothered to respond. Hey, what is this kid doing here? Gu Xiaola had initially intended to continue his verbal sparring with Ninglei, but was taken aback to see Qin approaching with Lao Ma and Lao Chong, all of them sporting cheerful expressions as they made their way to their camp. Chapter 71. 3 conditions. What could they possibly want? Surely they do not harbor ill intentions again. Lin Rui, having learned from past experiences, immediately grew anxious. Her sister, Lin Jiao, quickly picked up a makeshift spear from the ground, eyeing the 3 men as if they were formidable foes. Gu Xiaola waved his hand, indicating to the 3 girls that there was no need for excessive alarm. This was not a matter of arrogance. After spending several days interacting with these individuals, he had come to believe that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from resorting to threats of violence against them. Of course, should they choose to do so, Gu Xiaola would not be intimidated. As they conversed, the 3 men had already approached Gu Xiaola's camp, observing their smiling faces. It was clear they bore no malicious intent this time. Gu Xiaola chuckled and inquired, "What brings you esteemed leaders to my humble camp?" Leading the group, Qin first cast a glance at the 3 girls dressed in diverse uniforms, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes before he quickly smiled and said, "Brother Xiaola, we've been living on this island together for several days now. As your elder, I haven't had the chance to visit you. Today, 2 of the beautiful ladies from your camp delivered us some medicine, and thus, we came to express our gratitude." Qin words were polite and diplomatic, making it difficult for Gu Xiaola to find fault, so he clasped his hands together in a gesture of invitation for the 3 to take a seat. Upon entering Gu Xiaola's camp, the 3 men were struck by a sense of wonder, as if they had stepped into a grand garden, finding everything far superior to their own rudimentary camp. The aroma wafting from the pot over the bonfire made their mouths water. They couldn't help but think, Gu Xiaola truly knows how to indulge himself, surrounded by 3 stunning women in such alluring attire, feasting on lavish meals daily. This is akin to the treatment of an emperor in ancient times. Of course, this was merely their internal musings, after all. The quality of life enjoyed by others had no bearing on their own circumstances. Gu Xiaola, perceptive to their thoughts, gestured for Lin Jiao to serve each of them a generous bowl of fish soup. The men, taken aback by the kindness, protested verbally but showed no reluctance as they eagerly accepted the bowls, gulping down the soup despite its scalding temperature. While a single bowl was hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger, Qin and his companions felt too embarrassed to request more, waving their hands to indicate Lin Jiao need not serve them again. With a slight smile, Gu Xiaola asked, "Esteemed leaders, your visit to my modest camp must surely involve more than mere expressions of gratitude, correct?" Qin, Lao Ma, and Lao Chong exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly growing somber. Ultimately, it was Qin who lowered his voice and confessed, "To be frank, Brother Gu, we have come to seek your assistance." "Seek my assistance? For what?" Gu Xiaola was momentarily taken aback and quickly pressed for clarification. "Oh, I must inform you, this afternoon, Old Wei from our camp was taken by a crocodile while fetching water from the jungle." Qin sighed softly. "Is that so?" Despite being somewhat prepared for the news, the thought of a vibrant life being claimed by a crocodile was shocking. Moreover, Old Wei had been the manager of Gu Xiaola's project team in their previous company, and although he had a reputation for being cruel and sycophantic, they had worked together for several years. Hearing of his demise evoked a sense of sorrow in Gu Xiaola, reminding him of the fragility of life on this deserted island. Indeed, it is a tragic tale. Earlier today, Old Wei and I went to a small river for water, and the next thing we knew, while Lao Chong took over the narrative, recounting the harrowing details of that fateful afternoon, though he had not witnessed the event firsthand. Gu Xiaola found Lao Chong's account credible, especially having encountered the crocodile himself previously. Had it not been for the vigilance of the little monkey, Jean, he too might have fallen victim to that ferocious creature. "I share in your grief regarding Manager Wei's passing. However, Qin, you mentioned you seek my aid. What exactly do you require?" Gu Xiaola casually inquired. "Well, as it stands, our camp's survival capabilities are already lacking, and now with the loss of a vital member, our situation has become even more precarious. To make matters worse, with that crocodile lurking about, none of us dare approach the water's edge. Hence, we have decided our only option is to relocate nearer to your camp. After all, you have some coconut trees that can sustain us for a while. And should rescue arrive during this time, it would be a joyous outcome for all," Qin said with a conciliatory smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiao, who had been silently listening, scoffed. "Waiting for rescue? Who knows when that will happen? We barely have enough coconuts for the 4 of us to drink. Let alone if you lot come over. What would last us a month might not even stretch to 2 weeks with your group added in. It would lead to mutual destruction rather than a joyous conclusion. Lin Zhao's remarks were quickly supported by Ning Lei, who glared at Qin Wei, stating, "What Xiao Jiao said is entirely correct. Furthermore, we were almost overrun by your group before. How can we possibly coexist with individuals like you? Who knows when you may turn your nefarious intentions towards the girls in our camp again?" The eldest among them, Lin Rui, remained silent. Yet her expression clearly indicated her agreement with her sister and Ning Lei's sentiments, firmly opposing the idea of Qin Wei's group moving closer. Having anticipated such resistance, Qin Wei refrained from arguing, merely gazing at Gu Xiaola with a smile. After all, the final decision rested with him. Gu Xiaola did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "It is not entirely out of the question for you to relocate." As soon as Gu Xiaola uttered those words, Ning Lei grew anxious, exclaiming, "Gu Xiaola, have you lost your mind? You know what these leaders are like. You have to be aware of their nature. From the very first day they arrived on the island, they harbored ill intentions toward us." Lin Zhao, hands on her hips, directed an accusatory glare at Qin Wei. "On the first day, while you were absent, this scoundrel attempted to seize us from our camp. Have you forgotten? No way, we cannot allow them to move in nearby." Seeing the resolute stance of the 3 girls, Gu Xiaola offered a wry smile and gestured for them to calm down. "I have not finished speaking. Qin Wei, while it is feasible for your camp to relocate, there are certain conditions you must agree to." Qin Wei and his companions were initially quite cheerful, but upon hearing Gu Xiaoli's words, they were left in a state of confusion. "Several matters? What matters?" Naturally, any matter could be discussed. Qin Wei hesitated for a moment, then nodded eagerly. Gu Xiaolu continued, after a moment of contemplation. "First, your camp must not be too close to ours. There should be at least a 1-kilometer distance maintained. You cannot cross into our territory without our permission. Additionally, to avoid any unnecessary disputes. The second condition is that we should delineate a boundary line to distinguish the resource ownership between our 2 camps. Lastly, I request your participation in the hunt for a crocodile." Initially delighted by the first 2 conditions, Qin Wei and his companions were suddenly taken aback upon hearing the third. "What? A crocodile hunt?" The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and trepidation. Was Gu Xiaolu out of his mind? Hunting a crocodile? With only those makeshift spears that barely resembled fire sticks, could they possibly take down a massive crocodile over 6 meters long? Wasn't that absurd? If they intended to end their lives, they need not drag them into it. Gu Xiaolu, having discerned their thoughts, smiled. "I have made my conditions quite clear. If you can comply, you may move over immediately. If not, then consider this conversation forgotten." Qin Wei glanced at his companions, uncertain whether to agree. At this point, it was the turn of Lin Zhao and the other girls to express their delight, chiming in sarcastically. "Indeed, Captain Xiaolu is right. If you can help us eliminate the crocodile, feel free to move over." "Exactly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to come, you must first kill the crocodile. That seems fair." Clearly, the girls had interpreted Gu Xiaoli's condition for hunting the crocodile as an excuse to deter Qin Wei and his companions. Despite this, Qin Wei and his friends maintained forced smiles, but internally they were cursing. "You want me to hunt a crocodile? If I could do that, why would I come asking for your help?" However, Gu Xiaola chuckled, signaling them not to be overly anxious. "When I say for you to hunt the crocodile, I do not mean for you to confront that massive reptile head-on. In fact, I have already devised a comprehensive hunting plan. I merely need a few individuals to assist me. Since my camp consists solely of girls, I cannot allow them to take unnecessary risks. So, if you join me in this endeavor, barring any unforeseen incidents, I believe my plan has a greater than 70% chance of success." Understanding dawned upon the 3 girls as they listened to Gu Xiaolu, realizing their captain's concern. Her intention in having Qin Wei's camp move closer was primarily to shield them from the dangers of hunting the crocodile. Such a considerate leader was indeed rare. Even on a deserted island, she took such care of them, deeply moving their hearts. Conversely, Qin Wei and his companions did not share the same sentiment. They exchanged glances, thinking, "Gu Xiaolu is truly reckless. He would rather risk himself hunting the crocodile than involve us. Does he not fear that he might perish in the attempt, leaving his camp and the girls to be taken by other men?" Yet the situation had reached a deadlock. They had sought Gu Xiaoli's assistance precisely to avoid facing the crocodile, which had led them to discuss relocating. Now, it seemed that to move, they must first confront that enormous reptile. They were uncertain about the reliability of Gu Xiaoli's hunting plan. If it failed and they lost their lives, it would be a catastrophic loss. However, if they refused to comply, their hopes of moving to the beach would be dashed. After contemplating for a long while, Qin Wei suddenly slapped his thigh and declared, "All right, it's settled. I have faith in you. Gu Xiaolu. Now, when shall we set off to confront that giant crocodile? As your elder brother, I will accompany you throughout. Seeing their captain's resolute decision, Lao Ma and Lao Chong exchanged complex expressions but did not voice any opposition. Upon receiving their agreement, Gu Xiaolu smiled. There is no time like the present. Let us set off tomorrow morning. Is that acceptable for you? Tomorrow morning? So soon? Qin Wei paused momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, they decided that after vanquishing the crocodile the following morning, Qin Wei and his companions would relocate to become neighbors with Gu Xiaolu. After bidding farewell to Qin Wei and his companions, Gu Xiaolu returned to his camp and continued sharpening metal bars against the rocks to ensure they were razor-sharp. Lin Rie approached him with concern. Captain, are you certain that the plan for hunting the crocodile tomorrow is foolproof and poses no risks? Gu Xiaolu set down the metal bar, smiling at the mature woman in her military uniform. In this world, no plan is entirely foolproof, especially when it comes to hunting a dangerous creature like a crocodile. However, I believe that while this creature is formidable, it is ultimately a cold-blooded reptile with a less than bright mind. Thus, I am confident that our chances of success tomorrow are quite high. Lin Rue nodded and glanced at Lin Jiao and Ning Lei, who had also come over, then hesitantly asked, but there is something I am unsure whether to voice or not. We are all part of the same camp, working together. What is there to hold back? Just speak your mind. All right, the truth is, not just me, but Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhao share this concern. Are you truly comfortable collaborating with your former colleagues from the company? While we worry about the risks posed by the crocodile, we are also somewhat apprehensive that those individuals may create trouble for you behind your back. Lin Rue's words prompted Gu Xiaolu to nod in agreement. The girls' concerns were not unfounded. On the surface, their camp and Qin Wei's appeared to have a symbiotic relationship. But in reality, there was a latent competitive dynamic. Although Gu Xiaoli's group appeared strong, it was clear to all that the foundation relied solely on Gu Xiaolu. If anything were to happen to him, it was evident what fate awaited Lin Jiao and Ning Lei. To reassure them, Gu Xiaolu patted Lin Rue on the shoulder. Rest assured, your captain is not one to easily fall. After all, I have 3 beautiful ladies in my camp waiting for my care. Just for that reason, I cannot afford to perish. Ultimately, becoming a human teddy bear is my ultimate goal. What initially sounded rather solemn from Gu Xiaoli's mouth turned into a jest. Lin Jiao playfully thumped him on the head. Bah, if you want to be a teddy bear, I have no such desire. Even as a dog, I would aspire to be a noble and elegant breed like a chihuahua, not a common teddy. Gu Xiaolu quickly interjected. No worries, I fear no breed. A teddy does not discriminate against its partner. Even if you are a noble chihuahua, I shall welcome you. Bah, I am a human. I shan't play with you little dogs. Ning Lei and Lin Jiao began to banter, while Lin Rue watched them with a wry smile, silently wishing that tomorrow's plan would proceed smoothly without any unexpected incidents. After a night of wind and rain, the weather tonight has become significantly clearer. By the time Qin Wei and his companions returned to the camp, dusk was already settling in. So, did Gu Xiaolu and the others agree for us to move over? Asked the eager influencer Xiao Li as soon as she saw them. They did agree, but it comes with complications, Qin Wei replied, plopping down in front of the campfire, looking somewhat dispirited. Complications? What kind of complications? Director Huang, a middle-aged woman whose health had visibly improved, inquired with curiosity. The complication is that Gu Xiaolu insisted we 3 men accompany him into the jungle tomorrow to hunt that giant crocodile. Lao Chong replied with a glum expression. What? Hunt a crocodile? Has Gu Xiaolu lost his mind? With just the 4 of you, you'll be lucky to escape if you encounter a crocodile, let alone kill one. Isn't that courting death? Xiaoli questioned incredulously. Who can argue with that? But Gu Xiaolu made it clear, if we don't comply with his request, our relocation is off the table. It seems we'll have to face this tomorrow, Qin Wei said, his face clouded with annoyance. At that moment, Lao Chong, who had been silent, blinked and lowered his voice. Captain Qin, don't you think tomorrow's hunting venture might also serve as a chance to eliminate Gu Xiaolu? Opportunity? What do you mean, Lao Chong? Qin Wei looked at him skeptically. With a grin, Lao Chong continued, if I'm not mistaken, Gu Xiaolu's hunting plan is essentially to set a trap for the crocodile. When the moment is critical during the hunt, if we were to slightly hinder him, I find it hard to believe that a country boy like him, no matter how adept at survival he claims to be, could truly wrestle a crocodile over 6 meters long with bare hands. The group couldn't help but gasp at Lao Chang's ruthless cunning, noticing the glint in their eyes. Lao Chong smiled faintly. Captain Qin, as the saying goes, one must be ruthless to be a man. I can't believe you aren't tempted by the 3 stunning beauties in Gu Xiaolu's camp. If we manage to dispose of him through the crocodile, the lavish camp he has, akin to a 5-star hotel, along with the abundant resources and those 3 enchanting ladies, would all be yours. This opportunity would surely not be a loss for you. Lao Chang's words were persuasive, and Qin Wei's eyes began to shine with intrigue. The following morning, as per their prior arrangement, Gu Xiaola, Qin Wei, Lao Ma, and Lao Chang gathered at the entrance of the jungle. Despite the girls insisting on joining, Gu Xiaola managed to dissuade them. Clad in his original jungle gear, Gu Xiaola secured his pant legs, wielding a machete and carrying a makeshift spear. The only addition was the several metal strips he had salvaged from the lifeboat and a few salted fish. What are those for? Qin Wei asked, puzzled. You'll understand soon enough. Let's set off, Gu Xiaola replied, dismissing further questions as he led the three men into the jungle. The morning air in the jungle was noticeably cooler and less humid compared to the previous afternoon, yet the four men moved slowly, frequently beset by various pests and annoyances. After advancing approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, they could hear the sound of a small river nearby. Its flow significantly increased after a night of heavy rainfall. All right, let us see where that reptile is hiding. Gu Xiaola signaled for them to crouch and approach the river quietly. The river appeared as it had the day before, with only the sound of rushing water and no signs of wildlife, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere that instilled a sense of dread. They remained silent, scanning the still surface of the water, hoping to locate the crocodile that had devoured Old Wei. However, after searching every nook and cranny along the riverbank, they found no rock or object resembling the crocodile's camouflage. Lao Chang, are you sure Old Wei was eaten right here? Qin Wei shot a disapproving glance at Lao Chang. Don't worry, I know very well. I saw that crocodile yesterday. It must be lurking nearby. It just doesn't seem to be disguised as a rock today. Yu Xiaola assured confidently. This river is quite long. Should we walk upstream and downstream to search? Suggested the programmer Lao Ma. No. I have a feeling it's definitely around here. Gu Xiaola, holding his machete, scanned each corner with a serious expression when something caught his eye, a piece of dried wood floating on the water. Could it be the reptile's disguise? Gu Xiaola picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at the wood. With a crack, the stone struck true, and the piece of wood suddenly moved, revealing a pair of yellow eyes. As expected, it was the crocodile's disguise. Damn, this creature is hiding too well, Qin Wei exclaimed, startled. Had Gu Xiaola not thrown that stone, they would have mistaken it for mere driftwood. Now that we've found it, we can proceed, Gu Xiaola declared as he distributed the metal strips he had been carrying. What are these for? Qin Wei still didn't grasp the plan. We'll go to a spot near the river, a little distance from the crocodile, to dig a few holes. They don't need to be deep. Just enough to keep the metal strips standing firmly in the ground. Make sure the edges don't protrude too high or too low. About 10 centimeters should suffice. But they must be stable. If they topple over at a touch, we're done for. Lastly, you'll need to dig one deeper pit. I worry that if the crocodile survives the trap, it will come after us in fury, and that pit will be its final resting place. So, you want the crocodile to impale itself? Lao Chang seemed to have grasped Gu Xiaola's intention. Exactly. This method was told to me by my uncle, who used to be a hunter. It's said that people in the mountains have successfully used this technique to kill large snakes, though I've never seen it myself. So I can't vouch for its effectiveness, Gu Xiaola replied with gravity. I understand your hunting logic, but why would the crocodile willingly charge into your trap? If it isn't fast, those metal strips won't inflict much damage, Lao Chang pressed on. The crocodile won't charge into the trap unless there's bait, Gu Xiaola said, glancing at the three men. Bait? The mention of bait made Qin Wei and the others break into a cold sweat, thinking, who will take on that role? This is no easy task. If one runs fast, the crocodile might not fall into the trap. If one runs slowly, they'll be the prey. Noticing their apprehensive expressions, Gu Xiaola smiled gently. Don't worry, I won't ask you to be the bait. I don't trust you with that. Chapter 48. The Boar Trap in Response. The elder Chang appeared to be well prepared. He smiled faintly and replied, indeed, the second method is to venture into the jungle in search of fresh water. However, this approach carries its own risks, for this region is subtropical, and various venomous snakes and insects are certainly to be expected, not to mention some larger carnivorous beasts. Chang's words caused Qin Wei to break into a slight sweat. Indeed, entering such a tropical jungle without adequate preparation and equipment would be akin to courting death. Yet, remaining on the beach indefinitely would inevitably lead to dehydration. As the camp leader, he could not simply delegate this crucial task to others. Otherwise, his team would lose faith in him. However, avoiding the jungle would likely lead to conflict with Gu Xiaola's camp, and considering their strength, the odds did not appear favorable. After much contemplation, Qin Wei gritted his teeth and declared, after breakfast, everyone prepare yourselves. This afternoon, Old Ma, Old Chang, and I will venture into the jungle to find water. Upon hearing this, Old Chang revealed a barely perceptible smile, thinking to himself, youngster, do not let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, I shall make you pay dearly. Qinwei's camp faced a dilemma. But the situation for Gu Xiaola's group was not much better. Although they had tools to harvest coconuts for freshwater, this was merely a temporary solution. Given the rate at which they consumed coconuts, even if they felled every coconut tree on the beach, it would not sustain them for long. Hence, they too needed to enter the jungle in search of water. Fortunately, Gu Xiaola possessed considerable experience from living in the mountains. During his previous foray into the jungle, he had marked several paths, making this expedition somewhat familiar. Yet, a significant issue loomed. No matter how capable Gu Xiaola was, he was still just one person. To gather a substantial amount of water, he would need to bring several companions. Unfazed by the dangers, the naive Lin Jiao eagerly volunteered to join the jungle expedition. However, her proposal was met with unanimous opposition. The jungle was fraught with peril, and Gu Xiaola could barely protect himself, let alone safeguard an inexperienced burden. Lin Rui, her elder sister, also insisted on accompanying Gu Xiaola into the jungle, and after some consideration, Gu Xiaola acquiesced. Thus, it was settled. Lin Rui would accompany Gu Xiaola to gather water, while Lin Jiao and Ning Lei stayed behind to guard their precious supplies. Their camp had managed to accumulate some resources over the past few days, such as drying surplus fish into jerky and preserving a piece of salted ham. However, Gu Xiaola's primary concern was not these foods. Even if they were pilfered by Qinwei's camp or consumed by wild beasts, they could be replaced. His greatest anxiety lay with the boxes of tools he had painstakingly retrieved from the ocean floor. These were his lifeline. If they were lost, he would have no means of procuring more on this desolate island. To prevent Qinwei's camp from seizing his tools while he was away, Gu Xiaola cleverly concealed the toolboxes high in nearby trees. They would be difficult to spot, and even if found, retrieving them would be a formidable challenge without his skills. Satisfied that there were no lingering worries, Gu Xiaola provided Lin Jiao and Ning Lei with crude spears for protection. After Lin Rui expressed her concerns one more time, the two of them ventured into the jungle once again. Unlike the previous outing, Gu Xiaola was now equipped not merely with a Swiss army knife but also carried a hefty machete and wielded a spear fashioned from metal and wood. Lin Rui, accompanying him, held a small axe for her own defense. Having ventured into the jungle before, Gu Xiaola felt somewhat at ease, leading Lin Rui along the trail marked during his earlier journey toward the water source. While this may sound straightforward, navigating the subtropical jungle proved challenging. As the vegetation grew lush and rapidly, many of Gu Xiaola's previous markers had become nearly unrecognizable within just a few days. Thankfully, he still retained a vague recollection of the general direction of the water source, allowing them to avoid too many detours. However, unlike his previous light load, this time he had Lin Rui with him. Although she was not as inquisitive as her sister Lin Jiao, or as proud and argumentative as Ning Lei, being a girl made traversing the tangled vines and thorns of the jungle a considerable challenge. Before long, her officer's uniform had been torn by the thorns, exposing her fair skin, with several cuts marring her arms and legs. Does it hurt? Gu Xiaola asked, feeling a pang of sympathy upon seeing her bite her lip in silence. No, I'm fine. Such minor injuries are nothing I can't bear. Lin Rui replied with a faint smile. That's good to hear. We are almost there, but when we reach the stream, please do not rush forward or make a sound. Just stay closely behind me, Gu Xiaola cautioned. Why is that, Captain? Lin Rui queried, perplexed. The stream is a drinking spot for all the jungle animals. Many carnivores often lie in wait there for unsuspecting prey, so we must first ensure it is safe before approaching. Gu Xiaola harbored an additional concern he did not voice. He had crossed a hyena leader and a mature wild boar, both of whom could pose a significant threat if they were guarding the stream. While he had managed to evade danger alone previously, bringing Lin Rui along would complicate matters. They might not have time to flee, necessitating extra caution. Simultaneously, another group from Qinwei's camp entered the jungle under his leadership. Though they lacked suitable weapons, they compensated with sheer numbers. Qinwei, along with Old Ma and Old Chang, each wielded sturdy wooden clubs, striking the foliage as they searched for water. Damn it. How long have we been walking without finding a drinkable source? Qinwei grumbled. Do not worry. This is a tropical jungle, with such lush vegetation. It is impossible not to find water. Old Ma reassured him, demonstrating a broader knowledge base. Captain Qin, do you think there are any lions or tigers in this jungle? Old Chang asked nervously from behind. Lions? Tigers? Old Chang, you have been with the company long enough. How can you lack such basic knowledge? Tigers are found only in the forests of Asia, while lions inhabit the savannas of Africa. Such large creatures could not possibly exist in this tropical jungle, so rest assured. According to the markings indicating the concealment of the trap, the opening of this pit is approximately 4 meters wide and over 3 meters deep. With Gu Xiaola's physical prowess, he could easily leap over it with a running start. However, he was gravely mistaken. Qin Wei and his cohorts, driven by an insidious cunning that was almost unimaginable, had meticulously plotted against him. Just as he leapt over the edge of the trap, soaring more than 6 meters into the air, a devastating scene unfolded. Upon landing, his feet encountered an unexpectedly soft ground, and with a resounding thud, his entire body plummeted directly into the pit. The enormous crocodile that had been pursuing him followed suit, crashing into the trap less than 3 seconds later, stirring up a cloud of dust. This spectacle rendered Qin Wei and his 2 companions, who were concealed in the nearby bushes, utterly dumbfounded. They could hear the cacophony of the crocodile thrashing about within the trap, its massive body slapping against the earth and its tail whipping through the air. It took nearly 2 minutes for the terrifying sounds to subside, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Qin Wei, Lao Chong, and Lao Ma exchanged anxious glances, each hesitating to approach the edge of the trap, fearful that the enraged crocodile might suddenly leap out and drag them into the abyss. However, just as they were debating whether to advance, a familiar voice echoed from the depths of the pit. "Someone come and help me up. This thing is too heavy." My God, it was indeed Gu Xiaola's voice. Could it be that this fellow had survived? Spirits are not so easily disturbed, are they? The 3 of them exchanged fearful glances as uncertainty gripped them. Suddenly, a bloodied hand appeared at the rim of the trap, followed by a head that resembled a grotesque gourd. Despite the gruesome appearance, it was unmistakably Gu Xiaola. Drenched in blood yet, in the eyes of his companions, he resembled an invincible warrior. He had emerged. Could it be that he had slain the furious crocodile? Such feats are typically reserved for protagonists in fantastical tales, are they not? Had they unwittingly provoked a character straight out of a web novel? The trio stood frozen, their disbelief palpable, as no one dared to investigate what had transpired. It was Gu Xiaola himself who, exerting considerable effort, managed to climb out of the pit. And the crocodile? Lao Chong inquired, his composure returning as he took the initiative to ask. "It's still in the pit, motionless. It must be dead," Gu Xiaola replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the trap behind him. The trio could hardly believe his words as they cautiously approached the edge of the pit. Indeed, the massive crocodile, exceeding 6 meters in length, lay there inertly. Had it not been for a spear protruding from its back, they might have assumed it was merely asleep. In that instant, when Gu Xiaola had fallen into the pit, he had understood that he was being deceived by the trio. However, there was no time for contemplation. As he descended, he had managed to detach a makeshift spear from his back, angling it upwards with the rear pressed firmly against the stone wall of the trap, precisely aimed at the crocodile that had fallen almost simultaneously. Even if Gu Xiaola had attempted to stab the crocodile while it was lying still, he would have likely found it a daunting task. Yet, with the crocodile's own momentum and weight propelling it into the trap, the immense force drove the spear deep into its jaw, piercing through the majority of its vital organs before emerging on the other side. Thus, even the notoriously resilient crocodile could not withstand such a grievous injury, ultimately succumbing to its fate. At this moment, Gu Xiaola, who had been regarded by Qin Wei and his companions as invulnerable, wiped the blood from his face, grinning at them with a triumphant demeanor. Chapter 75. Adoration. "This pit seems to be larger than we anticipated," Gu Xiaola remarked, tilting his head at Qin Wei, who appeared utterly petrified. They had never imagined that Gu Xiaola could emerge unscathed from the depths of the pit after slaying the enormous crocodile. If someone like him were to stand against them, not only would the 3 of them be powerless, but even a dozen or more would be mere prey. Yet, the tone of Gu Xiaola's inquiry did not suggest an imminent quest for retribution. Qin Wei quickly composed himself, attempting to feign sincerity. "Brother Xiaola, you are nothing short of miraculous. However, regarding the trap, please do not hold it against us. We were anxious to dig it quickly, fearing the crocodile would discover our plans, and we were concerned that a smaller opening might allow it to climb out. We did not consider your jumping, and I, as the elder brother, take full responsibility for this oversight. Please do not take it to heart. We harbored no ill intentions." "Really?" Gu Xiaola retorted coldly, casting a scrutinizing glance at the 3 of them. The guilt-ridden trio could scarcely meet his gaze, while Qin Wei continued to smile ingratiatingly. "I assure you, I stake my honor on it. We had no desire to harm you, brother." Gu Xiaola scoffed internally, contemplating. Honor? Do you even possess such a thing? If he were to believe the words of this scoundrel, he would truly be a fool. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaola had no intention of exacting immediate vengeance on them, for he was not one to retaliate at the slightest provocation. Moreover, despite being stranded on a deserted island, there would eventually come a time when they would return to civilization. Having blood on his hands would complicate matters significantly. He did not envision himself as the type of protagonist who could casually slay dozens of wealthy heirs and their henchmen without consequence, continuing to roam the city as if nothing had occurred. In reality, such an occurrence is utterly impossible, In this age of rampant information, even a mere traffic incident resulting in a couple of casualties would be replayed endlessly by the media, let alone a murder. Furthermore, even in places where the law seems distant, the act of killing cannot escape the long arm of justice. Once, there had been a tumultuous incident aboard a fishing vessel, where several individuals committed murder and seized control of the ship, enforcing a brutal jungle law that compelled every crew member to spill blood or face death. When they returned to port, they had conspired to fabricate a story that the deaths were accidental, attempting to evade legal repercussions. However, as soon as the ship docked, the authorities apprehended them, and their seemingly foolproof plan unraveled under scrutiny, leading to severe legal consequences. Thus, while Gushala harbored intense resentment towards the trio, they had not directly attacked him, and he possessed no evidence to substantiate their premeditated betrayal. Years of survival in the urban jungle had taught him the value of patience. Sometimes, one must endure to gather strength for a more opportune moment. Given the persistent hostility directed at him on this deserted island, he felt no obligation to extend them courtesy. Opportunities for revenge would certainly arise. They should prepare themselves, even if he did not personally enact vengeance. He would ensure they understood that while he was not a cold-blooded killer, he was not to be trifled with. Chapter 49. A rescue mission. As a creature residing in this dense jungle, it possessed an acute awareness of the myriad scents emanating from the diverse wildlife. However, this particular aroma was utterly foreign to it, and it was unequivocally certain that the owner of this scent was responsible for the abduction of its young. Much like the wild boars of Gushala's mountainous homeland, this formidable boar harbored a profound sense of vengeance. It was convinced that the fiend who had taken its offspring would inevitably return. Thus, in the days following Gushala's departure, this tenacious boar remained by the brook, vigilantly awaiting the return of humans. Yet, contrary to its expectations, it was not Gushala who first returned, but rather Qin Wei and his two companions from another camp. Unquestionably, Qin Wei and his two companions were utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After an entire day without a proper sip of water, they exuberantly rushed to the stream, cupping their hands to scoop up the water, splashing it joyfully onto their faces, and drinking greedily, completely unaware that danger was inching closer with every passing moment. Although the scent of the three differed from that of Gushala to the wild boar, the trio of upright creatures before it appeared to be nothing less than its mortal adversaries. The cunning wild boar, fearful of startling the trio and causing their swift departure, lowered its body and stealthily emerged from the thicket that had concealed it. With its eyes aglow, it inched closer to Qin Wei and his companions. At that moment, as they were enjoying their drinks and splashing water on their faces, Old Ma suddenly heard a deep grunt. He turned around and was startled to find a large wild boar less than 10 meters behind them. The creature glared with blood-red eyes, its elongated fangs protruding ominously from its lips, while drool continuously dripped from its maw. "This is bad, a wild boar." Old Ma reacted quite swiftly, letting out a loud shout before making a dash. Lao Chang and Qin Wei turned around and were taken aback by the enormous creature behind them, nearly losing their wits in terror. The colossal wild boar weighed an astounding 300 pounds. Should it charge at a person, survival would be a mere fortune, disability a likely consequence. Old Chang and Qin Wei, startled by its presence, immediately took flight. Upon realizing that its adversaries had been alerted, the wild boar ceased its concealment and lunged forward, galloping directly towards them. Under ordinary circumstances, neither Qin Wei nor Old Chang would stand a chance against such a beast. Yet, fortune smiled upon them this day, for the wild boar had sustained significant injuries during a fierce skirmish with a pack of hyenas just days prior. Notably, one of its legs had been nearly severed, rendering its movements clumsy and its speed drastically diminished. Nevertheless, it disregarded the pain coursing through its injured limb as it rapidly closed the gap on the lagging Old Chang. Among the trio, it was the portly uncle who possessed the least stamina. In an instant, as the wild boar caught up with Old Chang, its tusks were raised, poised to strike at the vulnerable thigh of the unfortunate man. At that very moment, a precisely aimed spear was hurled from a distance. The master of the spear that was hurled is none other than Gushala, who has just arrived with Lin Rue. As they arrived at the water's edge, they were startled by a cacophony of shouts and pig squeals. Gushala was taken aback and rushed forward, only to discover that it was none other than Old Chang, who had delivered the insurance device to him that morning, now perilously close to meeting his demise at the jaws of a pig. He had no time for further contemplation and swiftly hurled the makeshift spear, fashioned from fragments of metal and a wooden stick, directly into the fray. He had never anticipated that he could inflict serious injury upon the wild boar. Gushala was acutely aware that such formidable creatures possess tough hides and resilient flesh. Additionally, they often rub against various trees that exude resin, resulting in an outer layer of thick, protective resinous armor. It was not merely the spear he fashioned from metal fragments that would prove ineffective. Even his uncle's antiquated firearm from his hometown would struggle to deliver a fatal blow unless it struck a vital point. Yet, it remains uncertain whether it was truly old Chang's fate that had finally run its course, or if the end had come for this formidable wild boar. Gu Xiala's spear, with impeccable precision, astonishingly pierced directly into the boar's ear. The wild boar, with its coarse skin and thick flesh, possesses formidable defenses. However, it harbors vulnerabilities in certain areas, such as its eyes and ears. On this occasion, Gu Xiala's spear found its way into the boar's ear canal. Despite being a mere makeshift weapon fashioned from salvaged metal scraps, sharpened with some effort and affixed to a wooden shaft, it nonetheless penetrated the boar's delicate ear tissue with remarkable depth, with a small portion of the spear even breaching into its brain. The wild boar let out a piercing scream, yet it did not succumb to death immediately. The excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy, as it ruthlessly assaulted every living creature within its reach. At that moment, the three individuals before it found themselves squarely within the path of its wrath. First and foremost, it was Lao Chang who bore the brunt of the attack. The tusks of the wild boar struck him forcefully on the thigh, instantly tearing a considerable gash in his suit trousers. The excruciating pain propelled Lao Chang to the limits of his physical capabilities, allowing him to leap an astonishing distance of 4 to 5 meters, narrowly evading a dire fate. However, the two individuals, Qin Wei and Lao Ma, who were ahead of Lao Chang, were not significantly stronger than him. They were mercilessly tormented by pain, and the wild boar, driven to madness, charged at them with reckless abandon. One after another, they were sent sprawling by the boar's powerful impact. Fortunately, in its frenzied state, the boar did not pursue them further after knocking them aside, but instead, it surged deeper into the jungle. The sounds of vegetation snapping under its weight echoed as it vanished into the dense foliage. Gu Xiala watched the direction in which the wild boar had disappeared, her heart filled with trepidation. Had her aim been even slightly less accurate, she and Lin Rui might have found themselves in a predicament no better than that of the three men. Nonetheless, they had successfully navigated the immediate threat posed by the wild boar. Regrettably, the three individuals who had just moments ago been joyfully drinking from the stream were now sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Gu Xiala examined them and discovered that none bore fatal injuries, though it was certain they would endure several days of discomfort. What Gu Xiala failed to notice was that her seemingly haphazard spear throw had left the onlookers utterly astonished. In their eyes, that moment was akin to a celestial deity descending upon the earth. Lin Rui still covers her mouth with her small hand, her wide eyes filled with disbelief at the astonishing scene before her. A formidable wild boar, so robust and powerful, has been driven away by the seemingly unremarkable young man wielding a spear akin to a firewood stick. Such an ability is truly astonishing. In fact, it was not only Lin Rui. The other three individuals were equally astonished upon realizing that it was Gu Xiala who had repelled the wild boar with a spear. Amidst the turmoil, Qin Wei fervently whispered a prayer of luck within his heart, relieved that he had not genuinely contemplated attacking the opposing camp. Given Gu Xiala's remarkable skill in repelling wild boars with a mere spear, how could he and his companions possibly stand a chance against such prowess? Both Lao Chang and Lao Ma secretly marveled, thinking to themselves how this young fellow truly possesses remarkable depth and concealment of talent. Certainly, unlike the other men, the gaze of the internet celebrity Xiaoli was fixated on Gu Xiala, whose body was still glistening with droplets of water. His athletic physique radiated a healthy bronze glow under the sunlight, and his well-defined six-pack abs stood out strikingly. Wow, I never anticipated Gu Xiala had such an impressive body. No wonder he is surrounded by so many girls. Xiaoli exclaimed, slightly infatuated, which elicited a series of eye rolls from Qin Wei. At this moment, Gu Xiala and his companions approached, and the two groups met on the beach. Despite Ning Lei and the Lin sisters harboring no fondness for Qin Wei's camp, they were permitted to relocate according to their prior agreement. The three girls wore tense expressions, devoid of smiles. However, Captain Gu Xiala warmly extended his hand to welcome them. Thus, as per their arrangement, they commenced rebuilding their camp approximately 1,000 meters away from Gu Xiala's site. Gu Xiala graciously provided them with some of his abundant materials, fully aware that these individuals harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he preferred to avoid open confrontation for the time being. After all, they were all on the same island, and if tensions escalated, he could not simply eliminate them. He had to remain vigilant, as these individuals might eventually discard their masks of hypocrisy and resort to theft or sabotage, potentially putting the three girls in peril, which would be quite troublesome. With Gu Xiala's assistance, Qin Wei and his group swiftly reconstructed a relatively simple camp. Although it could not compare to Gushiala's treehouse, it was certainly an improvement over their previous conditions. As a gesture of gratitude, they presented Gushiala with some shells and crabs they had collected while scavenging by the sea in the morning, including 2 sizable blue crabs weighing over a pound each. Thus, the initially tense relationship between the two groups appeared to have softened considerably. However, beneath the calm surface, a current of intrigue persisted. Just moments ago, Lao Chang had discreetly informed Gushiala while delivering crabs that, during the afternoon when they were digging traps, Qin Wei had intentionally widened the edges of the trap to cause Gushiala to fall in. He assured Gushiala that he bore no malice towards his camp and expressed his willingness to assist if Gushiala sought to eliminate Qin Wei. In response, Gushiala merely smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, "You old fox, you certainly know how to manipulate others to do your bidding. Now that you've been ousted from your position as camp leader by Qin Wei, you wish to leverage my strength for a resurgence? Humph. While Qin Wei is indeed no saint, your cunning may surpass his." Thus, Gushiala dismissed Lao Chang's insinuation with a smile, offering no affirmation. Watching Lao Chang leave in disappointment, Gushiala contemplated that distancing himself from the power struggles involving Qin Wei and Lao Chang, and instead enjoying his time on the deserted island with the 3 beautiful girls, would be the wisest course of action. He gazed at the treehouse he had laboriously constructed, pondering where to relocate his camp next. Soon, his eyes drifted toward the distant cliffs and sheer rock faces. Chapter 77. Back and forth provocations. Thanks to the 2 large blue crabs delivered by the opposing camp, the evening meal at Gushiala's camp was particularly sumptuous, featuring not only grilled fish and boiled crabs, but also a pot of mushroom soup. Furthermore, the little monkey named Jin Huang had somehow procured a wealth of unidentifiable red berries from the jungle. Chattering excitedly, it gestured with its tiny paws, clearly inviting Gushiala and his companions to partake. The 3 girls exchanged glances. While the creature was undeniably endearing, it was still a wild animal, leaving them uncertain about the edibility of the berries it had brought. Gushiala, however, harbored fewer reservations. He took the berries in his hands, crushed them to release their aroma, and sampled the juice with his tongue. Nodding in affirmation, he proceeded to devour them. "Gushiala, do you recognize those berries? You're willing to eat something Jin Huang gave you?" Lin Jiao inquired anxiously. "I don't know them, but since Jin Huang brought them to me, it must have eaten them before." Gushiala replied, "I just had a few, and they were sweet and tangy with plenty of juice. It's been days since I last had fruit on this island. If you're hesitant, all the more for me." As he spoke, Gushiala reached for another branch of berries. However, Ning Lei seized it, declaring, "Who said we wouldn't eat? I haven't had fruit after meals in quite a while. If you dare to eat, so can I. Come on, Xiao Jiao, Sister Sharewei. Let us try the berries Jin Huang brought us." Persuaded by her, the 3 girls also popped the berries into their mouths. To be honest, fruits growing wild in the wilderness could never compare to the cultivated varieties humans had developed over thousands of years. Yet, one must remember they had been stranded on the deserted island for 7 or 8 days. At this point, they would have deemed even a couple of water cucumbers as treasures worthy of admiration. Indeed, after sampling the berries, the 3 girls praised them enthusiastically, with Lin Jiao even calling out to the little monkey Jin Huang, urging it to fetch more of the delightful berries from the jungle. Though it was uncertain whether the grinning Jin Huang understood her, Gushiala grew weary of competing for berries with the girls and turned his gaze back to the distant stone wall. "What are you pondering?" Unbeknownst to him, Lin Rui had seated herself beside him. "Since we returned this afternoon, I've sensed you've been somewhat preoccupied. Was the plan to hunt crocodiles not as smooth as you anticipated?" Gushiala looked at Lin Rui in surprise, thinking how astute she was. He smiled wryly and nodded. "It was indeed not as straightforward as I had hoped. Qin Wei and his group have maintained considerable hostility towards us, especially towards me. I am contemplating whether we should relocate our camp to another location." Upon hearing this, Lin Rui tilted her head and inquired further, "Relocate? But isn't this beach the best spot we could find? It offers ample food resources and a splendid vantage point to observe potential rescue signals on the horizon. The jungle within the island is fraught with dangers, and we are utterly ignorant of what lies ahead." Facing Lin Rui's barrage of questions, Gushiala chuckled and shook his head. "I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. While our current location appears favorable, it harbors many risks. Firstly, I remain uncertain of when that unseen pack of hyenas might return. Secondly, although this makeshift treehouse suffices for temporary shelter, do you think a hammock made of vines can endure long-term habitation? Lastly, I can't shake the feeling that staying here might expose us to other latent dangers. Although I can't pinpoint them yet, my instincts warn me that this is not a place to linger." After listening, Lin Rui nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Then, Captain Gu, where shall we move? It won't be into the jungle, will it?" Of course not, Gu Xiaola replied, gesturing toward the distant rocky hill. My primary goal is to relocate there. But how will we reside there? The steep cliff, Captain Xiao Lo might still manage to scale it. But the rest of us surely cannot. Lin Rui furrowed her brow and remarked. Who says only he can accomplish it? Ning Lei plopped down beside Lin Rui. Her brow knitted as she replied, Gu Xiaolu, I don't understand why you wish to venture to that precipice, but let me assure you. I am an adept outdoor climber, frequently engaging in rock climbing. I have even conquered the peak of Kilimanjaro, the highest mountain in Africa. Can you do that? Gu Xiaolu chuckled at this. Oh, so you are a climbing expert? Then why is it that the last time the hyenas came, you couldn't even manage to climb a tree without my assistance? Hold on. That was because I was panicking with the hyenas around, feeling weak and unable to showcase my true abilities. If you don't believe me, we can have a contest right now to see if I'm merely boasting. Ning Lei quickly interrupted Gu Xiaolu. In response, Gu Xiaolu merely smiled lightly and casually remarked, since you are a climbing expert, it would be splendid for you to accompany me tomorrow to scout that cliff and help us select a site for our new camp. Accompany you to scout? Ning Lei's expression fluctuated, and she hesitated to respond immediately. What? Are you afraid? If you are, then don't go. But don't come bragging about being a climbing expert in front of me again, having scaled this peak or that mountain. Ning Lei was indeed afraid of Gu Xiaolu's provocation, and upon hearing his words, her face flushed with anger. Fine, I'll go. Am I afraid? Anyone who doesn't go tomorrow is a coward. Seeing Ning Lei's serious demeanor, Gu Xiaolu and the Lin sisters couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, Ning Lei had always been a refined young lady, attentive to her poise and grace. However, after spending days with Gu Xiaolu, her speech had taken on a more down-to-earth tone reminiscent of his own. Meanwhile, at their camp, Qin Wei and the others were enjoying a pleasant atmosphere. Having finally returned to this familiar beach, and the group of men and women were quite exhilarated. That evening, they feasted on the salted fish provided by Gu Xiaolu. Starved for days, they indulged in the delectable food. As they ate, Qin Wei cast a glance at Lao Chong beside him. I say, Lao Chong, when you delivered crabs to them earlier, did that Gu Xiaolu say anything? Feeling guilty, Qin Wei was somewhat worried that Gu Xiaolu would hold a grudge against them for the events of the afternoon. Lao Chong smiled slightly. Although that lad didn't say anything directly, I have a feeling he is well aware of what we did this afternoon. Hearing this, Qin Wei was startled. What should we do then? If that fellow truly intends to retaliate against us, we would be finished. Coward. Director Huang shot a disdainful glance at the panicking Qin Wei and snorted softly. How about we strike first? Let us sneak over tonight and deal with him. Lao Ma suggested darkly. No. Do you think we can successfully sneak over without them noticing? If our ambush fails, can you imagine what the consequences would be? Lao Chong smiled ominously. Consequences? Qin Wei's expression stiffened, for he knew all too well the repercussions. If they couldn't eliminate Gu Xiaolu, their fate was all but sealed. They lacked the resilience of that massive crocodile. Upon seeing the look on Qin Wei's face, Lao Chong smiled. Actually, Captain Qin need not worry too much. That lad is currently living a blissful life with his wife and children. As long as we don't provoke him, I believe he won't easily strike against us. However, for the sake of the entire deserted island, our camp remains in a competitive position with theirs. So we should prepare ourselves sooner rather than later. Qin Wei pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh and declared, All right, it's settled. Starting tomorrow morning, all the men in our camp will rise early to work. Even if we don't resort to underhanded tactics, I, Qin Wei, will not allow myself to be outdone by that Gu Xiaolu from the mountains. Chapter 78. Rock climbing that night, Gu Xiaolu did not manage to rest well. Firstly, he felt somewhat uneasy about Qin Wei and his camp members, and secondly, an instinctive sense of crisis lingered in his mind. Thus, at the break of dawn, Gu Xiaolu gently shifted his body closer to the girls sleeping nearby, glancing at Ning Lei, who clutched a golden monkey tail in her sleep. In the morning light, this young lady had her delicate eyes tightly shut, and a single crystalline tear rested on her long, fine eyelashes. What kind of dream is this silly girl having? It must be quite difficult for her, transitioning from a life of luxury to that of a wilderness survivor, where every meal requires her own effort. Gu Xiaolu considered waking her to join him on the exploration of the rocky cliffs, but after some thought, he decided against it. Such tasks were more suitably handled by a man. So, Gu Xiaolu quietly maneuvered down from the hammock towards the treehouse entrance, just as he reached the door. He heard a soft huff behind him. Gu Xiaolu, are you trying to sneak off to the cliff alone, hoping to mock me when you return? Gu Xiaolu paused, nearly losing his grip in exasperation at Ning Lei's peculiar thought process. I said, young lady, I was merely concerned about disturbing your beauty sleep, which is why I planned to set off alone. If you insist on coming, I certainly don't mind having a beautiful companion. Ning Lei released the monkey tail and coldly glared at his back. Enough with the nonsense. Since we agreed to go together. Don't think you can ditch me. Let us go. With that, Gu Shaola had no choice but to comply. Slowly descending the rope ladder from the treehouse to gather the necessary gear for their expedition. Besides his ever-present machete, he packed woven vines, a Swiss army knife, a lighter, and some dry grass for kindling. What do you need that for? Ning Lei asked curiously as she followed him down. Better safe than sorry. I believe it may come in handy, Gu Shaola replied without looking up as he prepared for their departure. At that moment, the little monkey, Golden, who had been nestled among the three girls, was roused by their voices and curiously climbed down the tree to observe them. Golden, do you want to join us? Ning Lei greeted, and the little monkey, displaying remarkable intelligence, jumped onto her shoulder, squeaking animatedly. Gu Shaola pondered for a moment. They were heading to the distant cliffs, and surely this monkey's agility would surpass that of the two of them. Perhaps it would be beneficial to have it along. Thus, a man, a woman, and a little monkey wrote a note on the sandy beach indicating their intention to scout the distant cliffs before departing for what Gu Shaola envisioned as an ideal new home. As it was still early, the sun lingered just above the horizon, casting a soft light over the deserted island, which, although clear, was still somewhat dim. A thin layer of mist hung in the morning air, and before long, Gu Shaola and Ning Lei found their clothes dampened by the humidity. You should have chosen a better day for this outing. Ning Lei followed closely behind Gu Shaola, a mere 3 meters apart, while patting her damp clothes and grumbling. Oh, how true it is that one's nature is hard to change. This young lady has been living on this deserted island for over a week, yet she still possesses such a haughty temperament. Gu Shaola, shaking his head with a wry smile, replied, Dear Miss Ning, you should take a moment to observe the climate of this island. In this subtropical region during this season, the evenings are predominantly marked by rain, wind, or fog. If you wish for pleasant weather, you might have to wait several months. Although Ning Lei was reluctant to concede, she recognized the truth in Gu Shaoli's words and continued to mutter, then why not just sleep soundly in the treehouse on the beach? Why venture out to explore and develop a new campsite? I truly don't understand your reasoning. Gu Shaola, weary of the argument, quickened his pace. Noticing his silence, Ning Lei hastened her steps, gritting her teeth to keep up. Thus, the pair, accompanied by the little monkey, Huang Jin, who was perched on Gu Shaoli's shoulder and yawning, soon vanished into the mist enveloping the beach. The cliffs in the distance appeared deceptively close. Yet the trek proved to be quite extensive. After walking for over an hour, they had covered nearly 10 kilometers before reaching the base of the steep cliff. However, as they approached the rocky precipice, the path became increasingly arduous, devoid of the soft, thick white sands, replaced instead by jagged stones and puddles. Consequently, their pace slowed considerably. What kind of path is this? It's so difficult to traverse. Ning Lei complained as they walked. If it's too challenging for you, you could always turn back, miss. Gu Shaola quipped with a slight smile over his shoulder. Humph, can you manage it? What can I accomplish? Ning Lei retorted, gritting her teeth. Well, it seems we are not too far from that rock face. I estimate with another 10 or 15 minutes, we shall arrive, Gu Shaola announced, gesturing ahead. The little monkey, Huang Jin, also chattered, either encouraging Ning Lei or joining Gu Shaola and teasing her. As the saying goes, seeing the mountain only makes the horse run faster. Even though they believed the distance remaining was short, it took them nearly half an hour to finally reach the cliff. Gu Shaola inspected the rocky wall and noted that while it appeared steep from afar, there were angles that could facilitate climbing. He turned to Ning Lei, who was rubbing her sore feet, and asked, So, how do you feel? Are you confident about scaling this, master climber? Of course. As I said, if you can ascend. So can I, Ning Lei replied with a pout. Then prepare yourself. We shall commence our ascent shortly, Gu Shaola said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Lin Rue and Lin Jiao had awakened nearly an hour after Gu Shaola and Ning Lei had departed. The sky was brightening as they descended from their treehouse to find the notes left by Gu Shaola on the beach. Lin Rue furrowed her brow, expressing concern. I wonder if Gu Shaola will find a suitable location this time. Lin Jiao, seemingly carefree, responded, Don't worry, sister. I believe Gu Shaoli's skills in the wild are exceptional. A mere cliff shouldn't pose much of a challenge for him. But I am worried about something. Lin Rue remarked, momentarily taken aback. What are you concerned about? Lin Jiao inquired. I worry that my brother-in-law might be whisked away by someone else. Just think about it. He and Ning Lei are two solitary individuals in the wilderness. If emotions run high, it wouldn't be surprising if something were to happen. Lin Jiao's playful imagination was already in full swing. Honestly, what nonsense are you learning at school? Can't you think of something else? Lin Rue scolded, playfully kicking Lin Jiao's backside. Oh, sister, you speak so lightly. From the moment we arrived on the island, you expressed your intention to win over Gu Shaola. and yet it has been nearly 10 days with no progress. Are you perhaps a bit out of practice? If that's the case, just say so. Maybe your little sister can step in. Lin Jiao teased, covering her backside as she laughed and ran away. Stop joking. I still feel our current relationship is quite satisfactory. Besides, if Gu Shaolu were the type to be swayed by appearances, he would have revealed his true nature by now. After all, he has shown great respect for women. During our last jungle adventure, he never behaved inappropriately. Thus, I am not overly concerned about what may transpire between him and Ning Lei. Nevertheless, Lin Rui gazed longingly at the distant cliff for quite some time. Chapter 79. The cave. At this moment, Gu Shaolu and Ning Lei had ascended nearly 40 meters up the rock face. Although the cliff was far easier to climb than they had anticipated, the nearly 100-meter ascent to the summit remained quite taxing. Huang Jin, the little monkey, had long since climbed from Gu Shaoli's shoulder to the cliff above, utilizing its lightweight body and naturally adept climbing claws to ascend effortlessly. It paused intermittently to make faces and gestures at them, seemingly mocking their slower pace. Gu Shaolu wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced down at Ning Lei, who was 2 levels below him. Come on, Miss Ning, how much higher is this? I feel as though we've been climbing forever without seeing the top. Ning Lei panted, breathless and drenched in sweat. Miss Ning, this won't do. Didn't you boast about climbing Mount Kilimanjaro? That peak is nearly 6,000 meters high, yet here you are, exhausted after barely 60 meters. Gu Shaolu chuckled, looking down at her. Ning Lei shot him an indignant glance and explained, it's not the same. When I climbed, I had local guides assisting me the entire way. In many places, I needed their help to ascend. Much like wealthy individuals who climb mountains relying entirely on others to carry them up. Ah, so that's how it is. Gu Shaolu exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I once thought those people were impressive, climbing Everest at their age. It turns out it's all about financial power. Truly, poverty has limited my imagination. But fear not. Miss, this time we are not scaling Everest. The total height is only about 100 meters, and we've nearly climbed half of it. Just hold on for another 10 or 20 minutes, and we will be there. Despite Gu Shaoli's encouragement, Ning Lei regretted her decision to accompany him on this climb. What is a young lady from a prominent family like me doing here? If I weren't climbing, I could be fishing and frolicking in the Azure Sea with the Lin sisters, enjoying idle chatter and showcasing my exceptional figure without this unfortunate Gu Shaolu in the picture. Wait, what is Gu Shaolu doing? How utterly rude. Ning Lei was at a loss for words to describe such a boorish individual. Fueled by indignation, she quickened her pace, climbing nearly twice as fast as before. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Shaolu, noticing her approach, also began to accelerate. Thus, a spirited chase ensued between the two as they climbed higher. After scaling nearly another 30 meters, they were now nearing the summit, at which point Gu Shaolu finally slowed down. Chapter 51. The Anaconda. However, this time Ning Lei had completely misjudged Gu Shaolu and Lin Rui. In this perilous tropical jungle, it was hardly the time to ponder romantic entanglements. The mere thought of the carnivorous creatures or venomous snakes lurking nearby sent shivers down one's spine, leaving no room for distractions of the heart. At this moment, Gu Shaolu and Lin Rui were laden with containers of fresh water and had gathered a substantial amount of green pepper fruits. They dared not linger near the stream, hastily retracing their steps along the markers they had left behind. While they had ventured forth lightly, their return journey was burdened with the added weight of several dozen pounds of water, significantly affecting their speed. As before, Gu Shaolu led the way with a large machete, while Lin Rui followed closely behind, wielding a small axe. As they navigated through the jungle, Gu Shaolu suddenly raised his hand, signaling Lin Rui to halt. After numerous drills, they had developed a remarkable synergy. Lin Rui immediately crouched down and approached him quietly, whispering, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" Gu Shaolu scanned the surroundings meticulously, taking his time before responding in a hushed tone. "It remains uncertain for now, but I sense the presence of a large predator nearby." Lin Rui's wide, glistening eyes darted around in search of danger. Yet, apart from the calls of unknown birds perched high in the trees and the chorus of insects in the underbrush, there were no other sounds. How could Gu Shaolu detect a large beast from this? Nevertheless, her faith in him had reached a level akin to religious devotion. If he believed it to be true, then it undoubtedly was. She resolved to remain faithfully at his side. Gu Shaolu spoke little, methodically parting the underbrush with his machete. Not finding anything unusual, he moved a few steps forward, suddenly raising his head, sniffing the air like a bloodhound. "What have you discovered?" Lin Rui inquired. "There's a strong odor of blood. I suspect we have entered the territory of a large predatory animal. You must stay close to me." The scent of blood? Lin Rui followed suit, taking a deep breath, yet she could discern nothing out of the ordinary. However, Trusting Gu Xiaolu's instincts, she gripped her axe tightly, determined to stick close behind him. They proceeded cautiously for several meters when, almost simultaneously, they heard a familiar chattering sound. Lin Rui pondered deeply and concluded, that must be the call of a monkey. Indeed, following the sound, they spotted a small, yellow-haired monkey clinging to a branch about 10 meters up in a towering tree. The creature appeared to be far from adulthood, barely 20 centimeters tall, likely an infant still dependent on its mother. It chattered incessantly and relentlessly pulled branches from the tree, tossing them towards another nearby tree. However, when Lin Rui turned her gaze to that tree, she nearly fell to the ground in terror, for entwined around one of the main trunks was a vividly colored anaconda. Is this the anaconda? Gu Xiaolu gasped, stepping back in alarm. The anaconda, a top predator in the tropical rainforest food chain, would attempt to strike at any creature it could ensnare, even large beasts like crocodiles. They are the largest snakes in the world, with the largest specimens exceeding 10 meters in length. While the one before them was clearly not that massive, it still measured at least 5 meters based on visual estimation. What puzzled Gu Xiaolu and Lin Rui was why the juvenile monkey would dare to provoke such a formidable enemy. Upon closer inspection, Gu Xiaolu noted a pronounced bulge in the anaconda's abdomen and observed that it was utterly indifferent to the monkey's provocations, lazily coiled around the trunk, basking in the sunlight. Oh, I see. Gu Xiaolu nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, the little monkey, realizing its provocations were futile, seemed increasingly agitated, leaping about the branches and calling out desperately. Yet, regardless of its antics, the anaconda remained oblivious, continuing its languid slumber. Is the monkey playing a dangerous game? Lin Rui gently inquired. Dangerous? No, not at all. Gu Xiaolu shook his head lightly. It's actually trying to rescue its mother. He gestured towards the anaconda's noticeably swollen belly. What? Rescue its mother? You mean its mother has been? Lin Rui instinctively covered her mouth, horrified at the thought of the anaconda consuming the monkey. Such scenes of the strong preying upon the weak unfolded daily in this jungle. By the way, would you like to eat snake meat? Gu Xiaolu suddenly turned to Lin Rui with a mischievous smile. What? Eat snake meat? Are you suggesting we should eat this enormous python? I think it could eat us instead. Lin Rui vigorously shook her head in protest. Actually, the fighting prowess of large pythons is not as formidable as portrayed in films. They are cold-blooded creatures, heavily influenced by their environment. Moreover, this anaconda is clearly in a postprandial state, currently dormant. As long as we don't provoke it, it won't react much. Just watch. As he spoke, Gu Xiaolu picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the anaconda. With a sharp sound, the stone struck the snake's massive head. Yet the creature merely swayed slightly, not even bothering to open its eyes, continuing its deep slumber. Is it really that oblivious? Lin Rui exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Well, at least for now, this creature poses far less of a threat than wild boars or hyenas. However, if you were to encounter a hungry anaconda on the hunt in the jungle, that would indeed be perilous. Gu Xiaolu remarked, lowering the strap holding the water containers, weighing the machete in his hand, testing its sharpness to his satisfaction. He then turned to Lin Rui, signaling her to remain still. Lin Rui grabbed Gu Xiaolu's hand. Are you insane? Do you really intend to kill the python with that machete? We don't need to take such a huge risk. As she pleaded, tears welled in her eyes. Gu Xiaolu gently squeezed Lin Rui's delicate hand, signaling her to let go. It's all right. Trust your captain. He looked at her with the confidence of a protagonist from an anime, unaware that Lin Rui found that gaze somewhat juvenile. Yet, seeing her captain's determination, she reluctantly released her grip, permitting him to take the plunge. After a while, it seemed that the swarm of bats had vacated the cave, and the place fell silent. All right, my dear lady, there are no more bats inside, so there's no need for you to pray. Gu Xiaolu gently tugged at Ning Lei, who was gripping her shoulder tightly. Are you certain? Were those really bats? They appeared rather large, perhaps they were the infamous vampire bats? Ning Lei peered around anxiously before gradually loosening her grip, still expressing her concern. Vampire bats? Don't be ridiculous. They are quite small in size. Those are evidently fruit bats, native to tropical regions. Rest assured, they only consume fruit and pose no threat to humans or livestock. Ning Lei, still dubious, questioned, Are you sure? Such large creatures only eat fruit? Certainly. The bats in this tropical jungle are mostly harmless. In fact, in many Southeast Asian countries, people consume them. It is said that their meat makes for a nourishing soup. By the way, someone of your affluent background and culinary expertise must have tried bat soup before, right? Gu Xiaolu's words sent shivers down Ning Lei's spine, and she waved her hands in protest, exclaiming, Please, spare me. That's utterly revolting. I would never consume that. Gu Xiaolu. You don't think there are other animals in this cave, do you? Gu Xiaola glanced at the still smoldering cave and shook his head. There shouldn't be any other creatures. I truly cannot fathom what animal could withstand such thick smoke. Now that the smoke has cleared significantly, shall we venture inside to assess the environment? With that, Xiaola gestured invitingly, but Ning Lei quickly waved him off, urging him to enter first. The little monkey, Huang Jin, chirped nervously, seemingly hesitant to enter as well. Xiaola chuckled, realizing that both the girl and the monkey possessed a sharp awareness. He then grasped his machete and cautiously stepped into the cave. Upon entering, they immediately felt a sticky, white substance underfoot. What is this? It's disgusting. Ning Lei exclaimed loudly from behind him. It must be the droppings of those fruit bats. They have likely made this cave their home for quite some time. A bit of feces on the ground is quite normal, isn't it? Xiaola carefully navigated around the bad excrement while observing the cave. Initially, the stark contrast in lighting made it difficult to see, but after a moment, their eyes adjusted. This was a typical Kashmiri cave, not particularly large, with an estimated area of just over 100 square meters. The stone walls were exceptionally smooth and cool to the touch, and the ceiling was quite spacious, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high. Aside from the rather unpleasant bat droppings, there was no other debris, making it a suitable temporary camp for them. Xiaola inspected the surroundings and found no other issues. Satisfied, he nodded and remarked, "It seems that once we clean up the bat droppings, this place will be fit for habitation." Ning Lei, holding her nose, tiptoed carefully behind Xiaola and, upon hearing his words, shrieked, "Clean up the droppings? Who is going to do that? You can't expect the two of us to handle it. The bat feces are nearly 3 inches thick, and we have no water source to clean it up." Xiaola remained silent. Although Ning Lei's spoiled demeanor was showing, her concerns were valid. Clearing such a thick layer of bat droppings without water would indeed be an arduous task. At that moment, the overly enthusiastic little monkey, Huang Jin, suddenly bounded over to them, chattering excitedly. Xiaola, though not fluent in monkey language, could sense that the little creature had discovered something. Following Huang Jin, they approached an inconspicuous stalagmite, where the monkey halted and pointed energetically. Xiaola, intrigued, touched the stalagmite and was astonished to find it was wet. Not only was it damp, but he also noticed a clear stream of water flowing gently from the top of the stalagmite. Is this a spring? He cautiously dipped his finger in the water, bringing it to his lips for a taste. It was indeed fresh water. Elated, Xiaola felt as if he could leap for joy. For survivalists like them, a stable and clean freshwater source was the most coveted resource. The primary reason for relocating was the difficulty of obtaining fresh water at their previous beach site. Finding a spring in this cave was akin to receiving a divine gift. With this newfound base, their long-term survival on the island seemed promising. Although Ning Lei shared in his excitement, her expression bore a hint of discontent. It was not merely due to her earlier comment about the lack of water, now that they had found a spring. It appeared inevitable that they would have to clean up the thick layer of bat droppings. Observing Ning Lei's reluctant demeanor, Xiaola smiled reassuringly. "My dear Miss Ning, there is no need for you to worry excessively. We came primarily to scout the new base. As for cleaning, we can wait for Lin Rue and Lin Jiao to return and assist us. Besides, while the bat droppings may appear disgusting, they are actually odorless. If you don't believe me, just lower your hand and take a whiff." Without waiting for Ning Lei's consent, Xiaola suddenly yanked her hand away from her nose. A pungent, sour scent assaulted her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn. Seeing Ning Lei on the verge of retching, Xiaola chuckled. "I say, miss, isn't that a bit overdramatic? The droppings of these fruit bats are considered valuable in many Southeast Asian countries. Local farmers eagerly seek them out." Ning Lei, having gagged for a while, finally managed to ask, her face flushed, "Are you serious? Do they really have such strong tastes?" "What? They use the droppings as fertilizer for fruit trees. Do you think it's edible or something?" Xiaola replied. The mention of food triggered Ning Lei's disgust, and with a cry, she bolted out of the cave. Xiaola, however, lingered a moment longer, closely examining the spring. He noted that although the flow was gentle, it was remarkably steady. Yet, where did all this water lead? Upon inspecting the base of the stalagmite, he discovered a small crevice, likely formed by the flowing water. Resembling a drain, it seemed the spring flowed directly through this passage and eventually into the sea. Wonderful! The presence of fresh water filled Xiaola with optimism about their survival on this deserted island. He even began to envision the possibility of cultivating plants and raising livestock. Of course, those plans were for another time. For now, their primary goal was to relocate their camp to this cave with a freshwater source. Chapter 52. A perilous crisis. Despite the beauty of his thoughts, Xiaola's heart raced with uncertainty. He was acutely aware of the lethality of the machete he wielded and questioned whether it could deliver a fatal blow to the massive python before him. As he cautiously approached within 5 or 6 meters of the serpent, the small monkey that had previously been chattering and jumping about suddenly fell silent. Its wide, fearful eyes fixated on Gu Xiaola, the unfamiliar human drawing closer to its mother's murderer. Gu Xiaola glanced at the little creature and gestured for it to remain quiet. Remarkably, it seemed to understand, nodding with wide eyes before gripping the branch tightly, fixated on Gu Xiaola's next move. Clearly, it understood that its chance for vengeance rested upon this human, with the monkey no longer causing a ruckus. Gu Xiaola managed to calm his nerves slightly and advanced a few more steps. Now, he was less than 2 meters away from the python, which coiled around a tree trunk approximately 2 meters above the ground. Fortunately, standing at a height of 1 meter 80, Gu Xiaola was confident that with an outstretched arm and the length of his machete, he could reach the serpent within striking distance. However, as he drew nearer, the pungent stench intensified, causing him to wrinkle his nose in disgust. He turned back to glance at Lin Rui, who appeared utterly anxious. Her expression akin to that of a wife watching her husband head into battle, tears glistening in her eyes, silently pleading for his safe return. Humanity is inherently emotional, and both men and women feel such sentiments deeply. Gu Xiaola's heart swelled with courage, invigorated by an unyielding strength. He positioned himself beneath the branch where the colossal python lay coiled, raising his arm to aim at its neck. The machete in his hand, forged from high-quality steel, measured approximately 1.2 meters in length and remained remarkably sharp, having seen little use since it was stored in his toolbox. Gu Xiaola felt confident that he could sever the creature's head in one decisive strike. With a swift motion, he swung the machete towards the python's neck, the blade glinting as it accurately targeted the thick girth of the serpent. However, Gu Xiaola overestimated both the sharpness of his weapon and his own strength, while underestimating the python's formidable scales. Although the strike found its mark, the enormous head did not fall as expected. The finely crafted machete sank deep into the python's neck. It had penetrated the outer scales and into the flesh, but became lodged against the bone. Even though the python's reactions were typically sluggish, it could not remain indifferent to such a lethal attack aimed at its head. The intense pain sent the massive serpent into a violent thrash, its tail whipping ferociously against everything in its vicinity. Gu Xiaola, terrified, failed to extract the blade in time and swiftly sought refuge, narrowly evading the tail's devastating assault. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. The python's head, severely injured, could hardly lift itself, yet its eyes blazed with fury, scanning the surroundings with a venomous glare. Its forked tongue, a foot long and crimson, flicked in and out like a flame, sensing the threat in the air. Gu Xiaola understood it was using its sense of smell to detect danger, and soon its gaze locked onto him, hidden among the shrubbery. Instantly, its eyes filled with rage and animosity. It recognized that the one who had ambushed it was this very human beneath the tree. Fortunately, it was gravely wounded. Otherwise, it would have lunged from the tree to ensnare the despicable attacker, crushing his bones inch by inch. At that moment, Gu Xiaola cursed his own folly internally, lamenting that in his quest to impress a woman, he had resorted to attempting to slay a great serpent. Now, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, having failed to kill the snake while placing his own life in jeopardy. What puzzled him was how the python, despite sustaining such a grave injury, its neck and head nearly severed, could still survive and retaliate. However, upon reflection, it was no mystery. As a reptile, the python did not solely rely on its brain to coordinate its body. Its spinal cord housed nerve centers capable of controlling movement, illustrating the adage that even a centipede can continue to move after its head is severed. Regardless of the creature's tenacity, the wound was hastening its demise. As torrents of crimson blood dripped from the tree, intensifying the already nauseating stench that nearly made Gu Xiaola retch. Yet, despite the perilous situation, his mind remained clear. He understood that any reckless movement or attempt to flee could provoke a lethal pursuit from the python. The eyes of a python, akin to those of a frog, accurately track moving objects, while stationary ones often remain indistinct. Thus, Gu Xiaola crouched motionless in the underbrush, and just as he surmised, the massive python, its head drooping, remained fixated on his last known position, unable to pinpoint him accurately. Despite sensing its life ebbing away, its remaining faculties urged it to seek vengeance on the cowardly ambusher. From her vantage point, Lin Rui was horrified by the riveting spectacle, to the point of wetting her pants. To stifle her screams, she pressed her hands against her mouth, though muffled whimpers still escaped. In the tense standoff, the little monkey that had been observing the confrontation suddenly emitted a series of frantic squeaks. It not only began to shout, but also grabbed every small twig and stick within reach, hurling them at the great python. The creature, previously fixated on Gu Xiaola, was momentarily distracted, disrupting the precarious balance of the situation. The massive python, seething with rage, swung its head and glared menacingly at the small, agile monkey darting about in the nearby tree. With a swift undulation of its body, it began climbing with alarming speed toward the branch where the monkey perched. This turn of events stunned Gushala below. He had presumed that even if the python could retaliate, it would be at the end of its strength. Yet, the serpent demonstrated a terrifying vitality. Had he moved earlier, the python could have easily pursued him before he could escape, leading to unimaginable consequences. Chapter 82. Unexpected discovery. Feeling the peculiar gaze of Gushala, Ning Lei felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I sneaked out of my house. I booked the ticket under the guise of our maid's identity, deliberately choosing the same third-class ticket as yours. Gushala was even more perplexed by Ning Lei's explanation. Why would a wealthy young lady choose to book a ticket under her maid's identity? Ning Lei sensed Gushala's confusion, but merely shook her head. In any case, the situation is rather complicated. I'm just explaining why I didn't board the lifeboat. As for other matters, they are private and not necessary to share with you. With her chin raised defiantly, she decided not to elaborate further. Gushala blinked, pondering for a moment. Miss Ning, you can't be boasting, can you? Claiming to be a highborn lady while, in reality, you are just another urban worker like me? Like those pretentious people on certain forums, who always seem to be in America, fresh off the plane and flaunting their success. It's all just to impress, I assent it? Ning Lei, her cheeks flushed with indignation, retorted, if you think of me as such, then so be it. As I said before, the pure shall remain pure. After all, we are on a deserted island, and it's pointless for me to explain further. Believe what you wish. Seeing that Ning Lei was clearly agitated, Gushala could only smile slightly. All right, I believe you. But honestly, what is so great about being a rich heiress? You probably have less freedom than I do as a mere commoner, with caretakers and drivers watching over you everywhere. Even at home, you have to follow a strict schedule set by your butler. Here, however, we can eat when we want and sleep when we desire. Aside from the poor living conditions, this place is not worse than your grand villa. Come, try the taste of this coconut crab's claw, Gushala said, grabbing a large claw of the crab with a banana leaf and tearing it off with a forceful tug, revealing a generous portion of steaming white meat. The air was soon filled with the enticing aroma of seafood. Wow, it smells delightful, Ning Lei exclaimed as she accepted the crab, disregarding the heat and biting into the succulent meat. It's so hot, so tender, and so fresh. Despite the scalding sensation, she swallowed the large piece in one go. How about that? My culinary skills are no less than those of the Michelin restaurants you frequent, right? Gushala said as he bit into a crab leg, savoring the flavor. Honestly, if you weren't a wealthy heiress, it would be even better. It would spare us all from feeling the need to keep our distance due to your status. I've already told you, regarding my identity. You may think whatever you wish, it's none of my concern. But I assure you, I, Ning Lei, would never stoop to deceiving others about my status. She continued. Having devoured a crab claw, and without waiting for Gushala, she grabbed another crab leg to munch on. Suit yourself, my lady, Gushala said, feeling somewhat full after consuming 2 crab legs. He stood up and gazed into the distance along the beach. What is that? Due to the sun's glare, Gushala had to shield his forehead with his hand to scrutinize the distant horizon. What did you see? Ning Lei asked, having stood up with a satisfied burp after consuming 4 crab legs. Do you see something at the 12 o'clock position near the rocks? A thing? Following Gushala's pointed finger, Ning Lei indeed spotted something resembling a silver vessel anchored in the water amidst the rocky shoreline. Is that a ship? Wonderful. Are we not saved? Ning Lei cheered, though Gushala's expression remained grave. In truth, he had discerned from the outset that it was a ship, but it appeared to have been there for quite some time. Though the details were unclear, the paint on the hull was nearly all peeling off, revealing patches of rust eroded by the sea. Could a ship that has been moored for so long possibly rescue us? Gushala doubted, yet acknowledged it as a significant discovery. He beckoned to the little monkey, Golden, still munching on crabs on the beach. Let us go check out that ship. Thus, the trio concluded their brief meal and began their journey toward the vessel's location. As they walked, Ning Lei gradually sensed something amiss and anxiously inquired, Gushala, do you think that ship could be from a rescue team? Gushala chuckled lightly. My dear lady, you might be a tad too idealistic. Look at that ship. Its hull is so rusty that its original color is unrecognizable. It must have been here for years, perhaps even decades. Do you really believe it belongs to a rescue team? By now, they had approached within 50 meters of the ship, and both could see clearly that it appeared to be wedged between 2 rocks, swaying back and forth under the relentless waves, yet unable to escape its rocky confinement. Ning Lei, I'm starting to feel a bit scared, she admitted timidly as they drew closer, retreating slightly behind Gushala. losing the initial excitement of discovering the vessel. Gu Xiaola said nothing, though his expression was tense. He noted that the ship was not particularly large, likely displacing less than 10 tons, and its fittings and equipment appeared outdated, reminiscent of the mid-20th century. Could this vessel have encountered a shipwreck here 60 or 70 years ago? Gu Xiaola murmured to himself. A shipwreck from 60 or 70 years ago. What about the people aboard? Did they escape? Ning Lei asked timidly. If the people aboard had survived, would they have left the ship here all alone? Gu Xiaola glanced back at her. Then, where are they now? For some reason, Ning Lei recalled an ancient maritime legend about ghost ships. This tale spoke of a luxury liner that encountered a disaster, with all passengers and crew perishing without a trace, while the unmanned ship continued to sail the seas. Occasionally, other vessels would spot this ghost ship appearing from nowhere, looking as splendid as ever with music and dancing on board. Yet, every time another ship attempted to approach, the ghost ship would mysteriously vanish. It was said that some sailors who boarded such ships found them in ruins, devoid of any signs of life. Those who lingered too long would share the same fate as the ghost ship. Observing the vivid expressions on Ning Lei's face, shifting from red to white, Gu Xiaola inquired with intrigue. Miss Ning, what are you contemplating now? I'm wondering if this ship could be a ghost ship, Ning Lei replied nervously, hesitatingly. Ridiculous. Chapter 53. Vomiting. With Gu Xiaola's leap and the tremendous force of his body weighing over 140 pounds, there was a loud thud as the large machete, firmly lodged in the neck of the python, finally fell away. The snake's head, which was the size of a human face, tumbled down from the tree. The massive serpent, which had ensnared the little monkey, began to spurt blood and thrashed and twisted violently. The little monkey, quick-witted, seized the opportunity to free its trapped leg and leapt to a distant branch, watching as the giant snake writhed below. One must acknowledge the resilience of such reptiles. Even after losing its head, the python's body continued to writhe on the tree trunk for quite some time before gradually losing strength and thudding to the ground. Is it dead? Lin Rui approached Gu Xiaola, trembling with disbelief, and whispered her question. It should be dead. No matter how formidable, it is still a vertebrate. I have never heard of a vertebrate living without a head. Gu Xiaola wiped the snake's blood from his face, expressing his distaste. So, you don't intend to actually bring this giant snake back for meat, do you? The thought of the python chasing the little monkey sent a shiver down Lin Rui's spine. Why not? Snake meat is rich in various amino acids essential for the human body. A python of this size is rarely seen even in the largest wild game restaurants in the country. As he spoke, Gu Xiaola picked up a thick, dead tree branch from the ground and began to wrap the still twitching body of the python around it in layers, to prevent it from slipping off. He secured the serpent's body with several turns of the vines tangled around it. Once satisfied with his handiwork, Gu Xiaola smiled at his prize and declared, "Let us go back to the camp." He then dragged the branch, along with the massive python, while Lin Rui followed. However, as they walked, they noticed something amiss. The little monkey had been hopping between branches, keeping pace with them. Captain, do you think that little monkey is following us? Lin Rui noticed this too. Yes, I see it, but I believe it harbors no ill intent, right? Gu Xiaola shook his head, indicating his confusion regarding the monkey's behavior. Unable to decipher the situation, they continued dragging the python's carcass forward, while the little monkey remained steadfastly behind them. If they paused to approach it, it would scamper away. If they continued, it would promptly follow once more. After several rounds of this chase, Gu Xiaola and Lin Rui, exhausted, decided to let the little creature accompany them if it wished. Gu Xiaola glanced back at the grinning little monkey and shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, at the seaside camp, Ning Lei and Lin Jiao anxiously awaited Gu Xiaola's return. Sister Xiaola, do you think Captain Xiaola and my sister have been gone too long? What if something happened? Lin Jiao asked, her face reflecting worry. Surely not. Gu Xiaola always boasts about his prowess in the mountains, right? A jaunt into the jungle for water shouldn't pose any great danger. Though she felt uncertain, Ning Lei attempted to reassure herself. Oh, I now hope that my sister and Captain Xiaola are indeed caught up in some thrilling escapade. The young girl suddenly sighed. Huh? Weren't you vying for Captain Xiaola's attention against your sister? Why are you wishing for them to have a passionate moment? Ning Lei queried, puzzled. If they are indeed embroiled in some romantic drama that has delayed them, at least they would be safe. If they encountered real danger, that would be disastrous. Then I would have to compete with ghosts for Captain Xiaola. Lin Jiao explained, her face a mask of despair. Ning Lei found Lin Jiao's reasoning both amusing and puzzling, yet she refrained from commenting, thinking to herself, regardless. The most that could happen is that the two sisters share a husband. It has nothing to do with me. I, a distinguished heiress, could never be involved with someone like Captain Xiaola. Yet, her anxious gaze betrayed her true feelings as she constantly scanned the jungle. Look. It's Captain Xiaola and my sister. They're back. At that moment, Lin Jiao, with keen eyes, suddenly shouted, then rushed towards the jungle. Ninglei followed her gaze and saw Gu Xiaola and Lin Rui struggling to emerge from the thicket, dragging something behind them. Upon noticing them, they waved in greeting. What has Gu Xiaola brought back this time? Ninglei approached with curiosity, only to discover it was the headless corpse of a python wrapped around a tree branch. Captain Xiaola, you are incredible. Not only did you find fresh water in the jungle, but you also brought back a giant snake for food. Lin Jiao exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands like a delighted child. And that's not all. Lin Rui chimed in, pulling a handful of green berries from her pocket. What is this? It's pepper, wild pepper. Now we can prepare something better than just salt-roasted food. Lin Rui's explanation brought joy to Ninglei, who couldn't help but glance at the silent Gu Xiaola. Who would have thought he truly lived up to his claims? His skills in the wilderness are impressive. Just as the girls were gathering around the python-esque carcass, discussing their plans for a snake stew, a sudden chattering interrupted them. Oh, that little creature hasn't left yet? Lin Rui turned to look at the little monkey perched on a branch at the jungle's entrance. How adorable. Sister, did this little monkey follow you here? Lin Jiao, naturally drawn to such creatures, asked with curiosity. It has been with us the whole way. But as soon as we approached it, it ran away. So don't entertain any thoughts of keeping it as a pet. Lin Rui shook her head. Really? Lin Jiao's disappointment was palpable upon hearing this. All right, let us stop pondering about pets. In this desolate island, it's a victory just to sustain ourselves. Now, help me skin this python. As he spoke, Gu Xiaolan nimbly climbed onto a branch, hung the python, and retrieved his ever-present Swiss Army knife. He began meticulously peeling away the layer of skin from the python's neck. The three girls had never witnessed such a scene. As Gu Xiaola gripped the python's neck and pulled down forcefully, a loud rip echoed, and the entire 5-meter-long skin was effortlessly removed, revealing the pink flesh underneath. However, this was accompanied by a foul stench that filled the air. Ugh, ugh. It is difficult to say, considering that the ship has been wrecked for decades. The pirates from back then have likely long since met their end. However, I am uncertain whether there are still pirates lurking around here. Nonetheless, it would be wise to exercise caution. When we return, we should have Lin Rui and Lin Jiao pack their belongings promptly. We shall relocate tonight. Gu Xiaola's words left Ninglei somewhat astonished. Are we really moving tonight? Even with the threat of pirates, must we be in such a rush? Isn't it a bit hasty to move in the dead of night? In response, Gu Xiaola shook her head, saying, My insistence on moving tonight is not solely due to the potential pirate threat, but rather because I feel it is unwise to be so close to the camp of my company leaders. At this moment, not far from Gu Xiaola's camp, Qin Wei and Lao Chang were gathering wood to reinforce their makeshift shelter. Yet, these two were not merely focused on their task. They frequently cast furtive glances towards the opposite camp. The Lin sisters, who had already risen, were seated around a bonfire, roasting fresh fish they had caught earlier from the sea. That scoundrel Gu Xiaola truly has the luck of a devil. How fortunate he is to be surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. Lao Chang remarked. Last time, you mentioned that you believed there was nothing special between Gu Xiaola and them. However, with such delectable fish circling around him daily, it is only a matter of time before something occurs. It's just a question of how long they can maintain it. Qin Wei gazed at the 2 sisters in the distance, pondering how wonderful it would be to be the master of that camp. Captain Qin, there's no need to rush. We are so close to their camp. I refuse to believe there won't be an opportunity to eliminate Gu Xiaola. Haven't you noticed that Gu Xiaola and the tall girl haven't appeared all morning? Now seems to be your chance. Opportunity? Qin Wei shot Lao Chang a skeptical look. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should just go over and be forceful with those 2 girls? What if Gu Xiaola returns? Do you want me to get killed? Hearing Qin Wei's doubt, Lao Chang quickly waved his hands in protest. No, no, no. Captain Qin, you misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting being forceful. What I mean is that girls need to be charmed. Gu Xiaola is such a country bumpkin. How could he possibly understand a girl's heart? Besides, with 3 girls and only 1 man in their camp, it's inevitable that jealousy will arise, and Gu Xiaola lacks the ability to satisfy all of them. At this moment, your dashing and robust image becomes crucial. We are all adults. If it's mutual consent, I doubt Gu Xiaola would dare to take it out on you. There is a saying that flattery is the least likely to offend. While Qin Wei was aware of his own charm, he could not resist Lao Chang's instigations. Suddenly, he began to feel that he could indeed win over the beauties with his looks and demeanor, overshadowing that country bumpkin Gu Xiaola. Lao Chang, you make a compelling argument. Here's the plan. You tidy up the wood we gathered and take it back to our camp, while I will go greet those 2 lovely ladies and see if they are interested in someone of my caliber. With that, Qin Wei confidently groomed his unruly hair and swaggered towards Gu Xiaola's camp. Watching his comical retreat, Lao Chang smirked. Fool, With your demeanor, you think you can compete with Gu Shaola for women? However, to incite conflict between men, using women is the best strategy. I don't know if you can win over those beauties, but if Gu Shaola sees your antics, you certainly won't come out unscathed. Qin Wei was completely oblivious to Lao Chang's schemes. Even if he were aware, his infatuation would compel him to proceed. After all, compared to the likes of Shaoli, a social butterfly, the pure and charming Lin sisters were far more enticing to Qin Wei. At that moment, Lin Rui and Lin Jiao sat by the bonfire, casually roasting fish, occasionally glancing towards the distant cliffs. Although they could not see clearly from such a distance, they hoped Gu Shaola would return soon. Sister, do you think Captain Shaola and the others will encounter any danger? Lin Jiao asked, taking a bite of the fish. What's this? Little girl, are you starting to worry about men? You used to urge me to get Gu Shaola to become your brother-in-law, and now you want him to be my brother-in-law? Lin Rui shot her sister a disdainful look. Please, not at all. It's just that our camp cannot afford to be without Captain Shaola. Lin Jiao retorted. Moreover, I feel that Gu Shaola doesn't seem particularly interested in someone like me, who embodies the innocent charm of a schoolgirl. Last time, when you and Ning Lei went fishing, he barely glanced at me. Lin Jiao lamented, feeling her confidence waning. Lin Rui found her sister's self-deprecation amusing. However, she recognized the truth in her words. The camp could survive without anyone, but not without Captain Gu Shaola. Just then, the self-proclaimed pinnacle of charm, Qin Wei, swaggered over with an air of self-satisfaction. Why is he here? Lin Jiao wondered aloud. Like a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year, he surely has ulterior motives. We should be cautious, Xiao Jiao. He must think that since Gu Shaola is absent, he can take advantage of the situation. Lin Rui gripped the makeshift spear Gu Shaola had fashioned for their protection. Hello. Lovely ladies. I hope you don't mind me coming over for a sip of water? Qin Wei approached with a grin, ignoring whether the girls welcomed him, and plopped himself down directly opposite them. Ah, what a hot day it is. After working all morning with Lao Chang, I'm nearly parched. So I thought I'd come over and ask for a drink. Lin Jiao and Lin Rui exchanged glances, and Lin Jiao handed him a coconut bowl filled with water. Wow, your skin is truly exquisite, so fair and delicate. Though it is a tad sunburned, I must say, Gu Shaola really doesn't know how to cherish such beauty. If you were in our camp, I would never let you lovely ladies go fishing. You'd simply sit in our cozy shelter, looking splendid, as if you were vacationing at a 5-star beach resort, enjoying fine food while the rest of us men handle the dirty work. As Qin Wei rambled on, Lin Rui smiled but remained silent, while the younger Lin Jiao could not hold back her curiosity. Captain Qin, is that true? If we sisters were to join your camp, would we receive such treatment? Qin Wei seized the opportunity, thumping his chest in assurance. Absolutely. When have you seen those two girls in our camp doing any work? The difference between them and you sisters is like that between a crow and a swan. I can take care of them. So how much more for a beauty like you? As he spoke, Qin Wei shifted his body forward slightly, intentionally closing the distance between himself and the two sisters. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a sharp prick against his thigh. Ouch! There's a splinter on this wooden seat, Qin Wei exclaimed, looking down only to discover that there were no splinters at all. It was clear that Lin Rui had placed the metal tip of a spear between him and the sisters, and his thigh had been jabbed by the spear's point. While we can engage in conversation, we must maintain a respectful distance, Lin Rui remarked with a cold smile, pushing the spear forward a bit more, causing Qin Wei to hastily retreat. This scene sent Lin Jiao, the younger sister, into fits of laughter, and after a while, she managed to contain her giggles and pointed at Qin Wei, saying, I must ask, Captain Qin, if your camp is truly as wonderful as you claim, why would you want to move next to ours? Moreover, if we had never visited your camp, would it still matter? You know the conditions there, don't you? A seaside 5-star hotel? Perhaps you should ensure your team is well fed before boasting. Qin Wei felt a flush of embarrassment at the sharp-tongued girl's words. He considered leaving but was reluctant to forfeit this rare opportunity. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a cool voice interjected with a chuckle. Captain Qin, what brings you to our camp? They looked up to find Gu Shaolu and Ning Lei smiling at them. Upon seeing the genuine leader of the opposing camp return, Qin Wei, despite his infatuation, realized he had no chance of sowing discord among their members. He could only manage a sheepish grin and stammered, I just came for a drink of water, nothing more. Nothing at all. Aha, I've finished my water. I should return to my camp to reinforce our shelter. Farewell, everyone, farewell. Without waiting for Gu Shaolu to respond, he swiftly slipped away, observing his scuttling figure. Gu Shaolu chuckled coldly and turned back to the Lin sisters. What was that boy up to? Surely it wasn't he just for a glass of water? Lin Rui remained silent, while the younger Lin Jiao chimed in with glee. Of course, it's not that simple. Captain Sheen is here to poach people from our camp. Poach? Poach whom? Ning Lei inquired curiously. Us beautiful girls. Captain Sheen said that as long as we are willing to join their camp, we would live luxuriously. As if in a seaside 5-star hotel, without needing to do any work, just playing the role of beautiful vases. Lin Jiao laughed, casting a glance at Gu Xiaolu. Do you really believe that nonsense? Ning Lei asked with disdain. Oh, Xiaolei, do you think either of us would fall for his tall tales? Now, let us stop discussing these trivial matters. What discoveries did you make at the cliff this morning? Lin Rui interjected, suddenly curious. More than just discoveries. What we found is truly extraordinary. Ning Lei exclaimed excitedly. Extraordinary? What could be so remarkable? Lin Zhao's curiosity was piqued, and she urged, Sister Xiaolei. Tell us what you found. Ning Lei then recounted their morning adventure of discovering a cave and a sunken ship, which thrilled Lin Jiao to the point of exclamation. However, Lin Rui, being older, focused on the potential dangers. So this deserted island is also within the pirates' territory? Gu Xiaolu nodded. Thus, we must prepare to relocate immediately. Our position on the beach is far too conspicuous. But didn't Sister Xiaolei just say that reaching that cave requires climbing the cliff? If you two find it difficult, what of us? Lin Jiao asked, her brow furrowed with worry. Fear not. I will return to the cliff this afternoon to create a more accessible rope ladder for you. With that, our relocation tonight should proceed without issue. As Gu Xiaolu spoke, she began to gather the ropes prepared for their camp, wrapping them around herself until she was completely ensconced before slowly rising. Are we really relocating tonight? Why the urgency? Isn't it dangerous to move at night? Lin Rui voiced her concerns. No, my intentions go beyond mere relocation. I aim to create the illusion that we four have left this deserted island altogether, preventing the opposing camp from fixating on us. Gu Xiaolu declared with resolute determination, turning once more toward the cliff. Meanwhile, in Qin Wei's camp, he returned dejectedly after being rebuffed, only to find the others regarding him with disdainful glances. What is wrong with you all? Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Wei surveyed the group with confusion. What is the matter? Captain Qin, I hear someone went to the opposing camp to flirt with their lovely maidens? The middle-aged woman, Supervisor Huang, adjusted her glasses and spoke with a sardonic tone. What? Flirting with maidens? I merely went to ask for some water. What is the big deal? I'm the captain of our camp. Don't I have that right? Qin Wei retorted, his eyes narrowing. Whether or not you flirted with their maidens is not our concern. But if your actions jeopardize the fragile harmony we've just established with Gu Xiaolu's camp, you will bear the consequences, Supervisor Huang replied coolly. And the others nodded in agreement. Even the programmer, Old Ma, who usually supported him, stood against him this time. Qin Wei felt bewildered. He had merely visited Gu Xiaolu's camp and exchanged a few words with two girls. How had it escalated to such a grave offense? This must be the work of that old Chow. Realizing the source of his troubles, he pointed at old Chow. Damn it. You scoundrel. Were you the one speaking ill of me behind my back? It was your idea for me to visit Gu Xiaolu's camp. And now you're turning it against me. As he spoke, Qin Wei picked up a stick, ready to confront old Chow. However, before he could strike, he felt a heavy kick to his legs and found himself kneeling on the ground involuntarily. Turning around in shock, he discovered that the one who had kicked him was none other than his assistant, Old Ma. Old Ma, how could you betray me? Qin Wei began. But before he could finish, a sharp slap interrupted him, delivered not by Old Ma, but by the alluring Xiaoli from their company, with whom he had recently established an ambiguous relationship. Xiaoli, you too? Qin Wei stammered, unsure of what to say as he held his reddened face. Bah. Do you think I'm any less than those three girls from Gu Xiaolu's camp? If you're so capable, why don't you just take over their camp? Xiaoli's words resonated with the others, who echoed their disapproval of Qin Wei's greed and ambition. Old Chong, who had remained silent until now, waved his hand and smiled faintly. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say this. Our ability to relocate to this beach, which is far more suitable for our habitation, is a result of several of us risking our lives to aid Gu Xiaolu in vanquishing that formidable crocodile, thereby earning the trust of the others. If Qin Wei continues down this path, we may very well squander all our prior efforts. Therefore, I propose that we reevaluate our camp's leadership. Old Shang, you treacherous scoundrel, now you wish to usurp my position as captain? Qin Wei shouted, his fury boiling over as he attempted to spring up to confront him. However, he was met with a forceful kick from Old Ma that sent him tumbling into the sand, leaving him sputtering with mouthfuls of sand and unable to articulate a response for a considerable time. In the face of Qin Wei's agitation, Old Chang remained composed, gesturing toward the programmer Old Ma. In my opinion, the only individual in our camp who possesses both capability and esteem, and who can guide us through our wait for rescue on this deserted island, is our programmer Old Ma. Do we have any objections? Upon hearing this, The crowd erupted in applause, and even the sand-covered Qinwei found himself at a loss for words to protest. Even that socialite, Xiaoli, threw a flirtatious glance at old Ma. Thus, due to a visit to Gu Xiaola's camp, Qinwei, having been cunningly ousted from his position as camp leader by old Chang, was left bewildered as to why everyone seemed so collectively discontented with him. However, he had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. Unbeknownst to him, old Chang had been plotting this for quite some time, subtly inciting others against Qinwei. Particularly old Ma, who had long harbored resentment towards their lazy and domineering captain. It can be said that old Chang's subversion was remarkably successful, as he struck at Qinwei's Achilles heel and swiftly deposed him from leadership. Of course, Qinwei's reluctant acceptance did not signify his compliance. Had it not been for old Ma's persistent restraint, he would likely have already taken old Chang down in a fit of rage. While the change in leadership appeared tranquil on the surface, beneath it lurked a tempest of power struggles, ever poised to erupt. In stark contrast, Gu Xiaola's camp was devoid of such turmoil. Their sole concern was how to execute their relocation plans smoothly that evening. To this end, Gu Xiaola hastily consumed a bite of lunch before returning to a cliff with Ning Lei. This task was laborious and required assistance. Gu Xiaola first ascended the cliff with a small quantity of rope, but had the foresight to carry a bundle of lit artemisia grass. The pungent smoke he released as he traversed the rocky ledges soon caused several large snakes to emerge from the crevices of the cliff. Fleeing in panic from the noxious fumes, Gu Xiaola's actions effectively cleared a path for their ascent later that night, free from the threat of venomous serpents. At last, Gu Xiaola reached the summit of the cliff and began lowering the rope. Ning Lei, stationed below, secured it to the ground, and thus Gu Xiaola commenced the construction of a rope ladder spanning over 100 meters. After nearly 3 hours of labor, with the sun sinking below the horizon, the ladder was finally complete. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gu Xiaola descended the cliff, and they hurried back to their camp. By this time, sisters Lin Jiao and Lin Rui had organized most of the useful items in the camp, cleverly concealing those too large and cumbersome to move immediately. The remaining items, including the black inflatable boat belonging to the Lin sisters, were neatly piled on the beach. All right, the rope ladder is ready. Now let's relocate. We shall leave the useless items for Qinwei and old Chang, Gu Xiaola said with a faint smile, directing the 3 girls to shoulder their burdens as they began their journey toward the distant cliff. While this plan sounded simple, executing it proved to be quite challenging, as this was a relocation rather than a light morning venture with just Ning Lei. Fortunately, they took their time, and after a series of stops, they finally arrived at the base of the cliff as darkness enveloped them. Oh my goodness, I'm utterly exhausted, Lin Jiao exclaimed, collapsing onto a rock and panting heavily. Just a little further, the dawn of victory awaits you above, Gu Xiaola encouraged, pointing to the summit. What? There is still such a high cliff? I can't climb that. I have acrophobia, Lin Jiao said, her fear evident as she gazed up at the towering cliff. Lin Rui, equally apprehensive, asked, Gu Xiaola, are we really not waiting until dawn to climb? It feels perilous to scale this mountain in the dark. However, Gu Xiaola simply smiled reassuringly. Fear not, climb boldly. I shall be here to catch you should any risks arise. To give you further confidence, if anyone falls and injures themselves, I, Gu Xiaola, promise to marry and care for them for life. 1 injury, 1 marriage. 2 injuries, 2 marriages. If by some misfortune 3 are injured, I shall consider it a charitable deed to bring you all home. His declaration elicited laughter from the previously tense Lin sisters, while Ning Lei rolled her eyes and retorted, Humph, who needs you as a safety net? The 2 of us are beautiful and sought after by wealthy, handsome suitors. Why would we want you to take care of us for life? How naive. Yet, despite the banter, the rope ladder still needed to be climbed. The 4 of them arranged their order, with Ning Lei leading the way, holding the burning artemisia grass to ward off any returning snakes. Lin Jiao and Lin Rui followed, with Gu Xiaola last, ready to catch them in case of danger. Interestingly, neither of the Lin sisters were avid climbers. They typically felt their legs buckle at heights. However, as they ascended the rope ladder, they surprisingly felt less fear. This was not entirely unexpected, as their previous fear stemmed from a clear view of the ground below, which now lay concealed in darkness, alleviating their psychological burden as they focused solely on climbing. This was precisely why Gu Xiaola had rushed to climb the cliff before nightfall. Had they come during the day, the sisters' timid nature might have delayed their ascent indefinitely. Nonetheless, even without the hindrance of acrophobia, it took the Lin sisters over half an hour to reach the summit, and soon Gu Xiaola, bearing the heaviest pack from their camp, was the last to arrive at the top. He surveyed the panting girls, saying nothing as he ignited the lighter in his hand, the flicker of its flame appearing dazzling against the night. What are you planning to do? Ning Lei inquired curiously, her eyes wide with intrigue alongside the Lin sisters. Nothing much. Chapter 55, Snake Soup and Sea Burial. The three young ladies were momentarily stunned upon hearing the term sea burial. They had only heard of scattering human ashes in the sea, but had never heard of an entire monkey being buried at sea. Gu Xiaola ignored their astonishment and walked directly to the coconut tree he had felled that morning, with a small axe and a large machete from his toolbox. He worked industriously for nearly an hour, skillfully crafting a small raft measuring about half a meter square. He then ceremoniously placed the mother monkey, wrapped in banana leaves, atop the makeshift raft. Finally, he pushed the raft into the ocean. Throughout the process, the little monkey watched with its wide, innocent eyes, remaining silent until it witnessed its mother gently drifting into the vast depths of the sea, at which point it let out a few mournful cries. Well then, the sea burial is complete. Ladies, our poignant drama is nearly at an end, isn't it? We still have yet to prepare our snake soup for tonight. Gu Xiaola pointed towards the large snake hanging from the tree. Snake soup? Ning Lei, who had just managed to calm her emotions, felt a sudden wave of nausea surge from her stomach to her throat upon hearing this. With a gasp, she leaned against the rocky shore and began to retch violently once more. TSK, you're throwing up? Does that mean you want to eat it? What about the two of you? Gu Xiaola turned to glance at the Lin sisters. Ugh. The response was a cacophony of retching from all three. It was clear to those who understood that they could not endure the stench of the large python. For those who didn't, they might have thought Gu Xiaola was a deadly marksman who had dispatched them all at once. Gu Xiaola chuckled to himself, taking a small pleasure in their discomfort, before turning his gaze back to the little monkey, who was still staring at the swaying raft in the water. So, will you eat? The little monkey stared at Gu Xiaola for a while, then suddenly began chattering excitedly, gesturing animatedly, from its incessant pointing towards the large snake's carcass. It seemed to have quite the appetite. Meanwhile, at the other camp, Qin Wei and his team were also in disarray. Although the three who had ventured into the jungle had finally found fresh water, they were now being harassed by a vengeful wild boar. The camp's leader, Old Chang, had sustained a long gash on his thigh from the boar's tusks. While the wound wasn't excessively deep and Gu Xiaola had helped to staunch the bleeding, the pain was still quite severe. He leaned against a tree in the camp, grimacing and groaning in discomfort. Having grown tired of the incessant moaning, Qin Wei frowned and said, Old Chang, you're one of the senior leaders in our company. During meetings, you're always lecturing us about spirit and moral values. Yet now, after sustaining such a minor injury, you can't stop whining? Old Chang thought to himself, what the hell? It's easy for you to say since you're not the one injured. You just have to touch your lips together and claim it doesn't hurt. I've got a real wound here, and it's okay for me to complain. Of course, these words remained unspoken. After all, he was no longer the leader of the camp. Captain Qin, you're absolutely right. I will do my best to improve. Qin Wei paid no further attention to Old Chang and turned back to Old Ma, saying, Old Ma, do you think that Gu Xiaola is even human? The way he threw that spear and struck the wild boar was incredible. He managed to severely injure such a massive beast with just one throw. Old Ma took a sip of the fresh water they had just obtained and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's not just impressive, it's downright freakish. I think we should avoid provoking their camp in the future. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Qin Wei nodded in agreement, then continued, however. At least we resolved the critical issue of fresh water. Although the jungle is dangerous, it does provide a reliable source of fresh water. As captain, I hereby announce that once Old Chang and Old Wei are feeling better, one person will take turns each day to fetch water from the creek in the jungle for our camp. Does anyone have any objections? Though Qin Wei's tone seemed to invite discussion, it was clear to all that this was a directive. Old Chang and Old Wei wore faces like they had bitten into bitter melon, unable to counter his command. As for the middle-aged woman, Director Huang, and the once popular influencer, Xiaoli, they understood the wisdom of discretion and chose to remain silent. Looks like there are no objections. That's excellent. We're quite democratic here. Qin Wei observed the nods from the group, satisfied, and then glanced at Xiaoli. Despite the harsh conditions of the past few days, which had dulled her former allure, she still possessed an undeniable charm. With a sly grin, Qin Wei remarked, I'm absolutely exhausted from running around in the jungle all afternoon. I'm covered in sweat and my back aches. Xiaoli, how about you give me a massage after I take a bath by the sea? Would that be all right? Having experienced the dynamics of survival as a woman on this deserted island, Xiaoli understood well that her best chance of survival lay in aligning herself with a strong man. While she had once depended on wealthy and powerful men in the city, her current focus was on physically capable ones. Though she was aware that she could not compare to Gu Xiaola as companions, she was left with no choice but to seek refuge with Qin Wei. Despite his reputation as a sycophant in the company, he was now the leader of their camp, and associating with him would at least ensure her safety for the time being. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Oh, Captain Chin, with so many people around, how could I possibly wash with you? How about we go behind those rocks to bathe, so as not to embarrass ourselves in front of others? What do you think?" "Of course. That sounds perfect. We'll definitely go." Qin Wei was elated to hear Xiao Li's agreement. Though she was not as captivating as Gu Xiaola's companions, she was certainly beyond the reach of someone of his position in the company. That night, Gu Xiaola and his 3 female companions slept soundly, their slumber deep and undisturbed, a testament to their exhaustion from the day's trials. When the sun's rays pierced through, illuminating his face, he jolted awake, realizing the dawn had broken. His 3 female teammates were still nestled close to one another, peacefully lost in dreams. Nearby, the obedient little monkey, Huang Jin, had awoken much earlier but, not wishing to disturb the sleeping girls, had busied itself with a branch of berries, contentedly feasting beside them. Gu Xiaola gazed at the serene faces of the girls bathed in morning light and smiled faintly, pondering the curious turn of fate that had brought them together through such a maritime disaster. He mused that, absent this calamity, it would have been unlikely for him to forge such intricate bonds with 3 exquisite young women. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, when rescue eventually arrived, would they not all return to their separate lives, each finding their own way back home? The Lin sisters might be an exception, but as for the young lady Ning Lei, the chances of encountering her again seemed bleak. However, she had confided in him that she had secretly run away from home. A tale more befitting a melodramatic romance than real life. The narrative of a poor boy fortuitously crossing paths with a runaway heiress, leading to an indelible love fraught with familial intrigue, was a commonplace trope. Surely, there were elements of conspiracy regarding family fortunes, and perhaps even a subplot involving a dashing wealthy fiancé thwarting their union, coupled with the betrayal of the boy's childhood sweetheart. Gu Xiaola chuckled to himself, contemplating a career as a screenwriter. Surely, such a melodrama could stretch into a lengthy series of 450 episodes. Yet, melodrama remained merely that, melodrama. In his youth, he had been moved to tears by such tales, but with time, he recognized that these far-fetched plots were little more than fantasies designed to captivate the hearts of the young and naive. Anyone with a modicum of life experience understood the absurdity of such narratives. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaola found himself inclined to believe Ning Lei's honesty. Her demeanor did not suggest a facade of vanity. Moreover, as she had pointed out, her current predicament on a deserted island rendered any deception pointless. Still, the reason behind her escape remained a tantalizing mystery. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Gu Xiaola chided himself for indulging in such fruitless speculation. He added more wood to the campfire, allowing the flames to dance higher, and began to skewer the salted fish he had brought along for roasting. Soon, the delectable aroma of the sizzling fish wafted through the air, enveloping the cliff's summit, eliciting excited chirps from the little monkey beside him. Chapter 56. The guests. Upon hearing those words, Gu Xiaola's mood soured. "Oh, my dear young lady, do you truly believe that relying on my snake soup will leave you hungry? Is your conscience not pricked by such a statement? Since the very first day we met, has there been a single meal that you, my dear lady, did not owe to my efforts? Without my assistance, would you be here, brimming with confidence and exchanging barbs with me? Let us be honest. Had our paths not crossed, you would either be carried off by hyenas or shivering in some forsaken corner, starving." Gu Xiaola's argument was undeniably cogent, rendering Ning Lei momentarily speechless. Indeed, her survival on the island was solely due to Gu Xiaola's prowess. To express otherwise felt rather ungrateful. However, Ning Lei was not one to back down easily. She quickly countered Gu Xiaola's sarcasm. "If I recall correctly, I made it quite clear from day one that as long as you ensure my sustenance and safety, I would reward you handsomely upon my return. Have you forgotten? And who exactly are you calling a little lady? Such terms are an affront to us women." With that, Ning Lei deftly placed the label of misogyny upon Gu Xiaola, leaving him momentarily flustered. In this age of rampant feminism, he found it hard to defend himself. Had this been in the virtual realm, a mere accusation of misogyny would have drawn the ire of feminists, drowning him in a tide of indignation. Reluctantly, Gu Xiaola set the pile of snake meat beside the campfire and gestured in surrender. "All right, calling you a little lady was my mistake. But my esteemed Miss Ning, when can I expect the rewards you promised? We have been on this island for several days. You have consumed my provisions and taken shelter with me. Yet those rewards remain mere empty promises. Even if one were to purchase a home, a down payment is typically required, is it not? I, a simple mountain boy, cannot afford to play the zero down payment game." Faced with the cheeky Gu Xiaola, Ning Lei's cheeks flushed with anger, yet she struggled to find words to retort. With nothing to her name, how could she possibly make a down payment? Aside from her youthful and attractive body, could it be that this rascal was already contemplating taking advantage of her? Fortunately, Lin Rue, the kind-hearted elder sister of the camp, intervened to diffuse the tension. Xiaolei, don't be upset. Can't you see that Captain Xiaola is merely teasing you? We are all stranded on this deserted island. What could you possibly offer him as a down payment? Even if you had money or wealth, how would that serve him? Her younger sister, Lin Xiao, chimed in. Exactly. Sister Xiaolei, regarding the down payment, you needn't worry. Haven't you noticed over these days? Captain Xiaola is nothing but a timid fellow. Even if you were to offer him a down payment, would he dare accept? Her bold remark rendered the camp's atmosphere awkward, leaving the other two girls and the lone boy momentarily silent, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Although no words were exchanged, Gu Xiaola pondered the idea seriously. If Ning Lei were to pay him a down payment, would he accept? As they discussed such frivolities, Gu Xiaola had already skewered the snake meat onto a few branches and placed them over the fire, continually sprinkling salt upon it. Captain Xiaola, aren't you supposed to be making snake soup? This looks like roasted snake meat. Lin Jiao remarked, aware that she had slightly overstepped her bounds. You are mistaken. Our camp currently lacks even a pot. How could we make snake soup? Ning Lei retorted, still sulking. Ah, but you are unaware of my clever plans. Gu Xiaola replied with a slight smile, darting into the nearby thicket. Moments later, he emerged with a toolbox salvaged from the lifeboat. Originally designed to hold bottled water and compressed biscuits, it had been emptied by Gu Xiaola, who now hung it over the campfire, filling it with a generous amount of clean water. You intend to use this toolbox as a pot? Lin Rui asked, her disbelief evident. Why not? This toolbox is made of pure stainless steel and is waterproof. It won't leak when used as a pot. I've considered this thoroughly. We have been consuming roasted food for days, which is hard to digest. While it's fine occasionally, if we continue, we will surely develop stomach issues. Thus, I devised the idea of using this toolbox as our main cooking pot. Look at the quality of this pot. As he spoke, Gu Xiaola tapped the toolbox, producing a satisfying metallic sound. The three girls exchanged glances, and after a moment, Lin Jiao was the first to speak. It seems we made a wise choice in selecting Brother Xiaola as our leader. He has thought of everything, indeed. He is a commendable leader for our camp. Lin Rui added with a smile. At last, my little Jiao has refrained from speaking recklessly. I concur with Jiao. With Captain Xiaola here, we have hope for survival until rescue arrives. Even Ning Lei, who had been so combative, found herself reluctantly impressed by Gu Xiaola's meticulousness. Though she remained silent, she could not help but admire his attentiveness. As the girls heaped praise upon him, Gu Xiaola felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. With a grin, he wiped the soot from his face, saying, No, no, no. Do not attribute all the merit to me. Everyone has played a part. All right, the snake soup is nearly ready. Let us all sample its flavor, Gu Xiaola declared, tossing the green pepper fruits he had gathered into the pot. He then served each of the three girls a portion in half of a coconut shell, which they used as makeshift bowls. Ah, it smells divine. Lin Jiao inhaled deeply, praising it even before tasting. Let us taste it before making any judgments, Gu Xiaola advised, serving himself a bowl as well. Observing the floating pieces of tender snake meat, he nodded in satisfaction. Quite delectable. The snake meat is truly delicious. Lin Rui, taking a bite, couldn't help but sing its praises. Although Ning Lei remained silent at first, after sampling a small piece of snake meat, her eyes lit up, and she eagerly gulped down the snake soup. Wow, this broth is spicy, fragrant, and savory. The meat is tender and delightful. Truly a rare delicacy. Gu Xiaola observed the three young girls, each indulging in their meal with unabashed delight, which inevitably brought a smile to his face. The reason he dared to prepare snake soup was largely due to his fortunate discovery of wild pepper earlier that afternoon. Without it, the pungent odor of the serpent would have proven insurmountable. However, just as he savored a couple of mouthfuls of the soup, a sudden cacophony of chattering erupted beside him. It was then that they all noticed the little monkey, which had vanished after its mother's burial, had reappeared, now perched beside Gu Xiaola, grinning widely and extending its furry little paw towards the pot of soup over the campfire, clearly conveying the message, I want to share too. Chapter 57. The deluge approaches. Gazing at the fluffy little monkey, several individuals nearly burst into laughter. Although Gu Xiaola was aware that numerous monkeys residing in the renowned mountains and rivers of the country often solicited food from tourists, sometimes even resorting to jumping onto people and rummaging through their bags when denied, he had never encountered such a situation himself. Moreover, this little monkey seemed remarkably unperturbed, likely having subconsciously considered the camp's inhabitants as friends after the series of events that unfolded in the afternoon. Are you certain you wish to partake in this dish? Gu Xiaola gestured towards the pot of snake soup. Chirp, chitter. The little monkey frantically tugged at its ears, expressing its eagerness. All right, as guests, we should be accommodating. After all, there's someone here who frequently indulges in free meals without paying a dime. Gu Xiaola chattered on, scooping a portion of snake soup into a coconut shell for the monkey. This prompted a sharp glare from Ning Lei, who was nearby. Be careful, it's hot, Gu Xiaola cautioned as he placed the steaming soup before the little creature. Regrettably, no matter how clever, a beast remains a beast, incapable of fully comprehending human speech. Upon seeing the aromatic soup before it, the little monkey eagerly reached into the coconut shell and extracted a piece of tender snake meat, despite the scalding sensation causing it to yelp. The monkey swiftly tossed the morsel into its mouth, chewing vigorously before swallowing, only to reach for another piece immediately. Wow, who would have thought this little creature, despite its size, has quite an appetite? After consuming 3 bowls of snake soup, Lin Jiao began to feel full and turned her attention entirely to the furry little beast. Its golden fur, accented with dark stripes, and its round, sparkling eyes rendered it exceedingly adorable. Emboldened, Lin Jiao attempted to stroke the monkey, but was halted by Lin Rui. Don't touch it. It's best to avoid close contact with wild animals. You never know when it might become aggressive. Additionally, monkeys can carry rabies. Is that true, sister? Can such a cute little monkey have rabies? Lin Jiao inquired, still somewhat unconvinced. Who knows? What if it does? We are far from civilization, with no hospitals nearby. If you contract rabies, you'll be left to wait for death. Lin Rui continued to scare her younger sister. That's an exaggeration. Monkeys with rabies typically inhabit the outskirts of cities, close to human settlements. There are no rabies carriers on this deserted island. Where would it catch the disease? To ease the girl's concerns, Gu Xiaola set down his bowl of soup and extended his hand to gently caress the monkey's back. Initially, the monkey, startled by the heat of the meat in its mouth, instinctively attempted to flee. However, it soon sensed that Gu Xiaola bore no ill intentions, and the gentle scratching along its back felt immensely comforting, reminiscent of its mother. It relaxed, leaning into Gu Xiaola's hand, reveling in the tender touch. Wow, Captain Xiaola, you are incredible! You've tamed a little monkey so quickly, Lin Jiao exclaimed enviously. Please, this is nothing. Young primates are quite akin to human children. They are easily trained. However, as they mature, they often become wild and unruly, much like children who no longer heed their parents. Thus, monkeys are not the ideal choice for pets, Gu Xiaola remarked, returning to his unfinished soup after a few more affectionate pats on the monkey. Can I hold it too? Lin Jiao inquired timidly. Her heart swelled with affection at the sight of the adorable monkey. If you're not afraid of being scratched, go ahead. But I must warn you, I can't guarantee it will always be well-behaved, Gu Xiaola replied without lifting his gaze from the soup. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Lin Jiao stretched out her hand, gently touching the little monkey's back, which elicited no response other than a curious glance. Overjoyed, she found the monkey's fur to be incredibly soft, far surpassing that of any cat or dog she had ever petted at home. The silky texture rivaled that of a velvet cloak. Encouraged by the monkey's calm demeanor, Lin Jiao grew bolder, stroking its back repeatedly. The little monkey began to relish the attention, wearing an expression of bliss similar to when Gu Xiaola had petted it. In less than 5 minutes, the monkey settled comfortably in Lin Jiao's lap, enjoying a massage from the beautiful girl, leaving Gu Xiaola feeling a tinge of envy. Damn it, this is truly unfair. Yet, his jealousy was futile, as soon Lin Jiao's sister Lin Rui and the elegant Ning Lei also expressed eagerness to hold the charming little creature. I believe this little monkey has now become part of our camp. Shouldn't we give it a name? Lin Jiao said while affectionately stroking the monkey's head. Indeed, we should name it. Our cats and dogs at home all have names. Ning Lei chimed in enthusiastically. This clever little monkey deserves one too. What should we call it? Lin Rui pondered, blinking thoughtfully. It's all golden. Let's name it Xiao Huang or Ah Huang. Lin Jiao quickly suggested. That sounds awful. It resembles a dog's name. Ning Lei immediately rejected the idea. Given how fast it runs, how about calling it Huang Jian? Lin Rui proposed. Yet, Ning Lei shook her head again, dissatisfied. Huang Jian? That sounds like a brand of chewing gum. Hey, Captain over there, with your talents, surely you can come up with a more appealing name for this little monkey? Ning Lei playfully challenged Gu Xiaola. Please, what does it matter? It's just a long-haired creature. Naming it seems unnecessary. Well, its fur is so striking, shimmering like gold. Let's simply call it Golden. As anticipated, Ning Lei immediately objected once more. Must you remain so pedestrian? Golden is exceedingly banal. It's as if you were fixated on wealth. Unexpectedly, Ning Lei's words stirred discomfort among the Lin sisters. Sister Xiaola, I believe you are mistaken. What is wrong with the name Golden? Gold has been regarded as a precious metal since ancient times, possessing monetary value. I believe that Captain Xiaola naming the little monkey Golden is quite fitting. Lin Rui, standing nearby, concurred, saying, Xiaolei, unless you can propose a better name, the three of us find Golden to be rather agreeable. Ah, even Ning Lei. Despite her haughty demeanor and disregard for others, understood that one must not provoke the collective ire of the camp on this desolate island. Thus, despite her profound disdain for the name, she felt compelled to express her approval. Consequently, the fifth member of Gu Shaoli's camp finally made its appearance, the little monkey. Golden. However, this new member was evidently a native of the island, distinctly different from their own identities, often vanishing into the jungle, leaving uncertain when it might return. Nevertheless, the arrival of the little monkey, Golden, undeniably infused their monotonous island existence with a considerable amount of joy. Just as they had settled this matter, their lively dinner was nearly finished. After tidying up the remnants of their meal and cleaning the ground, they noticed that night had almost fully enveloped the area. However, Gu Shaola glanced at the sky and remarked, "Oh no, there isn't a single star in the sky tonight. It seems likely that heavy rain is on the way." Chapter 58. Concern: is it going to rain heavily? Ning Lei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that if it were indeed going to rain heavily, the situation would become dire. Since their arrival on the deserted island, they had primarily engaged in the relentless pursuit of food, water sources, and various wild animals, without encountering any extreme weather conditions. Yet, let us not forget that this is a tropical region. How could there be no rain? Wait for me down here. I shall ascend to secure the treehouse. Gu Shaola could not spare much time for further conversation with the three girls. In a swift motion, he scaled the palm tree, reinforcing the hammock he had previously tied with vines and securing the makeshift roof fashioned from a small kayak. Only then did he feel a slight sense of relief and called out, "I believe it is adequately secured. You may come up now." Although the rain had yet to commence, the howling winds had already begun to rage, whipping up a whirlwind of dust and debris that stung the skin. The girls, now in a state of panic, scrambled up the rope ladder Gu Shaola had prepared, reaching the treehouse just in time. Barely a minute after they entered, a deluge of rain began to pour from the sky, pummeling the beach and creating countless little craters in the sand. The campfire, which had still been burning moments before, was extinguished in an instant, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The three girls were now acutely aware of nature's ferocity. Huddled together in the dimly lit treehouse as the storm raged outside, relentlessly battering their precarious refuge. "Do not worry, I have secured this hammock many times back home. Such winds and rains cannot easily dismantle it." In the darkness, Gu Shaola used a lighter to ignite a small piece of wood. To his surprise, it did not blaze up but instead glowed like incense, casting a faint, warm light in the cramped space of the treehouse. One must not underestimate the power of this flickering light. In the depths of darkness, even the slightest glimmer can instill hope and a sense of tranquility within the soul, significantly alleviating the girls' anxiety. Strangely, since Gu Shaola had ignited the wood, the girls noticed a subtle, pleasant fragrance wafting through the air. "What is that delightful scent?" Lin Jiao asked softly. "That is sandalwood, which I stumbled upon this afternoon while exploring the jungle with your sister. Out of mere curiosity, I picked it up, not realizing it would prove useful so soon," Gu Shaola explained. Lin Rui was taken aback, reflecting on how she had been too preoccupied with fear earlier to notice when or where he had found the sandalwood. It seemed she had underestimated him. With the treehouse now illuminated and the soothing aroma of sandalwood wafting through the air, the girls found their spirits somewhat stabilized. As Ning Lei listened to the tumultuous sounds of wind and rain outside, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Gu Shaola, how long do you think this rain will last?" "How long? I cannot say for certain. However, given that I observed no stars in the sky and the oppressive clouds overhead, I suspect this rain will not cease anytime soon. It will likely continue until midnight or even dawn. But fret not, I did my homework before coming here. This region's climate is such that it often rains at night and clears by morning. Otherwise, I would not have hurried to construct a roof for our hammock." The girls exchanged glances, silently acknowledging Gu Shaola's foresight. "But why didn't you build a roof on the hammock from the very beginning?" Ning Lei pressed, still unconvinced. "At first, I had no kayak to help me with that. Do you think one can simply construct a roof with just twigs and leaves as they do in novels? Such a roof may provide shade from the sun, but in weather like this, it is better for everyone to seek shelter from the rain." Ning Lei scowled, realizing she had no retort. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck her. What about the little monkey, Huang Jin? With such heavy rain, it won't catch a cold, will it? Her words prompted the Lin sisters to peer down from the treehouse, but the darkness outside obscured any view. "Oh no," just as Sister Lei said. "With this fierce wind and rain, that little darling must be soaked through. It might even fall ill." Lin Jiao exclaimed, her voice trembling. "Do not worry. I believe that these wild animals possess stronger survival instincts than we do." Despite her own uncertainties, Lin Rui reassured her sister and Ning Lei. Hearing this, Gu Shaola, who had intentionally distanced himself from the girls, chuckled softly. "You should not concern yourselves about that little creature. Why not worry about Huang Jin? It is part of our camp. Ning Lei seized the opportunity to tease Gu Xiaola. Of course, I have my reasons for saying you should not fret. Look at this, he said, holding up a furry little creature to the flickering light of the sandalwood. Isn't that Huang Jin? They all exclaimed in excitement. Indeed it is, Gu Xiaola replied, his tone triumphant. It is quite lively. Just moments ago, while you were below, it scampered up the tree and into my arms, and you were all so worried. Ning Lei was about to continue their playful banter when she saw the little monkey was safe, and she lost her will to argue. Huang Jin, come here quickly. Lin Jiao softly beckoned to the little monkey in Gu Xiaola's hands. The little monkey blinked under the dim light. Its eyes like black jewels shining brightly as it surveyed the three girls but remained still. Huang Jin, stay away from that bad uncle. And come over to your three sisters. Ning Lei called out, referring to Gu Xiaola as bad uncle. Huh, I am the bad uncle, and you are the good sisters? What kind of hierarchy is that? Gu Xiaola grinned, placing the little monkey on the hammock. In a flash, the little creature dashed over to Lin Jiao and her sisters. The girls were finally able to play with something, taking turns to pet and massage the little monkey. It was quite obedient, comfortably nestled in their arms, enjoying the affectionate attention that Gu Xiaola envied. But at that moment, he had little time for jealousy as he gazed out at the torrential downpour. His heart sinking as he pondered. I wonder how my company leaders are faring at their campsite right now? Chapter 59. Borrowing medicine indeed, just as Gu Xiaola had feared. That group of people found themselves in a most unfortunate predicament. The torrential downpour had taken them entirely by surprise, leaving them floundering like headless flies when the rain began to pour. Captain Qin, what should we do now? If we let everyone stand in the rain like this, they'll all catch a cold, yelled Director Huang, a middle-aged woman, as she wiped the rain from her face. At this moment, even the usually confident Qin Wei felt bewildered, staring at the chaotic scene before him without a clue as to how to proceed. Suddenly, Vice Captain Lao Ma pointed towards a rocky outcrop by the sea. I recall there's a crevice beneath those rocks. It should provide some shelter from the rain. Let us hurry over there. Although uncertain of its reliability, this was the best option available. The 6 of them, 2 women and 4 men, quickly gathered their essential belongings and followed Lao Ma into the cave-like gap formed by the rocks. Upon entering, they discovered that while the rocks offered some shelter, it was not entirely sealed, and rain still managed to seep in. Nonetheless, it was far better than standing outside in the deluge. However, it wasn't long before the drenched individuals began to shiver from the cold. It's so cold. So very cold, Director Huang stammered. Soon, the internet celebrities Xiao Li and Manager Wei were also shaking uncontrollably from the chill. Unfortunately, the damp conditions had rendered any wood outside unsuitable for starting a fire, even if they could find some. With no alternatives, Qin Wei urged everyone to rub their hands together to generate some warmth. Qin Wei, this isn't sustainable. If this continues, they're all going to fall ill. Lao Ma furrowed his brow in concern. But what can we do? At least we're not getting soaked anymore. If only we had built a shelter like Gu Xiaola and the others, Qin Wei lamented, slapping his thigh. Indeed, but it's too late for regrets now. 3 out of the 6 are already complaining about the cold, Lao Ma observed. Before long, Director Huang began to spike a fever and tremble violently. If this continues, we might be in serious trouble, Lao Ma said, placing a hand on her forehead. Lao Ma, as the deputy camp leader, what do you think we should do? Qin Wei appeared at a loss. That question left Lao Ma momentarily speechless, but old Chang, who had been quiet, chimed in, I have an idea. Oh, what is it? Chang? Speak quickly. Qin Wei's eyes lit up with curiosity. With Huang's fever rising, we cannot afford to wait. If she isn't better by tomorrow morning, we'll need medication. That is obvious. Do we even have any medicine? If we did, why would we be in this predicament? Qin Wei shot old Chang a skeptical glance. True, we lack medicine, but don't forget Gu Xiaola has some. Old Chang smiled knowingly. This morning, I saw him retrieve the toolboxes from our lifeboat. If I recall correctly, those boxes are well-sealed metal containers, so the medicine should still be usable. Therefore, we must procure medicine from Gu Xiaola. Procure medicine from Gu Xiaola? Qin Wei was taken aback. Do you think he will just give it to us? He went to great lengths to retrieve it from the great white shark. We can't just approach him and expect to obtain it. That would be far too simplistic. Or are you suggesting we forcibly take it from him? I advise you to abandon that thought. Have you forgotten his capabilities? Old Chang remained undeterred, continuing to smile. That's not the only option. If a direct approach fails, we can devise another strategy. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the shivering Xiao Li. What do you mean? Qin Wei inquired, puzzled. I propose that our beautiful Xiao Li approaches him to borrow the medicine, Old Chang suggested. Send Xiao Li to borrow medicine? Are you out of your mind? While Xiao Li is indeed attractive, Gu Xiaola is hardly lacking in female company. It would be absurd to think she could simply ask him for it. Qin Wei shook his head dismissively, harboring an unvoiced thought. Xiaoli was now his. Why should he send his woman to beg for medicine from Gu Xiaola? Captain Qin, you may not realize this, but based on my observations over the past few days, although Gu Xiaola is surrounded by beauty, I can assure you that if Xiaoli employs a few charms, he will willingly lend us the medicine from the toolbox. Are you sure? That has 3 stunning women. Despite old Chang's confidence, Qin Wei remained skeptical, muttering to himself. Could it be that there truly exists a cat that doesn't eat fish? He glanced again at Xiaoli, pondering whether such a sacrifice was truly necessary. That night, the storm finally subsided. Just as Gu Xiaola had predicted, the sky cleared as dawn broke, and the torrential rain ceased. The island, once chaotic, returned to its usual tranquility. Though the campsite was now a disaster, the campfire pit, banana leaves, and various items had been scattered by the fierce winds. Stretching in his treehouse, Gu Xiaola peered outside to find the sun just rising above the horizon. He turned back to see the 3 girls nestled together in the corner of the treehouse, half reclining and fast asleep, with Lin Jiao cradling a little monkey named Jin Huang. Not wishing to disturb them, Gu Xiaola quietly descended from the treehouse, shaking his head at the disarray on the beach. Survival on this desolate island was indeed challenging. Today's task of tidying up the campsite would keep him busy. As he began to collect the scattered items from the beach, he was relieved to find that the important tools had been safely hidden among the bushes in the nearby forest and hadn't been lost to the storm. The campfire needs to be rebuilt, and the banana leaves under the treehouse have vanished. I'll have to take care of that too. And what about food for today? This is becoming quite a headache. Gu Xiaola mused as he worked. At that moment, a figure approached from the other side of the beach, specifically, a woman. Gu Xiaola rubbed his eyes, realizing he was mistaken. It was none other than the internet celebrity Xiaoli from old Chang's camp. Chapter 60. We mind Xiaoli, the enchanting flower of Gu Xiaola's company, is renowned for her charm, which is why she has become the personal assistant to Director Chang of the marketing department. However, Gu Xiaola has never paid much attention to her. In his view, a woman's choice of methods to pursue status and wealth in society is her own prerogative, provided she does not infringe upon the rights of others. Yet, yesterday, upon hearing Director Chang lament that his leadership position at the camp had been usurped by Qin Wei, along with the loss of Xiao Li as his assistant to the same rival, he pondered the motive behind Xiao Li's unexpected presence at their camp during this period. Just as Gu Xiaola was feeling somewhat perplexed, that little Li had already approached their camp and immediately spotted the hard-working Gu Xiaola. Xiaola, Captain Xiaola. Xiaoli tossed her slightly tousled hair, adopting the most confident expression that could command a man's gaze, and exclaimed, "Oh, what brings Xiaoli here? Is there something on your mind so early in the morning?" Gu Xiaola feigned surprise as she inquired, "Are you able to speak at this moment?" Xiaoli cast a sweeping glance around her surroundings and then turned her gaze towards the treehouse nestled among the branches. "If there is something to discuss, please speak up. There is no need to concern yourself with convenience." Gu Xiaola paused in her tasks and replied, observing the completely dry clothes on Gu Xiaola. Xiaoli was the first to inquire, "Did you all spend the night in that house up in the tree? Was it impervious to the rain? Where are your 3 beautiful team members? Why should it be you, the captain, who does all the work?" Fortunately, the 3 of them seem to have stayed up quite late last night, and they have yet to awaken fully. There is no need to discuss the captaincy. I am a man, and exerting my strength to accomplish more is of no concern to me, Gu Xiaola casually replied, unaware that his words carried a hint of ambiguity that led to a misunderstanding for the young lady opposite him. Xiaoli. What did he mean by too late for any fuss? Upon hearing those words, Xiaoli's expression transformed entirely as she meticulously scrutinized Gu Xiaola from head to toe. How astonishing, truly astonishing. Xiaoli shyly covered her mouth as she spoke. It is their own folly of indulgence and sleeplessness that brought them here. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing the misunderstanding on the other side, Gu Xiaola hastily explained. Were they the ones who indulged in play and forsook sleep? With a light-hearted laugh, Xiaoli, the charming flower of their company, cast a flirtatious glance at Gu Xiaola, leaving him both awkward and somewhat anxious. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a woman who spoke to him with such intimate undertones. It would be disingenuous to claim that Gu Xiaola was entirely unfazed. He, too, was a man of passion and desires. Although he had been in the company of several stunning women these past few days, among them, Lin Jiao, despite her seasoned demeanor, remained essentially a naive girl fresh from high school, merely dabbling in flirtation. As for Ning Lei, her striking beauty and figure could easily overshadow Xiaoli. Yet her haughty temperament and stubbornness rendered her utterly devoid of sensuality. The only one who exuded true femininity was Lin Rui, who, albeit subtly and occasionally, had shown signs of affection towards Gu Xiaola. However, Lin Rui's advances paled in comparison to Xiaoli's seasoned allure. As the latter had undoubtedly encountered far more men than these 3 girls could ever imagine, Thus, when Xiaoli playfully teased him with her words, Gu Xiaola found himself utterly bewildered. Xiaoli, please, don't speak so frivolously. My relationship with these girls in the camp is entirely innocent, nothing like what you might think. Gu Xiaola felt somewhat anxious upon hearing Xiaoli's words, stammering as he spoke. At that moment, Xiaoli couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the information provided by Lao Chong was indeed reliable. It seemed that these three young ladies truly shared merely an ordinary relationship with Gu Xiaola, presenting her with a tremendous opportunity. She spoke in a coy tone, saying, "Is that truly the case? Captain Xiao, I truly find it hard to believe that a man as wise, formidable, and capable as you would be unappealing to any woman. They truly are oblivious to the blessings surrounding them. Were I in your camp, I might have already offered myself entirely." Just as the moment of closeness was imminent, Gu Xiaola's sudden retreat nearly caused her to lose her balance. I apologize. So, little Li, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your early arrival at our camp. Could we not just stand in place and have a proper conversation? On this sweltering day, your proximity makes me feel somewhat uneasy. Gu Xiaola's attempt to evade only bolstered Xiaoli's confidence. However, she concealed her emotions expertly. In an instant, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Akin to the abrupt face-changing in Sichuan opera moments ago, she was gentle and amiable, but now her countenance was one of sorrow, her delicate features marred by despair. The hollows of her eyes, evidently enhanced by surgical procedures, suddenly glistened with tears, evoking the poignant image of a fragile woman in distress. This scene utterly bewildered Gu Xiaola, who, feeling somewhat at a loss, stammered, "Xiaoli, can't we have a calm conversation? There's really no need to cry, is there? At most, I shall allow you to lean a little closer." Captain Xiao, truthfully, it is not my intention to behave this way. Upon witnessing the splendid conditions of your camp, and reflecting on the dire circumstances of our own, I find myself unable to restrain my tears. As Xiaoli sobs, she instinctively draws closer. Gu Xiaolu, despite being aware of the complexities of this woman before him, feels a dissonance in maintaining his distance when confronted by the vulnerability of a fragile girl. It seems incongruous with the persona he has cultivated. In this desolate wilderness of an isolated island, what could a frail woman truly accomplish on her own? Upon contemplating this, Gu Xiaola no longer exhibited the same resistance as before. However, her body merely recoiled slightly. Even so, she could still perceive the tender support and subtle tremors emanating from this woman. If you have something to say, please speak candidly. Allow me to see if I can be of assistance to you. Although I am unable to accept you as new members into our camp, I can at least provide some material assistance. This is something I can certainly manage. After all, survival on a deserted island is no easy feat, and it is only right that we look out for one another. Upon hearing that there was a possibility, Xiaoli immediately burst into tears, lamenting, "Captain Xiao, to be frank, the heavy rain last night left us in a dire situation. The six of us had no shelter and were completely soaked in the torrential downpour. It was only thanks to Lao Ma that we found a small cave among the coastal rocks where we could take refuge and barely endure the storm. However, our camp's designated mental health counselor, Sister Huang, the former HR director of our company, has fallen ill from the rain and has been suffering from a high fever, rambling incoherently ever since. If we are unable to procure antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medication for her, we all fear that she may not endure for 2 more days." It was only when Xiaoli, with a trembling voice, finished speaking that Gu Xiaolu suddenly realized that this was the matter at hand. Although the medicine in that first aid kit is indeed invaluable to their camp, one cannot simply stand by and watch someone perish, can they? Upon realizing this, Gu Xiaola gently patted Xiaoli's shoulder and said, "Ah, so that is the case. You should have mentioned it earlier. Although we are not part of the same camp, I would not stand idly by in the face of danger. Please wait here while I fetch some medicine from the first aid kit." With that, Gu Xiaola turned and headed towards the spot where he kept his tools. Little Li, witnessing the task nearing completion, felt an overwhelming joy. She pondered whether Gu Xiaola's amiability might allow her to secure a permanent place within their camp. Thus, she took a bold step forward and unexpectedly embraced Gu Xiaola's broad back, whispering sweetly, "Captain Xiaola, you are truly wonderful. In such an environment, not only do you refrain from mistreating us girls, but you also offer your assistance. I wonder if you would mind adding another girl to your camp?" However, before Gu Xiaola could respond, 3 cold voices interjected from the side. "We do mind." Chapter 61. The chaos unfolds unbeknownst to anyone at some point. Ning Lei and the Lin sisters had poked their heads out of the treehouse, each casting a malevolent glare upon Gu Xiaolu and Xiaoli below. Their faces were etched with anger and humiliation, resembling a legitimate wife accompanied by her 2 steadfast confidants, confronting her husband and his illicit partner in a public display, poised for a fierce confrontation to deliver a well-deserved lesson to the unfaithful pair. Upon witnessing the situation, Gu Xiaola immediately realized the impending trouble. These young ladies had undoubtedly misconstrued the circumstances. Hastily, he pushed aside the petite Li, who was nestled behind him, and began to explain, "No, it is not as you think. She merely arrived at our camp seeking assistance, to procure some medicine to save a life." To save a life? Does it necessitate embraces and affection? Indeed, the fiery-tempered young lady Ning Lei was the first to take action, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing fiercely, embodying the stance of a scorned wife catching her husband in the act. "How true? What remedy do I need to rely on you for? Captain Xiao, I have always held your character in high regard, yet this time you have truly disappointed us, your sisters." The young lady Lin Jiao, too, was fanning the flames with her embellishments. "Captain Xiao, we are curious about your thoughts on this matter. Why neglect the exquisite delicacies before you, only to seek out foul fish and rotten crabs elsewhere?" Even Lin Rui, who had always been protective of Gu Xiaola, was evidently enraged this time, expressing her indignation. However, that little Li was no naive lamb. She had faced such confrontations countless times. Upon noticing that the three girls had turned their verbal onslaughts towards her, she displayed no signs of fear or embarrassment. Instead, she coldly smiled, casually tossing her hair, and remarked, "Who is being called a rotten fish or a spoiled shrimp? What is the matter? A few young ladies, unable to manage the men in your own households, become anxious when you witness others in conflict with you? Do not say that I did not forewarn you. What were you doing all this time? Do you wish to indulge in depravity while maintaining an air of respectability? You aspire to rely on Gu Xiaola for your sustenance while insisting on remaining virtuous? How absurd. Do you truly believe this place resembles the outside world, filled with a multitude of sycophants eagerly awaiting to serve as your backup? How delightful." Xiao Li's rebuttal instantly shattered the previously tense atmosphere. The three girls immediately erupted with fervor, swiftly descending from the treehouse, each rolling up their sleeves in preparation for an imminent showdown. Upon realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Gu Xiaola hastily sought to mediate. Unfortunately, as a captain with little authority, he found himself in a rather awkward position, for none of the three beautiful team members were inclined to heed his words. One by one, they yelped like little hounds, eager to confront the girl across from them, Xiaoli. However, Xiaoli remained unfazed in the face of the three girls' onslaught. This was not her first encounter with such a situation. She had previously been confronted on the street by the wives of wealthy men more than once. It was evident that Ning Lei and her companions were nothing but inexperienced fledglings when it came to brawling. Even if faced with 2 or 3 stout and formidable women, she would not be intimidated. Her combat experience is extraordinarily vast. She incessantly provokes the 3 individuals opposite her with her words, retreating strategically behind Gu Xiaola, utilizing the broad shoulders of the man as a shield. With lightning speed, she launches a surprise attack on the nearest girl, Lin Jiao, and astonishingly yanks a strand of hair from the opponent's head. "Oh dear. Sister, this wretched woman is tugging at my hair." Do not be deceived by Lin Jiao's lively demeanor. In reality, she is a diligent and obedient student at school, exhibiting little more than a hint of shyness. Her experience in high-pressure situations is virtually non-existent. Having suffered such a significant loss, she was infuriated, yet felt utterly helpless. Lin Rui, being a few years older than her younger sister, although lacking in fighting experience herself, could not remain a mere bystander upon witnessing her sister's misfortune. In a fit of fury, she rushed forward, intent on delivering a few stinging slaps to her adversaries. However, little did she know that the cunning Xiao Li was quick-witted. Upon sensing the imminent threat, she swiftly concealed her petite form behind Gu Xiaola, while pitifully calling out, "Captain Xiaola, save me. Save me." Gu Xiaola finds herself in a rather difficult position, caught in the middle. You suggest lending a helping hand to Xiao Li, do you not? Certainly, it is quite a dilemma. However, to assist his 3 beautiful teammates in confronting another girl seems somewhat unkind. Just as he found himself in a quandary, the petite Li, seizing the moment when Lin Rui was anxiously attempting to breach Gu Xiaola's natural barrier, suddenly struck once more. With swift precision, she delivered a delightful scratch to Lin Rui's fair and delicate face. Alas, this situation escalated dramatically. The younger sister, Lin Jiao, had yet to avenge the loss of a strand of her hair, and now, her elder sister bore the marks of 5 distinct fingerprints across her visage. This ignited a fierce reaction from the duo. Furious, she shouted, "Gu Xiaola, step aside. If you do not move away, we shall strike you as well." As the only member of her team who had yet to suffer any misfortune, Ning Lei felt it was high time to demonstrate her much-vaunted self-defense skills and yoga prowess. Suddenly, she lunged forward and positioned herself beside Gu Xiaola, swiftly seizing the front of the little girl's garment. Without allowing her opponent a moment to react, she executed a judo throw with precision and grace. If it weren't for Xiaoli's lighter weight, coupled with her familiarity with the street-fighting tactics of women, such as hair-pulling and scratching. She would have never encountered the art of judo in combat. One could see Xiaoli's petite figure gracefully arching over the shoulders of the tall Ninglei, soaring through the air for nearly 3 seconds before landing heavily on the sandy beach 4 meters away, despite the sand on the beach being exceedingly soft after the rain. This sudden fall nearly left Xiaoli gasping for breath. This moment left everyone present utterly astonished. For quite a while, they remained speechless, standing in silence. Sister Xiaolei, you are truly remarkable. Lin Jiao was the first to leap up in jubilant celebration. Xiaolei, splendid job. When dealing with such vile women who vie for our men, this is precisely how we should confront them. Lin Rui also raised her thumb in praise and said, Ninglei, upon hearing her 2 good friends commend her, naturally felt immense joy. Humph. We must make this little imp aware that the women of our camp are not to be trifled with. Does she dare to attempt to take Guxiala from us? Not a chance. From now on, every time this little wretch shows up, I shall set her right. However, after Ninglei finished her statement, she seemed to realize that it might not be entirely appropriate. By saying so, it appeared as though the 3 sisters were all women of Gu Xiaolu, now embroiled in a rivalry with other enchanting figures vying for their man. However, the words have already been spoken, and there is no way to retract them. She could only glare at the sole male protagonist of this conflict, Gu Xiaola. At this moment, the most awkward one was undoubtedly Gu Xiaola himself. He stood frozen in place, wishing to check if that little Li had sustained any injuries from her fall. However, upon observing the fierce demeanor of the 3 sisters, he realized that if he were to approach, those 3 girls might very well tear him apart. Fortunately, after lying on the beach for a brief moment, Xiaoli slowly rose, exclaiming in frustration and pointing at Ninglei, You wretched woman, wait for me. I shall eventually repay this grudge. With that, Xiaoli disregarded her earlier intention to borrow medicine and hobbled away from Gu Xiaola and her companion's camp. Gu Xiaola gazed at her pitiful figure retreating into the distance, eager to offer her the medicine. However, upon glancing back at the 3 formidable women standing behind him, he instinctively recoiled, swallowing the words meant to call Xiaoli back. It was not until Xiaoli had gradually disappeared from view that Gu Xiaola, with a sense of resignation, spread his hands and gestured to the disheveled camp. Well, we have scolded and fought. Shall we not consider that we have sufficiently exhausted our 3 lovely ladies? Do not claim I haven't cautioned you. We still have a plethora of tasks left undone. Tasks? Gu Xiaola, clarify your intentions. What exactly are you suggesting we do? Is it truly as simple as borrowing medicine? Ninglei inquired, her eyes narrowing, her elegant brows arching in disbelief. Chapter 62. Taking the initiative upon hearing those words, Gu Xiaola furrowed his brow. So, this matter is not yet resolved. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Gu Xiaola reflected on his role as the leader of the camp, having contributed significantly to its well-being, yet receiving scant respect from the girls, particularly from Ninglei. It was only natural for frustration to bubble within him. He kicked at an object on the ground with force and exclaimed, I believe I have explained myself quite clearly. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your concern. I reiterate, I am the captain here. If anyone has grievances regarding my leadership, feel free to voice them instead of questioning me incessantly. With that, Gu Xiaola did not wait for the 3 girls to respond. He grabbed his fishing hooks and lines from the camp and headed towards the wooden raft by the sea to fish. The remaining 3 girls exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward and unsure of how to proceed. Lin Rui, being the eldest and more adept at handling situations, glanced at her younger sister and Ninglei and whispered, Xiaolei, I think we may have gone a bit too far. It seems that from the beginning, it was that girl Xiaoli who was enticing Gu Xiaola. Hasn't he done anything wrong? We really have no reason to be so harsh on him. Lin Jiao, with her sparkling eyes, nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Captain Xiaola is quite commendable. If a typical man were to be lured by such a vixen, he might have lost his senses entirely. I believe it would be wiser for us to unite against external threats. However, Ninglei clearly had not yet emerged from her spoiled demeanor. She raised her chin defiantly and retorted, Humph, he is commendable? I think you are overestimating Gu Xiaola. If we hadn't arrived in time, who knows what disgraceful acts he might have committed with that shameless girl, and you are defending him? Does he even deserve our consideration? Her words were swiftly countered by Lin Rui. Deserve our consideration? Xiaolei, that statement is quite problematic. What is our relationship with him? Why should he owe us anything? To put it bluntly, given the current circumstances, not only does Gu Xiaola not need to resort to violence, but even leveraging basic survival needs against us. What better bargaining chips do we have besides our physical selves? Upon hearing this, Ninglei fell silent. Indeed, in this place, the vulnerability of women was magnified, and it was no surprise that someone like Gu Xiaola, possessing exceptional wilderness survival skills, would attract the attention of other women. Reflecting on this, Ninglei could not help but recall the earlier mention of the down payment issue by Gu Xiaola. Could it be that he truly intended to take advantage of their predicament? Noticing Ninglei's silence, Lin Rui softened her tone. Xiaolei, what I just said was merely hypothetical. In reality, we are fortunate to have encountered someone like Gu Xiaola, who is capable and not a predatory type. Such a good man should be cherished, and you ought to improve your attitude towards him. Ninglei nodded quietly, though internally she still felt a strong sense of indignation, which she refrained from voicing. Meanwhile, the younger Lin Jiao spoke up. Sister, your reasoning is sound, but it seems you've overlooked one critical point. Even if Captain Xiaola is a good man who wouldn't force us, their essay saying, one need not fear a thief, but rather fear a thief's intentions. If there were no other women on this island, it would be one thing, but with that vixen Xiaoli here, we cannot afford to let our guard down. We may be virtuous, but I worry about giving that shameless girl an opportunity. As soon as Lin Jiao's words left her lips, the three women fell into silence. Indeed, the pressing issue was the presence of a competitor. If they were not careful, that girl Xiaoli could seize the opportunity, and their days in the camp might not remain so pleasant. After a moment of silence, Lin Rui finally spoke. In light of our situation, it seems we must turn from a passive stance to an active one. Gu Xiaola had a fruitful day fishing on the sea. Having been adept at fishing since childhood, he found himself at ease in these waters. He was used to fishing in small rivers and ponds, where fish were clever and easily escaped if one was not cautious. In contrast, the various fish in the coral reefs had never encountered human fishing methods, and they eagerly bit at the bait. In less than half an hour, Gu Xiaola had caught 4 or 5 fish weighing over 3 pounds each, not including the smaller ones he had tossed back into the sea. As he continued to reel in the fish, his earlier frustration from the argument began to dissipate. He understood that Ninglei had a notoriously bad temper, and he was well aware of the type of woman Xiaoli was. It was best to limit interactions with such individuals. Otherwise, one might not even know how they met their demise. Regardless, as the leader of the camp, he felt he deserved a modicum of respect and authority. These young women still required some education. After all, Xiaoli was merely coveting his handsome appearance. Was it truly necessary to treat him so harshly? If they had the ability, they ought to learn from her as well. As Gu Xiaola pondered these thoughts, he tightened his fishing line and, with a swift motion, pulled a fish over half a meter long out of the water. Wow, this was the largest fish he had ever caught. After a struggle, he managed to secure it on the raft. With so many fish, it should be enough for the camp to last 3 days. The surplus could be dried for future needs. Suddenly, Gu Xiaola wondered what the 3 girls were doing back at the camp. Had they realized their mistakes and were now deeply reflecting? Turning to glance back at the camp, he was surprised to find only Ninglei busy with something. How strange. Where had Lin Rui and Lin Jiao disappeared to? Puzzled, he paddled the small raft back to shore. Upon seeing Ninglei still hard at work, he asked curiously, where are Lin Rui and Lin Jiao? Oh, they? Ninglei replied, somewhat shyly without lifting her head, her gaze flickering as she continued her tasks. Lin Rui said you made some valid points. Since we are on the same island, there is no need for such hostility. We should support one another. They took some anti-inflammatory and fever medications to deliver to the camp across the way. Wow, was the sun rising from the west today? The Lin sisters actually went to deliver medicine to the camp, led by Gu Xiaola, and here was Ninglei, diligently tidying up the camp after the storm. Could it be that my recent outburst had a significant impact? Have these 3 young ladies finally recognized my importance to them? At this thought, Gu Xiaola felt a profound sense of pride swelling within her. It seems I hold a considerable significance in their hearts. Humph. Perhaps noticing the smug expression on Gu Xiaola's face, Ninglei couldn't help but snort disdainfully, thinking to herself, look at how pleased she is. Gu Xiaola, wait until the rescue arrives. I shall make you understand the consequences of disrespecting a young lady of my stature. Meanwhile, at another campsite not far away, the Lin sisters delivered the fever-reducing medicine to Qin Wei and his group. Although the fiery Xiaoli was ready to unleash a torrent of insults upon their arrival, she was restrained by Qin Wei and Lao Ma. At this moment, everyone understood that Gu Xiaola's camp was considerably stronger than theirs. There was no need to jeopardize their camaraderie over petty jealousies among women. On their way back to their own camp after successfully completing their task, the Lin sisters began to whisper to each other once more. Sister, you mentioned wanting to take the initiative and win over our team leader Gu Xiaola. But you first expressed this desire the very first day we arrived on the island. It has been several days now, yet I have not seen any action from you. Are those romantic strategies you boast about merely empty words? Lin Jiao tilted her head in inquiry. Chapter 63, Mutual Yearning confronted by the questioning gaze of her younger sister. Lin Rui's expression grew somewhat solemn. With a soft sigh, she remarked, I am not certain if it is merely my imagination, but after these few days of interaction, I cannot shake the feeling that Gu Xiaola already harbors affections for someone. Thus, I find myself hesitating as to whether I should invest more effort in winning him over. Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Jiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly responded, "Does Captain Xiaola have someone in his heart?" "Sister, you do not mean to imply that his goddess is me, do you?" "Oh dear, I am still so young. While I do think Gu Xiaola is quite a remarkable man, your sudden assertion has left me feeling rather bashful." Lin Rue playfully delivered a light smack to her daydreaming sister's head and said, "What are you thinking? Do you really believe Gu Xiaola would notice you? Spare yourself the delusions. I am referring to Ning Lei." Startled, Lin Jiao jumped and pretended to rub her head in pain, asking, "Sister Xiaolei? Surely not. She has always been rather disdainful of Gu Xiaola. Whenever they meet, it's nothing but quarrels and bickering. How could there be any spark between them?" Lin Rue smiled gently. "Why not? Have you not heard the saying about lovable adversaries? The dynamics of affection between men and women can often be quite elusive." "Indeed, sister. You make a valid point. There is a boy at our school who constantly plays pranks on a girl, and we later discovered he had long harbored a crush on her, but was too shy to confess, resorting instead to these antics to capture her attention. However, sister, Ning Lei is engaged, and even if Captain Xiaola is interested, he cannot possibly compete with her wealthy and formidable fiancé," Lin Jiao said, still rubbing her head in confusion. "True, I am merely following my instincts. However, in our current predicament, having a man like Gu Xiaola as support is undoubtedly the best assurance for both of us sisters. Thus, I shall not relinquish any opportunity to pursue him," Lin Rue said, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a smile. "Go for it, sister. I am wholeheartedly behind you. If you cannot win him over, then, as a vibrant young maiden, I will ensure that Gu Xiaola cannot escape our grasp," Lin Jiao shouted, brandishing her small fist. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiaola, he had unwittingly become the primary target of the Lin sisters. Even if he were aware, it would bear no significance. His foremost concern remained the survival of himself and his team on this island. At present, food and fresh water posed no immediate problems. Yet they were not entirely at ease. Firstly, they were uncertain when rescue would arrive. If they were to wait too long, the food resources along the surrounding beaches might dwindle, plunging them into a dire situation. Although the vast sea stretched before them, their fishing capabilities were restricted to the coral reef areas near the beach. The natural growth rate of wild fish surely could not keep pace with their consumption, which is why population growth marked the leap from primitive to agricultural societies. It was during that era that humanity began cultivating crops and domesticating livestock, ensuring a stable food supply. Relying solely on primitive hunting or foraging for wild fruits would scarcely sustain even a handful of individuals on this island. Secondly, there existed the threat posed by wild animals. Despite their brief time on the island, Gu Xiaola and his companions had already encountered several large wild creatures: hyenas, wild boars, pythons, and sharks, any one of which could wreak havoc upon them. Unlike the invincible protagonists of novels, they were not equipped to tackle such beasts single-handedly. Humanity's dominion over the earth arises not from brute strength or agility, but from intellect. At this moment, Gu Xiaola leaned against a palm tree, contemplating strategies to confront the impending crisis. For the first threat, solutions did exist, venturing into the island's interior to seek new food sources. In essence, this meant hunting smaller creatures, as their fat content could provide essential energy. However, the risks associated with delving deeper into the jungle were considerable. Having ventured into the jungle only twice, and merely at its fringes, he had already encountered formidable creatures like hyenas and wild boars. What lay deeper within the untraversed tropical rainforest remained a mystery. Should they fail to penetrate the jungle to reach the heart of the island, their only option would be to follow the coastline. Yet, it was evident that beyond a mere 10 kilometers from their current location, the flat beach vanished, giving way to a rugged hill composed of sharp rocks. Though its height was only about 300 meters, Gu Xiaola could tell from afar that the rocky hill bore little vegetation, indicating it was a barren stone mound. Scaling it would surely prove challenging. However, in order to continue along the beach toward the island's opposite side, they would need to traverse this rocky terrain. What lay beyond was shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps a treasure trove of resources awaited them, or perhaps an inhospitable wasteland. Gu Xiaola mulled over this with a twig clenched between his teeth. Meanwhile, Ning Lei had nearly completed the arduous task of tidying up the chaotic campsite. She had salvaged nearly everything that could be retrieved and had rebuilt the bonfire, laying banana leaves around to prevent anyone from becoming covered in sand while sitting. Observing the diligent figure of the once volatile young lady, Gu Xiaola could not help but nod in approval. This girl, when not throwing tantrums or hurling insults, truly demonstrated commendable qualities. Perhaps she could indeed become a devoted wife and mother. Watching Ning Lei as she meticulously arranged the banana leaves, Gu Shaola swallowed hard. Ah, that figure. They say that such a stature will surely bear sons in the future. My mother would undoubtedly adore her. As Gu Shaola cast furtive glances at Ning Lei, his mind drifted to a dream he once had where he returned home with Ning Lei as his bride. Had his subconscious begun to view this headstrong young lady as a potential partner? Yet, could they truly coexist given her fiery temperament? If they were to marry, daily quarrels would be inevitable. Stop. What am I entertaining such fanciful notions for? She is a wealthy heiress, and though she currently submits to my leadership in this camp, the disparity in our social standings remains unresolved. Once they depart this island, she shall revert to her lofty status, while I remain an inconsequential nobody. What am I even doing here, lost in a daydream? Gu Shaola shook his head, silently cursing his own fanciful thoughts. However, it must be said, this young lady's figure is truly remarkable. Despite inwardly chastising himself for his lewdness, his eyes could not help but linger on the silhouette of Ning Lei, who was crouched nearby. Meanwhile, Ning Lei, toiling away, was filled with irritation. In any other circumstance, her status would never compel her to engage in such labor. The only sweat-inducing activities suitable for her would be at the gym or on the tennis court, yet here she was, subjected to the whims of that insufferable Gu Shaola. Was it merely a few complaints that warranted this treatment? His actions reeked of nepotism. Nevertheless, despite her grievances, Ning Lei remained clear-headed. If she wished to survive on this desolate island, she must learn to compromise. After all, here, status held no weight. Gu Shaola, just wait until I'm out of here. I shall repay you every sin I owe, but it will come at a cost you will regret for a lifetime. How should I torment him then? Should I exchange all the money for coins and hurl them at him, forbidding him to wear clothes? Or perhaps I could whip him mercilessly, making him endure a strike for every sum he accepts? Ning Lei reveled in her thoughts, though she seemed to overlook the fact that these scenarios bore an uncanny resemblance to certain rather risky films. Chapter 64. Mushroom picking. What is that fellow doing? Suddenly seized by a fit of curiosity, Ning Lei turned her head to sneak a glance at Gu Shaolu, who had been unusually quiet. Her heart surged with indignation upon discovering that the rascal had been covertly observing her as she crouched down to work. It is worth noting that Ning Lei was no longer clad in the casual shirt and shorts she had worn upon arriving on the island. Instead, she had chosen a relatively modest outfit from the box of alluring garments that Gu Shaolu had found at sea. While it was deemed conservative compared to the other options, it was no wonder that Gu Shaoli's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. So enraptured was he that he failed to notice Ning Lei glaring at him with fury. What are you looking at? Ning Lei bellowed in exasperation. Huh? Are you addressing me? Gu Shaolu, realizing his indiscretion, quickly averted his gaze, pretending as if nothing had happened. I mean you. I am asking you. What were your eyes just fixated on? Fueled by her anger, Ning Lei stormed up to Gu Shaolu, relentlessly pursuing her inquiry. At that moment, Lin Rui and Lin Jiao returned. Upon witnessing the tense standoff between Gu Shaolu and Ning Lei, they immediately grasped that the two had clashed once more. What is happening here? Lin Rui inquired, pulling the irate Ning Lei aside. You ask him. Ning Lei retorted, her tone far from cordial. Captain Shaolu, did you take advantage of our absence to bully our dear sister Lei? Lin Jiao tilted her head, grinning as she scrutinized Gu Shaolu. That is entirely unfounded. I was merely observing Ning Lei's work performance. I found her efforts today to be particularly commendable. During the time you two were delivering medicine across the way, she accomplished a great deal of work. I was simply contemplating how I, as captain, might best commend her. Gu Shaolu defended himself earnestly. Observing my work performance? Is it typical to scrutinize someone else's efforts in such a manner? Ning Lei, now even more incensed by Gu Shaoli's evasive explanations, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, realizing her words did not align with her refined upbringing. Yet, her indignation only served to amuse the Lin sisters, who could easily imagine Gu Shaoli's earlier furtive glances at Ning Lei while she worked. Lin Rui exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Jiao, and with a gentle smile, she pulled Ning Lei aside to whisper, Oh, come now, little Lei, what harm is there in a glance? Have you forgotten our discussion this morning regarding this matter? Look around, the women from other camps are already throwing themselves at him. We should keep a watchful eye on Captain Gu Shaolu. If he wishes to gaze, let him gaze. Lin Jiao chimed in. Indeed, dear sister Lei, Captain Shaoli's interest in you is merely a testament to your splendid figure. You ought to be admired. Just consider those Victoria's Secret models, each one vying to showcase their beauty. If I were to reveal my less developed physique, no one would take notice, would they? Ning Lei couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Jiao's self-deprecating remark, muttering, Even if I were to expose myself, I certainly wouldn't wish for someone like Gu Shaolu to gaze upon me. However, her expression had softened significantly. and it dawned on her how fortunate she was to have two companions with whom she could share such candid conversations. Noticing Ning Lei's mood had lightened, Lin Jiao turned her attention back to Gu Xiaolu. Hey, our lecherous Captain Xiaolu, while our esteemed Miss Ning has chosen to overlook your antics, what preparations have you made for breakfast? You set out fishing at dawn. Do not tell us you returned empty-handed. Gu Xiaolu chuckled, nonchalantly placing several large fish, which he had marinated with salt, onto a banana leaf. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 sizable fish, each weighing over 3 pounds, with one particularly massive specimen that appeared to weigh over 10 pounds. Wow, Captain Xiaolu, you are truly remarkable, to catch so many in just a morning. Given your impressive skills, I hereby grant you permission to gaze at our stunning beauty, Sister Lei, for half an hour each day. Before Lin Jiao could finish her flirtatious suggestion, Ning Lei delivered a swift rap on her head, causing her to stick out her tongue and scurry away. As Gu Xiaolu observed their playful banter, he feigned a cough and inquired, So, Lin Jiao, how did your visit to my former company's leaders' camp go? They did not give you any trouble, did they? No, everything was quite normal. That fellow Qin Wei even spoke highly of you, expressing gratitude for your leadership. Lin Rui replied matter-of-factly. However, Lin Jiao was not satisfied. While most were agreeable, that little vixen who attempted to seduce you this morning kept staring at us, muttering under her breath, I am quite displeased and intend to teach her a lesson. By the way, Sister Lei, could you impart your method of dealing with that little vixen to me? I fear that in the future, should someone attempt to steal a man from me, I might not be able to stand my ground. Ning Lei laughed at Lin Jiao's earnestness. Dear Jiao, how old are you? Are you already contemplating fighting other women over men? Isn't that a bit premature? Premature? I beg to differ. Some of my classmates have already clashed over a mere glance from a boy in middle school. I have graduated high school. Surely, that is not too early? But Sister Lei, let me tell you, I was utterly shocked upon realizing that our circumstances, which I thought were dire, pale in comparison to theirs. When we visited their camp, I was astounded to find that our situation is akin to paradise in contrast. Ning Lei and Gu Xiaolu were intrigued by Lin Jiao's revelation. What was it like there? Ning Lei inquired curiously. What was it like? Oh, it was worse than begging on the streets. The recent storm had utterly devastated their camp. The 6 of them were crammed into a damp and chilly rocky cave by the beach for the night. One elderly woman is still running a high fever from being soaked in the rain. Had we not delivered medicine, her life would have been in jeopardy. When we arrived, they were preparing breakfast, and I was appalled to see what they had. Just some shellfish and small crabs scavenged from the beach. They were so starved that they were snatching food even before it was cooked. How does that compare to our daily feast of large fish and meat? It is no wonder that little vixen was trying to seduce our captain. If I were in her shoes, I would never leave either. Following Lin Jiao's account, Gu Xiaolu lightly coughed again. Some individuals simply do not recognize their good fortune. With that, he placed the marinated fish onto the fire, where they began to sizzle and crackle. As the aroma of roasted delicacies wafted through the air, Ning Lei fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the comforts of their camp, with its ample provisions shielding them from the elements, were largely attributable to that unassuming figure, Gu Xiaolu. Reflecting on this, it seemed that her own discomfort at his lingering gaze was hardly a burden. Lin Rui glanced at Gu Xiaolu and suddenly inquired, Captain, could you share today's agenda after we finish breakfast? Gu Xiaolu nodded thoughtfully and replied, There's no need to wait until breakfast is over. I can inform you all now. I plan to venture into the jungle once more today. The 3 girls were taken aback. After all, that place was fraught with peril. Observing their puzzled expressions, Gu Xiaolu offered a reassuring smile and said, There's no need for concern. I merely intend to explore a bit further and collect some mushrooms along the way. Chapter 65, Negotiating Peace Mushrooms? The 3 girls were momentarily taken aback. Was it truly worth their leader's venture into the treacherous jungle for mere mushrooms? The forest was fraught with dangers, and their supplies of fresh water and food were quite sufficient at the moment. Why risk such peril for something so trivial? However, Gu Xiaolu discerned the girls' concerns and offered a gentle smile, saying, There's no need for worry. This time, I will make ample preparations. Moreover, we have been consuming animal meat for quite a while now, which is fine for the time being, yet over an extended period, we are bound to be deficient in various vitamins. Following last night's heavy rain, I believe there will be an abundance of mushrooms sprouting in the jungle. I can gather some fresh mushrooms to make soup, and any surplus can be dried for future use to prevent diseases related to vitamin deficiencies. Gu Xiaolu's reasoning was indeed sound, and though the girls remained silent, they silently commended their leader for her foresight. Let me accompany you, Lin Rui interjected eagerly. With the 2 of us, we can collect even more mushrooms, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jiao chimed in, I want to go too. I've heard the children's song about picking mushrooms since I was little, but I've never had the chance to actually be a little girl picking mushrooms. I can't let this wonderful opportunity pass me by." Upon hearing this, Ning Lei's expression turned troubled. Deep down, she wished not to remain alone at the camp. Firstly, she worried about the people from the opposite camp causing trouble or stealing, and she felt ill-equipped to handle it alone. Secondly, she feared the potential appearance of wild beasts that she would be unable to confront. Yet, unlike the Lin sisters, she had always had a bit of a contentious relationship with Gu Xiaola. Now that they were both intent on entering the jungle with her, she felt too embarrassed to ask to join them. Gu Xiaola noticed Ning Lei's hesitant demeanor and waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind. None of you should accompany me this time. The jungle will be teeming with snakes and poisonous insects after the rain. And you're all dressed in short sleeves and skirts. Your legs and arms are quite vulnerable to their attacks. Furthermore, I have only foraged mushrooms in the mountains of my hometown, and I am unfamiliar with the distribution of mushrooms in this subtropical jungle. I may need to venture far, and having you both along could hinder my movements." Once Gu Xiaola concluded her reasoning, the Lin sisters found it difficult to protest further. Lin Jiao could only grumble a few words about wanting to be a little girl picking mushrooms. Gu Xiaola chuckled inwardly, thinking, with your demeanor, who knows who might end up picking mushrooms? After reassuring her teammates, Gu Xiaola began preparing for her afternoon excursion into the jungle. She rummaged through her travel bag for a pair of long pants, secured the cuffs with fishing line, ensured she had her ever-present Swiss Army knife, strapped a large machete to her back, and wound several lengths of vine rope around herself before bidding farewell to the three beauties at her camp and hurrying into the jungle. Watching Gu Xiaola's retreating figure, Lin Rui fell into contemplation. "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Lin Jiao asked curiously. Why do you think Gu Xiaola doesn't want us to accompany her into the jungle?" Lin Rui responded with a question. "Why? Didn't she just say clearly? She's afraid we might encounter danger and disrupt her plans." Lin Jiao replied, somewhat confused. That's just an excuse. Gu Xiaola simply doesn't want Ning Lei to feel too lonely or endangered at the camp. It seems she truly cares for this young lady." Lin Rui remarked with a faint smile, though her expression carried an indescribable hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, several kilometers away at their camp, Qin Wei wore a furrowed brow as he surveyed his fellow camp members. Although Director Huang from Human Resources appeared much improved after taking medication with his high fever subsiding, the aftermath of last night's storm had revealed various issues within their camp. The primary concern was the lack of shelter from the wind and rain. Whenever the weather turned inclement, they could only seek refuge in the crevices between the rocks. Furthermore, after days of relying on small fish and shrimp for sustenance, the group was beginning to suffer from nutritional deficiencies, which was not a sustainable solution. Given the current situation, it seemed that rescue could be a long time coming, and it was likely that the group would struggle to endure for another 10 days to 2 weeks. Alas, it appears that our camp must undergo some changes. Qin Wei muttered to himself, shaking his head. "Captain Qin, it seems you have recognized the urgency of our situation," Old Chang remarked as he approached in a somewhat sycophantic manner. "What do you have in mind?" Qin Wei inquired after scrutinizing Old Chang for a while. "Well, there are ideas to consider, but..." Before Old Chang could finish, he was interrupted by the presence of Xiaoli, the social media influencer, who was nestled close to Qin Wei. "What nonsense! Old Chang, what brilliant ideas could you possibly have? You promised to let me borrow some medicine from Gu Xiaola this morning, but instead, I nearly got mauled by those 3 she-tigers from their camp. I'm still in pain from that fall." Old Chang merely chuckled at Xiao Li's complaints, refraining from rebuttal, inwardly reveling in her predicament. "You traitorous woman. Now you're cozying up to Qin Wei. You deserve to be dealt with by Gu Xiaola's camp." However, Qin Wei signaled for Xiao Li to hold her tongue. "Old Chang, while your idea didn't yield immediate results, it's likely that if Xiao Li hadn't taken that tumble, Gu Xiaola's camp wouldn't have been prompted to offer us any medicine. So, your idea was entirely without merit. Nevertheless, we face significant challenges now. Our food supply is critically inadequate, and our camp lacks any means of protection against the elements. In the event of wind or rain, we'll have to retreat to damp rock crevices. Do you have any useful suggestions?" Old Chang smiled faintly upon hearing this. "Captain Qin, these issues are not insurmountable. For instance, regarding the food supply, our camp's surrounding waters are primarily rocky, making it feasible to collect some shellfish and small crabs, but catching fish is quite challenging. Therefore, the best course of action would be to relocate closer to Gu Xiaola's camp. That area is more open, with abundant coral reefs beneath the water, providing a plentiful supply of fish. I've noticed that Gu Xiaola's camp sets out each morning on a wooden raft to fish, returning with an impressive haul each time. If we move our camp there, won't our food issues be resolved?" As soon as Old Chang finished speaking, Xiao Li scoffed. "Old Chang, have you lost your mind? They explicitly told us to keep our camp at a distance from theirs, suggesting we move closer is just asking for trouble. The issue at hand is that, among our camp, who could possibly rival Guxiala? Is it the formidable Lao Chong or the capable Lao Wei? Lao Chong, infuriated, felt as though his very nose might twist in anger, muttering to himself, "You little wretch. Have you forgotten how I once indulged you? Daily, I lavished you with handbags, clothing, shoes, and cosmetics. It is often said that a single night of union fosters 100 nights of affection, having associated with me for such a considerable time. How dare you now belittle me so brazenly?" Nevertheless, Lao Chang, being a seasoned operative in the workplace, though seething inwardly, managed to maintain a genial facade. He continued with a smile, My intention is not to incite a confrontation with Guxiala over territory. Rather, I believe that this young lad is more amenable to persuasion than to force. If we were to brazenly seize territory, he would certainly resist. However, if we were to adopt a more conciliatory approach, perhaps there exists a chance for negotiation." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Chapter 66, A Deadly Ambush. At this moment, Guxiala was entirely unaware that his camp was once again on the minds of his former superiors and colleagues from the company. He was fully alert, fixated on a vividly colored little snake coiled on a branch less than half a meter away, although he could not identify the species of this serpent. The bright patterns and the triangular shape of its head unmistakably indicated its venomous nature. Guxiala had no desire to ascertain the potency of its venom. Moments ago, in his haste to traverse the jungle, he had wielded his machete to clear some obstructive vines, only to be startled by a series of hissing sounds. Realizing that the serpent was now alarmingly close at hand. Fortunately, his keen hearing had alerted him. Otherwise, he might have blundered forward and been bitten. However, the situation remained perilous. Typically, animals possess a certain radius of caution. For small venomous snakes or spiders, they often resort to fleeing from intruders beyond a meter's distance. Yet, once an intruder encroaches within that meter, their response may be to either attack or flee. If the intruder ventures within a mere 20 centimeters, an attack becomes inevitable. At present, Guxiala found himself in that precarious range, slightly less than 20 centimeters but over 1 meter away, a threshold where the snake could either strike or retreat. The serpent's hissing was a clear warning. Advance any further, and I shall bite. The two were now locked in a tense standoff. Guxiala dared not turn and flee, fearing that the snake might launch itself at him from its perch. Instead, he cautiously raised his machete, resolutely preparing for a potential attack. Thinking to himself that should the serpent dare to strike, he would retaliate with a swift blow. He felt confident that he could cleave the less than half a meter long snake in two. Yet, the greatest challenge lay in ensuring his own safety while doing so. If the creature were to be a reckless fighter, he could end its life with a single strike. But at the risk of receiving a bite in return, a trade that would clearly be a grievous loss. Thus, Guxiala found himself fervently praying to the heavens, hoping that the little venomous snake would choose to flee, allowing them to coexist peacefully. However, the creature's triangular head bobbed incessantly, its crimson-forked tongue flicking in and out. Its pale yellow eyes fixed intently on Guxiala's every movement, clearly unwilling to retreat. Frustration welled within Guxiala. He thought, "I merely ventured out to gather some mushrooms, harboring no grievances against you. Why must you trouble me?" The post-rain jungle was already stiflingly humid, and with the relentless sun beating down, sweat began to trickle down his neck within mere minutes. He dared not wipe it away, fearing that it might provoke the snake into an attack. In this awkward predicament, a familiar chattering suddenly broke the tension. Guxiala felt a weight lift from his chest. He knew instantly that the source of the noise was the little monkey they had rescued the day before, whom they had affectionately named Huangjing. Earlier that morning, the little creature had vanished into the jungle, likely in search of wild fruits or tender branches to nibble on. Though monkeys are omnivorous, their diet primarily consists of plant matter, and if it spent too long feasting on meat alongside Guxiala and his companions, its digestive system might not fare well. Thus, they had allowed the monkey to wander, recognizing that the jungle was indeed its true home. Now, the arrival of this small companion proved to be a stroke of fortune for Guxiala. As the chattering grew louder, the snake's attention was clearly diverted, its head cocking to investigate the source of the sound. Huangjing, the little monkey, had taken up a position on a nearby branch, less than 3 meters from the snake, chattering excitedly and making a series of playful faces, seemingly mocking the serpent. After a few moments of flicking its tongue, the snake abruptly shifted its focus towards the monkey. However, just as it turned its head, a flash of cold steel swept through the air, and the snake's triangular head fell away from its body. Guxiala executed a graceful motion with his machete, observing the crimson stains on the blade before addressing Huangjing. "Well done, little one." The monkey seemed to comprehend his praise. chattering in delight and hopping about on the branch, clearly pleased by the acknowledgement. Let's continue, Hua Jin. With you by my side in this jungle, I feel a sense of security. Gu Xiaolo waved his hand, leading the little monkey deeper into the foliage. With Huang Jin's presence, Gu Xiaolo felt emboldened to explore and observe his surroundings, confident in the monkey's superior knowledge of the jungle and its heightened senses. As they wandered together, Gu Xiaolo's earlier predictions proved accurate. The rain had indeed brought forth a plethora of mushrooms overnight. They varied in size and color, some vibrant, while others were muted shades of gray or white. Gu Xiaolo recalled his experiences foraging for mushrooms back home, exercising caution not to touch the brightly colored ones. Yet, even the nondescript ones could not be guaranteed safe. Thus, he selectively harvested only those he recognized, such as morels, matsutake, boletes, and chicken of the woods, mushrooms that commanded high prices in his hometown. After every torrential downpour, families from the surrounding area would trek up the mountainside to gather mushrooms. These fungi thrived in symbiotic relationships with the roots of towering trees, making them impossible to cultivate artificially, resulting in their scarcity and, consequently, their rising market value. City dwellers coveted these mountain delicacies, and Gu Xiaolo's university tuition had been funded by his mother, who would carry a large basket through the woods to gather mushrooms, wild vegetables, and herbs. As he collected an impressive array of wild, edible fungi, Gu Xiaolo's thoughts drifted to his parents, whose youthful backs had been bent by years of hard labor. A sigh escaped him as he pondered whether news of his misfortune had reached them. How sorrowful they must be. For their sake, I must survive, he resolved. Wait for me, Mom and Dad. I will not let your sacrifices be in vain. After bolstering his spirits with these affirmations, Gu Xiaolo resumed his diligent foraging. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually approached the small stream where he had previously gathered water. Deep down, he still harbored reservations about that waterway. After all, he had once dispatched the young offspring of a great wild boar, and on a subsequent occasion, he had grievously wounded the very beast with a spear. He was left wondering whether that formidable creature still drew breath. Moreover, he recalled the pack of hyenas he had encountered upon his initial arrival on the island, particularly the leader, which he had managed to blind in one eye. These hyenas frequently roamed near this small river, rendering it a sight fraught with peril for him. Nevertheless, having arrived at this location, Gu Xiaolo had resolved to gather some fresh water for his return. He and his monkey companion cautiously approached the brook. The afternoon river was remarkably tranquil, save for the gentle gurgling of the flowing water, devoid of any other sound. Gu Xiaolo and the golden monkey took refuge behind a thicket. Astonishingly, the little creature was able to comprehend Gu Xiaolo's posture, silently lying beside him without uttering a sound. After observing from a distance of approximately 20 meters from the river, Gu Xiaolo's mind began to stir with unease. Something was amiss. Typically, a water source would not be so silent if there were no carnivores present. This would surely be a haven for various herbivores seeking a drink. The utter lack of any noise was indeed an anomaly, hinting at a particular reason behind it. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often conceal hidden dangers. What could possibly be deterring the animals from this lush, water-rich locale? Gu Xiaolo scanned his surroundings meticulously. Yet he perceived nothing unusual. Despite his usual caution, he hesitated to reveal himself near the river. Just then, the obedient golden monkey unexpectedly leapt from the underbrush, chattering excitedly as it dashed toward a rock beside the brook. Golden, don't go over there. It's dangerous, Gu Xiaolo exclaimed, abandoning his concealment to call out urgently from behind. Chapter 67. Divergent thoughts. However, the little monkey seemed utterly unfazed by Gu Xiaolo's admonitions, sprinting eagerly towards the rock. Frustrated, Gu Xiaolo inwardly cursed. This creature is nothing but a beast, utterly incomparable to humans. Yet, just as the little monkey, Jin Huang, approached within 5 meters of the rock, it suddenly halted, chattering incessantly, as if the stone held some profound significance. This left Gu Xiaolo perplexed. After all, it was merely a rock. What was so peculiar about it? Jin Huang appeared to find Gu Xiaolo's slow reaction exasperating, scratching its head in impatience before picking up a small stone from the ground and hurling it forcefully at the rock. With a sharp sound, the stone struck the surface, and to Gu Xiaolo's astonishment, the rock trembled slightly, revealing a pair of yellow and black eyes. It was a crocodile. Gu Xiaolo nearly jumped out of his skin. The creature had camouflaged itself exceptionally well, its body covered in mud and debris, resembling nothing more than a rock resting by the stream. Had it not been for Jin Huang's timely warning, Gu Xiaolo would never have guessed that the seemingly motionless rock was, in fact, a crocodile lying in wait. Perhaps realizing that its disguise had been compromised, the crocodile suddenly emerged from the water's edge. Gu Xiaola was not only astonished by the crocodile's cunning disguise but also by its immense size and its revealed state. The crocodile measured at least 6 or 7 meters in length, its massive head giving it the appearance of an ancient, colossal beast, reminiscent of a dinosaur. This was none other than the largest crocodile on Earth, the saltwater crocodile. The term flashed through Gu Xiaola's mind. Saltwater crocodiles are the largest among the 23 species of crocodiles, with adults exceeding 7 meters in length, and the highest recorded size an astonishing 10 meters. Although the crocodile before him was not that exaggerated in size, it was still more than capable of devouring 1 or 2 people with ease. Gu Xiaola gulped nervously, instinctively stepping back. Seeing the giant creature move, Jin Huang, with its keen instincts, scampered back to Gu Xiaola's side, leaping onto his shoulder and chattering excitedly while pointing at the crocodile. Gu Xiaola quickly grasped Jin Huang's intent, having witnessed his victory over the enormous python. The little monkey believed itself to be an invincible warrior of the jungle, provoking the crocodile in hopes of another triumph. You have quite the high opinion of me, Gu Xiaola thought with a wry smile as he glanced at the animated little monkey on his shoulder. He soon understood why the stream was so eerily quiet, devoid of any small animals. Even hyenas and wild boars were nowhere to be found. Indeed, with such an ancient and massive predator lurking here, any creature coming to the stream for a drink would either become its prey or flee in terror. It was no wonder there were no signs of other animals. Fortunately, crocodiles typically hunt by ambushing from the water's edge and rarely attack on land. Thus, although Gu Xiaola was profoundly shaken by the sight of such a massive crocodile, he did not panic excessively. The creature, now covered in various layers of mud, had indeed spotted the bothersome little monkey perched on Gu Xiaola's shoulder. While it had seldom encountered humans in its years of survival on the deserted island, its instinct as a cold-blooded predator dictated that it assess its potential meal solely based on whether it could swallow it whole. Clearly, this upright, diminutive being posed little challenge to its formidable jaws. Despite Jin Huang's incessant chattering and gesturing towards the crocodile, Gu Xiaola had never contemplated how to defeat such a creature. It was not from a sense of mercy. Rather, it was evident that his weapon, a large machete, would be inadequate against the crocodile's formidable defenses. Although the machete appeared reasonably sharp, it was far from capable of breaching the defenses of a saltwater crocodile. Moreover, even if the crocodile's movements were considerably slower on land, Gu Xiaola had no illusions about his own ability to combat a 6-meter-long, nearly 1-ton behemoth. He estimated that his own weight of over 100 pounds would barely suffice for a single meal for the creature. Clearly, defeating such a monster would require external assistance. Relying solely on his cold weapon for a melee encounter was sheer folly. With this realization, Gu Xiaola gently patted the exuberant little monkey on his shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. The little creature, eager to witness a dramatic showdown between Gu Xiaola and the crocodile, looked distressed as its owner prepared to retreat, frantically scratching its head, yet there was little it could do. Thus, Gu Xiaola and Jin Huang slowly retreated from the hunting grounds of the formidable saltwater crocodile. Fortunately, the giant did not pursue them, likely preferring to hunt from the water's edge. Upon leaving the stream, Gu Xiaola gathered a considerable amount of edible fungi, estimating he had collected around 10 or more pounds, and began preparing to return to camp. Meanwhile, at Gu Xiaola's camp, an unprecedented argument had erupted among the 3 girls. The dispute was not over anything significant. It stemmed from Xiao Li's earlier flirtation with Gu Xiaola. Lin Rui and Lin Jiao both believed that, under the circumstances, it was inappropriate to make a fuss over such trivial matters, even if Gu Xiaola had taken some verbal advantage or stolen a few glances at them. After all, the entire camp relied on this man for its survival. If they angered Gu Xiaola to the point of leaving to establish a camp with another woman, they would have no recourse for regret. Of course, the refined Ning Lei strongly disagreed with the Lin sisters' perspective. She felt that while they may owe Gu Xiaola a debt, it could easily be repaid in other forms, akin to currency, once they had escaped the island. To suggest that they had to allow Gu Xiaola to take advantage of them for his care was akin to becoming street vendors hawking their dignity. The Lin sisters found this notion somewhat amusing. The younger Lin Jiao directly pointed out that their current predicament was even worse than that of a street vendor, as at least those who left men would not face immediate starvation, while the 3 of them could hardly ensure a day's safety without Gu Xiaola. Thus, at this juncture, it seemed unnecessary to surrender such a commendable man over ephemeral dignity or vanity. The discussion inevitably ended in a somewhat unsatisfactory manner. Although the 3 did not voice their grievances, they could not help but harbor some discontent. At that moment, Gu Xiaola returned, adorned with strings of mushrooms, and the little golden-haired monkey perched on his shoulder. Chapter 68. Lao Chang's plan. Captain Xiao Lu, you are simply amazing. How did you manage to gather so many mushrooms? Lin Jiao rushed over to greet Gu Xiaolu. Oh my, Golden has returned too? That's wonderful. Where did you find this little creature? Lin Jiao excitedly inquired, gazing at the little monkey perched on Gu Xiaoli's shoulder. It wasn't I who found it. Rather, this little one discovered me. Gu Xiaolu replied with a gentle smile. Had it not been for its unexpected appearance, I might not have returned today. She then recounted her close encounter with a venomous snake in the jungle, explaining how Golden had intervened just in time to save her. The three girls listened with astonishment, realizing the jungle was fraught with danger. Indeed, I had planned to fetch some fresh water from the stream, only to discover a massive crocodile lying in wait. Gu Xiaolu exclaimed, causing the three girls to gasp in shock. Lin Jiao blinked her large, innocent eyes and asked in confusion, Captain Xiaolu, you must be mistaken. This is an island. How could there be a crocodile? Aren't they found only in fresh water? Gu Xiaolu shook her head and clarified, not necessarily. There exists a species of crocodile that thrives in areas where freshwater meets saltwater. I encountered the largest type of estuarine crocodile today. Even among crocodiles, it is a true giant. When hungry, it will attack any animal it comes across. With this revelation, the girls' expressions turned somber. They had spent several days on the deserted island, but this was the first time they faced a problem that even Gu Xiaolu could not resolve. Sensing their disheartenment, Gu Xiaolu smiled reassuringly and said, there's no need to be too dismal. That old crocodile, formidable as it may seem, is merely a cold-blooded reptile with little intelligence. Although it has survived for hundreds of millions of years on this planet, it pales in comparison to us humans. While brute strength may not be our forte, we possess intellect. As she spoke, Gu Xiaolu gestured to her head. The little monkey, Golden, though unsure of its meaning, mimicked her by scratching its head, eliciting a burst of laughter from the three girls, lightening the mood in the camp. Lin Rui, the most mature among the trio, inquired softly after a moment. Captain Xiaolu, are you contemplating eliminating that crocodile? Placing the various mushrooms she had collected onto a banana leaf, Gu Xiaolu smiled lightly. Why not? It's not that I harbor any deep-seated animosity towards that crocodile, but as long as it remains, we cannot fetch water from the stream. If we rely solely on the fruits from the coconut trees, we may not last even half a month. The jungle law dictates a brutal survival of the fittest. There is no denying that. And have you devised a strategy to confront it? Surely you aren't planning to engage the crocodile with your spear or machete. Lin Jiao pressed curiously. Gu Xiaolu could only chuckle at that. Dear Lin Jiao, do you truly envision me as a Rambo from First Blood? I lack such prowess. And given our current weaponry, even if that crocodile were to remain motionless, we would struggle to breach its defenses. Then how do you intend to deal with it? I've heard that these crocodiles can live for decades, often reaching 70 or even over 100 years. You're not planning to outlast it on this deserted island, are you? Ning Lei, who had been silent until now, chimed in. Outlast it? It could easily outlast us. I haven't completely formulated a plan yet, but capturing that crocodile is certainly on our agenda. Once I have devised a thorough strategy, I will share it with you. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoli's words, the three girls exchanged glances and ceased their idle chatter, instinctively gathering the bounty of mushrooms to wash by the shore. Unbeknownst to them, not long after Gu Xiaolu had left the treacherous stream, two men from Qin Wei's camp, Lao Chong and Lao Wei, approached the same stream to collect water. Both men were not only older but also bore protruding bellies, making their movements in the jungle quite cumbersome. However, they had no choice. The camp was now under the control of others, and despite their high-ranking positions in the company, they were forced to endure the indignities of fetching water in the wilderness. Damn it, Qin Wei and Old Ma, just wait until I get out of here. I will teach them a lesson, Lao Wei muttered as they walked. Days earlier, he had suffered a broken nose from Old Ma's punch and had spent several days recuperating in the camp. Now that he was better, the task of foraging for food and water had fallen back to him. Lao Chang, however, remained silent, trudging along. Chang, why are you so quiet? Have you been intimidated by those two scoundrels, Qin Wei and Old Ma? We are leaders in the company. We cannot be ordered around by mere subordinates. Even on a deserted island, Lao Wei challenged, filled with indignation. Ordered around by those two insignificant characters? Humph. This is merely a temporary situation. Lao Chang paused, coldly snorting. What? If you say so, you must have a clever plan to reclaim leadership of the camp. Lao Wei's eyes brightened at the prospect. Let me put it this way. I am your subordinate in the company, and now we are on the same side. Just say the word, and I, Lao Wei, will go through fire and water for you. Seeing the opportunity, Lao Chang glanced back to ensure no one was following before lowering his voice. Lao Wei, do not be swayed by Qin Wei and Old Ma's current bravado. I have plenty of schemes to deal with them. My previous suggestion to send that wench, Xiaoli, to Gu Xiaoli's camp to fetch medicine was purposely aimed at sowing discord between Qin Wei and Gu Xiaolu. Lao Wei leaned in closer, whispering, Are you suggesting we stab them in the back? Lao Chong nodded with a cold smirk. Precisely, but while Gu Xiaolu possesses strength, she does not seem inclined to create conflict with Qin Wei and his crew. Perhaps it is because she already has 3 beautiful women by her side, rendering her indifferent to someone like Xiaoli. Then does that mean your plan has failed? Lao Wei asked, disappointment evident in his tone. Failed? Humph. In this jungle, plotting against a couple of individuals is a matter of minutes. I am merely seeking a scheme that will not raise any suspicion, as we must eventually return to civilized society. Lao Chang scoffed. As they conversed, the 2 men gradually approached the very stream where Gu Xiaolu had just arrived. Well, there is fresh water here. How wonderful. Chong, I haven't had a proper drink in days. Today, I shall indulge. Old Wei joyfully dashed towards the water's edge. Wait a moment, Wei. Old Chang, having previously encountered a wild boar during his last visit, felt a tinge of apprehension, seeing his companion heedlessly rushing toward the water. He quickly called out to stop him. However, his warning came a moment too late. Just as Old Wei, brimming with excitement, crouched by the stream and cupped his hands to drink, a massive boulder beside him suddenly stirred. Chapter 69. The Grim News Indeed. The colossal rock was none other than the great saltwater crocodile that Gu Xiaolu had encountered. In the midst of Old Chang's astonished gaze, the rock abruptly yawned, revealing its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, and clamped down on Old Wei's leg. Ah, Chong, save me. Old Wei, terrified to the core, cried out desperately while struggling to extricate his leg from the creature's grasp. Yet, before Old Chong could react, the immense crocodile flung its head, dragging Old Wei's nearly 200-pound body into the depths of the water. Help, save me. As Old Wei sank beneath the waves, he reached out an arm in a futile plea for assistance, but the crocodile showed no mercy, executing its deadly maneuver, the death roll. In an instant, Old Wei's corpulent form was spun around in the water like a ragged sack, his voice of desperation drowned by the rushing river. This technique was a lethal tactic employed by crocodiles, designed to submerge struggling prey and suffocate them in the depths. Watching his old subordinate and friend in such a predicament left Old Chang in a state of shock, though he had witnessed similar predatory scenes on nature documentaries. The reality before him was far too harrowing. Instead of mustering the courage to rescue, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he could only retreat slowly, bracing himself with his hands on his knees. Meanwhile, Old Wei, after gasping for breath and swallowing mouthfuls of river water, had lost all strength to resist. As his head bobbed above the surface, he managed to utter a weak cry for help. Save me. Unfortunately, this was the last sound he could muster as the crocodile, clutching his body, glided through the water, creating a splash before both man and beast vanished into the depths. In an instant, the water's surface returned to calm, leaving no trace of either human or creature. It was only at this moment that Old Chong fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, instead of rushing to save Old Wei, his most trusted companion on the island, his sole thought was to escape the accursed jungle. As for Old Wei, well, in his eyes, he was already a lost cause. To risk one's life for a corpse was entirely contrary to Old Chang's principles. Unbeknownst to the grim fate that had befallen the duo, Gu Xiaolu, seated comfortably in her camp, understood all too well that unless they eliminated the crocodile lurking near the water source, their expedition on this desolate island would inevitably culminate in tragedy. However, the daunting question remained. How could they possibly eliminate such a formidable beast? History had recounted tales of notorious man-eating crocodiles, which had necessitated the deployment of military forces for their capture, and even then, it took considerable time to vanquish those creatures. Now, with the meager resources at their camp, how could they hope to conquer such a primeval terror? Gu Xiaolu cast her gaze toward the distant sea, her eyes lighting up with a sudden idea. Captain Xiaolu, where are you headed? Lin Jiao inquired curiously. I plan to revisit the sunken lifeboat and retrieve some more supplies. Please inform the others that I shall return shortly. With that, Gu Xiaolu brought forth her prized diving suit, goggles, and flippers. Seeing the equipment, Lin Jiao could not contain her curiosity. You're going back to the wreck? Haven't you already taken everything useful from there? Gu Xiaolu shook her head. No, I suddenly recalled that there are still some items I require. Just stay here and guard the camp. With that, she strode purposefully toward the water, not glancing back. Having just finished lunch, Lin Rui and Ning Lei had taken to the sea once more, fishing from their wooden raft. Thus, Lin Jiao found herself alone in the camp. Watching Gu Xiaolu disappear beneath the surface, she murmured, what could Captain Xiaolu possibly be doing at that distant wreck? Leaving me, a delicate maiden, to guard the camp, devoid of any consideration for my well-being. I had hoped for a chance to bond with her, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. As she lamented her fate, Lin Jiao glanced at the little monkey, Gold, in her arms. The creature, seemingly aware of her sentiments, emitted a series of chirps, perhaps in sympathy or mocking her plight. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaola had ventured far, returning to the very spot where she had vanquished the great white shark. This location lay at least 3 kilometers from their island's sandy shore, where the lifeboat had sunk, although the great white shark had been eliminated. The proximity to open waters posed the potential threat of other sharks or large predatory fish. Thus, Gu Xiaola proceeded with caution, meticulously surveying her surroundings before taking a deep breath and submerging herself into the ocean depths. Simultaneously, at the Qinwei camp, less than 5 kilometers from Gu Xiaola's group, Qinwei, along with Old Ma and the internet celebrity Xiao Li, was constructing a new camp. This time, they aimed to fortify their shelter, gathering branches and wood from the jungle's edge. Despite lacking many tools, they worked diligently to erect a sturdy makeshift abode. However, among the trio, Qinwei was slight and frail, lacking strength, while Xiao Li was even less capable. The only one who could be considered a genuine laborer was Old Ma, the programmer. Meanwhile, Director Huang, who had just recovered from a fever, could only weakly cheer them on from the sidelines. After nearly 2 hours of toil, their shelter had merely taken shape, yet all three were drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, Qinwei cursed. Where the hell are Old Shang and Old Wei? I sent them to fetch water, and they've been gone far too long. Don't they know we're parched from working? Old Ma, setting down a bundle of branches, wiped his own sweat and cautiously remarked, could something have happened? Remember the last time we went for water, we encountered that wild boar. If it weren't for Gu Xiaola's timely arrival, we might have been in serious trouble. His words sent a shiver down Qinwei's spine. Indeed, the tropical jungle was rife with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. It would not be surprising if Old Shang and Old Wei had met with misfortune. Just as Old Ma finished speaking, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the jungle. Qinwei and Old Ma immediately dropped their branches, grabbing 2 thick sticks as they prepared themselves for whatever beast might emerge from the underbrush. However, what stumbled forth was not a fearsome creature, but rather a disheveled old Chang. His clothes were caked in mud, and his face and hands bore numerous scrapes and bruises, evident of a recent fall. No. This is bad. Lao Wei, Lao Wei. Lao Chang gasped for breath as he ran, shouting. What has happened to Lao Wei? Speak clearly, Lao Chang. Qinwei asked with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Lao Wei, he was devoured by a crocodile. Chapter 70. Moving? Ning Lei and Lin Rui's afternoon fishing expedition on the sea proved less than fruitful, yielding merely 3 modestly sized fish after nearly 2 hours of effort. However, Lin Rui's intention in taking Ning Lei out was not solely to fish. She sought to glean Ning Lei's sentiments regarding Gu Xiaolu. If this young lady remained as haughty as before, Lin Rui would feel more at ease in being bolder and more assertive with Gu Xiaolu. As anticipated, when Lin Rui subtly inquired about Ning Lei's opinion of Gu Xiaolu, Ning Lei immediately donned her airs as a wealthy heiress, complaining incessantly about being bossed around by Gu Xiaolu due to her unfortunate circumstances on a deserted island. In her eyes, Gu Xiaolu seemed devoid of any redeeming qualities. Although Lin Rui was aware that some of Ning Lei's remarks stemmed from vexation, she felt a sense of relief. The 2 women paddled back to shore on their raft, only to find the campsite devoid of Gu Xiaolu, with only Lin Jiao sulking and complaining to the little monkey, Golden. Xiao Jiao, where is Captain Xiaolu? Lin Rui queried, puzzled, as their tasks for the day were nearly complete. He said he was heading back to the sunken ship to retrieve some useful items. Lin Jiao pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. That Gu Xiaolu is always so mysterious, never bothering to inform us. It's quite disrespectful to the women in our camp. Ning Lei set down her 3 fish and plopped down onto a banana leaf. I believe Xiaolu has his reasons for acting this way. After all, he has never let us down, has he? Lin Rui smiled faintly. Several minutes later, Gu Xiaolu finally returned to shore, clad in a diving suit and carrying several metal bars, each about half a meter long and as wide as a palm. Captain, what do you intend to do with these? Lin Jiao approached him, curiosity etched on her face. These are certainly useful, but the task is rather perilous, so I cannot divulge the details just yet, Gu Xiaolu replied, removing his diving suit and organizing the metal bars. Lin Rui and Lin Jiao exchanged puzzled glances, entirely unaware of Gu Xiaoli's intentions. However, the astute Ning Lei eyed the metal bars and suddenly asked, You don't mean to kill that giant crocodile with these, do you? Gu Xiaolu was taken aback, surprised that this heiress, who often quarreled with him, understood him so well. He glanced at Ning Lei's low-cut shirt and smiled slightly. Indeed, it appears that the saying big-chested but dim-witted does not hold true in this case. Our esteemed young lady possesses quite the intellect, having fought alongside me to scare off hyenas. His words, however, left Ning Lei blushing, as everyone present knew that it was her little diversion that had frightened the hyenas away that night. Gu Xiaoli's mention of the incident inevitably embarrassed her. She huffed and covered her modest attire with her hand, indignantly declaring, "Rogue," before turning to leave. Although Ning Lei walked away, the inquisitive Lin Jiao asked, "Captain Xiaolu, how can those metal bars kill a crocodile? While they are sharp at the ends, you can't possibly stab them directly into a crocodile's vital spots, can you?" Gu Xiaolu chuckled. "Stab directly? I'm not that foolish. I intend to let it do the stabbing itself." "Let it do the stabbing itself?" Lin Jiao and her sister were left even more bewildered. Gu Xiaolu paid them no mind and began rubbing the metal bars against the rocks to sharpen their edges further. Meanwhile, at another campsite, several survivors anxiously watched their leader, Qin Wei. The grim news brought by Lao Chong had cast a heavy shadow over their hearts. Although they had faced numerous challenges since arriving on the deserted island, they had not yet suffered significant casualties. Now, however, they had lost an adult male, which naturally instilled panic among them. Qin Wei felt lost. The only source of fresh water was now guarded by a crocodile. How were they to resolve their water issues? With their meager resources, they would likely end up as prey rather than hunters. As he pondered his predicament, Lao Chong spoke again. "Qin, the only viable option is to relocate closer to Gu Xiaoli's camp. Regardless of how unapproachable Gu Xiaoli may seem, he certainly won't eat us like the crocodile would. Their camp has plenty of coconut trees. If we set up camp on that beach, we could survive at least a month without venturing into the jungle for water." Lao Chang's words resonated with the others in the camp. Huang, the middle-aged woman, and Xiao Li, the social media star, both wholeheartedly agreed, while Old Ma remained silent but appeared to have no objections. Qin Wei furrowed his brow, thinking, "It's easy for you to say we should move back. I was nearly thrown by that Gu Xiaoli's woman after a mere brush with her. Would they readily accept us back now?" However, seeing the consensus among the others, he reluctantly nodded. "Very well, let's prepare to move." As the sun dipped below the horizon, smoke began to rise from Gu Xiaolu's campsite, where 3 women and 1 man gathered around a campfire to enjoy their dinner. Having eaten grilled food for several days, the girls began to experience mild gastrointestinal discomfort, with Lin Jiao suffering from an upset stomach. Fortunately, Gu Xiaolu had salvaged some common stomach medications from the first aid kit in the lifeboat to alleviate her pain. They had managed to repurpose a toolbox into a large pot, and tonight they would stew the freshly caught fish from the afternoon. Although lacking cooking wine and ginger to mask the fishy odor, the freshness of the fish rendered such concerns moot. Yet, Gu Xiaolu gazed at the fish in his coconut bowl with a frown. "Captain Xiaolu, what's wrong?" Lin Rue asked with concern. "Are you still thinking about how to deal with that giant crocodile?" Gu Xiaolu shook his head. "No. I was simply contemplating how delightful it would be to have a huge pot of white rice alongside these fish. With such fresh fish, I could easily devour 3 bowls of rice." Lin Jiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, back in the school cafeteria, I always complained that there wasn't enough meat and that I didn't want rice. Now that we're here, I realize that having only meat without rice is quite a struggle." Ning Lei savored a mouthful of the delicious fish soup from her bowl, smacking her lips as she remarked, "Even the finest cuisine requires harmonious interplay. Take, for instance, the Michelin-starred restaurants I frequently visit. They adhere to a meticulously structured sequence and timing for serving dishes. If everything were to be presented all at once on a large table, the flavors of the individual ingredients would inevitably clash and overwhelm one another. There is indeed a profound art to this." Upon hearing this, the young girl Lin Jiao became intrigued. "Sister Xiaolei, with your family's wealth, you must often dine at Michelin establishments, right?" "Unfortunately, I have never set foot in one throughout my life." "What exactly is a Michelin restaurant?" "It seems they serve every type of cuisine." Responding to Lin Jiao's earnest inquiry, Ning Lei feigned modesty and smiled. "Ah, Xiao Jiao, Michelin is not a single restaurant or a chain of eateries. Rather, it represents the most esteemed international standard for restaurant evaluation. Much like how we refer to 5-star hotels without specifying any particular one, Michelin assigns its star ratings based on a restaurant's ambience, flavor, quality, and other criteria. However, their standards are quite stringent. To my knowledge, there are no more than 5 Michelin restaurants in our country." Her words, however, elicited irritation from Gu Xiaoli, who scoffed. "Humph. What is so impressive about that? I prefer to indulge in skewers at roadside eateries. To me, the flavors there far surpass whatever you call Michelin." He dismissed her with a huff. "Country bumpkin. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Ning Lei shot him a disdainful glance, feeling equally disinclined to engage. Suddenly, she noticed Qin Wei approaching with Lao Ma and Lao Chong, all grinning as they made their way toward their camp. Chapter 71. 3 conditions what brings them here? Surely they do not harbor ill intentions once more? Having learned from the previous encounter, Lin Rue immediately grew anxious. Her sister, Lin Jiao, swiftly picked up a makeshift spear from the ground, eyeing the approaching trio of men as if preparing for battle. Gu Xiaola waved his hand dismissively, signaling to the three girls that there was no need for alarm. This was not a display of arrogance on Gu Xiaola's part. Rather, after days of both overt and covert interactions with these individuals, he was confident that anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would refrain from resorting to foolish threats of violence against them. Of course, should they choose to act in such a manner, Gu Xiaola would not be intimidated. As they conversed, the three men had already approached Gu Xiaola's camp, and the cheerful expressions on their faces indicated that they bore no malice this time. Gu Xiaola smiled and inquired, "What brings you esteemed leaders to my humble camp?" The leader, Qin Wei, first cast a glance at the three girls clad in various styles of uniforms, a flicker of greed momentarily flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly smiled and replied, "Brother Xiaola, we have been living on this island together for several days now. As your elder, I have not had the opportunity to visit you. Today, two of the beautiful ladies from your camp kindly delivered medicine to us, and we came to express our gratitude." Qin Wei's words were polite and tactful, leaving Gu Xiaola with little room for quarrel, so he clasped his fists in salute and invited the three men to sit down. Upon entering Gu Xiaola's camp, the three men felt as if they had stepped into a wondrous garden, finding everything fresh and far superior to their own meager accommodations. The aroma wafting from the pot hanging over the campfire made their mouths water, and they thought to themselves, "This Gu Xiaola truly knows how to indulge. He has three stunning beauties by his side and feasts on lavish meals daily. This is akin to the treatment of an ancient emperor." Of course, these were merely their inner musings, as the quality of Gu Xiaola's living conditions had no direct bearing on their own. Sensing their thoughts, Gu Xiaola beckoned Lin Jiao to serve each of them a hearty bowl of fish soup. The men were taken aback by the generosity. Although they protested that it was unnecessary, none declined the offering, eagerly accepting the bowls, and despite the heat, they gulped down the fish and broth. Though a single bowl of soup was insufficient to satiate their hunger, Qin Wei and the others felt too embarrassed to request more. Instead, gesturing for Lin Jiao to refrain from serving them further, Gu Xiaola smiled slightly and asked, "Esteemed leaders, your visit to my modest camp must be for more than mere gratitude, correct?" The three men exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly darkening. Finally, Qin Wei lowered his voice and said, "To be frank, Brother Gu, we have come to seek your assistance." "Seek my help? For what matter?" Gu Xiaola inquired, taken aback. "Alas, I must inform you that Old Wei from our camp was consumed by a crocodile this afternoon while fetching water from the jungle." Qin Wei sighed softly. "Is that so?" Although Gu Xiaola had braced himself for some unfortunate news, he was still shocked at the thought of a lively person being devoured by a crocodile. Moreover, Old Wei had been the manager in Gu Xiaola's project team at the internet company, making him a superior of sorts. Despite his harsh demeanor, they had worked together for years, and hearing of his demise made Gu Xiaola reflect on the fragility of life on this deserted island. Indeed, who could deny it? This afternoon, Old Wei and I went to a stream to fetch some water, and then, alas, Lao Chong took over from Qin Wei, detailing the harrowing encounter he and Old Wei had at the water's edge. Although Gu Xiaola had not witnessed it firsthand, he found Lao Chang's account credible, as he himself had narrowly escaped an encounter with that very crocodile, thanks to the vigilance of the little monkey, Golden. "I too mourn the loss of Manager Wei," Gu Xiaola expressed. "However, you mentioned needing my assistance. What exactly do you seek?" "Well, our camp's survival capabilities are already lacking, and with the loss of a crucial member, our situation has become even more precarious. Not to mention, with that crocodile lurking, none of us dare approach the water. We concluded that moving closer to your camp would be prudent, as you have coconut trees that could sustain us for a while. If rescue arrives during this time, it would be a joyous outcome for all," Qin Wei said, his face plastered with a conciliatory smile. However, his suggestion was met with a cold scoff from Lin Jiao, who had been silently listening. "Huh, waiting for rescue? Who knows when that will come? We have only a few coconut trees here, barely enough to quench the thirst of our four-person camp. If we add your people to the mix, we would be lucky to last half a month. It would not be a joyous outcome, but rather a shared demise." Lin Jiao's words were immediately supported by Ning Lei, who shot a disdainful glance at Qin Wei. "Lin Jiao is absolutely right. Furthermore, we nearly fell victim to your attempt to seize our camp. How can we coexist with wolves like you? Who knows when you might harbor ulterior motives towards the girls in our camp?" The eldest, Lin Rue, remained silent, but her expression clearly mirrored her sister's and Ning Lei's disapproval of Qin Wei's proposal. Qin Wei, having anticipated such a reaction, refrained from arguing, instead smiling at Gu Xiaola. As the final decision rested with him, Gu Xiaola did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered before speaking. "Allowing you to relocate is not out of the question." As soon as Gu Xiaola made this statement, Ning Lei grew anxious. "Gu Xiaola, are you out of your mind? You know the character of these leaders from your company, don't you? They harbored ill intentions towards us from day one." Lin Jiao, Hands on her hips, scolded Qin Wei. On the first day, this fellow tried to bring people to take over our camp while you were absent. Have you forgotten? Absolutely not. We cannot let them move closer to us. Seeing the girls so adamantly opposed, Gu Xiaola could only smile wryly and gesture for them to calm down. I have not finished speaking. Qin Wei, it is not impossible for your camp to move closer, but you must agree to a few conditions. Initially pleased, the three men looked confused at Gu Xiaola's words. Conditions? What conditions? Anything is negotiable, Qin Wei replied, hesitating before eagerly nodding in agreement. Gu Xiaola pondered for a moment before continuing. Firstly, your camp must not be situated too close to ours. A minimum distance of 1 kilometer should be maintained. And you are not permitted to cross this boundary without our consent. Furthermore, to prevent any unnecessary disputes. The second condition stipulates that we should delineate a boundary line to clearly define the resource ownership between our two camps. Lastly, I require your participation in the endeavor to hunt down that crocodile. Initially, Qin Wei and his companions felt quite pleased with the first two conditions, as they posed no significant challenges, but upon hearing the third condition, they were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 72. Opportunity what? The plan to hunt crocodiles? The three men exchanged glances, seeing only confusion and trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. Is Gu Xiaola out of his mind? He wants to hunt crocodiles? With the flimsy spears they possess, which are hardly more effective than mere sticks, could they possibly take down a massive crocodile measuring over 6 meters in length? Isn't that sheer folly? If one wishes to seek death, there is no need to drag us along. Gu Xiaola had discerned their thoughts from their expressions and smiled. I have made my conditions quite clear. If you can comply, you are welcome to move over immediately. If not, then let us consider this conversation void. Qin Wei glanced at the two companions beside him, momentarily uncertain whether to agree. This was when Lin Xiao and her friends perked up, adopting a teasing tone. Indeed. Captain Xiaolo is right. If you can help us eliminate the crocodile, then feel free to come over. Exactly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to come, you must first slay the crocodile. That seems fair. Evidently, the girls had taken Gu Xiaola's condition to hunt the crocodile as an excuse to deter Qin Wei and his companions. Naturally, Qin Wei and his companions were forced smiles, but their thoughts were a flurry of curses. You want us to hunt a crocodile? If I could do that, would I be here begging for your help? Yet Gu Xiaola simply smiled, signaling for Qin Wei and the others to remain calm. When I say hunt the crocodile, I don't mean you should confront that enormous beast head-on. I have devised a relatively comprehensive hunting plan, but I need a few men to assist me. My camp consists solely of girls, and as a man, I cannot risk their safety. Therefore, if you join me in this endeavor, I believe we have over a 70% chance of success, barring any unforeseen incidents. Now it made sense. After hearing Gu Xiaola's explanation, the three girls understood their captain's good intentions. He wanted Qin Wei and his group to relocate primarily to protect them from the dangers of hunting the crocodile. Such a considerate leader was indeed rare. Even on a deserted island, he remained so attentive to their welfare, which deeply touched their hearts. However, Qin Wei and his companions held a different perspective. They exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that Gu Xiaola was indeed reckless, willing to risk his life to hunt a crocodile rather than involve his camp. Did he not fear that during the hunt, he might perish, leaving his camp and the beautiful women to be claimed by other men? Nonetheless, the situation had reached a stalemate. They had sought Gu Xiaola's assistance to escape the predicament of lacking fresh water, which stemmed from their fear of the crocodile. Now, it seemed they had to kill the massive reptile to move. Who could say if Gu Xiaola's hunting plan was reliable? If the hunt failed, would they then pay with their lives? Yet, refusing would mean abandoning any hope of relocating to the beach. After much contemplation, Qin Wei suddenly slapped his thigh and declared, "All right, it's settled. I have faith in you, Brother Gu. Tell us when we shall set off to confront that great crocodile. As your elder brother, I shall accompany you throughout." Seeing their camp leader so decisive, both Lao Ma and Lao Chang wore complex expressions, yet they refrained from opposing him. Encouraged by their prompt agreement, Gu Xiaola smiled and said, "There is no time like the present. I propose we set off tomorrow morning. Is that acceptable to you?" Tomorrow morning? So soon? Qin Wei hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, they arranged to eliminate the crocodile the following morning, after which Qin Wei and his group would move to become neighbors with Gu Xiaola. After bidding farewell to Qin Wei and his companions, Gu Xiaola returned to his camp, continuing to sharpen the metal rods he had in hand against the rocks, ensuring they would be razor sharp. Lin Rue approached with a hint of concern and asked, "Captain, are you certain tomorrow's crocodile hunting plan is foolproof and free of risk?" Gu Xiaola set down the metal rod, smiling at the mature woman clad in a military uniform. "In this world, no plan is without flaw. especially when it comes to the perilous task of hunting crocodiles. However, I believe this creature, while formidable, is ultimately a cold-blooded reptile with limited intelligence. Hence, I am optimistic about our chances of success tomorrow. Lin Rui nodded, glancing at Lin Jiao and Ning Lei, before hesitantly asking, "But there's something I'm unsure whether to voice or not. Since we are all in the same camp, what is there to hesitate about? Speak your mind." "All right, it's not just me. Xiao Lei and Xiao Jiao share this concern. Are you truly comfortable collaborating with your former colleagues from the company? While we worry about the risks posed by the crocodile, we also fear that these men might cause trouble for you behind your back." Lin Rui's words resonated with Gu Xiaola as he acknowledged the validity of the girl's concerns. Although Qinwei's camp appeared to be a cooperative ally on the surface, it also harbored an underlying competitive dynamic. Despite Gu Xiaola's overt strength, everyone knew the camp's stability relied solely on him. Should anything happen to Gu Xiaola, the fates of Lin Rui and her sisters would undoubtedly be dire. To reassure them, Gu Xiaola patted Lin Rui on the shoulder. "Do not worry. Your captain will not meet an untimely demise easily. After all, I have 3 beautiful ladies waiting for my affection. For that reason alone, I cannot afford to leave this world prematurely. My ultimate goal is to become a human teddy bear." What began as a rather solemn statement from Gu Xiaola turned comical in an instant. Lin Jiao delivered a playful smack to his head. "Pooh. You want to be a teddy bear? I certainly do not. Even as a dog, I should be likened to a noble and elegant chihuahua rather than some common breed." Gu Xiaola quickly seized the conversation. "No worries. I fear no breed. A teddy bear is never picky about the kind of dog it encounters. Whether you consider yourself a noble chihuahua or not, I would welcome you just the same. Even a Tibetan mastiff would not deter me. Pooh, pooh, pooh. I am a human. I shan't play with you little dogs any longer." Ning Lei and Lin Jiao began to playfully tussle, while Lin Rui observed them with a resigned smile, hoping that tomorrow's plan would proceed smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. After a night of wind and rain, the weather was remarkably clear the following evening. By the time Qin Wei and his companions returned to their camp, dusk was settling in. "How did it go? Did Gu Xiaola agree to our relocation?" Upon their return, the internet celebrity Xiao Li inquired eagerly. "Yes," he agreed, "but there are some complications." Qin Wei slumped onto the campfire, responding listlessly. "Complications? What kind of complications?" The middle-aged woman, Director Huang, who appeared to be recovering, asked with curiosity. "What kind of complications?" "That rascal Gu Xiaola actually demands that the 3 of us accompany him into the jungle tomorrow to hunt the crocodile." Lao Chang replied with a solemn expression. "What? To hunt a crocodile? Isn't Gu Xiaola out of his mind? With just the few of you, you wouldn't even have time to hide from a crocodile, let alone think of killing it. Isn't that courting death?" Xiao Li questioned in utter disbelief. Who could argue with that? However, Gu Xiaola made it clear that if we do not acquiesce to his demands, our plans to relocate will be thwarted. "It appears we must brace ourselves for tomorrow's endeavor," Qin Wei remarked with a gloomy expression. Yet, at that moment, Lao Chang, who had been relatively silent, blinked and lowered his voice, saying, "Captain Qin, do you not perceive that tomorrow's hunting expedition presents us with a unique opportunity to eliminate Gu Xiaola?" Chapter 73. The Trap Opportunity? "Lao Chang, what do you mean?" Qin Wei cast a skeptical glance at Lao Chang, who smiled and continued, "Hee, if my instincts serve me correctly, Gu Xiaoli's hunting plan is merely to set a trap for the crocodile. Tomorrow, during our hunt, if we can take that kid by surprise at the crucial moment. Even if Gu Xiaola grew up in the countryside with formidable survival skills, I refuse to believe he can engage in hand-to-hand combat with a crocodile measuring over 6 meters. Hiss. The men in the camp collectively inhaled sharply, thinking that Lao Chang was indeed quite ruthless. Perhaps sensing the meaning behind their expressions, Lao Chang smiled faintly. "Captain Qin, there's a saying that without cruelty, there's no manhood. I cannot believe you are not envious of the 3 stunning beauties in Gu Xiaoli's camp. If we manage to eliminate him with the crocodile's aid, then that camp, which is like a 5-star hotel to us, along with the abundant resources nearby and those 3 enchantresses, would all be in your hands, wouldn't it? In this matter, you would certainly not be at a loss." Lao Chang spoke persuasively, and Qin Wei's eyes began to gleam with interest. The following morning, as previously arranged, Gu Xiaolu, Qin Wei, Lao Ma, and Lao Chang met at the entrance of the jungle. Despite Lin Rui and the other girls insisting on joining them, Gu Xiaolu managed to dissuade them. At that moment, Gu Xiaolu was clad in his original jungle gear, with his trousers tightly secured, wielding a machete and carrying a rudimentary spear on his back. The only additional items were several metal strips he had painstakingly salvaged from the lifeboat yesterday, along with several pieces of salted fish. "What is this?" Qin Wei inquired, puzzled. "You'll understand soon enough. Let us set off." Gu Xiaolu replied curtly, gesturing for the others to follow him into the jungle. The morning jungle was noticeably cooler and less humid than the previous afternoon, yet the four men proceeded cautiously, frequently besieged by various venomous insects. After trekking approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, the sound of the flowing river became distinctly audible, its volume considerable due to the heavy rain 2 nights prior. All right. Let us locate where that reptile might be hiding. Gu Xiaolu signaled for the others to crouch and approach the river cautiously. The river appeared as it had the day before, with only the sound of rushing water and no signs of wildlife, creating an eerily silent atmosphere that instilled an inexplicable fear. Silently, they gazed at the quiet river surface, hoping to spot the crocodile that had devoured Old Wei. However, after searching every nook and cranny along the riverbank, they found no rocks or other objects that resembled the crocodile's camouflage. Lao Chong, are you sure this is the spot where Old Wei was eaten? Qin Wei shot a glare at Lao Chong. You don't need to ask, I'm certain. I saw that crocodile yesterday. It should be lurking nearby. However, it doesn't seem to be camouflaged as a rock today, Gu Xiaolu assured confidently. Well, this river is quite long. Should we not explore upstream and downstream to search for it? Suggested Lao Ma, the programmer. No. I have a feeling this creature is definitely close by, Gu Xiaolu declared, wielding his machete and scanning every corner with a serious expression. Suddenly, a piece of withered yellow wood on the river's surface caught his attention. Could it be the crocodile in disguise? Gu Xiaolu picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at the wood. With a sharp crack, the stone struck the wood accurately, and the seemingly innocuous piece of timber suddenly stirred, revealing a pair of yellow, glimmering eyes. As anticipated, that piece of wood was indeed the crocodile's camouflage. Goodness! This creature is hiding far too well, Qin Wei exclaimed, startled. Had Gu Xiaolu not thrown the stone, they would have mistaken it for mere driftwood. Now that we've found it, we can proceed, Gu Xiaolu remarked as he distributed the metal strips he had carried on his back to the others. What are we going to do with these? Qin Wei asked, still unclear. We'll go to the riverbank, a bit farther from the crocodile, and dig a few shallow pits. They don't need to be too deep, just enough to stand the metal strips upright. Make sure the edges are not sticking out too high or too low. About 10 centimeters will suffice, but they must be stable if they topple. All our efforts will be in vain. Lastly, you will need to dig one deeper pit. I worry that if the crocodile survives the trap, it will be furious and come after me. That pit will be its final resting place. So you intend for the crocodile to impale itself? Lao Chang seemed to grasp Gu Xiaolu's strategy. Precisely. I learned this tactic from my uncle, who used to be a hunter. I've heard they use this method to kill large snakes in the mountains, though I've never witnessed it myself, so I cannot vouch for its effectiveness. Gu Xiaolu stated solemnly. I understand the principle of hunting, but why would the crocodile willingly encounter your trap, if it's not incredibly fast? Those metal strips won't inflict any harm. Lao Chang continued to probe. The crocodile certainly won't approach the trap unless they're bait. Gu Xiaolu replied while glancing at the three men. Bait? Upon hearing this, Qin Wei and the others began to sweat, thinking, goodness, who will take on that role? That's a perilous task. If one runs too fast, the crocodile might not enter the trap, and if one runs too slow, it would be directly leading it to the crocodile. Noticing their expressions, Gu Xiaolu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I won't ask any of you to be the bait. I wouldn't trust you with such a task. Here's the plan. I will be the bait, and you just need to ensure those metal strips are planted securely. Just stand them up, and that's all I need. How does that sound? After hearing this, Qin Wei and Lao Chang exchanged glances, finding a glimmer of amusement in each other's eyes. Soon, the three of them dug several narrow, deep pits less than 200 meters from the riverbank, firmly inserting the metal strips. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaolu began to cautiously approach the crocodile, still disguised as wood, stopping within 10 meters of it. The standoff between man and crocodile commenced. The crocodile, clearly aware of Gu Xiaolu's presence, remained motionless, floating on the water's surface, well beyond its effective attack range. Gu Xiaolu's lips curled into a slight smile, noting the crocodile's impressive patience. He then retrieved a piece of salted fish from his supplies and tossed it casually onto the riverbank. The distinctive fishy aroma of the salted fish tantalized the crocodile lurking in the river. Despite its bewilderment at the peculiar offering, its instinct to feed compelled it to swiftly emerge from the water, its gaping maw ready to seize the sizable fish. With a deft motion, the 3-pound fish was propelled skyward, landing directly into the crocodile's jaws. Delicious. This was perhaps the most exquisite fish the old crocodile had ever savored. The salty flavor perfectly accentuated the fish's freshness, and in an instant, the large fish vanished within the creature's mouth. With wide eyes, the crocodile fixated on Gu Xiaolu, clearly intrigued by the delightful morsel. Gu Xiaolu smiled faintly and casually tossed another salted fish, this time positioning it closer to himself. The crocodile hesitated momentarily but ultimately obeyed its nature, crawling out of the water to consume the fish. Observing that the crocodile had taken the bait, Gu Xiaola slowly retreated, occasionally tossing another salted fish to entice the creature further. Thus, the pair moved together for nearly 10 meters. Now less than 30 meters away from the metallic trap set by Qin Wei and his companions, who had long since concealed themselves in the nearby thicket, holding their breath as they monitored Gu Xiaola's every move. At that moment, Gu Xiaola cast his final salted fish. The crocodile, having relished the previous offerings, showed no hesitation and swiftly gulped down the fish. However, unbeknownst to the crocodile, this fish had been laced with several slender, sharp metal strips. Although the creature's throat was quite broad, the sharp tips of the metal strips pierced its esophageal lining, causing the large salted fish to become lodged in its throat. Chapter 74. The kill. Although the injury was not fatal, the sensation of having 7 or 8 sharp spines lodged in his throat was excruciating. The enraged crocodile violently shook its head, attempting to dislodge the salty fish from its mouth. But how could it expel something embedded in its flesh? This only intensified its agony, leading it to glare furiously at the human before it. How dare this creature toy with a crocodile that had long dominated the food chain? In the next instant, the infuriated large saltwater crocodile lunged towards the oblivious young man with alarming speed. The sight was so shocking that not only Gu Xiaola, but also the bystanders hiding nearby were taken aback. The crocodiles they had seen on television were usually languidly basking in the sun on land, displaying little inclination to move. Even when they did rise to feed, it was with a leisurely demeanor. However, the crocodile before them, exceeding 6 meters in length, moved on land with a velocity that far surpassed their expectations, its 4 limbs propelling it forward with such force that it kicked up clouds of sand and dirt. The distance of approximately 10 meters between Gu Xiaola and the beast was rapidly diminished in mere seconds. Although panic surged within him, Gu Xiaola, having grown up hunting in the mountains, reacted with remarkable agility. As the massive crocodile lunged, he executed a swift roll to evade its gaping jaws and, without pausing to rise fully, scrambled towards the nearby metal trap using all fours. The crocodile, having suffered such a significant setback, would not allow him to escape easily. All 4 of its short limbs worked furiously to pursue him. Thus began a life-and-death race along the banks of the jungle creek. Fortunately, the trap was not far away, and Gu Xiaola quickly reached the area strewn with metal spikes. To avoid alerting the crocodile, he chose to leap directly over the sharp edges of the metal shards, soaring just as the crocodile closed in on him. Accustomed to rampaging across the deserted island, the creature failed to notice the metal protrusions that jutted about 5 centimeters from the ground, allowing it to speed past the area without awareness. But then calamity struck. The nature of reptiles is such that they crawl with their bellies nearly grazing the earth. Snakes need no explanation, and even lizards with limbs maintain only a minimal distance from the ground as they traverse. The large saltwater crocodile was no exception. Shortly after it sped through the area littered with metal spikes, its pace began to diminish, leaving behind a trail of crimson. It worked. How splendid! Gu Xiaola felt a slight relief. However, his elation was short-lived as an unexpected turn of events occurred. The crocodile, having sustained a severe blow to its abdomen, initially thrashed its head in pain but soon halted, locking its fierce gaze onto Gu Xiaola once more. In an instant, it charged at him again, this time with even greater ferocity, as the injury seemed to awaken its primal rage. Oh no, had I underestimated the thickness and toughness of its hide? This was Gu Xiaola's first thought. In truth, while the crocodile's skin was indeed formidable, there was another factor he hadn't considered. The 3 accomplices had intentionally shortened the exposed ends of the metal spikes when setting the trap. If they had left the spikes at their original height of around 10 centimeters, the crocodile would have sustained grievous wounds, potentially even eviscerating itself. However, the trio had only exposed 5 centimeters of sharp metal. Though these wounds were indeed severe, they were not fatal, and instead, they further incited the crocodile's fury, driving it to pursue Gu Xiaola with reckless abandon. At this moment, Gu Xiaola had no time to ponder. He possessed one final resource, the deep pit the 3 had dug nearby. According to their arrangement, the pit should be covered with branches, allowing Gu Xiaola to identify it clearly. Once he reached it, he could easily leap across, while the pursuing crocodile would undoubtedly plunge into the trap. If it fell into the pit, it would be its demise. No great reptile could escape from a pit of several meters in depth, and at that point, dealing with it would be a trivial matter. Thus, Gu Xiaola sprinted with all his might, quickly approaching the pit shrouded in foliage. Based on the covering, the opening appeared to be over 4 meters wide and 3 meters deep, a distance that Gu Xiaola could easily clear with a running leap. However, he was mistaken. Qin Wei and his cohorts had plotted with unimaginable cunning. Just as he leapt over the pit, soaring more than 6 meters before landing, a disheartening reality unfolded. His feet sank into the ground, and with a thud, his entire body plummeted into the trap. The massive crocodile, trailing closely behind, also plunged into the pit just 3 seconds later, stirring up a cloud of dust. This scene left Qin Wei and the others, hidden among the bushes, utterly dumbfounded. They could hear the cacophony of the crocodile thrashing about in the mud, accompanied by the sound of its tail whipping through the air. It took nearly 2 minutes for the terrifying noises to finally subside, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Qin Wei, Lao Chong, and Lao Ma exchanged glances, each hesitant to approach the pit for fear that the crocodile might suddenly leap out and drag them down with it. Just as they debated whether to approach, a familiar voice echoed from within the pit. "Someone, pull me up. This thing is too heavy. My God." It was Gu Xiaola's voice. Could it be that he had not perished? Was this some kind of haunting? The 3 men exchanged fearful looks, their skepticism mingled with trepidation. Then, a bloodied hand appeared at the edge of the pit, followed by a head that resembled a grotesque gourd. Indeed, despite appearing battered and bloodied, it was Gu Xiaola, drenched in blood, yet embodying the aura of an invincible warrior in the eyes of the 3 onlookers. He had emerged. Did this mean that the furious crocodile had been vanquished? Was this not the stuff of tales where only protagonists in fantastical narratives could achieve such feats? Had they unintentionally provoked a character straight from a web novel? The 3 men stood frozen in disbelief, momentarily paralyzed by the revelation. No one dared to approach and uncover the truth. It was Gu Xiaola himself who, with great exertion, finally managed to climb out of the pit. And the crocodile? Brother Xiaola? Lao Chang, possessing the strongest composure, was the first to ask. "It's still in the pit, motionless, likely dead," Gu Xiaola said nonchalantly, gesturing towards the trap. The 3 men could scarcely believe his words, trembling as they approached the edge of the pit to inspect the situation. Indeed, the massive saltwater crocodile, exceeding 6 meters in length, lay unsuspectingly within the confines of the trap. Were it not for the sharp tip of a spear protruding from its back, one might easily mistake it for a creature in slumber. At the very moment Gu Xiaola fell into the pit, he comprehended that he had been ensnared by the cunning of those 3 individuals. However, there was no time to ponder further. As he descended, the makeshift spear strapped to his back was released, with its point angled upward and its tail firmly pressed against the rocky walls of the trap. It was aimed precisely at the crocodile that had plummeted almost simultaneously. Even if Gu Xiaola had attempted to stab the crocodile while it lay there, success would have been improbable. Yet, as the crocodile fell into the trap, its own momentum and weight generated a tremendous impact, driving the spear through the creature's jaw and into its body, piercing through most of its vital organs before emerging. Thus, even the remarkably resilient crocodile could not withstand such a grievous wound and ultimately succumbed to its fate. In that moment, Gu Xiaola, who had been regarded by Qin Wei and his companions as nearly invincible, wiped the blood of the crocodile from his face and beamed at them with a grin. Chapter 75. Worship the trap seemed to be far larger than we had anticipated. Covered in blood, Gu Xiaola tilted his head as he gazed at Qin Wei. The already slender and frail Qin Wei appeared utterly terrified, as if he had lost his very soul. They had never imagined that Gu Xiaola, who had fallen into a trap alongside a colossal crocodile, could emerge unscathed and slay the beast. If such a person were to engage them in a real confrontation, it would not be just the 3 of them. Even if 10 or 8 more joined, they would simply be offering their heads on a platter. However, it appeared that Gu Xiaola's inquiry was not one of immediate retribution. Qin Wei quickly composed himself, altering his expression. "Xiaola, you are simply remarkable. But regarding this trap, please do not blame us. When we were hastily digging it, we were anxious about the crocodile discovering us, and we feared that if the trap's opening was too small, the great beast might manage to climb out. Thus, we failed to consider your jumping ability. This is my responsibility as the elder brother. It is my fault. Please do not take it to heart. We meant no harm." "Really?" Gu Xiaola retorted with a cold smile, surveying the 3 of them. The guilty party, feeling cornered, could scarcely meet Gu Xiaola's gaze, while Qin Wei continued to smile apologetically. "It is absolutely true. I stake my reputation on it. We never intended to harm you, brother." Gu Xiaola snorted, thinking to himself, "Reputation? Do you still possess one? If I were to believe a word from you, I would truly be a fool." Yet, Gu Xiaola had no intention of eliminating these individuals or exacting immediate, bloody revenge. He was not the type to annihilate an entire family over a mere glare. Though they found themselves on a deserted island, he understood that one day they would return to civilized society, and having blood on his hands would create complications. He did not envision himself as the protagonist of a web novel, casually slaughtering dozens of wealthy heirs and their henchmen, only to stroll through the city as if nothing had happened, remaining undetected and incognito. Such a scenario was utterly implausible in reality in this age of information overload. Even minor traffic accidents resulting in a death would be sensationalized by the media, let alone murder. Furthermore, even in regions beyond the reach of law enforcement, the act of killing could not escape the long arm of justice. There had once been a disturbance aboard a distant fishing vessel, where a few individuals committed murder and seized control of the ship. The law of the jungle compelled the murderers to force everyone aboard to spill blood, lest they face execution themselves. Upon returning to shore, they conspired to falsely claim that the deaths were mere accidents, attempting to evade legal consequences. Yet, as soon as the ship docked, they were apprehended by the police. Their meticulously crafted plan fell apart under interrogation, and they faced severe legal repercussions. Thus, although Gushala harbored intense resentment towards the three of them, they had not directly attacked him, and he lacked evidence to prove their malicious intent. Years of urban survival experience taught him that sometimes one must endure, allowing strength to build quietly. Given the persistent animosity from these individuals on the deserted island, he felt no obligation to be courteous. Opportunities for retaliation would undoubtedly arise. Just wait, he thought, even if I do not act directly. I must ensure you realize that while I am not a heartless killer, I am far from someone to be trifled with. With that thought, Gushala chuckled. It's nothing, merely an accident. Regardless, our plan to hunt the crocodile has been a resounding success. Qinwei, when you three return, please prepare to join us on our stretch of beach and set up camp together. It's best for everyone to be in close proximity for mutual support. Upon hearing Gushala's words, Qinwei was practically beaming with delight, eagerly nodding in agreement. The group then gathered some fresh water from the river before each returned to their camp. As for the massive crocodile's carcass, it remained trapped in the pit. It was not that Qinwei and his companions had no desire to harvest its meat, but the creature was simply too large and heavy to extract. Most importantly, their tools were inadequate, and they had heard that crocodile meat was rather unpalatable. Thus, they reluctantly departed. When Gushala returned to the camp, the three girls were utterly shocked. Was this blood-soaked man truly their goofy leader, Gushala? He, however, nonchalantly plopped down on a dry log by the campfire, offering a slight smile to the trio of stunned beauties. Why do you not recognize your handsome leader? Lin Jiao, the youngest, her emotions laid bare, nearly spoke with a quiver in her voice. Captain Shala, you weren't killed by those three villains, were you? Are you now a ghost seeking vengeance? Though we wish to help, we are just girls, and murder is beyond our capabilities. Enough of that. Gushala laughed in exasperation. Lin Jiao, can you not say something more pleasant? Ghosts? The sun is blazing above. What nonsense are you spouting? Look closely. I am unharmed. The blood is not mine, but that of the crocodile. Really? Lin Jiao, somewhat skeptical, moved closer to inspect Gushala, and indeed, although his clothes were drenched in blood, there were no visible wounds. Gushala, you went hunting with three big men, didn't you? How did you end up covered in blood? What about the other three? They aren't dead, are they? Ning Lei chimed in, approaching. No, they merely assisted me. I alone dealt with the great crocodile. Gushala replied with a slight smile, feigning nonchalance. You did it all by yourself? Lin Jiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Rui and Ning Lei also looked at Gushala with skepticism. While they knew of his formidable outdoor survival skills, could he truly have single-handedly slain a crocodile over 6 meters in length? It was indeed hard to fathom. Noticing their doubt, Gushala recounted the events, though he omitted the part about the three individuals' underhanded attempts to sabotage him, which nearly led to his demise at the jaws of the crocodile. The three girls exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of awe and admiration directed at their leader. Covered in blood, Gushala exuded an aura reminiscent of a dominant ruler of the wild. Seeing the admiration in their eyes filled Gushala with delight. He thought to himself, to earn their admiration makes this afternoon's harrowing battle with the crocodile worthwhile. However, he could not remain in such a blood-stained state indefinitely. Clearing his throat, he announced, Well, have you all admired me enough? According to our agreement, the other camp will be moving over soon. Though I look rather dashing in this attire, it is rather unsightly, so I intend to bathe and change. You young ones should perhaps step aside for a moment. He initially believed that once he uttered those words, Ning Lei would berate him with a few harsh remarks before leading the way out. Chapter 76, Among Wolves. Upon uttering her words, Lin Rui nearly caused Gushala's jaw to drop to the ground. Since the beginning of their shared existence on this deserted island, he had never experienced such an extraordinary privilege. As a coder, he was also a seasoned recluse, and the notion of having beautiful girls assist him in cleansing his body was, well, wasn't this the kind of scenario he often encountered in the fixed format plots on his computer screen? Gushala found himself daydreaming about indulging in a heavenly bubble bath amidst the cerulean skies and azure seas. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just then, Lin Jiao struck his head sharply and shouted, "Humph. I won't let him off so easily." Yet, the thrilling events were far from over. To Gu Xiaola's surprise, the ever-disdainful Ning Lei, who had always harbored a strong aversion towards him, blushed and declared, "No, I still have some reservations about just the two of you. How about I supervise Gu Xiaola's every move as well? 3 of them together?" Gu Xiaola shook his head, sensing something amiss. While he could still consider it a fortunate dilemma with Lin Rui and Lin Jiao together, the addition of this spoiled princess, Ning Lei, left him utterly skeptical about any romantic encounters. Indeed, Ning Lei continued, "I hope some individuals understand that we are merely expressing our gratitude for all the efforts he has put into our camp. He must not misinterpret our intentions. Gu Xiaola, when you go into the water, don't think it's like your neighborhood bathhouse. You should at least wear a pair of shorts. Moreover, the 3 of us will only help you wash your back where you can't reach. Don't overstep your bounds." Disappointed, Gu Xiaola nodded, thinking to himself, "What sins did I commit in my past life? How wonderful it would be if the spoiled Princess Ning Lei didn't exist. Wouldn't it just be me and the Lin sisters enjoying our time together?" Alas, with her presence, all romantic ambience had vanished. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, the unanimous approval from the 3 women in the camp gave Gu Xiaola a sense of satisfaction. Thus, he confidently strolled to the beach, shedding his shirt and trousers, leaving only his beach shorts before plunging into the ocean. Meanwhile, his 3 campmates stood at the water's edge in enticing uniforms, awaiting his emergence. However, just as Gu Xiaola rinsed off the blood and grime from his body, preparing to relish the spa treatment from the 3 beautiful teammates, a large group of people approached, chattering animatedly. "Ah, these guys are quick," Gu Xiaola muttered under his breath, knowing without looking that it was definitely Qin Wei and his entourage. Sure enough, Qin Wei led Lao Ma, Lao Chong, Director Huang, and the social media sensation Xiao Li, each carrying some of the camp's original possessions, eagerly making their way towards him. Great. It seemed the allure of the beautiful spa would have to wait. Gu Xiaola stood in the water, feeling dejected. Fortunately, being at a tropical island's beach meant that wearing just shorts during the day wouldn't be too cold. Yet, the sight of him emerging from the sea, flanked by 3 stunning women, left the approaching group momentarily stunned. Qin Wei nudged Lao Ma beside him, saying, "This kid Gu Xiaola knows how to enjoy himself. Doesn't he?" Taking a bath with 3 gorgeous beauties by his side, Lao Ma, eyes wide, replied, "Yeah, this is a treatment fit for an ancient emperor." In stark contrast to the other men, Xiao Li's gaze fixated on Gu Xiaola, whose water droplets glistened on his sun-kissed skin, his well-defined physique exuding health, and his 6-pack abs distinctly visible. "Wow, I never expected Gu Xiaola to have such a fantastic body. No wonder he has so many girls around him," she exclaimed, eliciting a barrage of eye rolls from Qin Wei. At this moment, Gu Xiaola and his companions met the newcomers on the beach. Despite Ning Lei and the Lin sisters harboring no fondness for Qin Wei's group, they were bound by their prior agreement to allow them to relocate. The 3 girls wore stern expressions, devoid of smiles, while their leader, Gu Xiaola, warmly extended his hand in welcome. Thus, as per their previous arrangement, they began reconstructing their camp approximately 1,000 meters away from Gu Xiaola's location. Although he provided them with some of the abundant resources at his disposal, he was acutely aware that each of these individuals harbored ulterior motives. However, Gu Xiaola was not yet inclined to confront them openly. After all, they were all on the same island. If tensions escalated, he could not simply eliminate these individuals. He had to remain vigilant, aware that they could easily drop their pretenses and steal from his camp or cause destruction, potentially putting the 3 girls in danger. With Gu Xiaola's assistance, Qin Wei and his group quickly erected a relatively simple camp. Though it paled in comparison to Gu Xiaola's treehouse, it was a substantial improvement over their previous conditions. As a token of gratitude, they brought Gu Xiaola some shells and crabs they had collected during the morning tide, including 2 sizable blue crabs weighing over a pound each. Thus, the previously tense relationship between the 2 groups seemed to have relaxed considerably, though beneath the calm surface, tumultuous currents churned. Just moments ago, Lao Chong had discreetly informed Gu Xiaola while delivering the crabs that during the afternoon trap digging, Qin Wei had intentionally instructed them to widen the trap's edge, hoping Gu Xiaola would fall in. He assured Gu Xiaola that he bore no ill will towards his camp and expressed his willingness to assist should Gu Xiaola wish to eliminate Qin Wei. However, Gu Xiaola merely smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, "Old fox, you're quite adept at diverting blame and enlisting others to do your dirty work. Now that you've been ousted from your position as camp leader by Qin Wei, you seek to use my strength to regain your status? Humph. While Qin Wei may not be a good person, your treachery likely surpasses his." Thus, Gu Xiaola took Lao Chang's insinuation with a grain of salt, offering no verbal agreement. Watching Lao Chong leave with a look of disappointment, Gu Xiaola felt he should distance himself from the power struggles of Qin Wei and Lao Chong, opting instead to continue enjoying the idyllic island life with his 3 beautiful companions. Gazing at the treehouse he had worked so hard to build, Gu Xiaola pondered where to relocate his camp next. Before long, his eyes drifted toward the distant cliffs and precipices. Chapter 77. The back-and-forth provocation that evening. The meal at Gu Xiaola's camp was particularly sumptuous, thanks to the 2 large crabs sent over from across the way. The feast included grilled fish, boiled crabs, and a pot of mushroom soup. Even the little monkey named Huang Jin had managed to procure an abundance of mysterious red berries from the jungle. Chattering excitedly, it gestured with its tiny paws, clearly inviting Gu Xiaola and the others to partake. The 3 girls exchanged glances, although the little creature was undeniably charming. It was still a wild animal, raising doubts about the edibility of the berries it had brought back. Gu Xiaola, however, was less concerned. He took the berries in hand, rubbed them to release their fragrance, and tasted the juice on his fingers. Nodding affirmatively, he promptly tossed them into his mouth and began to munch away. Gu Xiaola, do you even know what those berries are? You trust Huang Jin enough to eat them? Lin Jiao asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. I don't know, but Huang Jin offered them to me, so it must have eaten them before. Gu Xiaola replied. I just had a few and found them pleasantly tart and juicy. It's been quite some time since I've had fruit on this island. If you're too scared to try, that's fine by me. No one will compete with me for them. As he spoke, Gu Xiaola reached for another branch of berries brought by Huang Jin. However, that branch was seized by Ning Lei, who says we won't eat them. It's been ages since I've had fruit after a meal. If you're brave enough to try, so am I. Come on, Xiao Jiao, Sister Sharewei. Let's also taste the berries Huang Jin has brought us. Under her persuasion, the 3 girls followed suit, eagerly popping the berries into their mouths. Truth be told, wild fruits could not possibly compare to the cultivated varieties that had been nurtured through millennia of human cultivation. Yet, one must remember they had been stranded on this deserted island for 7 or 8 days. At this point, they would cherish even the simplest of food, let alone these sweet and tangy little berries. As expected, after sampling the berries, the 3 girls were all praises, with Lin Jiao particularly animated, calling out to the little monkey Huang Jin to fetch more from the jungle, though it was uncertain whether the chattering creature understood her. Gu Xiaola, however, was not inclined to continue the fruit competition. His gaze drifted toward the distant stone wall. What are you thinking about? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Rui had taken a seat beside him. You've seemed somewhat absent-minded since this afternoon. The crocodile hunting plan didn't go as smoothly as you anticipated, did it? Gu Xiaola was taken aback by Lin Rui's perceptiveness. He smiled wryly and nodded. Indeed, it was not as simple as I thought. Qin Wei and his group harbor considerable animosity towards us, particularly towards me. I am contemplating whether we should relocate our camp to a different area. Lin Rui tilted her head, questioning, relocate? But isn't this beach the best spot we could find? It offers ample food resources and a good vantage point to observe for rescue signals from the sea. The jungle within the island is fraught with dangers, and we are entirely unaware of what lies beyond its tree line. Gu Xiaola chuckled, shaking his head at her barrage of questions. I didn't realize you had such a keen mind. While our current location appears favorable, it harbors numerous dangers. Firstly, there's that pack of hyenas that has yet to show itself. I have no idea when they might return. Secondly, while temporary lodging in this makeshift treehouse is manageable, do you think a hammock made of vines can withstand long-term use? Lastly, perhaps it is just my intuition, but I sense there are other latent dangers here that warrant our departure. Lin Rui nodded thoughtfully and then asked, So, Captain Xiaola, where shall we relocate? Surely, we won't head deeper into the jungle? Of course not, Gu Xiaola replied, gesturing toward the distant stone wall. My primary focus is that rocky outcrop over there. But how can we possibly live there? That steep cliff. How can you even climb it? We certainly can't manage it. Lin Rui frowned, her concern evident. Who says only he can do it? Ning Lei interjected, plopping down beside Lin Rui with a furrowed brow. Gu Xiaola, I don't know why you want to go to that cliff, but I'll have you know that I am an outdoor expert who frequently participates in rock climbing. I've even summited Kilimanjaro, Africa's highest peak. Gu Xiaola chuckled. Oh, so you're a climbing expert? Then how come the last time the hyenas came, you couldn't even get up a tree without my help? Stop right there. The last time, I was flustered by the hyenas and lacked the strength to show my true abilities. If you don't believe me, we can have a contest right now to see if I'm just boasting. Ning Lei quickly interrupted. Gu Xiaola smiled lightly, choosing not to argue. Since you're a climbing expert, that is splendid. You can accompany me tomorrow to scout that cliff and help us select a new campsite. Go with you to scout. Ning Lei's expression fluctuated, and she hesitated to respond. What? Afraid? If you're scared, don't go. But don't boast about your climbing prowess in front of me anymore. Ning Lei, irritated by Gu Xiaola's taunts, felt her face flush with indignation. Fine, I'll go. Who is afraid of who? Tomorrow. Whoever doesn't show up is a coward. Seeing Ning Lei's serious demeanor, Gu Xiaola and the Lin sisters couldn't help but chuckle. Just days ago, Ning Lei was the epitome of grace and poise, but after spending time with Gu Xiaola, she had adopted a more down-to-earth demeanor, reflecting the casual banter she now engaged in. Meanwhile, as the camp discussed their plans for the following day, the atmosphere among Qin Wei's group was equally buoyant. Having returned to the familiar beach, both men and women were thrilled. That night, they feasted on the salted fish provided by Gu Xiaola, gorging themselves after days of inadequate nourishment. As they ate, Qin Wei cast a glance at Lao Chang beside him. Say, Lao Chang, when you delivered the crabs earlier, did Gu Xiaola say anything? Feeling guilty, Qin Wei remained anxious, fearing Gu Xiaola might harbor resentment over the afternoon's events. Lao Chang smiled faintly. Although that kid didn't say anything directly, I can't shake the feeling that he is well aware of what we did this afternoon. Oh, Qin Wei's heart raced at this revelation. What should we do then? If he truly intends to retaliate against us, we might be finished. Faint-hearted. Director Huang cast a disdainful glance at the panicked Qin Wei, muttering under his breath, why don't we strike first and take him out tonight? Absolutely not. Do you think we can sneak up on them undetected? If our ambush fails, can you imagine the consequences? Old Chang smiled ominously. What would be the consequence? Qin Wei's expression seemed to freeze. He was acutely aware of the ramifications. If they failed to eliminate Gu Xiaola, the fate awaiting the three men was all too clear. They lacked the formidable resilience of that great crocodile. Observing the look on Qin Wei's face, Old Chang smiled and remarked, actually, Captain Qin need not worry excessively. This young man is currently enjoying a blissful life with his wife and children, nestled in warmth. As long as we do not provoke him, I believe he will refrain from striking us lightly. However, for the entirety of the deserted island, our camp will always remain in a competitive relationship with theirs. So we should prepare ourselves in advance. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Wei abruptly slapped his thigh and declared, humph. It is settled then. Tomorrow morning, all the men in our camp will rise and begin working. Even if we do not resort to underhanded tactics, I, Qin Wei, cannot allow myself to be outdone by that Gu Xiaola who emerged from the mountains. Chapter 78. Rock climbing. That night, Gu Xiaola struggled to find restful sleep. Firstly, he harbored some unease regarding the individuals at Qin Wei's camp. Secondly, a lingering sense of crisis hovered persistently in his subconscious. Therefore, as dawn broke the following morning, Gu Xiaola gently maneuvered his body closer to the sleeping girls, casting a glance at Ning Lei, who dreamily clutched a golden monkey's tail. In the soft morning light, this young lady had her delicate eyes shut tight, with a single crystalline tear resting on her long, fine lashes. What could this foolish girl be dreaming about? It was indeed a significant transformation for her, transitioning from a pampered heiress accustomed to a life of ease to a self-sufficient survivor in the wild. Gu Xiaola contemplated inviting her to explore the rocky cliff with him, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that such endeavors were better suited for a man. He silently slipped from his hammock and moved towards the treehouse entrance. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard a soft voice behind him. Gu Xiaola. Are you planning to sneak off alone to the cliff and then return to mock me for my inaction? Gu Xiaola halted, nearly losing his balance at Ning Lei's unexpected retort. My dear lady, I was merely concerned about disturbing your beauty sleep. If you insist on joining, I certainly wouldn't mind having a lovely companion, he replied. Ning Lei released her grip on the monkey's tail, casting a cold glare at his back. Enough with the nonsense. Since we agreed to go together, there's no way you're leaving me behind. Let's go? With that, Gu Xiaola had no choice but to comply. He slowly descended the rope ladder from the treehouse and began gathering essential gear for their expedition. In addition to his ever-present machete, woven vines, Swiss Army knife, and lighter, he thoughtfully packed some dry grass for kindling. What do you need that for? Ning Lei inquired, following him. Better safe than sorry. I believe it may prove useful. Gu Xiaola replied without looking up. At that moment, the little monkey, Golden, who had been nestled among the three girls, stirred and curiously descended from the tree to observe them. Golden, do you wish to join us? Ning Lei greeted, and the monkey, displaying a surprising degree of understanding, leapt onto her shoulder, chattering animatedly. Gu Xiaola pondered for a moment. Given their destination was the distant cliff, he surmised the monkey's agility might surpass their own. Let's take him along. He might be of assistance. Thus, a trio consisting of a young man, a young woman, and a small monkey set off from the camp, leaving behind a note indicating their intention to explore the distant rocky cliff, a location Gu Xiaola envisioned as the ideal new home. As the sun lingered just above the horizon, the island's visibility remained relatively clear, though the light was still somewhat insufficient. A thin veil of mist hovered over the deserted island, and it wasn't long before Gu Xiaola and Ning Lei found their clothes dampened by the fog. Really? Could you not have chosen a better day for our outing? Ning Lei complained, trailing just under 3 meters behind him and patting her damp clothing. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. This young lady has been living on an island for over a week, yet still clings to her haughty temperament. Gu Xiaola chuckled, shaking his head. Ning, you should observe the island's climate more closely. In this subtropical region, during this season, it either rains, winds, or fogs at night. If you're looking for perfect weather, you may have to wait several months. Though Ning Lei felt reluctant to concede, she recognized the truth in his words. Still, she grumbled. Then why not sleep comfortably in the treehouse? Why venture out to explore and develop a new campsite? I really don't understand your reasoning. Gu Xiaola, weary of the argument, quickened his pace. Seeing that he was silent, Ning Lei, determined not to be left behind, quickened her own steps. And soon the trio vanished into the mist enveloping the beach. The cliffs appeared deceptively close, yet their journey stretched on for over an hour, covering nearly 10 kilometers before they finally reached the base of the steep rock face. However, as they approached, the path grew increasingly treacherous, devoid of the soft, thick sandy beach and instead littered with rocky debris and puddles. Consequently, their pace slowed considerably. What kind of path is this? It's so difficult to traverse. Ning Lei complained as she walked. Find it difficult? You could always turn back, my lady, Gu Xiaola replied with a slight smile. Humph, do you think I can't manage? I can handle anything, Ning Lei retorted, her teeth clenched. That's good to hear. It seems we're not too far from the cliffs now. Perhaps just a 10 or 15-minute trek remains, Gu Xiaola said, gesturing ahead, while Golden, perched atop his shoulder, chattered as if encouraging Ning Lei or perhaps joining Gu Xiaola and teasing her. Despite the notion that the remaining distance was short, it took them nearly half an hour to finally arrive at the cliff's base. Gu Xiaola carefully examined the steep mountain, noting that while it appeared daunting from afar, there were indeed angles suitable for climbing. Turning to Ning Lei, who was rubbing her sore feet, he asked, "How do you feel? Are you confident in your climbing skills? O master of the ascent?" "Of course. As I always say, if you can climb it, so can I," Ning Lei replied, pouting slightly. "All right then, prepare yourself. We're about to commence our ascent," Gu Xiaola said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Lin Rui and Lin Jiao awoke an hour after Gu Xiaola and Ning Lei had departed. The sun had brightened considerably, and as they descended from the treehouse, they noticed the message Gu Xiaola had left for them on the sandy beach. Lin Rui furrowed her brow. "I wonder if Gu Xiaola will be able to find a suitable spot this time." Lin Jiao, seemingly carefree, replied, "Don't worry, sis. I believe Gu Xiaola is quite capable in the wild. A mere cliff won't pose a challenge for him. But I am concerned about one thing." "What are you worried about?" Lin Rui asked, taken aback. "I'm worried that my future brother-in-law might get stolen away by someone else. Just think, with him and Ning Lei, 2 young people alone in the wilderness. Who knows what might happen if emotions run high? It wouldn't be unusual, would it?" Lin Jiao mused, her imagination running wild. "Have you been learning all sorts of nonsense at school? Can't you think of something else?" Lin Rui exclaimed, exasperated as she playfully kicked Lin Jiao's backside. "Humph, it's easy for you to say. From the moment we arrived on the island, you declared your intention to win over Gu Xiaola, yet here we are, nearly 10 days later, and you still haven't made any progress. Have you perhaps lost your touch? If it's not feasible, just say so. Perhaps your sister's intervention could yield a different outcome." Lin Jiao chuckled, covering her dairy Ri while fleeing. "Stop rambling. I have a lingering sense that our current relationship is quite satisfactory. Besides, if Gu Xiaola were the type to be swayed by mere appearances, he would have shown his true colors by now, even without our coaxing. The fact that he has made no overtures over these past days indicates that, at his core, he possesses a profound respect for women. During our last adventure in the jungle, I observed no untoward behavior from him. Thus, I remain unconcerned about any potential entanglement between him and Ning Lei." Nevertheless, despite my reassurances, Lin Rui gazed longingly at the distant cliffs for quite some time. Chapter 79. The cave. At this moment, Gu Xiaola and Ning Lei had already ascended nearly 40 meters up the rock face. Although the cliff was far more manageable than they had anticipated, the remaining ascent to the summit, nearly 100 meters high, still proved to be quite exhausting. The little monkey, Huang Jin, had long since climbed from Gu Xiaola's shoulder to the cliff edge, its slight frame and naturally adept claws enabling it to scale the heights with ease. It often paused to make faces at them, teasingly mocking their slower pace. Gu Xiaola wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Ning Lei, who was 2 levels below him. Of course, how could we possibly compare to it? He thought. How much higher do we have to go? I feel as though we've been climbing for ages and still can't see the top. Ning Lei was panting heavily, beads of perspiration glistening on her skin. "Miss Ning, this one tea do. Were you not boasting about having climbed Mount Kilimanjaro? That mountain is nearly 6,000 meters high, right? How can you be so exhausted after barely scaling 60 meters? Gu Xiaola chuckled as he looked down at her. Ning Lei shot him an irritated glance and explained. That is completely different. When I climbed those mountains, I had local guides accompanying me the entire time. In many sections, I couldn't manage without their help. It's like those wealthy individuals in our country who claim to climb mountains. They could ascend even 8,000 meters to Everest, but only because they have others carrying them the whole way. Ah, so that is how it is. Gu Xiaola exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I thought those people were truly impressive for their age, still managing to climb Everest. Turns out it's all about financial power. Truly, poverty limits my imagination. Nevertheless, miss, we are not climbing Everest today. It's only about 100 meters, and we've already climbed nearly half of it. If you can just endure for another 10 or 20 minutes, we will be at the top. Despite Gu Xiaola's encouragement, Ning Lei regretted her decision to accompany him on this climb. As a daughter of a wealthy family, what was I thinking? Instead of climbing, I could have been fishing and playing in the waters with the Lin sisters, enjoying the sun and showcasing my exceptional figure without this troublesome Gu Xiaola around. How delightful that would have been. What is Gu Xiaola doing now? She wondered, exasperated. She could hardly find words to describe her frustration with such a rude and coarse individual. Fueled by irritation, she increased her pace, nearly doubling her speed. Little did she know, Gu Xiaola, noticing her pursuit, began to quicken his pace as well. Thus, the two engaged in a playful chase up the slope. After climbing another 30 meters, they could faintly sense they were nearing the summit when Gu Xiaola began to slow down. This time, I won't let you escape, Ning Lei exclaimed, darting forward to grab his foot. Gu Xiaola did not evade her grasp, allowing her to seize his ankle. Gu Xiaola, do you believe I could easily pull you down from this cliff, causing your demise? Ning Lei huffed angrily. Of course, she was only speaking in jest. Even if she could, she would never actually do it. She had endured his teasing before, but his arrogance this time was simply too much. Gu Xiaola, maintaining his composure, replied, Miss, do you truly believe your flesh is so enticing that anyone who gazes upon you would be enchanted? Stop and consider why I was looking at you. Look beneath your feet at the crevices in the rock face. Ning Lei paused, perplexed, but instinctively glanced down. The moment she did, fear coursed through her as she nearly stumbled off the cliff. In the very crevices she had just traversed, 6 or 7 dark snakes, as thick as a child's wrist, were slithering, drawn out by the presence of Gu Xiaola and Ning Lei. Their movements, though sluggish, made it clear that they had emerged in pursuit of the two. Gu Xiaola steadied the trembling Ning Lei. Now do you understand why I was secretly observing you? He said calmly. Ning Lei managed to regain her balance and, with a quivering voice, asked, Then why didn't you simply tell me? Why resort to such a lewd method? Gu Xiaola shrugged with a nonchalant smile. Directly telling you? My dear miss, are you certain you wouldn't have screamed and fallen off the cliff upon seeing so many venomous snakes pursuing you? Ning Lei shuddered at the thought. Indeed, had she known about the snakes, her fragile composure would have likely led her to plummet downwards instead of climbing alongside Gu Xiaola to the summit. Reflecting on this, she glanced at him, begrudgingly admiring his courage and meticulousness, realizing she had misjudged him. However, as Gu Xiaola concluded his explanation with a teasing remark, Ning Lei's fleeting admiration evaporated, and she resumed her playful pursuit, striking him once more. After a flurry of playful antics, they finally reached the summit. What a revelation! I had no idea that down below, it was so inconspicuous. Now that we stand at the top, the view is breathtaking. Behind us, the deserted island resembles a sword thrusting into the sea, and we find ourselves at the very tip of that sword. The elevation here offers an exceptional vantage point, allowing us to survey a significant portion of the island's perimeter, making it the ideal location for observing any rescue efforts. Moreover, it was crucial to note that, although the path from the beach to the summit was arduous, the slope on the opposite side was clearly gentler. Even the Lin sisters could easily ascend and descend. Gu Xiaola surveyed the other beach, noticing it was a stretch of smooth sand, unlike their own, which was adorned with numerous coconut and palm trees, indicating a more favorable natural environment. It seems our exploration has led us to the right decision. The beach on this side of the cliff is indeed quite pleasant. Ning Lei, too, recognized the beauty of the beach, momentarily forgetting her earlier annoyance at Gu Xiaola, and gleefully chimed in. It's quite nice here. Not bad. Come, Miss Ning, let us descend and investigate, to scout for our new campsite. Absolutely. This time, unlike their ascent, both were invigorated, both mentally and physically, as they began their descent from the peak. However, just a few steps later, they noticed Huang Jin, who had scampered ahead, chattering excitedly and gesturing with its tiny paws as if it had discovered something. Is there something amiss? Gu Xiaola wondered, instinctively drawing his large knife from his back. Ning Lei, too, grasped her makeshift spear, both of them alert for any potential threat along the mountain path. Two individuals cautiously descended a short distance, twisting along the winding mountain path, only to suddenly discover a modest cave nestled before the expanse of this flat hillside. Chapter 80. The Spring A Cave? How splendid! And it's located on the mountain. Gu Xiaola felt a surge of joy within. This was, quite simply, the ideal refuge he had envisioned. After all, constructing a sturdy shelter outdoors was impractical, particularly given their current lack of essential tools and materials. Discovering a cave that could provide shelter from the elements would be nothing short of perfect. The cave appeared to be modest in size, yet it seemed well suited for the four of them. However, Gu Xiaola pondered whether it might already be inhabited by small creatures or even larger beasts. Gripping his machete tightly, he instructed Ning Lei, who followed behind, to stay back and remain silent. Cautiously, he approached the cave entrance, which was located at the mountainside, approximately the size of 3 or 4 ordinary doors. Since it was daytime, the interior was rather dim, and they could only discern a shallow area within, revealing some flat stones, but little else. Gu Xiaola leaned forward, inhaling the air at the cave's mouth. Fortunately, the humidity did not seem excessive, and there was no strong musty odor. He retrieved a bundle of mugwort he had brought along and ignited it with a lighter, sending a plume of white smoke billowing into the cave. Instead of entering, he tossed the burning bundle inside. Soon, thick smoke filled the entrance, making it difficult to see. Ah, so that was your plan with the mugwort? Ning Lei remarked, genuinely impressed by her seemingly mischievous leader. Gu Xiaola's outdoor survival experience was evidently noteworthy. He modestly waved his hand, signaling the little monkey, Huang Jin, and Ning Lei to stand back from the entrance. In truth, he had often accompanied his uncle on hunting trips as a child, bringing along mugwort to toss into caves when uncertain of what might lurk inside. Even if a bear resided within, the smoke would surely drive it out. Ning Lei gasped at the mention of a bear. You think there could be a bear in there? Gu Xiaola chuckled. It's unlikely for such a cave to harbor large predators. The forest is a fair distance away, making it inconvenient for them to hunt here. However, I am certain there are smaller creatures, and you will likely see them soon. As they conversed outside the cave, a sudden flurry of rustling erupted from within, followed by a swarm of large black bats emerging. These bats were astonishingly large, with wingspans exceeding a meter. Their appearance was reminiscent of demons from Western folklore, causing Ning Lei to hurriedly hide behind Gu Xiaola, clutching his broad arm tightly. Her face pressed against his back as she mumbled prayers for protection. After a while, the bats seemed to have vacated, and silence returned to the cave. All right, my lady. The bats are gone. You needn't pray anymore. Gu Xiaola gently tugged at Ning Lei's gripping hands. Are you sure? Those were bats? They were enormous. Surely, they can't be the legendary vampire bats? Ning Lei cautiously peeked out, still anxious. Vampire bats? Don't be ridiculous. They are quite small. These are clearly tropical fruit bats. Rest assured, they feed on fruit and pose no threat to humans or livestock. Ning Lei remained skeptical. Are you certain? Such large creatures only eat fruit? Absolutely. The bats in tropical jungles are generally harmless. In fact, in many Southeast Asian countries, people consume them. It is said that their soup is quite nourishing. By the way, a culinary connoisseur like you must have tried bat soup before, right? Gu Xiaola's comment sent shivers down Ning Lei's spine, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. Please, don't say that. It's disgusting. I would never eat that. Gu Xiaola, do you think there might be other animals in this cave? Gu Xiaola surveyed the still smoking cave and shook his head. There shouldn't be anything else. I truly can't imagine what animal could withstand such thick smoke. The smoke is dissipating now. Shall we venture inside to assess the environment? As he spoke, Gu Xiaola gestured for them to enter, but Ning Lei quickly waved him off, indicating he should go first. The little monkey, Huang Jin, also chirped nervously, seemingly reluctant to enter. Gu Xiaola chuckled, thinking how clever both the girl and the monkey were. He took hold of his machete and cautiously stepped into the cave. Upon entering, they immediately felt a sticky layer of white substance underfoot. Ugh, what is this? It's revolting. Ning Lei exclaimed loudly from behind him. It must be the droppings of those fruit bats. They have likely made this cave their home for quite some time. A bit of excrement on the ground is to be expected, isn't it? Gu Xiaola carefully sidestepped the bat droppings, scrutinizing the cave's interior. Initially, the stark contrast between the light outside and the darkness within made it difficult to see. But their eyes gradually adjusted. This was a typical Kashmir cave, roughly 100 square meters in area. The walls were smooth to the touch and cool, with a spacious ceiling soaring 4 to 5 meters high. Aside from the unpleasant bat droppings, the cave was devoid of clutter, appearing quite suitable for them to use as a temporary camp. Gu Xiaola examined the cave thoroughly and found no other issues. Satisfied, he nodded and remarked, It seems that once we clear away these bat droppings, this place will be livable. Ning Lei, pinching her nose and tiptoeing cautiously behind Gu Xiaola, immediately raised her voice. Clean up the droppings? Who is going to do that? You can't be suggesting we two do it, right? The droppings are nearly 3 inches thick. And without a water source, how can we clean it? Gu Xiaola remained silent, acknowledging that while Ning Lei's spoiled demeanor was evident, her concerns held merit. The droppings piled thickly would indeed require water for proper cleaning, or it could take days to clear them away. At that moment, the excitable little monkey, Huang Jin, suddenly bounded up to them, chattering animatedly. Although Gu Xiaola didn't understand monkey language, he could sense the little creature had made a discovery. Following Huang Jin, they approached an inconspicuous stalagmite. The monkey paused, gesturing excitedly at the stone column. Gu Xiaola, perplexed, reached out to touch the stalagmite and was astonished to find it was wet. Not only that, but he also noticed a clear stream of water trickling gently from the top of the stalagmite. Could this be a spring? He cautiously dipped his finger into the flowing water and brought it to his lips. It was indeed fresh water. Gu Xiaola was so elated that she nearly leaped with joy. As survivors of the wilderness, the most elusive yet essential resource they sought was a stable and clean supply of fresh water. The primary reason for their relocation was the arduous challenge of obtaining water at their previous beach. Now, to their astonishment, they had discovered a spring within this cave, an extraordinary gift from the heavens. With this newfound base, the four of them could confidently face the prospect of long-term survival on the island. Although Ning Lei shared in the happiness, a hint of gloom lingered on her face. It was not for any other reason than the fact that her earlier remark about the lack of water had been immediately contradicted by the discovery of the spring. Moreover, the thick layer of bat guano on the ground seemed to indicate that they would inevitably need to undertake the task of cleaning. Observing the uncomfortable expression on Ning Lei's face, Gu Xiaola smiled gently. My dear Miss Ning, you need not fret too much. Our purpose here is merely to assess the new base. As for the cleaning, we can certainly wait for Lin Rue and Lin Jiao to return to tackle it together. Besides, while the bat droppings may seem repulsive, they are actually odorless. If you don't believe me, simply lower your hand and take a whiff. As she spoke, and without waiting for Ning Lei's consent, Gu Xiaola swiftly pulled her hand away from her nose. A sharp, acrid scent surged towards Ning Lei, causing her stomach to churn violently, and she felt an urge to retch. Chapter 81. Doubts. Observing Ning Lei's expression of nausea, Gu Xiaola chuckled. I say, young lady, isn't that a bit exaggerated? The droppings of fruit bats are considered quite valuable in many Southeast Asian countries. Local farmers often vie for them. Ning Lei retched for a while, her charming face flushed crimson. Finally recovering, she inquired, is this some kind of joke? Do they have such strong tastes? What do you mean? They actually use the droppings of these fruit bats as fertilizer for growing fruit trees. Did you think it was something edible? Upon hearing the mention of food, Ning Lei glanced at the thick layer of white substance on the ground and, overwhelmed, dashed out of the cave. Gu Xiaola, however, took a moment to scrutinize the spring further. He noticed that while the water flow was modest, it was remarkably steady. But where did this water lead? Upon inspecting the area beneath the stalactite, he indeed discovered a small crevice, washed out by the flowing water, resembling a drainage system. It seemed that this spring seeped directly through the crevice beneath the mountain, ultimately discharging into the sea. How wonderful! With fresh water available, Gu Xiaola felt a renewed sense of hope for survival on this desolate island. He even contemplated the possibility of planting some vegetation and raising livestock. However, for now, the priority was to relocate the entire camp to this cave with a water source. Convinced of the feasibility of his plan, Gu Xiaola exited the cave with a buoyant spirit, only to find Ning Lei still gagging as she clung to a rock. Come on, beautiful lady. Our task for today has been quite successful. Let us head down and see if there is anything delectable to eat. At that moment, Ning Lei's features were nearly distorted by her near-vomiting state. Accepting the water flask from Gu Xiaola, she took a hefty swig to suppress her nausea. Going down to find food, Ning Lei cast a wary glance at Gu Xiaola, suspecting he might be planning another prank to torment her. What? Aren't you hungry? If you're not, that's perfect. I can stay here and clean the bat droppings, while you can go down and find something to eat, Gu Xiaola said, adopting a posture that suggested he was about to leave. Wait. It's better if we clean the cave together. I'm not afraid of dirt. I'm just concerned that the big fruit bats you scared away might return. I wouldn't know how to deal with that. My stomach is growling too. I'll accompany you to find food. As Ning Lei spoke, she pointed at the little monkey, saying, Come on, Huang Jin, let us go find something to eat. The little creature seemed to understand, leaping onto Ning Lei's shoulder, eagerly gesturing towards the beach below. Sister? Gu Xiaola raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Ning Lei's familial hierarchy. What is so strange about that? We've all discussed it with Huang Jin. I'm its second sister. Xiao Rui is its elder sister, and Xiao Jiao, naturally, is its big sister. As Ning Lei spoke, she affectionately stroked Huang Jin's soft golden fur. The Ho sisters? Gu Xiaolu stifled a laugh, but paused, recalling something. What about me? You three are all designated as its sisters. What position do I hold? You? Oh, right. Xiao Jiao mentioned you're its uncle. Ning Lei pondered for a moment before responding. Uncle? Is there a mistake? You're all its older sisters. And I end up as the uncle? I thought I might be its brother-in-law. Gu Xiaolu grumbled. Bah, you're dreaming. You think you can be a brother-in-law? We're three girls. Are you aiming to be Huang Jin's big brother-in-law, or its third brother-in-law? Ning Lei teased, a smile gracing her lips, seemingly excluding herself from the discussion. Gu Xiaolu understood her intentions, but merely chuckled. I'm not picky. Any role will do. Of course, being all three brother-in-laws is also acceptable. My physical prowess is quite impressive. He flexed his arm, showcasing his muscular biceps. Still hoping for all three? Dream on. Huang Jin. Let us go. Ning Lei laughed as she and Huang Jin moved ahead, quickly descending the relatively flat slope. Wow, this place is breathtaking. The beach they arrived at was already stunning, yet the adjacent stretch of sand proved even more enchanting. Beneath their feet lay soft white sands. And a mere 50 meters away stood a lush grove of coconut trees, with fallen coconuts strewn about. What was even more remarkable was the abundance of seafood resources here, as they quickly spotted several crabs the size of footballs casually roaming the beach. Coconut crabs? It seems we're in for a treat today. Gu Xiaolu seized a spear and aimed at a large crab, hurling it with precision. The spear pierced the crab's shell, pinning it to the sand. Wow, amazing. Ning Lei clapped her hands in delight, and even the little monkey performed flips in excitement. Such large coconut crabs would fetch over 2,000 yuan back home, but alas, there were no French wines or elegant dining establishments here. Ning Lei's initial joy faded into a tinge of disappointment. Why be so pessimistic, young lady? No matter how splendid the environment, can it rival the pristine beauty of this tropical island with its azure skies, azure seas, and white sands? One must learn to appreciate the blessings they have. Consider how many perished in the shipwreck. You're fortunate to be here, relishing seafood on this picturesque beach. Isn't that a testament to how favored you are? Gu Xiaolu gathered some dry twigs and leaves from the beach, assembling a makeshift bonfire, and placed the spear with the crab over the flames, causing it to sizzle and crackle. Ning Lei squatted beside the fire, contemplating Gu Xiaolu's words. He was right. She was indeed fortunate. The luxury cruise ship had over 2,000 passengers, and perhaps only 300 or 400 remained alive now. By the way, there is something I've been meaning to ask you, but I've kept it to myself. Today seems like a good opportunity. I hope you don't mind? Gu Xiaolu casually turned the spear, seemingly indifferent. You want to ask me? Something you've kept hidden? Ning Lei was taken aback, her face flushing slightly. Did he intend to confess his feelings? But she had already mentioned having a fiancé. Did he not take her seriously? What if he became enraged after being rejected and acted inappropriately? In the camp, there were Lin Rui and Lin Jiao, so he might have hesitated. But now, having crossed such a high mountain, it might just be the two of them here. If she screamed, who would hear her? What if he attempted to take advantage of the situation? In just a fleeting moment, Miss Ning's mind was inundated with a multitude of vivid scenes. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xiaolu, seated opposite her, remained oblivious to the turmoil within the girl's heart, perplexed by the fact that she had yet to pose any inquiries. Why then? Did the girl's complexion oscillate, as if it were a foreign fowl? What is the matter with you? Gu Xiaolu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. However, I have a fiancé. Ning Lei stammered, completely disregarding Gu Xiaolu's original question, her words tumbling out in a flustered manner. What are you talking about? Who inquired about your fiancé? Gu Xiaolu pressed, eager to clarify her intentions. I merely wished to ask, given your stature, should you not be residing in the first-class cabin on the upper deck of that cruise ship? How could you possibly have missed boarding a lifeboat? Oh my heavens! So that is the matter at hand? Ning Lei felt a surge of embarrassment, nearly wishing to bury her head in the sand. Having foolishly assumed that Gu Xiaolu might profess her affection, regaining her composure, she glanced at the crabs atop Gu Xiaolu's spear, which had begun to emit a tantalizing aroma, and stuttered, I was not on the deck at the time. Therefore, I did not have the chance to board a lifeboat. Not on the deck? Then where were you? Gu Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the cruise ship. It was inconceivable that individuals like Ning Lei, with their wealth, would not be among the first to board a lifeboat, even those from their company. Like Old Chang and Old Wei, who resided in the second-class cabins, managed to secure a spot on a lifeboat. The notion that Ning Lei had merely floated on the surface, clinging to a life jacket, was utterly implausible. Chapter 82. An unexpected discovery. Feeling the peculiar gaze of Gu Xiaola, Ning Lei felt a tinge of embarrassment. Actually, I sneaked out from home. I booked my ticket under the guise of our family's maid, deliberately choosing the same third-class cabin as you. Ning Lei's explanation left Gu Xiaola even more bewildered. Why would a young lady of a prominent family choose to book a ticket as a mere servant? Realizing that Gu Xiaola still did not comprehend, she shook her head. In short, the situation is rather complex. I'm merely clarifying why I did not board the lifeboat. As for other matters, they pertain to my privacy and need not concern you. With that, Ning Lei straightened her neck and resolved not to elaborate further. Gu Xiaola blinked in contemplation. I say, Miss Ning, are you not just boasting? Claiming to be a wealthy heiress while, in reality, you are just another worker in the city, like me? Just like certain individuals on forums who are always claiming to be in America, freshly disembarked from a flight to success. Is that not just to impress you? Ning Lei's cheeks flushed with indignation. If you think that is who I am, then so be it. Nevertheless, as I said, the innocent need not defend themselves. Here on this deserted island, it matters not how much I explain. Well then, believe what you wish. Gu Xiaola, noticing Ning Lei's agitation, smiled gently. All right, I believe you. But really, what is so great about being a wealthy heiress? You likely have less freedom than us common folk, constantly supervised by nannies or chauffeurs. Even at home, you must adhere to a strict schedule dictated by the butler, from when to rise to when to dine. Here, however, we can eat when we please and sleep at our leisure. Other than the slightly inferior living conditions, it is not at all worse than your grand villa of several hundred square meters. Come, try the taste of this coconut crab's claw. As Gu Xiaola spoke, he seized a large claw of the crab, using a banana leaf to shield his hand. With a vigorous tug, the crab's claw broke off, revealing a generous portion of tender, steaming white meat, releasing a delightful seafood aroma into the air. Wow, it smells divine, Ning Lei exclaimed as she took the crab, heedless of the heat, and bit into the succulent flesh. So hot, so tender, and so fresh. Despite the scalding sensation, she devoured the generous piece of crab meat in one go. How about that? My culinary skills are not inferior to those Michelin-starred restaurants you frequent, are they? Gu Xiaola remarked, tearing off a piece of crab leg and savoring the white meat himself. Honestly, if you were not the daughter of a wealthy family, it would be better for all of us. It prevents us from feeling the need to maintain a distance due to your status. I have already told you about my identity. How you perceive it is your concern, not mine, Ning Lei continued, having finished one claw. Without waiting for Gu Xiaola's assistance, she grabbed another crab leg with the banana leaf and began to gnaw on it. Suit yourself, my lady, Gu Xiaola replied, feeling somewhat satisfied.